Wen Ai clutched his admission notice and ascended the 5 flights of stairs in one breath, following the floor plan affixed to the wall in search of his classroom. After taking just a few steps, a rich scent of sandalwood wafted toward him from an unknown source, a fragrance that was surprisingly pleasant. After inhaling deeply several times, the system within his mind softly remarked, "It is the incense emanating from the restroom." When Ai's breath caught in his throat, and he hurriedly exhaled the air from his lungs, hastening away for a considerable distance before he could breathe normally again. He attempted to reason with the system. "Let us focus on completing our tasks without indulging in any pranks." The system retorted, "No, I take pleasure in this." When AI was left speechless. This temperamental little system marked the inception of his memories. At that time, he had just awakened, feeling somewhat lost in the boundless darkness surrounding him. He rummaged through the fragments of memory in his mind but found that aside from his name, he could recall nothing else. It was then that the system made its entrance. Initially, it concealed its capricious nature, patiently explaining to an AI that he had been chosen to assume the role of a bully, tasked with traversing various worlds to fulfill the mission of humiliating the protagonists. Upon the completion of each task, a score would be given. Employing a 100-point scale, achieving a score of 85 or above would entitle him to rewards. To persuade Wen Ai to accept, the system exaggerated the allure of these rewards, claiming that reaching for the stars or the moon would be mere trifles. There was nothing beyond their capabilities. Wen Ai inquired, "Then can you restore my memories?" And thus, Wen Ai became the host. Here lies the first world he has crafted, set against the backdrop of contemporary society, with a narrative primarily revolving around the protagonist, Su Changzhou. Su Changzhou was raised in a single-parent household, his father unknown, and he possesses a rather indifferent demeanor. During his high school years, he attracted the ire of a privileged scion whose formidable connections isolated him further, as his peers, intimidated by the scion's influence, chose to shun him. Accustomed to solitude, Su Changzhou remained unfazed. However, he became aware of the steadfastly smiling and principled female lead, who, amidst the prevailing chaos, appeared as a refreshing stream. The female lead harbored feelings for him as well, and thus began their prolonged and unreciprocated affection. In his childhood, when Zhao's parents inquired what Wen Ai desired most, he earnestly responded that he wished to grow up quickly, which earned him a loving pat on the head from Zhao's father. Fortunately, life as the young master of the Zhao family was quite comfortable, and after the passage of 15 years, the narrative finally commenced. When AI navigated through the teaching building, successfully locating his classroom, alas, the male lead had yet to arrive, prompting him to wait outside. The storyline indicated that during their initial meeting, Zhao Shuyan had already forged an enmity with the male lead over seating arrangements, and he was bound to adhere to this premise. The corridor bustled with new students, each bearing hints of anticipation for their forthcoming high school journey. A group of girls passed by Wen Ai, leaving a trail of fragrant air, a blend of several luxurious perfumes. It is no wonder that this is an elite institution, with students adorned in extravagant attire. In that moment, when AI found himself momentarily at a loss for words, this visage indeed stirs a profound sense of compassion. Its delicate contours, fair and supple skin, and large, round, lustrous eyes, naturally adorned with a slight downward tilt at the corners, exude an aura of innocent purity. Yet, such a sweet and docile appearance juxtaposed with the persona of a bully creates an incongruity that transcends the bounds of the galaxy. When AI leaned against the railing by the corridor, shifting from side to side as discomfort arose, akin to a pancake being flipped, and even as it grew overdone, she awaited the arrival of another. Finally, when AI stood upright, "Why hasn't the male lead arrived yet?" The system replied, "He will be here soon. Do you remember what I told you earlier?"
"Come on, recite it back."
When AI recited with ease, the expression must be fierce, the actions ruthless, exuding arrogance and swagger, ready to ascend at any provocation. You must not only memorize it but also grasp the essence, integrating it fully. The system suddenly paused, the male lead has arrived. Wen Ai turned her head with excitement to look. The light at the staircase was somewhat dim, as a tall, slender youth emerged leisurely from within, the shadows enveloping him receding inch by inch, revealing his features gradually. His facial structure was strikingly chiseled, with pronounced brow ridges that housed a pair of amber eyes, imbued with an extreme indifference, as if all things were mere dust, unworthy of his attention. When Ai gazed enviously at his prominent nose, secretly admiring the genetic advantages of mixed heritage, noting the girl beside her, whose eyes seemed unable to move, the system was on the verge of exposing him, yet your gaze had lingered for quite some time. Suddenly, the monitoring light flickered, prompting an immediate outburst. He's about to look over your expression. However, long before the system's warning, Su Changzhou had already taken note of him. His originally untainted countenance was scrutinized thoroughly, akin to a flower blossoming in a crystalline spring, and even when he subsequently adopted a deliberately stern visage that radiated malice, it merely resembled a delicate bloom tremblingly brandishing its leaves in a futile display of defiance lacking any true aggression. It instead conveyed an air of whimsy. Throughout the entire encounter, Su Changzhou never cast a direct glance in his direction, his tall silhouette fading away at the classroom door. When Ai cleared her throat, patted her face, and adjusted her demeanor, ready to initiate the narrative's gears. Inside, the classroom was spacious, filled with individual desks that alleviated the annoyance of occasional elbow nudges from a neighboring seat. Standing at the threshold, when Ai surveyed the bright room and spotted the male lead seated by the window. Jiang Cheng, upon noticing her, gestured towards the empty seat in front, inviting her to join him. However, when Ai's peripheral vision remained unwaveringly fixed on Su Changzhou, her unkind gaze pinpointed as she arrogantly strode past the lectern, directly approaching him. With a forceful motion, she dropped her backpack onto the desk, assertively claiming the space. In a tone that exuded entitlement, she declared, "This seat is mine, you move aside." Su Changzhou lifted his head, calmly meeting her gaze, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of any discernible emotion. When Ai raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance befitting a young heir of a prominent family. With a provocative gesture, he swept his pen to the floor, propping himself on the desk with both hands, and looked down at others through his nostrils, enunciating each word with disdain. "Get lost." Su Changzhou remained unfazed, his tranquil demeanor effortlessly diffusing when Ai's imposing presence. When Ai felt a pang of frustration, inwardly urging, "Why are you just staring at me? Speak up." The atmosphere grew tense in the silence, the remnants of tension dissipating into the air. When Ai experienced the discomfort of self-inflicted embarrassment, bullying others was exhausting, especially when the male lead ignored him. However, there was still the female lead to engage with. Suddenly, Su Changzhou turned his head, casting a chilling glance that sent a shiver down Sun Mengxian's spine, abruptly silencing her impassioned speech. She covered her mouth, daring not to utter another word, silently exclaiming, "What the heck?" realizing that good intentions often go unrewarded. Unexpectedly, Su Changzhou gathered his belongings and rose to vacate his seat. When Ai stood in shock as he calmly moved to an adjacent seat, leaving her utterly disconcerted. Initially, the male lead had been unyielding, and when Ai, the little tyrant, felt a surge of anger, developing an aversion that led to mutual disdain. Now, with the conflict resolved, the leads were not seated together as originally scripted, resulting in a chaotic deviation from the initial narrative, as if the curtain could fall on the entire performance. When Ai stood rooted in place, eyes wide with disbelief, watching Su Changzhou arrange his belongings at the new desk, feeling an icy chill in his heart, his gaze was unguarded, and Su Changzhou turned his head, catching a glimpse of his sorrowful eyes, causing his hand to falter momentarily. In the inaugural lesson of high school, the mathematics teacher passionately expounded upon his learning insights from the podium. Meanwhile, when Ai sat huddled by the sunlit window, enveloped in a cloud of despondency, The first foray into the narrative met an abrupt halt at grandmother's house. It felt akin to being drenched by water splashed from above just as one steps outside. Wen Ai exclaimed, "Tong, do offer me some advice. Isn't my task evaluation linked to your performance? What can I do?" I, too, am engulfed in despair. Chapter 2. Come, you secretly love me. After class, Jiang Chung hurriedly approached, forcefully switching seats with a classmate in front of Wen Ai. She looked up, calling him cousin, before burying her head in her arms once more. Jiang Chung casually straddled the chair, squinting at the neighboring Su Changzhou for a moment, before playfully nudging Wen Ai awake. The system had indicated that the task's scoring relied solely on the completion of the plot, regardless of any deviations from character. Thus, she had been indulging herself. However, to adhere to the storyline, she needed to adopt a more aggressive stance towards that person. These thoughts were beyond Wen Ai's ability to articulate. Any mention of the task would render her voiceless. She fabricated a response. "I simply find him unappealing. Our energies clash. It's as if we are destined to be at odds." Jiang Qing scratched his head. "But with your temperament, it seems unlikely you would openly target someone you just met?" Wen Ai pondered. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just the onset of adolescence. I might be a bit restless." "You're so accustomed to your temperament that you can't perceive such changes." Jiang Chung had always been restless, stirring up trouble wherever he went. Even during the most rebellious phase of ordinary people, he outshone them all. When Ai's explanation sounded plausible, Jiang Chung proposed, "Should I find someone to deal with him?" Without a moment's hesitation, when Ai shook her head, "No need." The sound of chairs scraping against the floor caught her attention. She turned to see Su Changzhou putting down his pen and exiting the classroom. She followed him outside, planning to wait for the right moment to confront him. Students often clustered in the hallway for a breather, and among them, Su Changzhou was easily identifiable. His height set him apart from the crowd. When Ai estimated his height to be around 1.83 meters, and should he reach adulthood, he might even hit 1.90 meters. She felt no jealousy. Maintaining a respectful distance, she trailed behind him and, upon seeing him enter the restroom, slowed her pace, timing her approach to the door. Upon entering, the restroom featured a communal sink. To the left was the men's room and to the right, the women's. When Ai positioned herself in the middle, catching sight of Su Changzhou exiting the men's room, she feigned the need to relieve herself, lowering her head as she bumped into him. At her height, she collided directly into his embrace, her forehead striking against his firm chest, which was hard and slightly painful. The force of the impact nearly sent her sprawling backward, were it not for Su Changzhou's swift hand to steady her. As she regained her balance, she immediately played the role of the accuser, arching her brows and exclaiming, "How do you walk? Were your eyes made just for aesthetics?" Su Changzhou's gaze fell upon her reddened forehead, his lips pressing together, refraining from defending himself. An onlooker, having witnessed the incident, interjected, "Classmate, it seems like you," but his words were cut short as his companion pulled him aside, whispering, "That's the young master of the Zhao family. Don't meddle." The boy, now fully aware of the situation, hurried away with his friend. When Ai cast a smug glance at Su Changzhou, her lips curling in a teasing smirk, "They all fear me. No one will come to your aid." Su Changzhou's eyes flickered. "What do you intend to do?" When Ai scoffed, "What do you think? You think an apology will suffice after you bumped into me?" Her porcelain skin accentuated the redness on her forehead. Su Changzhou studied her for a moment, parted his lips, and uttered 3 words, "I'm sorry." When Ai's mind momentarily blanked, then she incredulously accessed the system. "I don't understand. I was the one who collided with him." The system innocently replied, "You think I comprehend? I'm just as perplexed." When Ai sighed, "I can't depend on you." She turned to Su Changzhou, her arrogance emanating. "Don't think that a mere apology will end this. After all," she pointed her finger at his chest, punctuating each word, "you are truly bothersome." Su Changzhou slightly lowered his head, her delicate finger resting on his firm chest, soft and inviting. She imagined tasting it. His gaze lowered, and when Ai couldn't discern his thoughts, continuing her high-handed demeanor, "Even among the elite, there are distinctions. You must recognize who stands above and who below. Understood?" Su Changzhou lifted his eyelids, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes as he nodded, acquiescing to her demands. When Ai mused, Your compliance is making it difficult for me to continue. However, after this encounter, she realized that playing the villain was not as easy as it seemed. She had attempted to provoke him, yet Su Changzhou appeared unconcerned, effortlessly yielding. It left her feeling like a child attempting to challenge an adult, only for the adult to simply fall down and declare, "You win, little one." As her frustration mounted, the system suddenly interjected, "Quiet. You're disturbing my game of snake." Wen Ai, bewildered, retorted, "I wasn't even speaking." The system explained, "When you're emotional, your cerebral cortex becomes highly active, causing data fluctuations. Stop dwelling on these trivial matters and let me focus on breaking my record." When AI was left speechless, it seemed she had encountered a faulty system. It offered no assistance, could only monitor her target within a 50-meter radius, and now it was preoccupied with a game rather than providing constructive guidance. After silently critiquing the system, her pent-up frustration began to dissipate, returning her thoughts to tranquility as the system continued its game merrily. As classes dismissed in the afternoon, the moment when AI stood, Jiang Chung threw his arm over her shoulder. "There's a gathering tonight. Come join us." When AI, solely interested in her tasks, shrugged off Jiang Chung's arm, "I'm not going." She neatly pushed her chair under the desk and, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, made her way out. Jiang Chung walked alongside her. "Now that we're in high school, you should experience the vibrant world outside. Let me show you." They walked to the school gate, and when AI remained silent, Jiang Chung finally bid her farewell, joining a group of boys smoking not far away, and they quickly disappeared from view. A vehicle sent by her family awaited nearby, and the driver opened the door for her. As when AI settled inside, she unexpectedly caught sight of Su Changzhou in the rearview mirror, walking alone, his posture upright like a pine tree. The driver turned the key in the ignition, and soon the rearview mirror filled only with the rush of traffic. During rush hour, the traffic was abysmal, with the vehicle gradually slowing to a crawl. After some time, they came to a standstill before realizing that two large trucks had collided ahead, forcing all vehicles to turn. The driver swerved the steering wheel, opting for a longer route. Outside, the scenery resumed its flow. As she watched, a tall figure passed by, prompting Wen Ai to ask the driver to pull over. Rolling down the window for a better look, she confirmed it was indeed Su Changzhou, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful, mature woman. The woman tossed her curly hair playfully, smiling radiantly. "I've traveled to many places and met countless people, yet your cold demeanor remains the most captivating." Wen Ai, bewildered by the exchange, furrowed her brow and blinked in confusion, resembling a lost lamb. A kindly older woman approached, asking if she was lost. The older women generally had loud voices, and the two conversing nearby turned to glance her way, prompting her to quickly step back, hiding behind a mailbox. The older woman, laden with two large grocery bags, briskly walked away. Meanwhile, Su Changzhou continued on with the striking woman to a nearby CAF. When AI settled in a position slightly behind them, ordering a mango mousse and a glass of mango juice, observing them intently as she indulged in her treats. The elegant woman stirred her coffee gracefully, her every movement imbued with a captivating charm. Su Changzhou sat with his back to her, his expression concealed. However, when AI could easily envision the indifference that typically adorned his face, one that seemed to repel others from a great distance. Suddenly, the system interjected, "That woman is the male lead's biological mother." When AI paused for a moment, then glanced at the radiant smile gracing the woman's face, which now struck him as somewhat cruel. As far as he knew, Su's mother roamed the world in search of writing inspiration, neglecting her home for the entire year, leaving Su Changzhou in the care of a nanny, resulting in a rather tenuous maternal bond. It was evident that she regarded Su Changzhou not as a son, but rather as an ordinary acquaintance. Her apparent warmth veiled an underlying politeness and distance typical of friendships. This subtle rejection, more than a blatant denial of their relationship, pierced deeply, leaving one defenseless. The system remarked, "She is merely intrigued by the male lead's reclusive nature, viewing him as a source of writing material, a character template." When AI suddenly comprehended her choice of a vibrant red dress and fiery red lips, such embellishments served to mask the coldness concealed beneath her facade. The system mocked him. "Are you defending the male lead? Do not forget, your task is also to strike at him." Wen Ai remained silent, consuming slice after slice of cake, the soft cream melting on his tongue, its sweetness dissipating the rising irritability within him. Ultimately, he was still unaccustomed to playing the villain. With his head down, he devoured the entire mousse cake, and only when he took out a tissue to wipe his mouth did he realize that the table diagonally in front of him was already vacant. Rising to survey his surroundings, he was puzzled as to why the system had not alerted him to the departure when a flat voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "What are you looking for?" Wen Ai spun around abruptly, meeting a pair of indifferent eyes, his body freezing like an ice pop. Noticing his stunned silence, Su Changzhou furrowed his brow slightly, emanating an air of authority that instinctively made Wen Ai take a step back, inadvertently leaning against the table. To his surprise, he found himself plunging his hand into a puddle, having knocked over the remaining half-cup of juice due to his excessive force. Suddenly emboldened, Wen Ai retorted, "What I do is none of your concern." He lifted his dripping hand, waving it in front of Su Changzhou. "You've made me this way, and I haven't even retaliated." The rich scent of mango wafted between them with his movements, and Wen Ai, resembling a playful puppy, twitched his nose, revealing a moment of delight. However, upon catching sight of the orange-yellow stain on the table, his smile faltered, filled with an unspoken sense of regret. Su Changzhou led him to the restroom and then silently departed. The cool water washed away the stickiness between his fingers, and after a brief visit to the bathroom, Wen Ai emerged just as a server approached him, holding a small bag. "Wait, your mango juice." Confused, Wen Ai replied, "I didn't order a second cup." As Wen Ai strolled down the street, biting the straw, he savored a sip of the mango juice, the lingering flavor dancing on his palate. It seemed sweeter than the one he had ordered himself. Chapter 3. You have a secret crush on me. The Chinese language class is taught by a middle-aged male teacher who possesses a rather distinctive intonation. Upon his utterance, his voice oscillates like a roller coaster, sometimes gradually ascending, other times plummeting to the depths, creating a melodic cadence that often lulls students into distraction. Within moments of the lesson commencing, students below begin to indulge in their own leisurely pursuits. During such times, Wen Ai typically seizes the opportunity to observe Su Changzhou. A mere 70-centimeter wide aisle separates them, allowing for a casual glance to glean what the other is engaged in. However, Wen Ai desires more than just a fleeting glimpse. He often stacks an array of books haphazardly on the side of his desk, resting his head behind the precarious pile, enabling his gaze to traverse through the gaps to reach Su Changzhou's side. With this makeshift shield, he relishes the freedom to observe Su Changzhou without the latter's awareness. Today, Su Changzhou remains as quiet as ever, his sketchbook open before him, a gray cover cradled in his right hand, skillfully maneuvering a charcoal pencil with fluid grace. Before long, a lively little puppy springs to life on the page. The creature peeks clumsily from behind the stack of books, its round eyes sparkling with vitality, one ear adorably drooping while the other stands alert, its little head tilted in a charming display of innocence. Wen Ai stifles a giggle, amused to discover that beneath Su Changzhou's aloof exterior lies a fondness for such endearing little creatures. The sudden shift in Su Changzhou's inner world invokes a hearty laugh from Wen Ai. He leans over his desk, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, only to be interrupted by a peculiar voice from his system. "Stop laughing. I'm going to be sick." Startled, Wen Ai quickly composes himself. "What's wrong?"
Don't scare me.
Once he regains his calm, the system resumes its normal tone. "Your emotions were too intense just now. The electrical impulses from your cerebral cortex nearly shattered me. I am fragile and require kindness from this world." After a brief moment of contemplation, Wen Ai responds, "All right, I'll try to be more gentle in the future." As he converses with the system, Su Changzhou is still engrossed in refining his sketch, his focused gaze revealing a rare hint of softness, yet Wen Ai completely misses this subtlety. Prestigious schools often strive for uniqueness in various aspects. When framed positively, it is termed innovation, but colloquially it can be seen as pretentiousness. Take physical education classes, for instance. The school has adopted an elective model, offering a plethora of options ranging from ball sports to gymnastics. During the break, the class monitor distributes a course selection form to each student, instructing them to complete it before class begins. Jiangqing rummages through the cluttered seating arrangement and eventually turns to borrow a pen from Wen Ai. Lounging on Wen Ai's desk as he fills out the form, his handwriting flourishingly scrawled. He glances at Wen Ai's selection. What did you choose? Let us play football together. After completing his form, Jiangqing saunters off to flirt with girls in the adjacent class. Wen Ai stares at his own form, his gaze lingering over options such as taekwondo, sanda, and judo. In a fleeting second, he concocts 100 methods to tame Su Changzhou. Yet, no matter how fervently he imagines, it ultimately hinges on Su Changzhou's choice. When AI taps the system, what course did the male lead select? The system replies, tennis. When AI marks a neat check next to tennis on his form and places it in the upper right corner of his desk, ready for the monitor to collect later. Noticing he still has some time, he decides to step away for a moment. As he rises, he inadvertently glances over at Su Changzhou, whose desk is pristine, devoid of any marks on the selection form. Surprised, when AI queries the system, he hasn't chosen yet. Why did you tell me he selected tennis? The system, possibly preoccupied with its own game, succinctly responds, plot. When AI finds this rule utterly contradictory, on one hand, he is expected to adhere to the narrative and progress toward the conclusion. On the other, he is not privy to the detailed plot, relying solely on his own interpretation. It is akin to walking in the dark. While the destination is revealed, not a single lamp illuminates the path, and one unfortunate misstep could lead one tumbling into a ditch. The school announces the sports class arrangements in the afternoon. Upon reviewing the tennis class roster, when AI discovers that most names are unfamiliar, belonging to students from other classes. In their class, only 3 students have chosen this course, himself, Su Changzhou, and Sun Mingjin. The weather in early September remains sweltering, and any movement results in a sheen of sweat. During physical education, all students don the school's custom summer sports attire, a uniform of short sleeves and shorts, regardless of gender. Having changed into his outfit, when AI heads to the tennis court for assembly, where he finds a considerable number of students already gathered. As soon as he arrives, dozens of eyes sweep over him. Having been raised as a privileged heir for over a decade, his fair complexion glistens under the sun, nearly blinding to onlookers. The girls discreetly conceal their arms behind their backs, for without comparison, there is no harm. Ultimately, this world is one enamored with appearances. As when AI stands in the center of the court, his fresh short hair complements his exquisite features, exuding a clear and pristine aura that swiftly attracts numerous classmates eager to engage in conversation. When AI exchanges polite remarks before excusing himself under the pretense of seeking out a friend. On the edge of the tennis court, when AI spots Su Changzhou, who has distanced himself from the crowd, leaning casually against the iron fence, exuding a relaxed demeanor. When AI approaches him, crossing his arms and donning an irritable expression, I can't believe you chose this class too. How annoying. As usual, Su Changzhou merely gazes at him in silence. Due to the angle, his eyes inadvertently drift into the open neckline of Wen Ai's shirt, revealing a tantalizing view. Su Changzhou suddenly stiffens and swiftly averts his gaze. When AI interprets this as a sign of distaste, secretly elated, believing his relentless teasing is yielding results. He suppresses a triumphant smile, placing his hands on his hips, and delivers a stern warning. Let me tell you, from now on, you won't have it easy in physical education. At the moment he uttered this, when AI had already devised a plan, yet little did he anticipate that the first one to face hardship would be himself. The tennis class is conducted by a meticulous female coach who places great emphasis on fundamental skills. After explaining the essentials, she instructs the students to begin practicing their swings. 20 or so students form 4 lines, gripping their rackets with their dominant hands, alternating between forehand and backhand strokes. The actions must not cease until the whistle blows. As they pair off, when AI strides confidently to Su Changzhou, assertively declaring their partnership. The nearby girls, who had hesitated to invite Su Changzhou, are momentarily taken aback. Perhaps they hadn't expected Wen Ai to take the initiative, especially after 3 weeks of class where they all sensed his inexplicable hostility towards Su Changzhou. Sun Mingjin glances over from a distance, her expression tinged with concern. The coach retrieves 2 large baskets of tennis balls, instructing each group to send a representative to collect them. When AI bends down to sift through the basket, and Sun Mingjin unexpectedly appears beside him. You're a good person. Receiving an unsolicited compliment, when AI responds with a bemused expression. Sun Mingjin continues, You are quite polite to both teachers and classmates. I can sense that you have a gentle heart. He regards her with a questioning look. But? Sun Mingjin smiles. But the moment it comes to Su Changzhou, you suddenly transform into another person, arrogant, irritable, and petty. This is all part of the task. You wouldn't understand, when AI retorts, straightening up with a freshly selected tennis ball in hand, firm and well-pressurized, sure to sting upon impact. He casts a sly glance toward Su Changzhou, whose position on the court is already secured, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sun Mingjin casually grabbed 2 balls and hurried over, lowering her voice to say, I just want to point out that being in the same class is a stroke of fate. If there are any misunderstandings, it's better to clear them up early. We'll need to look out for each other in the future. When AI understood her concerns, she was merely worried about his decision to partner with Su Changzhou, fearing it might lead to trouble. Indeed, he was intent on stirring things up. To achieve this, he had endured 3 weeks of relentless training, his arms aching without respite. And now the opportunity had finally presented itself. Su Changzhou, preoccupied with fiddling with his racket, did not inquire about Wen Ai's prolonged absence as he took his position, ready to begin the match. Wen Ai, feeling no need for pleasantries, tossed the ball into the air, exerting force with his right hand. The ball traced a vivid yellow arc through the air, hurtling towards the opponent with fierce momentum. Whether it would land in or out of bounds mattered little. Hitting his target was all that counted. Alas, he missed. The silent mockery of failure echoed loudly. Come at me. You've been given the chance and still can't connect. Irritated by his own imagination, Wen Ai tightened his grip on the racket, aiming for a spot just below Su Changzhou's navel. Accustomed to the slow-motion rhythm of play, he was unprepared for the sudden speed of the ball and stood rooted in place, awaiting impact. Following a dull thud, Wen Ai glanced at his calf and then at the tennis ball rolling by his feet, before abruptly collapsing to the ground.
Ouch!
Su Changzhou furrowed his brow and quickly rushed over, kneeling beside him to assess the injury. Wen Ai groaned in pain as Su Changzhou examined the area, revealing a large red bruise, but thankfully, there was no sign of swelling or discoloration suggesting a severe impact. It seemed that the ball had traveled too low, having been intercepted by the net, thus mitigating the force of the collision. Su Changzhou stood up without uttering a word, determined to feign injury. Wen Ai resolutely remained on the ground, refusing to rise. Other classmates were drawn to the scene, forming a circle around him, each chattering about the need to take him to the infirmary. A tall, sturdy boy approached to assist, only to be met with a firm refusal. Wen Ai grasped Su Changzhou's ankle, declaring, Whoever caused this must take responsibility. Su Changzhou looked down at him, asking, You want me to take responsibility? Wen Ai struggled to lift his head, backlit by the sun, obscuring his view of Su Changzhou's expression, yet he affirmed, Yes. Chapter 4. Come. You have a crush on me. The tennis court was situated near the back gate of the school, while the infirmary was located in the first building upon entering through the main entrance, separated by a considerable distance. However, this was of little concern to Wen Ai, who leisurely lay on Su Changzhou's back, his feet dangling in the air, utterly comfortable. The two were pressed closely together, ignoring the 2 thin layers of fabric between them. It was essentially skin on skin, their body temperatures and muscle contours transmitted unreservedly to one another. Wen Ai took a moment to appreciate this closeness, surprised to find that despite Su Changzhou's slender appearance, he was surprisingly sturdy beneath his clothes, particularly in the shoulders and back. At this time, the fragrant osmanthus flowers were in bloom, releasing their rich aroma from the bushes on either side, which wafted through the air, filling the entire path. Wen Ai inhaled deeply, savoring the scent like a cat diving into a pile of fish jerky, unable to stop. He felt utterly at ease, and as he exhaled, the warm breath brushed against Su Changzhou's ear, causing it to twitch slightly in response. Perhaps feeling too relaxed, Wen Ai momentarily forgot his persona and excitedly tapped Su Changzhou's shoulder, exclaiming, Your ear moved. Su Changzhou merely responded with a soft gently lifting him higher. Wen Ai tightened his arms around Su Changzhou's neck, playfully challenging. Do it again, let me see. Su Changzhou remained still, his ears staying motionless. Wen Ai, with mock authority, threatened, if you won't, I'll blow air into your ear. And with that, he leaned closer, causing Su Changzhou's body to stiffen noticeably. Just as Wen Ai drew in a deep breath, the threatened ear finally twitched twice, exuding a hint of vulnerability. Su Changzhou, resigned, asked, "Is that enough?" Wen Ai burst into laughter, playfully pounding his chest in amusement, though he could only use Su Changzhou's to do so. One playful punch elicited a muffled grunt from Su Changzhou, the tone lifting slightly with a hint of amusement. Suddenly, Wen Ai remembered something. System. How have Su Changzhou and Sun Mingjin been lately? He inquired further, but I haven't seen them interact much. The system replied, did you forget? They have been harboring mutual crushes throughout high school, shy and discreet, their intense feelings suppressed deep within. Only when they reunite will their emotions fully erupt. Wen Ai replied with a simple, oh. Upon reaching the infirmary, the injury on Wen Ai's leg had nearly faded, leaving only a faint blush of pink. The school nurse initially suspected a bone injury and was cautious during the examination to avoid any secondary damage. After all, what's secondary damage? A single injury like this was hardly a concern. Nowadays, students flock to the infirmary to escape classes, but he had never seen anyone so dispassionately feign injury before. Even a casual slap could leave a more prominent mark than his. Wen Ai sat on the examination bed, facing the scrutinizing gaze of the school nurse, feeling as though he were being pricked by tiny thorns, a mix of itchiness and pain, discomforting in every way. He had been so focused on teasing Su Changzhou earlier that now, under the professional scrutiny, he felt embarrassed and stared at his toes, reluctant to meet the nurse's gaze. Doctor, is my classmate all right? Su Changzhou stepped in front of the nurse's desk, effectively shielding Wen Ai from view. The nurse glanced at him, bemused, thinking to himself that these youngsters were still trying to put on a show in front of an experienced adult like him. However, he thought, who hadn't he been a student before? You two can rest here for a while. Leave when you're ready. The nurse pocketed his cigarettes and lighter, intending to retreat to the adjacent empty examination room, casually closing the door behind him. The infirmary fell into an unusual silence. The previously spacious area now felt confining, and both could sense each other's strong presence. The atmosphere stilled momentarily until Su Changzhou was the first to move, dragging a chair to the window and sitting down, facing the outside view, remaining still. Wen Ai's legs, which hung over the edge of the bed, began to sway slowly, the metal frame creaking softly with his movements, an almost lullaby-like sound that could easily induce drowsiness. As the atmosphere gradually relaxed, Wen Ai's gaze fell upon Su Changzhou's back, recalling the warm, solid sensation from earlier, letting out a gentle sigh. Su Changzhou was actually quite a good person, despite his seemingly aloof and solitary exterior and lack of communication with classmates. He was fundamentally kind and tolerant. If his task were not to bully him but to assist him instead, Wen Ai felt certain he could excel in that role. The system, overhearing his musings, was taken aback, losing its game of snake. What misunderstandings do you have about him? A gang leader, yet kind and tolerant? Wen Ai retorted vehemently, he isn't like that now. Humans are inherently good. Before he encountered his family, he could very well be pure. The system countered, no. He cannot. Su Changzhou inherently possesses a ruthless streak. This is a fixed aspect of the storyline and cannot be altered. Try provoking him, and you won't be left with a single bone fragment. Wen Ai fell silent, recalling that he had indeed never provoked Su Changzhou, leaving the prospects of his task rather grim. The system, too, lapsed into silence as a new round of snake began. The room's air conditioning was set too low, prompting Wen Ai to pull the blanket over himself, calling out to the person by the window, hey, you can leave now. I want to be alone. No response? Wen Ai slapped the mattress twice, raising his voice once more. Still, Su Changzhou remained unmoving. Wen Ai jumped off the bed and approached. What are you pretending to be? A potted plant? The windowsill is already full. There's no space for you. As he rounded to face Su Changzhou, Wen Ai fell silent. No wonder there was no response. He had actually fallen asleep. Su Changzhou had a mix of Caucasian heritage, his features strikingly handsome, yet always radiating a sense of distance. Now, bathed in soft sunlight, his contours were softened, eyelids resting over his usually cold eyes, his serene sleeping face exuding an aura of tranquility. Wen Ai impulsively pulled out his phone, aiming it at Su Changzhou's face. As he pressed the shutter, a loud click shattered the tranquility of the room. Stiffening, Wen Ai slowly lowered his phone, only to find Su Changzhou awake, his amber eyes clear and fixed on him, leading to an immediate and awkward tension. Su Changzhou's gaze shifted to Wen Ai's hand gripping the phone, his tone flat. "What are you doing?" After glancing at the rectangular bulge in Wen Ai's pocket, he stated, "You were taking candid photos of me." Wen Ai instinctively turned away, covering his pocket, but after 2 seconds, he let go, impulsively declaring, "I did take one. Look at how you drooled, I'll show you how disgusting it is so you know to improve. After all, you started it." With that, before Su Changzhou could reach out to cover his face, Wen Ai swiftly lifted his shirt and wiped it near his mouth, feigning a look of suppressed nausea.
All right.
"It's done. You carried me earlier, so I just wiped your drool. Now we're even." "Not clean enough." Wen Ai froze. "What?" Su Changzhou replied seriously, "Wipe it again."
Wen Ai.
Since the moment Su Changzhou had lowered his gaze, Wen Ai, oblivious, lifted his shirt, exposing a delicate waist that shivered slightly in response to the chill. Wen Ai sensed that Su Changzhou's request stemmed from a desire for revenge and mischief. In essence, he wanted to tease him. However, wiping his mouth was not something he felt humiliated by. If he wanted to play this game, then he would play it well. With great diligence, Wen Ai wiped for a full 5 minutes, estimating that if he continued, his shirt might tear, before finally stopping. Su Changzhou suddenly rose to grab the air conditioner remote, stating, "It's a bit warm." Wen Ai inadvertently caught sight of the flush creeping up to Su Changzhou's ears, surprised that he was so sensitive to heat. Chapter 5. Come to your secret admirer in mid-November. The days were growing shorter, and it was becoming increasingly late for dawn to break. When Wen Ai awakened from his slumber, the world outside remained cloaked in darkness. He organized his belongings with methodical precision, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to descend for breakfast. As he passed the guest room, the sound of snoring wafted through the door, reminding him that Jiang Cheng had dined at their home the previous night and had stayed over. A common occurrence given the close ties between their families. When Ai entered the room and called out to him, as soon as the door opened, the snores crescendoed. When Ai approached the bedside and nudged him, "Time to rise." Jiang Cheng lay blissfully asleep, undisturbed by the world. When Ai tugged at the covers, "Wake up. It's not the weekend." He flicked on all the lights in the room, opened a music app, cranked the volume to its fullest, and played a rousing tune right by Jiang Cheng's ear. Awakened by the boisterous melody, Jiang Cheng eventually emerged from his slumber. As he washed up and descended the stairs, he found the Zhao family already gathered at the dining table, while Wen Ai cradled a porcelain bowl, savoring the last few spoonfuls of porridge. Zhao's mother gestured to him. "Cheng, come sit down. Finish your meal, and then you two can head to school together." Jiang Cheng flashed a grin. "No need. I'll just grab a couple of buns to eat on the way." Noticing Wen Ai's bowl was nearly empty, Zhao's mother acquiesced to Jiang Cheng's wishes, instructing the maid to bring over a fresh food bag filled with 2 baskets of steamed buns. Zhao's father took a sip of tea and patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. "In a few days, your aunt and I will be heading abroad for a while. Please keep an eye on Shuyan for me." Upon hearing this, Wen Ai quickly shook his head. "I'll just stay at home. Otherwise, when you and your noisy friends throw a raucous party, I might just be launched into orbit." In mathematics class, Wen Ai never picked up his pen, listening intently instead. The math teacher approached him, peering over. "Are you trying to snag a red envelope from Jack Ma? Did you get it?" Without lifting his head, Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Stop bothering me. I didn't manage to snag a single one. It's infuriating." Laughter erupted in the classroom, while the teacher's expression darkened. The remainder of the class saw Jiang Cheng stationed by the corner trash can. When Ai recalled the incident with amusement and inquired curiously, "What were you doing earlier?" "What red envelope?" Jiang Cheng produced a silver smartphone, the screen ablaze with a festive Tmall event. "This. Playing a game to seize 11 red envelopes." When Ai leaned closer, pointing to the glimmering rhinestones on the phone. You have such a hobby? He remembered Jiang Qing showing him the stunning class flower from the adjacent class last week, tall and beautiful. Surprisingly, it seemed he had won her affection quite swiftly. Glancing sideways, he saw Su Changzhou, unperturbed, engrossed in his drawing, his demeanor as aloof as ever. Wen Ai pondered how individuals ardently pursue their desires, much like Jiang Qing, while Su Changzhou had managed to harbor a secret crush for 3 years without revealing a hint of it. Jiang Qing, engrossed in his phone, remarked, I find this activity dull as well, but the girl said it's about the thrill of unearned rewards. She desires that thrill, and as her boyfriend, it's my duty. When AI detected the innuendo in his words and retorted, you certainly deserve an award for best boyfriend. Jiang Qing grinned proudly. Indeed. With a girlfriend, initiative is key, and affection is paramount. When you start dating, feel free to consult me. When AI replied, I appreciate it in advance. He remained diligently in the classroom, fervently reviewing the subjects for tomorrow's exams. The morning would bring tests in Chinese and politics, followed by biology and mathematics in the afternoon. The first 3 subjects posed no issue, but mathematics. His reluctance to pick up his pen in math class stemmed from a genuine struggle. He was truly that student who, once lost, could not grasp the concepts again, and he was not exaggerating. When AI gnawed on the end of his pen, flipping through a book of mistakes, some problems left him utterly baffled, and upon peering at the answers, he found himself lost at the critical steps. He scratched his head in frustration, grappling with the pages for an eternity, yet yielding no results, which left him somewhat disgruntled. In a fit of irritation, he kicked his leg, his foot colliding with a solid object, causing a chair to topple over with a loud clatter. The classroom fell silent, all eyes converging on Wen Ai. In the midst of his embarrassment, a long, strong hand righted the chair and sat across from him. Wen Ai looked up to see Su Changzhou's handsome face. Wen Ai hissed, What are you doing here? Move aside. I'm not in the mood to deal with you today. Su Changzhou calmly took Wen Ai's book of mistakes, pointing at the problems he had scribbled on. I can solve these. Wen Ai, incensed, slammed his pen onto the desk. What do you mean? Are you trying to show off? Su Changzhou picked up the pen with ease, placing a sheet of draft paper in the center of the desk, gazing steadily at him. I'll teach you. Though Su Changzhou often doodled during class, his academic performance remained exceptional, reputedly ranking first in the city during the entrance exams. The protagonist, after all, must possess a captivating charm, and no setup is too extravagant. Su Changzhou activated his scholarly aura, employing a skill of unique insight on Wen Ai, who triggered the passive state of sudden realization. Su Changzhou then invoked the skill thought expansion, leading Wen Ai to activate the passive state of epiphany. Su Changzhou attempted a gentle pat on Wen Ai's head, but Wen Ai successfully evaded, tossing an eraser in response. Su Changzhou caught the eraser with composure, remarking, You have something in your hair. Wen Ai, skeptical, patted his head, and a small piece of paper fluttered to the ground, likely snagged during his earlier moment of frustration. If you see something, just say it. You startled me. Wen Ai stammered, awkwardly shifting the subject. By the way, you explain rather well. Thank you. This was the key point illustrated by the scholar. Delighted. Wen Ai dove into his studies, feeling exhilarated. Su Changzhou slightly smiled, returning to his own preparations. The two leaned over the same desk throughout the evening study session, their proximity surprisingly comfortable. After class, Wen Ai reluctantly returned the exercise book to Su Changzhou, his eyes betraying his reluctance. Wen Ai, ever agreeable, hugged the book to his chest, raising an eyebrow. I'll return it after tomorrow's exam. Su Changzhou's eyes sparkled with amusement. Just don't stay up too late. Wen Ai did not perceive the late hour. He merely found himself immersed in study until dawn. This was not his intention. But upon emerging from the mathematical abyss, the clock revealed it was already 2:30. If he succumbed to sleep now, tomorrow's wake-up would be agonizing. So, he brewed a cup of coffee and continued reviewing until the first light of day. The system failed to comprehend his diligence. You are merely a passerby. When the narrative reaches its conclusion, you can depart without a second thought. Excelling academically holds no significance. Wen Ai grasped a picture frame on the desk, running his fingers along its edge. It depicted him with Zhao's parents, taken last year on the beach, the three of them embracing, all smiles. You don't understand. When I arrived in this place, I had no memories. Now, all my recollections stem from this world. I even feel as though I am a native, unable to approach life with a transient mindset. The system clung to the crux. Regardless of your mindset, you will ultimately leave. Chapter 6. Come. You secretly love me. As the night grew colder, Wen Ai stayed up late without putting on an extra layer or wrapping himself in a blanket, merely sitting there in silence. By morning, while brushing his teeth, he noticed a slight itch in his throat, but paid it no mind, dismissing it with a couple of coughs that offered momentary relief. The next 2 days were filled with intense mental exertion. Wen Ai was deeply engaged, and after each exam, his face glowed with a rosy hue. The final exam concluded in the afternoon of the second day, and students streamed out of the examination hall, eager to rush to the cafeteria to satisfy their appetites after a long afternoon of testing. Wen Ai dreamt of savoring a popsicle, his favorite mango flavor. He licked it joyously, exclaiming to the sky that he could devour another 50,000. The heavens, in their kindness, unleashed a torrent of popsicles that cascaded down, burying him beneath their icy bounty. Trapped in a mound of frozen treats, the biting chills seeped mercilessly into his flesh, coursing through his limbs and bones. It felt as though he had been confined within a freezer, perhaps even a deep freeze. Wen Ai was jolted awake by the cold. Outside, the sky had fully darkened, and the classroom was filled to capacity, with classmates engrossed in their own tasks. He pulled out his phone to discover it was 1910. The evening study session had already commenced 10 minutes prior. Struggling to sit up straight, he found his head feeling even more foggy than before, a wave of chill surging through him, and his nose slightly congested. Testing his forehead with the back of his hand confirmed his suspicion. He had a fever. Desperate for relief, Wen Ai pleaded with the system. I can't take it anymore. Please give me some special skills, like one-click virus removal for colds. The system hesitated, replying, no special skills available. Wen Ai felt on the verge of tears. You might as well go play your game. His eyelids grew heavy, and he curled up, soon drifting into a hazy slumber. Sun Mingjin, having completed her assignments, stretched her neck to relieve some tension. When she suddenly noticed her desk mate's pallid lips resting on the table, his cheeks unusually flushed. She hurriedly rummaged through her belongings for any medicine, turning her backpack inside out but only finding a few pain relief tablets. At this hour, the school nurse was undoubtedly home, watching television with his family, making it impossible to find someone for medication. Contacting his family would be more prudent. Sun Mingjin approached Wen Ai's desk and gently patted his back. Wake up, please. What's your parents' phone number? I'll call them to come get you. Wen Ai, in a feverish daze, mumbled incoherently, Mom. Dad, abroad. Sun Mingjin quickly deduced the situation and asked, what about your housekeeper? You must have his number, right? I can check your phone. Unfortunately, the screen lock was password protected, leaving her at a loss. Remembering that Jiang Cheng was Wen Ai's cousin, she scanned the classroom but, as expected, found no trace of him. Just as she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a cold voice interrupted her thoughts. Step aside. Startled, Sun Mingjin shrank back. Su Changzhou stepped forward to help gather Wen Ai's belongings. Realizing his intent, she was about to explain that she would handle things with the homeroom teacher when she caught sight of a corner of a leave request slip peeking from Su Changzhou's pocket. The words she had intended to say caught in her throat. Well, it seemed he had meticulously arranged everything. When Ai's illness had taken a severe turn, he was now in a semi-conscious state. Su Changzhou had no intention of waking him, gently draping his own school uniform coat over Wen Ai, then lifting him onto his back, swiftly carrying both of their bags with an air of urgency. Where to, classmate? The taxi driver started the meter, leisurely steering onto the main road. Su Changzhou adjusted Wen Ai's position while providing the driver with Wen Ai's home address. For affluent families like the Zhao family, having a private doctor on call was far more efficient than waiting in line at a hospital. As the car sped up, a sharp turn caused the unconscious Wen Ai to slump back against the seat, resembling a limp dough. Su Changzhou supported him, shifting slightly closer, providing his shoulder for Wen Ai to lean against. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, lingered on the sight of Wen Ai, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes closed. Having driven for several years, the driver had encountered a myriad of passengers and situations, and he couldn't help but think that Wen Ai looked as if he had been drugged. Indeed, he was a strikingly handsome youth, looking quite young. If this was the case, it might haunt him for a lifetime. The driver kept stealing glances in the rear-view mirror, gradually slowing the car, hesitating whether to intervene. Noticing the driver's frequent looks, Su Changzhou lifted Wen Ai's hood to shield his face and shot the driver a warning glance. The vehicle resumed its pace, and the driver ceased his observations. The warmth inside the car was comforting, and when they arrived, Su Changzhou positioned Wen Ai near the door. Before he could turn to carry him, Wen Ai instinctively curled into him, mumbling that he was cold. At this moment, Wen Ai no longer felt as limp as before. He clutched Su Changzhou's clothing, refusing to let go. The cramped space by the door made it difficult for Su Changzhou to maneuver, so he resorted to a princess carry to lift Wen Ai from the vehicle. Once the passenger had departed, the driver did not immediately leave, instead pulling out a cigarette to smoke leisurely. The previously unconscious handsome boy had called out several times that he was cold. It didn't seem like a case of drugging, but rather a fever. After witnessing so much depravity, his own eyes had become clouded, perhaps without him even realizing it. The Zhao family's housekeeper, understanding the situation, opened the door to find Wen Ai curled in Su Changzhou's embrace. Without uttering a single word, he promptly led Su Changzhou to the young master's room, assisting in placing Wen Ai onto the bed. The doctor arrived quickly, diagnosing Wen Ai with a common cold that had led to his fever. With practiced ease, he inserted in 4 drip and prescribed medication, leaving a plethora of medical advice behind. Su Changzhou gazed at the figure on the bed. "I will leave once his fever subsides." Given this, the housekeeper found no grounds to object. Su Changzhou must have a close relationship with the young master, or he would not have gone to such lengths to bring him home and stay to care for him. "Then I must trouble you. Just press the bell at the head of the bed when the 4 is nearing its end." With that, the housekeeper and doctor exited the room.
Wen Ai slept peacefully,
not stirring or speaking in his sleep. His nasal passages were likely blocked, causing him to breathe through his slightly parted lips, his brow furrowed in discomfort, appearing quite fragile. Su Changzhou remained steadfast by the bedside, attentively monitoring the 4 bag's fluid level. During this time, he offered Wen Ai water several times. As the second 4 bag neared empty, he pressed the bell at the bed's head. The housekeeper entered with a medical tray to remove the 4 needle, his movements professional, indicative of training. Having just sweated, Wen Ai's forehead was damp with strands of hair, and Su Changzhou gently brushed them aside, kneeling on the bed, leaning down to rest his forehead against Wen Ai's. The temperature had decreased slightly, yet he still exhibited a mild fever. As the housekeeper tidied up the used medical waste, he caught sight of the young master lying beneath another's body, a strange feeling washing over him, though he couldn't pinpoint what felt amiss. He could only exit with the trash bag. Su Changzhou furrowed his brow, opening the boxes of medication left by the doctor. After verifying that the prescribed dosages were correct, he rose to pour a glass of warm water. Supporting Wen Ai's back, he helped him sit up, offering him a few sips to soothe his throat. To his surprise, Wen Ai drank eagerly, as if he had been parched for days. Just as Wen Ai was enjoying his drink, the cup was suddenly taken from him. Instinctively, he reached forward, his fingertips grazing the smooth surface of the cup, but when he attempted to grasp it again, he found only air. It had been snatched away. With a soft whimper, Wen Ai appeared pitiful, her small mouth pouting as if trampled like a delicate sprout. Su Changzhou held the pill to her lips, exclaiming helplessly, "Drink this first, we'll have the medicine later." Unable to discern who was speaking, Wen Ai obediently extended her tongue, accepting the few dry, round pills into her mouth. The sensation of the damp, soft object gliding across his palm sent an unusual tingling sensation coursing from Su Changzhou's hand to his heart, causing his gaze to darken momentarily. The combined effects of the oral medication and intravenous infusion soon prompted Wen Ai to break into a second wave of sweat, far more intense than the first, as she stretched her arms and legs out from beneath the covers in a desperate bid for relief. Chapter 7. Come. You have a crush on me. The following day, Wen Ai awoke, his cold entirely dissipated. Such was his constitution. Although he was prone to illness, once the fever subsided, he felt rejuvenated. Unlike some individuals who would continue to cough for a week after a fever, he emerged from the bathroom feeling remarkably refreshed. The sweat that had clung to him now washed away down the drain, leaving him feeling light and airy. As he rummaged through the bed for his school uniform coat, which was entangled with the duvet, he reached into his sleeve, only to find it too small. Puzzled, he shook out the coat and discovered that it was not his own. His would have been a size or two larger. The school had printed each student's name on the tag at the back of the collar, and upon revealing it, he saw the name Su Changzhou, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hurried downstairs to inquire with the butler, who was setting the breakfast table. Yes, when Su left yesterday, you had used his coat as a pillow, and seeing you asleep, he didn't have the heart to disturb you. I offered him one of my own jackets, but he declined, leaving in just a thin sweater. The butler pulled out a chair for Wen Ai and served him a bowl of corn porridge. Young master, please don't hold it against me for speaking out of turn. Su accompanied you until 2 or 3 in the morning yesterday. If you're considerate, remember to thank him today. Wen Ai, biting his spoon, nodded with a mix of emotions. Typically, by the time Wen Ai arrived in class, Su Changzhou would already be seated, engrossed in his drawings, while Jiangcheng would rush in just before the bell rang for morning study. Today, however, the order was reversed. As Wen Ai stepped into the classroom, Jiangcheng leaped toward him, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Jiangcheng cautiously asked, "How are you feeling? You're not still sick, are you?" Just as he finished, he slapped his own forehead.
Damn.
What a clumsy tongue. I meant to say, you're not still feverish, right? Wen Ai tossed his backpack onto a chair and glanced at the empty seat beside him, distractedly replying, "I'm fine." Jiangcheng rubbed his hands together, guilt evident on his face. "My uncle asked me to look after you, yet I was the last in class to find out you were on sick leave. Please don't be angry with me." Wen Ai stared at the classroom door. What is there to be angry about? He shot a surprised look at Jiangcheng, thinking to himself how only yesterday he had been sweet-talking someone, and now he was acting all sour. Wen Ai took out his phone, pressed the power button, but the screen remained dark.
See?
During the exams, I didn't have time to charge it. In truth, the phone had only shut down that morning, but he preferred Jiangcheng remain oblivious. Jiangcheng chuckled, "I knew it. We're so close. You must have run out of options to contact me." Ha. During class, Wen Ai's eyes frequently darted towards Su Changzhou, who appeared unfazed, likely having fared well in the office, though there was a hint of fatigue in his brow, suggesting he hadn't rested well the previous night. After class, Wen Ai returned Su Changzhou's coat, placing a gold card on the desk. "This is a token of gratitude for yesterday. Let us settle the account." Su Changzhou froze momentarily, his jaw tightening, his expression darkening. Wen Ai nudged the card forward. "Take it, no matter how modest your family is. It can't compare to this card." Su Changzhou abruptly stood up. Wen Ai braced himself, expecting a confrontation, but Su didn't spare him a glance and walked out of the classroom. Wen Ai stared at the gleaming card on the desk, feeling remorse for his inconsiderate act. In truth, he had wanted to express his gratitude to Su Changzhou properly. While Jiangcheng had ignored him when he was ill, it was Su who had stepped up to care for him. Hearing about it from the butler that morning had genuinely touched him. However, he was also driven by an urgent desire to uncover his lost memories, believing they contained something of great significance. Suddenly, the system chimed in, "Congratulations. You have truly humiliated the male lead for the first time." Wen Ai felt even more troubled. I know. The system replied, "Cack, you're being harsh with me." Wen Ai sighed, "Go play Snake or something, I'm begging you." After standing there for a moment, he silently pocketed the card and felt compelled to seek out Su Changzhou. He found Su outside the classroom, hands resting on the railing, head lowered, back hunched. The wind tousled his hair, creating an image of profound sadness and solitude. It was evident to anyone observing that he was either heartbroken or simply hadn't eaten breakfast. Wen Ai approached and stood beside him, asking aimlessly, "Have you eaten?" Su Changzhou blinked in surprise and shook his head. Wen Ai withdrew his hands from his pockets to reveal 2 chocolate liqueurs resting in his palm. He extended his hand towards Su Changzhou. "Here, I'll treat you." Su Changzhou's expression softened considerably. He accepted one, slowly unwrapping it. "Do you like these?" No sooner had he spoken than Wen Ai found a piece being placed into his mouth. Instinctively, he bit into it, the rich flavor of alcohol flooding his senses. He turned to Su Changzhou, confused. Why are you giving these to me? Didn't you skip breakfast? Su Changzhou caught another chocolate that fell and skillfully unwrapped it, feeding it to Wen Ai. I'm allergic to alcohol. Wen Ai's cheeks were stuffed full. Are you really allergic, or are you genuinely upset? Su Changzhou busied himself with the chocolate wrapper, remaining silent. Wen Ai nudged him with his elbow. Come on, say something. I've come all this way to find you, and you're still acting aloof? Su Changzhou lifted his gaze to glance at him. I'm not angry. Wen Ai was unconvinced. Then why are you just standing out here? Su Changzhou folded the wrapper and tucked it into his pocket, thinking. Wen Ai leaned closer, eyes wide with curiosity. What are you thinking about? Su Changzhou regarded him intently.
You will know in due time.
Wen Ai shivered slightly, feeling an unsettling resonance with that phrase, as if it echoed the ominous warning of a decade later. The next morning, Jiang Chung placed a square box on Wen Ai's desk. Wen Ai glanced at the label, puzzled. Why are you giving me a power bank? Jiang Chung opened the box and connected the data cable to Wen Ai's phone. Now you don't have to worry about running out of battery and losing contact with me. Wen Ai replied, a power bank isn't infinite. It will eventually run out. Besides, you should be giving this to your girlfriend. Jiang Chung waved it off. Why would I give it to her? If we can't connect, we'll just wait until we can. Wen Ai couldn't help but recall Jiang Chung's earlier declarations of showering his little crush with affection, feeling a sense of irony. On Friday, with no evening study session, classes ended around 4. Wen Ai sat firmly in his seat, waiting for most of his classmates to leave before he grabbed a broom from the back of the classroom and approached Su Changzhou. Su Changzhou pursed his lips slightly. What are you doing? Wen Ai smiled at him. Stop pretending. The homeroom teacher is surely going to make you clean up. No one who is caught late escapes this punishment. Su Changzhou looked at the broom in Wen Ai's hands. Then you. Wen Ai thrust the broom handle toward him. I'm here to supervise you, of course. Wen Ai picked a broken piece of chalk from the blackboard tray, weighing it in his hand before tossing it at Su Changzhou's head. Remarkably, Su seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, without even lifting his gaze. He turned slightly, and the chalk grazed his hair. Wen Ai raised an eyebrow, tossing a dozen more pieces, all of which missed their mark. He huffed in frustration. I'm done. With that, he plopped down onto the teacher's desk, remaining motionless. Su Changzhou approached and poked his arm. Wen Ai, clearly displeased, shrugged him off. Sulking in silence. Su then poked his forehead, and Wen Ai shot him a glare with his round eyes, turning his head defiantly away. Su Changzhou gazed at the back of his head, a silent smirk gracing his lips. After a prolonged silence, Wen Ai found himself puzzled, when suddenly a shadow loomed above him. Su Changzhou's hands rested on either side of his body, encircling him entirely. Why do you have such a penchant for smashing things? Tennis balls, chalk. What shall you shatter next? Surrounded by Su Changzhou's presence, Wen Ai could faintly sense the warmth radiating from his chest against his back. His mind momentarily blanked, and his lips betrayed him. I have only smashed you. Chapter 8. You have a crush on me. This year's first snowfall was particularly heavy, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of snow that swallowed one's shoes upon stepping in. As Wen Ai alighted from the vehicle at the school gate and made his way to the classroom, his hands had already turned cold in his pockets. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately noticed that the air conditioning was off, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Inquiring with a classmate seated near the air conditioner, he confirmed his fears. It was indeed broken. With no other option, Wen Ai retrieved his water cup, intending to fill it with hot water to warm his hands, only to discover that the dispenser was devoid of water. This was truly a predicament. Mustering his courage, he approached Su Changzhou's desk and asked, Are you drinking from this cup? If not, may I borrow it to warm my hands? I promise to return it once it's warmed up. Su Changzhou handed him the cup, saying, It contains milk. You may have it. The moment Wen Ai grasped the cup, he felt as though he were cradling a small son, warm, yet delightfully comforting, banishing the chill from his body. Throughout the entire morning self-study session, he clung to the cup, habitually sipping from it. Realizing he could no longer return it to Su Changzhou, he decided to finish the entire cup of milk. After consuming the warm milk, Wen Ai felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The lullaby-like sounds around him made his eyelids heavy. It wasn't long before he succumbed to sleep. The English teacher, striding in her high heels, approached with a furrowed brow and roused him from his slumber. Wen Ai, groggy and disoriented, gazed up at her with a flushed left cheek from where it had rested on the desk. The teacher's heart softened, and the reprimand that had been on her lips transformed into gentle advice. Don't sleep like that. You'll catch a cold. This made Wen Ai's right cheek redden as well. When class ended, Wen Ai playfully tossed a metaphorical pot at Su Changzhou, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your cup of milk, I wouldn't have fallen asleep in class." Su Changzhou caught the imaginary pot effortlessly and slung it over his shoulder, replying, "You make a valid point." His calm demeanor rendered Wen Ai unable to sustain his annoyance, and after a moment of silent contemplation, he merely huffed in response. Su Changzhou reassured him, "I'll bring you coffee in the future. That should keep you awake during class." At the time, Wen Ai thought nothing of it, until the next morning when he discovered a cup of coffee awaiting him on his desk, realizing that Su Changzhou had not been speaking idly. Though Wen Ai was not particularly fond of coffee and had found it lackluster in previous attempts, upon tasting this particular cup that Su Changzhou had prepared, he suddenly grasped the appeal of coffee. Shaking the cup slightly, he inquired, "Did you make this?" Su Changzhou nodded. "How does it taste?" Wen Ai deliberately sipped a couple more times before replying, "It's all right." A flicker of amusement danced in Su Changzhou's eyes. Noticing a familiar design on the cup, Wen Ai exclaimed, "Isn't this the same puppy from last time?" Su Changzhou raised an eyebrow. "Have you seen it before?" "Yes, I caught a glimpse during class," Wen Ai admitted, raising the cup to point at the puppy. "It's so adorable. Look at those round eyes and that nose. If it were a person, it would be an exceptionally cute boy." Su Changzhou interjected, "When I drew it, I had a boy in mind." Feigning surprise, Wen Ai replied, "Oh, so it was your artwork. Quite impressive." Su Changzhou smirked. "Drink up, it will get cold." Wen Ai tilted his head back and finished the coffee, believing the matter had come to a close. However, to his astonishment, on the third morning, he discovered yet another coffee cup adorned with a different depiction of the puppy. As the days turned into a week, this delightful ritual solidified into a daily habit. Wen Ai grew accustomed to waking up to a cup of coffee each morning, relishing the charmingly whimsical puppy on the cup. The puppy's expressions and poses varied daily, making Wen Ai feel as if he were following a serialized comic. On the eve of the new year, Zhao's father and mother, as per tradition, declined all invitations and granted the butler and servants time off. The three of them gathered to roll dough and make dumplings, sharing a simple yet heartwarming New Year's Eve dinner. In this affluent neighborhood, when the clock struck midnight, the sky erupted into a brilliant display of fireworks, illuminating the night like day. Standing by the window, Wen Ai spotted a firework shaped like a puppy, resembling the one from his cup. He captured the moment and shared it on social media with the caption, "Pirated version." 20 minutes later, Su Changzhou sent him a WeChat message. Wen Ai opened the image to find the puppy dressed in a festive red coat, performing a bow. Su Changzhou quickly followed up with 2 words, "Genuine." Wen Ai chuckled, collapsing onto his bed in laughter. As the new school term commenced, Wen Ai noticed Su Changzhou had acquired a new sketchbook with a colorful cover. Based on his observations from the previous semester, Su Changzhou typically favored monochromatic covers, predominantly in black, white, and gray. The sudden appearance of a vibrantly adorned sketchbook piqued Wen Ai's curiosity. During the break, Wen Ai attempted to sneak a peek, but before he could extend his neck, Su Changzhou swiftly closed the colorful sketchbook and tucked it into his backpack. Approaching his desk, Wen Ai eyed him suspiciously. "What are you hiding?" Su Changzhou replied nonchalantly, "Nothing." Wen Ai extended his hand. "I don't believe you. Show me." Su Changzhou pursed his lips. "It's empty." "Not worth seeing." Wen Ai slowly lowered his hand. "Then never mind." Just as he finished speaking, his hand pivoted to grab Su Changzhou's backpack, but Su Changzhou expertly caught his wrist. Exasperated, "Stop messing around." A few days later, Wen Ai realized he had spoken too soon. Su Changzhou had left the colorful sketchbook at home and had not brought it to school. He had asked Su Changzhou several times, but each time received a firm refusal. Eventually, Wen Ai set the matter aside, as he was preoccupied with his own struggles and limited in energy. When the second year of high school began, Wen Ai's class consisted of only a handful of students opting for science, naturally leading to their separation, while the remaining students pursuing the arts stayed together. Wen Ai continued to share class with his familiar companions, Su Changzhou, Jiang Cheng, and Sun Mingjin. Upon entering their third year, they faced the transition to a new classroom. The school had constructed a dedicated building for the graduating class, serene and secluded, ideal for focused study. While it sounded appealing, the building was inconveniently distant from the cafeteria and stores. If the cafeteria represented the city center, then they, the beleaguered third-year students, had been relegated to a rural area. Yet this was an established tradition of the school, and everyone was required to endure it at least once. With a heavily laden backpack and a crate of books in his arms, Wen Ai noticed a bag of books and study supplies still on the floor. Just then, Su Changzhou, having finished packing, approached him. Seeing Wen Ai struggling, he offered to help carry the bag. "Let's go." The journey to the new classroom would take at least 10 minutes, even unencumbered, and with Wen Ai's heavy load, he found himself faltering halfway. He set the crate down, exclaiming, "It's too heavy. I need a moment." Su Changzhou stood straight, one arm cradling the books, the other holding the bag, offering, "Shall I help you?" Wen Ai shot him a glare. "What help can you offer? If you're capable, carry me and the books over there." Su Changzhou considered for a moment. That's not out of the question. Wen Ai turned his head away. "I can't afford to lose face." Su Changzhou fell silent. Their new classroom was located on the second floor, designed differently from the previous one, with desks arranged in pairs. Upon arriving, they found only solitary seats remaining. A few girls whispered among themselves upon their entrance, and one girl sitting alone stood up to move, saying, "You can sit here. I'll take a seat at the back." Wen Ai gazed at Su Changzhou in confusion, his large, round eyes misty with uncertainty. Su Changzhou glanced down at him and instructed, "You sit inside." As their eyes met, a chorus of suppressed shrieks erupted from a group of girls nearby. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow tightly and queried Sun Mingjin beside him, "What are they squealing about?" Sun Mingjin replied with a frown, "Why don't you ask them yourself?" Jiang Cheng recalled how Wen Ai had urged him to leave first when they were relocating classrooms, and a wave of annoyance washed over him. Forget it then. Previously, Wen Ai and Su Changzhou had sat adjacent to each other, but now the absence of the 6 or 7 centimeters between them made a palpable difference. The physical closeness was one aspect, another was how easily their belongings became intertwined. Frequently, Wen Ai's 2B pencil would leap onto Su Changzhou's desk, while Su Changzhou's ruler would find its way into Wen Ai's pencil holder. Eventually, Wen Ai grew too lazy to distinguish whose was whose, grabbing whatever he could find without a care. In their final year, there would be a school trip scheduled for the winter break of their senior year. As the end of the semester approached, the school announced the potential destinations for this excursion, most of which were famous tourist spots in Europe. The class monitor distributed a form for everyone to fill out and submit their choices. Wen Ai inscribed his name and student number, biting the tip of his pen as he surveyed the plethora of place names. He leaned towards Su Changzhou and inquired, "What did you choose?" Su Changzhou leaned back slightly to allow Wen Ai a clearer view. Wen Ai noticed an empty form. "Haven't decided yet?" "This indecisiveness is unlike you." Su Changzhou turned to him and asked, "Where do you want to go?" Wen Ai was taken aback. "Are you following my choice?" Su Changzhou replied earnestly, "Would you like me to?" A smile graced Su Changzhou's lips. "Then that means I would." The deep, melodious laughter that slipped into Wen Ai's ears ignited a ticklish sensation deep within, prompting him to rub his ear. "I have difficulty making choices." Su Changzhou took his form and marked a check in a certain box. Wen Ai mused to himself that this swift decision indicated Su Changzhou had already made up his mind. As the deadline for submitting the forms approached, Wen Ai received a WeChat message from Jiang Cheng asking about his choice. Glancing back, Wen Ai saw Jiang Cheng lounging in the last row, pencil in mouth, seemingly disinterested. The Aegean Sea? Why choose such a romantic place? It feels awkward to check that box without a partner. Jiang Cheng replied, "Haha, then I'll choose that too. My cousin will take you flying." After the final exams concluded, groups of students set off for their various travels. Wen Ai pulled his suitcase towards the airport to join the group, spotting Su Changzhou towering above the others from a distance. Over the past 2 years, Su Changzhou had grown to nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and long legs. Today, he wore boots that accentuated his height, leaving little room for the other male classmates. Upon arriving at Santorini, the local time was already 10 in the evening. They had endured a 17-hour flight, which included a layover, leaving them utterly exhausted. The supervising teacher led the 20-odd students to the hotel, fumbling through his pockets for a room allocation list, yawning profusely, even shedding tears from fatigue. After distributing the room cards with great effort, the teacher hurried off to his room to adjust to the time difference. The list was organized by student number, placing Wen Ai and Jiang Cheng in the same room. Jiang Cheng cheerfully helped Wen Ai with his luggage when Su Changzhou unexpectedly approached, requesting to swap rooms with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's expression soured immediately. "Who do you think you are? Don't go looking for trouble." Wen Ai, feeling drowsy, rubbed his eyes and asked, "Why do you want to change rooms?" Su Changzhou pointed to a classmate nearby, and then to Jiang Cheng. "They snore when they sleep." Jiang Cheng's confidence wavered, assuring Wen Ai, "I'll try not to. I can wait until you fall asleep before I do." Initially, Wen Ai had not considered it, but Su Changzhou's words prompted him to decisively switch Jiang Cheng out. Once inside the room, Wen Ai rummaged through his suitcase for fresh clothes, took a shower in the bathroom, and collapsed onto the bed afterward. A low, husky voice brushed against his ear. "Good morning." Chapter 9. Come. You have a crush on me. Wen Ai felt his entire body stiffen. He could distinctly sense Su Changzhou's robust heartbeat, each thump seemingly striking against his back. With his eyes closed, Su Changzhou's voice was laced with drowsiness as he murmured, "Sleep a bit longer." Wen Ai pushed away Su Changzhou's arm that was wrapped around his waist and sat up abruptly. "What are you doing on my bed?" Su Changzhou opened his eyes and slowly sat up. "There's only one bed in the room." Wen Ai continued to interrogate, "Then why are you hugging me while sleeping?" Su Changzhou replied helplessly, "You crawled into my blanket yourself." He pointed towards the edge of the bed, and indeed, beneath it was a cotton blanket. Nevertheless, Wen Ai remained skeptical. "I never kick off the covers when I sleep." Su Changzhou rubbed his temples. "Last night, you not only kicked off the covers but also kicked me." Wen Ai's legs beneath the blanket fidgeted awkwardly.
Well,
"I might be a little unfamiliar with the bed." Suddenly, he froze, recalling how he had flung himself onto the bed in just a t-shirt, noticing now that his legs were bare. Seeing him tense up again, Su Changzhou asked, "Where's your suitcase?" Wen Ai's heart raced. "Why do you want to know?" Su Changzhou's lips curled into a secretive smile. "To help you get your pants." Wen Ai's mind exploded with embarrassment. Su Changzhou indeed knew. He threw a pillow at him, glaring at Su Changzhou, his cheeks flushed. "Mind your own business." Su Changzhou did not dodge, accepting the hit as he dressed and got off the bed to find the suitcase. 2 minutes later, Su Changzhou discovered the suitcase in the living room and pushed it to the bedside. "Get up, it's time for breakfast." Wen Ai flipped over, burying his face in the pillow, feigning sleep. Su Changzhou turned and entered the small kitchen, and soon the familiar aroma of coffee filled the air. This roused Wen Ai from his slumber. The tour guide accompanying the group was a very talkative Greek man, fluent in both Chinese and English, and most importantly, he was tall and handsome, with a particularly charming smile. As the classmates observed their teacher blushing and trailing behind the guide like a little bird, they tacitly slowed their pace, and the group gradually dispersed, each wandering off on their own. While meandering through a souvenir shop, Wen Ai was captivated by a box of rings, bronze bands set with miniature replicas of ancient Greek coins, quite distinctive. He tried one on, but to his surprise, it wouldn't come off. He struggled with it, his finger becoming red and swollen, while the rings seemed to have taken root. Panicking, Wen Ai hastily found Su Changzhou beneath the shelf of sailboat models, showing his hand. Su Changzhou furrowed his brow and attempted to remove it as well, but to no avail. "Oh no." Wen Ai's eyes brimmed with tears. "My finger." Hearing the hint of a sob in his voice, Su Changzhou felt both amused and pained. "Don't worry, there will be a way." Wen Ai's voice trembled. "You promise?" Su Changzhou replied earnestly, "I promise." Nearby, A few girls watching them excitedly clutched their phones. Girl A, oh my goodness. Girl B, we got it. Girl C, sweet as candy. Su Changzhou examined the ring closely. This is a women's ring. Wen Ai wiped the hand cream off his finger with a tissue and muttered, I didn't know. They were all in the same box. Su Changzhou advised, make sure to look carefully before wearing one next time. Wen Ai, still shaken, replied, I won't wear it again. Ever. Su Changzhou poked his swollen middle finger. That may not be the case. Su Changzhou waited for him at the entrance on the first floor. In the meantime, he approached the girls and transferred the photos they had just taken onto his phone. The pictures were taken from the side, capturing Su Changzhou holding Wen Ai's left hand with one hand while gripping the ring on Wen Ai's middle finger with the other, creating an illusion as if he were putting it on. It looked picturesque and blissful, even through the screen. One could sense the sweetness. However, this photo caught the attention of Jiang Cheng. That evening, girls A, B, and C gathered on the hotel terrace, chatting and excitedly mentioning Wen Ai's name. Jiang Cheng, passing by, overheard and felt increasingly uneasy, stopping them to inquire further. As he departed the terrace, his expression was ominously dark. He sought a spacious area to smoke, lighting one cigarette after another, littering the ground with butts. After wiping his face, he knocked on Wen Ai's door. Wen Ai, wearing a jacket over his t-shirt, opened the door, a large expanse of collarbone visible. What's wrong? Jiang Cheng's gaze lingered below his neck before he awkwardly tore it away. I heard your hand was injured. Wen Ai raised his left hand to glance at it. His middle finger had completely depuffed. It's not an injury, it's all healed. After a pause, seeing Jiang Cheng remain silent, Wen Ai asked, Cousin, is there anything else? I want to sleep. The term cousin seemed to pierce Jiang Cheng like a needle. Abruptly awakening him, he hastily muttered goodnight and left in a hurry. He was aware of his deeper feelings for Wen Ai, which he had previously refused to acknowledge. But now, with the spark ignited, those feelings were thrust into the open light of day. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng laughed, a twisted expression forming on his face. Su Changzhou reached out a hand to hold him back. If you move any further, you'll fall. Wen Ai froze in place. The bedroom fell silent. After 20 minutes, the sound of sheets rustling resumed as the caterpillar again wriggled its clumsy body. Sleep now. Tomorrow I'll take you to the beach to watch the sunrise. Wen Ai truly remained still this time. Wen Ai cradled his coffee for warmth, stealing a glance at the cup's design. The puppy on it still appeared adorably silly, its left front paw raised, adorned with a circular ring. Wen Ai raised the cup before Su Changzhou. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Did you include what happened yesterday? Su Changzhou nodded. Yes. His gaze softened as he looked at Wen Ai. Not embarrassing at all. The architecture on this slope of Santorini was adorned in blue and white, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding azure sea. As they descended towards the beach, it was only 6:15. Su Changzhou smiled, taking a long stride to catch up to Wen Ai. They chose a spot to sit side by side, with the vast blue sea before them and the island's lights behind. The sky gradually brightened, and Wen Ai hugged his knees, gazing at the horizon, filled with unspoken anticipation. He nudged Su Changzhou's shoulder. I should have brought my DSLR from home. Even though I'm not very skilled, capturing a moment would be nice. Su Changzhou held his hand, placing the earphones in Wen Ai's ears. Wen Ai was enveloped by melodious tunes and poignant lyrics. Isn't it supposed to be an unspoken bond when you love someone? I thought you understood every time I look at you, the secrets I hide, warming into coffee every morning, quietly handing it to you. Wen Ai's heart skipped a beat, the coffee in his hand suddenly feeling scalding. He turned to Su Changzhou, whose eyes no longer held the indifference of their first meeting but were instead filled with eagerness, openness, tenderness, and love. In a panic, Wen Ai nearly fled. The sun rose behind him, illuminating the entire island and revealing all the secrets that lay beneath. Chapter 10. Come. You have a crush on me. His mind was in utter disarray, filled with various images of moments spent with Su Changzhou, while the song he had just heard played on repeat in his head. It was astonishing that he could remember it so clearly, despite it being his first encounter with it. Wen Ai rose and splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom, gazing into the mirror. pondering how Su Changzhou could possibly have developed feelings for him. Just how deep were those feelings? It seemed he had done nothing significant for Su Changzhou. With a sigh, Wen Ai muttered, "System, we need to talk." The system replied gravely, "Speak." Wen Ai continued, "I recall inquiring about the romantic developments between the protagonists, and you assured me everything would be fine." The system responded, "You asked me this 2 years ago, didn't you?" Wen Ai retorted, "If I don't ask, will you completely disregard it? Is your memory being consumed by a game of Snake?" The system fell silent. Wen Ai, horrified, exclaimed, "Am I correct? Your memory is indeed that limited?" The system snapped back, "What's wrong with having limited memory? What do you expect, using your family's resources?" Wen Ai interjected, No, let's get back to the matter at hand." He sighed again. Emotions were not as malleable as a simple pen that he could twist as he pleased. What if he broke it carelessly? Su Changzhou's footsteps approached, halting at the foot of the bed, his tone unchanged. "It's nearly mealtime. Get up and dress." Wen Ai remained unmoving. Su Changzhou pressed on. "Did you not express a desire for seafood yesterday? I've made a reservation." Wen Ai continued to stay put. Su Changzhou added, "I know you're awake. If you don't get up soon, I'll turn off the heating." Wen Ai felt a pang of urgency and abruptly threw off the covers, sitting up in anger. "What exactly do you want?" Su Changzhou looked directly into his eyes and calmly replied, "I have no particular intentions. If this morning's events displeased you, I apologize, but I shall not relent." "That's precisely what I fear." Wen Ai, deflated like a punctured balloon, made his way to the bathroom. "Send me the restaurant address to my phone. I'll join you after my shower." He stepped aside, and Su Changzhou followed suit. "All right." After finishing his shower, Wen Ai found the room empty. He opened WeChat and forwarded Su Changzhou's address to Sun Mingjin, inviting her to join him for dinner. At noon, Wen Ai and Sun Mingjin arrived at the seafood restaurant. Wen Ai seated Sun Mingjin next to Su Changzhou and took a seat directly across from her, unable to meet Su Changzhou's gaze, feeling guilty. Initially, Sun Mingjin thought she was the sole invitee, only to discover another classmate was present. However, she soon sensed Su Changzhou's unusually low mood, akin to a storm cloud looming overhead, prompting her to wisely remain silent. The table fell into an uncomfortable silence until the waiter appeared, breaking the stillness. Su Changzhou ordered a plethora of Wen Ai's favorite dishes, concluding with a mango mousse. In the past, Wen Ai would not have thought anything amiss, but now it felt overly intimate. He picked up his glass and took a sip of water, attempting to mask his discomfort. Su Changzhou suddenly remarked, "That's my glass." Soon after, when Su Changzhou needed a drink, he bypassed the new glass in front of him and reached for the one Wen Ai had used, drinking the remaining water in one go. Wen Ai, Sun Mingjin. Wen Ai intended to suggest they explore together, but Su Changzhou interjected first.
Goodbye.
Sun Mingjin quickly excused herself, content with the morsel of drama she had witnessed, aware that indulging further would only lead to complications. Wen Ai shot Su Changzhou a glare. "Why did you interrupt me?" Su Changzhou's voice turned cold. "Did you invite me here just to ask her to join?"
Wen Ai,
feeling guilty, averted his gaze. "No, I ran into her on the way here." On the first day of school, he had approached Sun Mingjin in the back row, hoping to switch seats with her. Jiang Cheng, her desk mate, enthusiastically endorsed the idea. Sun Mingjin, however, felt conflicted. She had no desire to sit next to Su Changzhou in the cold air. "Why don't you ask someone else? I'm not keen on switching. It has to be you. You are the female lead, and he is the male lead. The two of you should be at the same table." Wen Ai's pleading eyes reflected desperation. "I want to sit with my cousin. Su Changzhou, surely when do you want to move? So it's only possible if I switch with you." Sun Mingjin sighed, realizing the dilemma this posed. Su Changzhou found Wen Ai in the back row, grasping his wrist and pulling him towards the door. Jiang Cheng slammed his hand on the table, standing up. "Are you trying to take him in front of me? Let him go." Su Changzhou's expression was stern, his voice icy. "Step aside." The two fought from the classroom to the hallway, and then to the stairwell, their blows fierce, as if they were releasing pent-up emotions. Initially, others attempted to intervene, but soon they found themselves retreating, one by one, too intimidated to approach. Wen Ai watched in bewilderment. The two had barely spoken before, What could have ignited such animosity? Not wanting to remain idle, Wen Ai seized the opportunity and rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Su Changzhou's waist, pulling him back. What on earth are you doing? Seeing Wen Ai approach, Jiang Qing halted, concerned for his safety. Su Changzhou relaxed, allowing Wen Ai to tug him to the corner of the stairwell. Wen Ai examined Su Changzhou's face, noting a split on his lip and a bruise on his cheekbone, appearing rather disheveled. Is this really amusing? Is this what you wanted? Su Changzhou looked down at him. Why do you want to switch seats? Wen Ai pressed his lips together. Sitting next to you disrupts my studies. Su Changzhou smirked, yet his eyes held no warmth. Do you believe changing seats will allow you to avoid me? Wen Ai felt a shiver run down his spine. What do you mean by avoiding? You're exaggerating. Su Changzhou stepped closer to Wen Ai. Why can't you accept me? Wen Ai held back his thoughts for a long time before finally pushing him away forcefully, disgusted. What gives you the right? After that day, Su Changzhou ceased to seek out Wen Ai, their encounters reduced to mere nods and passing glances. A month before the college entrance examination, Su Changzhou unexpectedly withdrew from school, attended by a man in a black suit, whose calloused hands suggested years spent wielding a firearm. Wen Ai remarked, that man in a black suit looks rather intimidating. The system replied, he's merely a subordinate, nothing to fear. Wen Ai mused, if even subordinates appear so fierce, what might Su Changzhou become? Had I known, I wouldn't have spoken so harshly. What if he seeks revenge? The system bluntly stated, prepare yourself. Trouble is looming. Wen Ai replied, don't frighten me. I'm terrified. The system continued, isn't it true? The male protagonist's attitude towards you these past few months has been utterly tsk. It's evident that relationships devoid of a narrative foundation are but paper tigers, easily toppled by the wind. 1 week before the entrance exams, Wen Ai was summoned by Zhao's father into his study. Upon exiting, he held an offer from Columbia University in his hands. Shortly after, his phone buzzed with a call from Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing asked, Shu Yan, guess what I have in my hands? Wen Ai replied, I suspect it's the same as what I have. Jiang Qing chuckled, for the next 4 years, I'll continue to protect you. Wen Ai quipped, sure. But before high school, you said the same thing, and yet these past 3 years it was still Su, cough, I need to take a shower now. Jiang Qing responded, alright, good night. On the evening following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, the class gathered for a farewell dinner. After several bottles of wine, even those who typically kept their distance found themselves embracing and weeping openly. Jiang Qing, intoxicated, stood atop the table speaking in English, his accent gradually transforming into an Indian lilt, eliciting peals of laughter from his classmates as they nearly upended the table in mirth. A girl named Si recorded the moment on her phone, exclaiming, I wonder what it's like when Su Xiaogong gets drunk. When Ai recognized that she was referring to Su Changzhou and silently mused, Su Changzhou is allergic to alcohol. He will likely never experience such drunken antics. Another girl, A, set down her beer bottle and playfully banged her fists together, declaring to girl C, it must be like this. First you do this to the little receiver, then that, and so forth. Girl B, her eyes alight with longing, remarked, oh, I would love to witness that. When Ai, feeling a wave of embarrassment, quietly distanced himself. In early September, when Ai bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Zhao at the airport and entered the boarding gate alongside Jiang Qing, wiping away a tear as he turned. Upon arriving in New York, the two spent a few days enjoying the hotel before finally registering at school. Their dormitory assignments were random, when Ai was placed in a double room while Jiang Qing was assigned to a triple room, meaning they would not reside in the same building. After helping Wen Ai settle into his dorm, Jiang Qing hurried off to his own, gifting Wen Ai a new phone with a preset number before departing. Once alone in the dorm, Wen Ai explored the space, familiarizing himself with the amenities. The apartment was quite satisfactory, featuring a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, though both bedrooms were rather small. Wow, if you were to join our club, you would undoubtedly be in high demand, he remarked to a blonde, brown-eyed boy, flamboyantly dressed, who extended a hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Zhao Shuyan, a Chinese national. Your new roommate. The boy replied, I'm Russian, my name is quite long, just call me Danny. As Danny shook Wen Ai's hand, His thumb casually brushed against Wen Ai's skin. "Your skin is remarkably smooth. I've never seen anyone so youthful in our club," he said with a flirtatious wink. "You'll find out soon enough." Half a month later, Wen Ai finally understood what Danny meant by club, which turned out to be a homosexual dating establishment. One night, he was awakened by raucous noises from the adjacent room, where Danny was engaged in passionate intimacy with a man, his cries particularly uninhibited. Unable to endure the disturbance any longer, Wen Ai got up and knocked on Danny's door, hoping for a modicum of quiet. Danny, shrugging helplessly, informed Wen Ai, "Moaning is a sign of respect for one's partner, and I cannot control my voice during such moments, so I'm afraid I cannot comply with your request." Wen Ai was taken aback, thinking to himself how quickly Jiang Cheng had acted. He had sent a text the night before, and today, the situation had escalated rather dramatically, leaving the other man looking rather disheveled. Turning to Danny, Wen Ai offered, "Come in, let me apply some medicine for you." Danny's face contorted in terror as he stepped back, waving his hands as if Wen Ai's room were a forbidden zone. No, I cannot enter. This will heal in a few days." With that, Danny fled, leaving Wen Ai perplexed about what Jiang Cheng had done to frighten him so. After closing the door, Wen Ai attempted to call Jiang Cheng, but received no answer and decided against trying again. He remained silent for a moment before replying, "It's fine. He has already apologized to me." Jiang Cheng yawned and said, "That's good to hear. If that brat pulls any more tricks, just let me know." He continued, "I recall you have no classes this afternoon. Where are you now? Shall we meet up?" When Ai looked up at the towering skyscrapers around him. "I'm on Wall Street, just wandering aimlessly." Logical and reasonable, full marks. As he passed a hot dog stand, Wen Ai casually purchased one and found a public bench to sit down, savoring his meal leisurely. The system chimed in, "How dare you eat a hot dog in the male lead's territory? Aren't you afraid of being bagged?" Wen Ai scoffed. "What do you mean his territory? Wall Street is vast. And he only occupies one building. Can I eat a hot dog in public?" The system replied, "Sure, go ahead, enjoy your meal." Su Changzhou waved him off as he munched on his hot dog, simultaneously opening his phone. The screen displayed a map of New York, with a small blue, moving slowly before finally stopping at the dormitory area of Columbia University. Su Changzhou tapped the blue with his finger, his voice gentle. "Wait for me." Chapter 11. Come, you secretly like me. Fortunately, Wen Ai soon discovered a newly opened delivery restaurant online, conveniently located near the university. The flavors were remarkably reminiscent of his favorite little eatery from high school, situated right at the school gate. He and Su Changzhou used to frequent that place every few days, sampling every dish from its extensive menu. Now, being abroad, finding a restaurant with such a striking similarity felt like a treasure unearthed. The delivery service was exceptionally swift. On the first occasion, a burly Caucasian man arrived in a black suit, his demeanor serious and far from that of a typical delivery person. If not for the bag containing food boxes in his hands, Wen Ai might have hesitated to open the door. After handing over the bag, the man left. As he turned, Wen Ai noticed a scar on the back of his neck, resembling a gunshot wound. This immediately conjured thoughts of Su Changzhou, leading him to suspect that the food might be poisoned, causing him to hesitate before taking a bite. His paranoia was not unfounded. Their last confrontation had indeed been severe, and the drastic shift in Su Changzhou's demeanor suggested that he had been deeply offended. From the second delivery onward, a petite Vietnamese girl took over the task. Dressed in a beige uniform, her features were innocent and trustworthy. When Ai discreetly inquired about the previous man, the girl smiled and explained that he was the restaurant owner, who had stepped in personally due to the bustling demand that day. The scar was a remnant from an accident during his service in the military. Observing her honest demeanor, when Ai felt reassured, he doubted that with Su Changzhou's straightforward nature, he would resort to such convoluted methods if he intended to take revenge. Thus, his suspicions quickly dissipated. When Ai maintained a cordial and mutually beneficial relationship with the delivery restaurant for the next 3 years. During this period, his life remained tranquil, and gradually, he stopped worrying about any potential retaliation from Su Changzhou. He believed that Su might have even forgotten about someone as carefree as himself. With the weight lifted from his conscience, Wen Ai began to embrace life more freely, making numerous new friends and even accepting invitations to bars. Jiang Cheng, having heard of this newfound social life, rushed over. When he found Wen Ai, a group was preparing to play a game involving passing a playing card using only their mouths. One person would suck on the card while another leaned in to retrieve it, and if the card fell, their lips would inevitably collide. This game carried an undeniably flirtatious undertone. Jiang Cheng, in his element in such nightlife settings, introduced himself and suggested they switch to truth or dare, which the group initially found a bit dull, but they obliged for the sake of the new friend and grabbed an empty bottle to play. As the game commenced, Jiang Cheng seemed distracted, fixated on his phone. Sitting beside him, Wen Ai said, "If you have something to attend to, feel free to leave. I can manage this gathering." Jiang Cheng shook his head, insisting he would stay a while longer. The new round began, and the empty bottle spun rapidly in the center of the table before gradually slowing down, ultimately pointing directly at Wen Ai. The group erupted in cheers, clamoring for a dare, their minds racing with 100 mischievous challenges awaiting the unsuspecting Eastern boy. For the first time, Wen Ai felt the intoxicating atmosphere, and in a moment of impulsive bravado, disregarding Jiang Cheng's attempts to restrain him, he chose the dare. He sighed in relief, thinking it was merely a conversation with strangers, and once it was over, they would all be just faces in the crowd. A teasing voice interjected, "It must be a man." Amidst the raucous encouragement of the group, Wen Ai stepped out of the bar. The establishment was well placed, right on the main road, bustling with pedestrians. However, when Ai's luck took a turn, as he exited, he found himself face to face with the male lead, a towering presence far superior to any passerby. 3 years had passed, yet Wen Ai remained the same delicate youth. His features refined and his aura unblemished, the innocence in his gaze undiminished. In stark contrast, Su Changzhou had undergone a profound transformation, evolving into a man of poise, wisdom, and maturity, a demeanor forged through the trials of life. Just standing there, he exuded an intimidating presence. Though Su Changzhou now wore a gentle smile, Wen Ai felt a stark inability to reclaim the former bravado he once had. Fearful of asserting himself, he lacked the courage to even meet Su Changzhou's gaze. At that moment, he resembled a frightened young rabbit, trembling and bewildered, aware of the onlookers eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. When they realized that Wen Ai had encountered a paragon of masculinity, their excitement reached a crescendo, punctuated by teasing whistles and applause, urging him to complete his dare. To forego the dare would mean accepting a penalty. 10 shots of strong liquor stood neatly arranged on the table. Merely looking at them sent a pang of dread through Wen Ai. He felt as if he were a rabbit that had hidden away for 3 years, and Su Changzhou's sudden appearance had overturned his sanctuary. His mind clouded when Ai dizzily reached for a glass, only to have it snatched away by a hand. Su Changzhou, holding the drink, addressed the circle of onlookers. "I'll drink for him." A blonde beauty gasped theatrically, observing their interaction as if witnessing a live performance. "Handsome, remember. Drinking for him counts as double." In a moment of unexpected courage, when Ai foolishly tugged at Su Changzhou's sleeve. "Aren't you allergic to alcohol?" Su Changzhou smirked, tilting his head back to down the shot in one go. Chapter 12. You secretly love me within the confines of his family. Su Changzhou underwent a myriad of rigorous training regimens. Strength, speed, combat skills, marksmanship, and even willpower were all demanded to meet exceptionally stringent standards. He had once been forcibly administered a copious amount of high-concentration alcohol and confined in a small, dark room. The ensuing severe allergic reaction manifested as large, crimson blotches on his skin, causing his body to swell and leading to uncontrollable, intermittent spasms until he ultimately collapsed onto the cold floor in a state of shock, never once casting a glance at the antihistamine syringe resting on the table. Following this episode of willpower training, Su Changzhou's tolerance for alcohol markedly increased. Although the doctors remarked that such occurrences were exceedingly rare, he was, indeed, no longer allergic to alcohol. However, he had no intention of revealing this to Wen Ai just yet. Wen Ai stared vacantly at Su Changzhou's bobbing Adam's apple, only recalling his mission to intervene when the waiter returned with 10 more glasses of liquor. "Stop drinking."
Hey, can you hear me?
Wen Ai's pleas were easily drowned out by the raucous cheers of those around them. He tiptoed closer to Su Changzhou's ear, straining to raise his voice. Yet Su Changzhou remained oblivious as he lifted another glass. Growing frantic, Wen Ai realized that 20 shots of spirits were more than sufficient to land an ordinary person in the hospital, let alone someone like Su Changzhou, who was intolerable to alcohol. Gritting his teeth, Wen Ai seized a bottle from the table and began to drink with alarming urgency, the liquid spilling over his lips and trickling down his chin, soaking his collar. As he joined in, the crowd surrounding the table erupted into a frenzy of excited shouts. Su Changzhou began to quicken his pace, and Wen Ai's eyes widened as he matched his speed. Grabbing for more drinks, his left hand still clutching one glass while his right grasped another. Unfortunately, Wen Ai was not cut out for drinking. After the first glass, dizziness set in. After the second, his limbs grew weak and his pace slowed. By the third glass, he was already nearing his limit. Upon reaching the fourth, he was reduced to swallowing instinctively. When all 20 glasses on the table had been emptied, Wen Ai was thoroughly intoxicated, standing with an empty glass in hand, giggling foolishly while intermittently belching. Su Changzhou, seemingly unaffected, snatched the glass from Wen Ai's grasp and poked his finger playfully at his nose.
Drunk?
Wen Ai gazed at him with hazy eyes and suddenly grasped his hand, rolling up his sleeve and inspecting it earnestly, nearly pressing his face against Su Changzhou's arm. Su Changzhou tilted Wen Ai's chin up to meet his gaze. "What are you looking for?" Wen Ai, still dazed, pointed at Su Changzhou's face. "Where did the little red spots go?" Su Changzhou gently took hold of his hand, his tone tender. "There are no red spots. I won't fall ill." Wen Ai looked at him blankly. "You're lying. You could be allergic." Su Changzhou smiled slightly and pressed Wen Ai's hand against his own cheek. "Feel for yourself. Don't you see no red spots?" Wen Ai touched his cheek, nodding in affirmation, then shook his head. "You can't just feel. We need to see a doctor." He tugged at Su Changzhou's arm, attempting to leave, but stumbled as his left foot caught on his right, causing him to topple forward, his forehead nearly colliding with the table's edge. Fortunately, Su Changzhou caught him just in time. Wen Ai, unceremoniously, leaned his entire weight against Su Changzhou, closing his eyes and falling asleep instantly. Su Changzhou's eyes softened with affection as he lifted Wen Ai into his arms. The onlookers, who had been mere background figures for quite some time, were now inundated with this unexpected display of affection. They were not only full of metaphorical dog food but also found themselves with it stuffed into their pockets. It was evident that Wen Ai and this exceedingly doting gentleman were well acquainted, and thus, no one attempted to intervene. Su Changzhou nodded at the crowd, cradling Wen Ai as he departed. As they passed Jiang Cheng, Su Changzhou paused momentarily. "You did well." Jiang Cheng watched their retreating figures, a surge of unwillingness welling up within him, quickly quelled by a chilling thrill. Su Changzhou brought Wen Ai to a hotel, closed the door, rolled up his sleeves, and thoroughly cleaned him from head to toe before laying him on the bed. Sitting at the edge, he gazed at Wen Ai's serene sleeping face, so obedient and tranquil that even his eyelashes remained still. Wen Ai had always been this way, as long as no one disturbed him. He could maintain one position throughout the night. Su Changzhou recalled their trip during senior year. He would often embrace Wen Ai while he slept, and the next day, he would deceive Wen Ai into believing he had crawled in on his own. Wen Ai was particularly naive. With just a few words, he would relinquish any doubts or defenses he had. Su Changzhou chuckled softly, brushing the back of his hand against Wen Ai's smooth cheek, murmuring, "Silly pup. How easily you are deceived. If you were to encounter someone with ill intentions." Su Changzhou did not continue. He remembered that he too harbored ulterior motives. He had schemed for 6 long years. From the first year of high school, he had been infatuated with Wen Ai, not only captivated by his gentle heart, but also intrigued by his seemingly ferocious facade. Thus, he quietly remained by his side, accepting his moods, tolerating his whims, and unconditionally fulfilling his various unreasonable requests. The chasm between them was vast. Family background, wealth, power, connections, each aspect stood as a barrier. Only when he ascended to a position even higher than the Zhao family could he pursue Wen Ai without restraint. And that time was now. Su Changzhou leaned down and placed gentle kisses on either side of Wen Ai's cheeks before rising to leave. A blank moment ensued. Wen Ai, drenched in cold sweat, pondered. System, did I commit any egregious acts towards Su Changzhou while intoxicated? The system's voice sounded vaguely uncertain.
No.
I think, the system continued, I can't articulate it. Wen Ai twitched his mouth. You were off duty, indulging in snake all night again, weren't you? The system acquiesced. Wen Ai sighed heavily. We're bound to face the consequences. On the bedside table lay a glass of tomato juice, specifically meant to alleviate hangovers, beneath which was a business card. Wen Ai took a sip of the juice and glanced at the card's inscription. Su Changzhou, CEO of Stuart Bank Phone. XXXXXXXXXXX. Wen Ai nearly spat the juice onto the card. Heavens! It was Su Changzhou who brought me to the hotel. I didn't drunkenly punch him, did I? He felt as though he had teetered on the brink of life and death the previous night. After a simple wash and changing into fresh clothes, Wen Ai hurriedly departed. While waiting for the elevator, he glanced at the business card again, puzzled by Su Changzhou's intentions. Did it mean he had matured and let go of his past resentments? Contemplating this line of thought, Wen Ai found it quite plausible. Just yesterday, Su Changzhou had exuded an air of accomplishment and composure, hardly resembling someone who would cling to old grievances. If that were indeed the case, then his future tasks would undoubtedly become considerably easier. Wen Ai, system, isn't the female lead about to come to America as an exchange student? The system replied, yes. This is your final opportunity. Seize it. Wen Ai was enrolled in a business school majoring in financial economics, where the professor of his core course was a staunch advocate of integrity, possessing extensive connections and resources, frequently providing students with excellent internship opportunities. In today's class, the professor proudly announced to the entire class that he had 2 internship slots available at Stuart Bank, inviting interested students to submit their resumes to his email. A stir rippled through the classroom. After a brief moment of astonishment, the students began to buzz with anticipation. Stuart Bank was a veritable myth in the global banking sector. Despite its youth, it towered over all its competitors. Securing an internship there would undoubtedly enhance any resume. Upon hearing the name, Wen Ai felt a sense of impending doom. Whoever desires to go, let them. I shall keep my distance. During the second week of class, the professor revealed the identities of the 2 fortunate recipients. When Wen Ai heard his name, he felt as if his jaw might drop to the floor. When had he even applied? How could he be unaware of such a thing? While he struggled to suppress his bewilderment, he was compelled to graciously accept the congratulations from his classmates. After what felt like an eternity, the class finally concluded, and Wen Ai swiftly approached the podium, intercepting the professor who was about to leave with his bag. With utmost seriousness, he explained his predicament. Wen Ai believed that given the number of individuals vying for this opportunity, it would not be difficult to select someone else to take his place. However, the professor firmly declined his request, delivering a lengthy discourse that essentially conveyed, whether your email was hacked or you mistakenly sent an email while sleepwalking, it ultimately stems from your own mismanagement. You cannot use this as an excuse to withdraw your application. This is a matter of trust between us. In summary, the message was clear. Whether you wish to attend or not, you must go. Chapter 13. Come. You have a crush on me. This internship was arranged for the summer vacation. Another selected intern was an enthusiastic go-getter who sought out Wen Ai the day after the final exams, proposing that they register at the company together the following day. Wen Ai, eager to procrastinate a bit longer, wished to delay for a few more days. However, he felt somewhat reassured at the thought of accompanying a classmate, so he nodded in agreement. The Stuart Building boasted 100 floors, rivaling the Empire State Building. After explaining their purpose at the front desk, Wen Ai and his companion were escorted into the elevator by a man and a woman, both seasoned employees. When the elevator halted at the 30th floor, the male assistant led Wen Ai's companion out, but just as Wen Ai was about to follow, the female senior employee stopped him. Mr. Wen, you have been assigned to a different position, not on this floor. Wen Ai responded with a no, staring silently at the row of floor buttons before him. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kelly, she said with a smile. I am the chief assistant to the president. Wen Ai felt a chill run down his spine. Which president? Kelly raised an eyebrow. Of course, it's President Su.
You must know him, right?
When AI's expression stiffened, I've never heard of him. I don't really keep up with such matters. Kelly regarded him knowingly. Is that so? When AI hesitantly inquired, where are we headed? Kelly chuckled. You'll find out shortly. He glanced at the illuminated button on the panel, which read 100. He hoped that the top floor housed the employee cafeteria. Buddha bless, Buddha bless. This floor is designated for the president's office. The rest are the workspaces for us assistants, Kelly said, striding confidently in her expensive professional attire. You will be serving as President Su's secretary. The tasks are varied. All you need to remember is to follow orders. When AI lagged behind, wishing he could take 3 steps for each one he took. What does a secretary do? Isn't it merely a modern euphemism for a personal attendant? Assistants at least have some authority over the managers beneath them, but as a secretary, he would merely serve tea and hand over toilet paper during restroom breaks. Most importantly, the person he was to serve was Su Changzhou. Kelly led Wen Ai to the door of the president's office. She knocked, reported the situation, then ushered Wen Ai inside, closing the door behind him. In the somewhat spacious office, Su Changzhou sat alone at his desk, engrossed in reviewing documents. The office's lighting and his dark suit accentuated his commanding presence, truly the image of a domineering president. Wen Ai took a deep breath. President Su, I am your intern secretary. Here to report for duty. Su Changzhou merely nodded without lifting his gaze, a nonchalant acknowledgement that left the room steeped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of paper rustling. Wen Ai stood awkwardly, unsure where to place his hands, before finally asking, Do you have any tasks for me? Su Changzhou shifted his attention to Wen Ai, scrutinizing him with an inscrutable expression. Come here. Wen Ai obediently approached, so tense that he nearly stumbled. He hesitated to drag the documents toward him, opting instead to lean awkwardly to stamp them, while Su Changzhou remained seated, offering no space between them, resulting in inevitable physical contact. As Su Changzhou continued his review, he instructed Wen Ai to stamp each document after he finished. This repeated action drew Wen Ai closer, each time compelling him to press against Su Changzhou. After several iterations, Wen Ai finally could not contain himself, cautiously suggesting, President Su, why don't you finish reviewing first? And I can stamp them all at once afterward? Su Changzhou glanced at him. Are you tired? Wen Ai shook his head. I just feel. Su Changzhou's gaze was laced with amusement. Feel what? Wen Ai dared not voice his thoughts, as Su Changzhou had maintained a serious demeanor since his entrance, seemingly devoid of any intent to tease him. At a loss for words, Wen Ai watched as Su Changzhou closed the documents and handed them to him. All right, it's done. You can place it in the filing cabinet over there. Wen Ai, feeling frustrated, replied with a simple, oh, wishing he had just held off a moment longer. Each document bore a number, and while organizing, it was imperative to return it to the correct section. Wen Ai stood before the cabinet for quite some time, finally craning his neck to locate the designated area for the document he held, which was at the very top of the cabinet. He tiptoed, stretching his arm, but each attempt fell just short. After much effort, he still could not place it. Su Changzhou approached. Can't reach? Suddenly feeling warmth behind him, Wen Ai realized Su Changzhou's chest was pressed against his back, causing him to stiffen. Su Changzhou appeared unfazed by the proximity, effortlessly taking the document from Wen Ai's hand and placing it within the cabinet's compartment. Trapped between Su Changzhou and the cabinet, Wen Ai felt utterly immobilized, trembling like a captured creature. Su Changzhou leaned down, inhaling the fragrance from Wen Ai's neck, his lips teasingly close to Wen Ai's flushed ear. His voice low and sultry. Next time, remember to ask for my help. The sound seeped into Wen Ai's ears, leaving him feeling weak and speechless. Su Changzhou gently pinched Wen Ai's waist. Did you hear me? Wen Ai, overwhelmed, tightened his grip on the cabinet, feeling both aggrieved and compliant. I understand. Su Changzhou's gaze deepened, revealing a hidden intensity, but before Wen Ai could fully process it, he stepped back and entered the restroom. Once he left, Wen Ai finally allowed himself to relax. The atmosphere Su Changzhou created was suffocating, leaving him breathless. He took deep breaths for a while, finally feeling a sense of reprieve. What a difficult boss to please. Chapter 14. Come. You secretly like me working is not as carefree as studying. There is no bell to signal the end of class or a break. Instead, everyone merely watches the clock and voluntarily adheres to their schedules. Wen Ai sat at a small desk nearby, stealing glances at the time, 12:15 p.m. Yet, the figure at the large desk remained engrossed in his work, typing away at the keyboard without a hint of intention to take a lunch break. With the leader silent, Wen Ai dared not venture off for a meal, enduring hunger while keeping him company at their posts. After some time, the clattering of keys finally ceased, and Wen Ai silently celebrated, thinking it was finally time for lunch. However, Su Changzhou pulled yet another document from the file box, reading and jotting notes, seemingly lost in his task with no end in sight. The joy that had bubbled within Wen Ai deflated instantly, and his empty stomach audibly protested. Su Changzhou paused, glanced at his watch, and frowned. It's been half an hour since lunch started. Why didn't you remind me? Rubbing his stomach. Wen Ai felt a touch aggrieved. I thought you were aware of the time. Don't you feel it when it's time to eat? I'll pay more attention next time, he added. Su Changzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, grabbed his suit jacket draped over the chair, and said, Let us go eat. Wen Ai, reluctant to accompany him, sprang up from his chair and dashed away. See you in the afternoon. Su Changzhou watched him flee with an amused yet bewildered expression, realizing that if he followed, his meal would be spoiled. The company provided a buffet-style meal, and, arriving late, Wen Ai found many dishes depleted, leaving only an empty heating rack with a few remnants at the bottom. He selected a few appealing items and sat down to fill his stomach. Halfway through his meal, he spotted Kelly and moved to sit across from her. Surprised to see him alone, Kelly quickly regained her composure and struck up a conversation. Wen Ai subtly inquired about how her professor obtained an internship opportunity, but she shrugged apologetically, indicating she was unaware, and promptly finished her rather bland salad before bidding him farewell. Aside from Kelly, Wen Ai did not know any other employees and resigned himself to focus on his meal. Americans do not typically take afternoon naps. They prefer to solve problems with coffee. However, Wen Ai found himself drowsy after eating, yearning for the comfort of his dorm bed, yet unable to find a place to rest now. Seeking solace, Wen Ai found a shaded spot on the terrace and began counting the floors of the opposite building when an unfamiliar number called his phone. He swiped the screen. Hello? Who is this? There was a moment of silence on the other end. You don't have my number? I thought I gave you my business card. Wen Ai recognized Su Changzhou's voice and stammered, I forgot. I'll save it after this call. Su Changzhou continued, Have you finished eating? Where are you now? Wen Ai wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's fine. The sun isn't strong at all. Wait, hello? Hello? He hung up. As Wen Ai gently pushed the door open, the lights in the office were already off, and the heavy curtains were drawn, casting the room in darkness. Hesitant to close the door, he gripped the handle tightly, feeling as anxious as a rabbit ready to bolt, and timidly called into the darkness. Mr. Su? Suddenly, Su Changzhou's voice responded from nearby. Yes. Startled by his proximity, Wen Ai instinctively recoiled a few steps. Su Changzhou chuckled softly. Are you scared? Wen Ai pressed himself against the wall, shaking his head vigorously. No. Su Changzhou switched on the flashlight feature on his phone, illuminating the path ahead. I'll take you to the break room for a nap. Wen Ai clung tighter to the wall, wishing he could glue himself to it. No.
I'm not sleepy.
There's still much to do this afternoon. Su Changzhou approached him, firmly grasping his wrist. Let us go. The break room was a small, private space with a bed in the center. Su Changzhou led Wen Ai to the bedside and released his wrist. Sleep. Wen Ai, seizing his newfound freedom, dashed toward the door. No, I really don't want to sleep. The break room remained dim, and as Wen Ai stumbled in the darkness, he accidentally collided with the end of the bed. Su Changzhou reached out to steady him, but they both tumbled onto the bed, the quality mattress bouncing slightly under their weight. Wen Ai, petite and delicate, felt Su Changzhou's larger frame pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. He gasped for air, his breath short and rapid, his soft whimpers causing Su Changzhou to quicken his own breathing in response. Unable to resist pressing him further into the mattress. Overwhelmed by the weight, Wen Ai let out a weak protest, pushing him away. Don't. It's uncomfortable. Su Changzhou leaned closer, his voice husky. What's uncomfortable? When AI's tears welled up, his voice thick with a plaintive tone. You're doing this on purpose. You have no good intentions. Su Changzhou's eyes reddened as he covered Wen Ai's mouth. Stop talking. When Ai's lips drooped, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, appearing utterly innocent and pitiful, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Unbeknownst to him, Su Changzhou saw through the darkness with perfect clarity. Gently, Su Changzhou brushed his damp cheek, suppressing his own rising instincts. Stop fussing, or you'll be tired this afternoon. The weight on him had already lessened, and when Ai, still fuming, pushed Su Changzhou aside. I'm done. If I can't earn credits, so be it. When Ai lingered in the dormitory all afternoon and only decided to venture out for dinner as mealtime approached. He intended to visit his usual takeout place to alleviate the turmoil caused by Su Changzhou. Following the online address, he searched for the restaurant, but found no sign of it. Was it possible there was no physical location? That seemed unlikely, as the Vietnamese girl always wore a uniform when delivering, and their website featured images of the interior. When Ai wandered around the area, finally opting to explore a nearby alley. After just a few steps inside, he found himself at a dead end. Frustrated, he brushed away the imaginary dust on his clothes. Go away, you annoying bad luck. When Ai was jolted awake by water splashing over him, although his eyes were covered with a blindfold, he could tell he was in a bathtub with someone spraying water over him. His hands were bound, but his mouth was free, prompting a barrage of questions. Who are you? Where am I? What do you want? The person with the shower head ignored him, directing water onto his face. When Ai quickly closed his mouth, falling silent. After rinsing him off, the individual spoke in broken English with a strong Spanish accent. I'll untie you. You can dry and dress yourself, or I'll help you. I'm very strong. With no other options, when Ai nodded. Once released, he swiftly removed the blindfold and found himself face to face with a robust Spanish woman. She tossed him a towel and a piece of fabric before exiting the room. Initially feeling weak upon waking, when Ai assumed it was due to being restrained during the shower, but once freed, he realized he had been drugged to sap his strength. Fortunately, the previous garments still clung to him, albeit uncomfortably damp. When Ai glanced down at the piece of fabric the elderly woman had given him, nearly widening his eyes in disbelief before flinging the grotesquely inappropriate lace underwear onto the floor. What on earth was going on? Was it not Su Changzhou who had abducted him, but rather a brothel? Seated upon the toilet. When Ai awkwardly raised a towel to dry his body while calling out to the system, what on earth is happening? I am utterly bewildered. The system replied. I am equally at a loss. When Ai continued, do you see anyone else outside besides that old woman? The system responded, no, but to speak frankly, even if you were brimming with vitality, you would still be no match for that brawny woman. With a heavy heart, when Ai admitted, I am aware. After contemplating his predicament for a moment, he reluctantly retrieved the lace underwear from the floor, sluggishly putting it on before wrapping himself in the towel and gently knocking on the bathroom door. The elderly woman, seeing his compliance, muttered something in Spanish before suddenly pressing a peculiar handkerchief over his mouth and nose. When Ai struggled briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness, once more. Upon awakening, he found his vision obscured by a black cloth, his hands bound behind his back. As he attempted to move, he realized he was kneeling on a bed, his knees pressed against the sheets, his shoulders and head resting against the fabric in an exceedingly humiliating position. Desperate, he called out for help from the system, which was equally anxious but utterly helpless in the face of despair. Finally, Su Changzhou pushed open the door to his bedroom, and the alluring scene before him rendered Wen Ai utterly motionless. Chapter 15. Come, you have a crush on me. When Ai knelt on his bed, his round and adorable dairy re-elevated high, his slender waist sagging downwards, striking a pose that was conveniently suggestive. A translucent wide lace ribbon entwined around his bare, fair body, starting from his ankle and ascending, traversing sensitive areas, partially concealing his two cherry red points on his chest, and finally wrapping from his shoulder to his wrist, binding his hands behind his back in a beautiful bow. The intense visual impact reddened Su Changzhou's eyes, his breath becoming heavy. At that moment, a message from his father arrived. Enjoy your gift to the fullest. Hearing the phone ring, Wen Ai struggled to lift his head slightly, directing his voice towards the source. Su Changzhou, is that you? Su Changzhou slowly approached the bedside, his voice low and hoarse. What do I smell like? Wen Ai tugged at the bindings on his wrists. Untie me first, then we can talk. Su Changzhou remained motionless by the bed, observing Wen Ai's flawless body from above, taking in his bewildered expression. Wen Ai suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, particularly at his backside, which felt chilly. With a hint of desperation, he exclaimed, "Did you hear me? Stop pretending to be deaf and untie me." With such a bold tone, Su Changzhou's hand hovered in the air, lightly brushing along the curves of Wen Ai's body, playfully tugging at the bow on his wrist, as if to say, "I will help you." The bow was a delicate thread that could unravel everything. Wen Ai squirmed uncomfortably, his pale flesh swaying under Su Changzhou's gaze. Su Changzhou's eyes darkened, and he smacked Wen Ai's backside. "Don't move." Wen Ai trembled from the slap, suppressing his frustration, and softened his tone to implore Su Changzhou, "I won't move. Just help me get free." Su Changzhou sat at the edge of the bed, lifting Wen Ai onto his lap, and slowly unwrapped the lace that bound him. Wen Ai, still under the influence of the drug and exhausted from holding such a pose, could barely muster the strength to speak. "Can you take off the blindfold?" Su Changzhou removed the blindfold. "Today's affair was orchestrated by my father. I was unaware beforehand."
Oh.
Wen Ai pointed at the blanket beside him. "Could you fetch me that blanket?" Su Changzhou made no move to retrieve it, calmly unwrapping the lace. "He has investigated you many times." Wen Ai, who had once been half-clothed, was now inching closer to complete nudity, and he couldn't help but urge, "I want the blanket." Su Changzhou pretended not to hear, wrapping an arm around his shoulder while using the other to extract the lace that passed over his sensitive areas. "He knows about us and is aware of my feelings for you." Stimulated, Wen Ai arched his back, trembling, and pressed his legs together. "Stop that. Give me the blanket." Su Changzhou chuckled, playfully pinching his thigh. "Open your legs." Wen Ai crossed his arms and held his legs tight, shaking his head insistently. "No, no." Su Changzhou leaned in, whispering tenderly in his ear. "You're being quite naughty. You're acting strangely." Wen Ai sensed a dangerous undertone, struggling to climb off Su Changzhou's lap, but Su Changzhou pushed his knees, forcing his legs apart, leaving them limply resting on Su Changzhou's thigh, like a child in need of a potty. Wen Ai panicked. "Let me down, I want to get down." Su Changzhou, smiling, raised his hand and pulled off the last bit of lace that clung to Wen Ai's ankle. Wen Ai, now completely bare except for sheer lace underwear, leaned against him, feeling utterly exposed. Su Changzhou lowered his head, his fingers gently grazing the white lace. "You look exquisite in this." Wen Ai shivered, a mix of anger, anxiety, and fear rendering him speechless. Su Changzhou's hand traveled to the base of his thighs, slowly kneading the tender flesh. "Do you think I hold a grudge against you? Is my affection so easily shattered in your eyes?" As sensation stirred within him, Wen Ai bit his lip, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing pitiful. "Let go of me." Su Changzhou shook his head with a smile, lifting his chin to kiss him, intertwining their tongues while gently peeling away his last shred of modesty. Eventually, Wen Ai was left vulnerable in Su Changzhou's embrace, feeling utterly drained. Su Changzhou cradled his face, showering him with a series of lingering kisses from forehead to chin. "Baby." Wen Ai's eyes widened. "Don't call me that." Su Changzhou pressed his lips against Wen Ai's flushed ear. "I'll be right back from the restroom. I'll take care of you afterward." Instinctively, Wen Ai glanced at the noticeable bulge beneath Su Changzhou's pants, quickly diverting his gaze as if burned. "It has nothing to do with me. No need to report back." After their intimate encounter, Wen Ai felt limp, his tone softened. Even his sulking seemed more like a playful pout. Su Changzhou embraced him tightly before tucking him into bed. Once the bathroom door closed, Wen Ai wrapped himself in the blanket, climbed off the bed, and rummaged through Su Changzhou's closet for a t-shirt and sweatpants. After putting them on, he looked as if he had shrunk several sizes. Wen Ai tiptoed to the entrance, hastily stuffing his feet into a pair of sneakers, and pulled the door open to leave. At the doorway, two burly bodyguards in black suits turned to face him, blocking the exit with their formidable presence. Wen Ai froze, realizing that Su Changzhou, indeed, was a formidable figure, with guards stationed at his doorstep at all times. After resolving his personal matters, Su Changzhou emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Wen Ai disheveled in front of others, he frowned and swiftly closed the door. Startled by the noise, Wen Ai instinctively pressed himself against the door, eyes wide with fear, apprehensive that Su Changzhou might seize him once more. Su Changzhou extended a hand. "Baby, come here." Wen Ai took a moment to comprehend that he was on Su Changzhou's back, biting his shoulder in irritation, mumbling, "Put me down." Su Changzhou carried the little one into the kitchen, retrieving eggs and noodles from the refrigerator. "Are you hungry? Let me cook you some noodles." Chapter 16. Your secret crush. Wen Ai found himself bound and unable to move, with only his wrists able to twist slightly. He curled his fingers into a claw and scratched Su Changzhou's back, exclaiming, "Why are you like this? I do not want to eat your, you know." Su Changzhou, who was in the midst of washing a pot, paused abruptly. "What did you say?" Wen Ai blinked, his cheeks flushing crimson. "I meant I do not want to eat your noodles." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Su Changzhou shook with suppressed laughter, causing Wen Ai to bounce slightly in frustration. "Do not laugh." Su Changzhou resumed washing the pot. "All right, I won't laugh." After some time, he placed the clean pot under the faucet to fill it with water and suddenly remarked, "I can't bear to let you do that for me." Wen Ai, puzzled, asked, "Do what?" Su Changzhou cleared his throat. Eat. You know what?" While waiting for the water to boil, Su Changzhou set a frying pan on the stove, added a piece of lard, and cracked 4 eggs into it. The kitchen soon filled with a delightful aroma. Wen Ai rested his chin on Su Changzhou's shoulder, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the frying eggs. "You can actually cook?" Su Changzhou flipped the eggs with a spatula. "I learned it specifically over the past few years." "Why bother learning to cook when you're already a big boss?" Wen Ai sniffed the air like a curious puppy. "It smells so good." Su Changzhou served the fried eggs into 2 bowls, his voice laced with amusement. "I learned to feed my dog." Wen Ai tilted his head down to the floor. "You have a dog? What breed?" "I don't see any dog hair." Su Changzhou turned to him. "I have a little silly dog that lies obediently on my back." Wen Ai was momentarily stunned, but then he bit Su Changzhou's shoulder playfully. "Do you have any pancakes?" After finishing the noodles, Su Changzhou brought the 2 bowls to the dining table and set Wen Ai down, handing him chopsticks. "Eat quickly." Before being kidnapped, Wen Ai had intended to find dinner, and now his stomach was growling with hunger. He quickly picked up a fried egg, took a big bite, and followed it with a mouthful of noodles, slurping noisily. Su Changzhou seemed unfazed by hunger, barely moving his chopsticks, merely watching Wen Ai devour his meal. Wen Ai was too preoccupied with eating to pay him any mind. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 10 o'clock. Su Changzhou was in the kitchen washing dishes while Wen Ai wandered around the apartment. He had no intention of escaping. There were bodyguards at the door, and the windows were 20 stories high. Unless a sudden surge of energy granted him wings, he was stuck there. Su Changzhou's apartment was immaculate, everything neatly organized. Wen Ai explored the study, poking around until he accidentally knocked over 2 stacked boxes, causing books and small items to scatter everywhere, creating a chaotic mess. Guiltily glancing towards the door, he hurried to pick up the items, but as he did, he stumbled upon a familiar sketchbook. He pondered for a moment, remembering how he had once asked Su Changzhou for it in high school, but Su Changzhou had stubbornly refused. He had vowed to see its contents one day, and now, many years later, the opportunity presented itself. The cover of the sketchbook was no longer vibrant. It appeared to have a grayish-white film over it, and the corners of the hard cover were worn down, with some areas even showing white paper shreds. At first glance, it seemed old, but upon touch, it was surprisingly clean, likely only recently collecting dust. It seemed Su Changzhou frequently perused this sketchbook. Curiosity piqued when Ai cautiously opened it, but before he could examine its contents, a stack of photographs fell to the floor. He looked down and was instantly taken aback. The photos featured him in various scenarios and locations, from a graduation dinner in senior year to last week when he was playing on his phone in class, meticulously documenting his life over the past 3 years. When Ai realized there must be more photos hidden away, as he contemplated standing to search for them, He looked up and found Su Changzhou walking toward him. Wen Ai froze in place. Su Changzhou approached without a hint of embarrassment or anger at being caught. He calmly knelt before Wen Ai, picking up the scattered photographs and asked casually, "Are you tired? Why not take a shower and go to bed?" After a moment of silence, Wen Ai pointed at the photos. "You've been." Su Changzhou organized the photos.
Yes.
"I have been keeping an eye on you." Wen Ai pouted. "That's not keeping an eye. That's illegal surveillance."
Don't I have any privacy?
Su Changzhou looked directly at him. "What was I supposed to do? I miss you and cannot help myself." Wen Ai was momentarily speechless under Su Changzhou's earnest gaze. After a long pause, he replied, "With all that time, you could have just contacted me openly." Su Changzhou chuckled softly, sitting down on the floor and pulling Wen Ai into his embrace, gently pinching his cheek. "Back then, I was not worthy of you, nor did I have the right to pursue you." Wen Ai wriggled free, declaring, "You still do not have that right." "It seems I have not formally confessed my feelings to you," Su Changzhou said, brushing back Wen Ai's hair with a gentle expression. "Darling, I love you, and I want to take care of you for a lifetime." Wen Ai tilted his head back, pushing Su Changzhou's hand away. "It seems I have not formally rejected you either. Su Changzhou, I do not like you, and I will not have a lifetime with you." Su Changzhou's smile remained unchanged, as if he had not heard a word. He lifted Wen Ai and carried him toward the bathroom. "It's time to wash up." The bathtub was already filled with water. Su Changzhou placed clean towels and sleepwear on a stool, then closed the door behind him. Wen Ai undressed and sank into the tub, gently playing with the bubbles on the surface. "System, I wish to abandon this world. Let us transition." The system replied, "The entire world is currently locked. It will only unlock after the final conclusion." Wen Ai blew a handful of bubbles into the air. "How long will that take?" 2 to 3 years, perhaps." Wen Ai was taken aback. "Why so long?" The system responded helplessly. "The earlier events were merely groundwork. The real drama between the leads has yet to commence. 2 to 3 years is short. You have yet to encounter those narratives that involve 10-year-long plots with children. Have you reconsidered? If it is too difficult, you could at least date the male lead for convenience when connecting him with the female lead later." Wen Ai clutched the pitiful bubbles tightly. "No reconsideration. I do not want to be with him."
No.
Wen Ai vehemently denied. After a moment, he awkwardly added, "All right, maybe just a tiny bit smaller than your memory." The system, struck by the comment, immediately expressed its discontent. "Why did you suddenly say that? I'm feeling blue. Not talking to you anymore." After his bath, Wen Ai dried off and rummaged through the clothes Su Changzhou had provided, discovering only a cotton t-shirt, no underwear. It was intentional, undoubtedly intentional. His clothes had been tossed on the floor and were unwearable, so Wen Ai had no choice but to don the t-shirt, wrapping a bath towel around his lower half as he stepped out. Su Changzhou sat on the living room sofa, waiting for him. His shirt and trousers had been replaced with comfortable cotton pajamas, and a fragrant scent of shower gel lingered about him, suggesting he had just bathed in the bedroom's bathroom. Wen Ai stood beside the sofa, demanding, "Find me a pair of shorts and some sleep pants." "There are none," Su Changzhou replied, rising to approach him. Wen Ai immediately darted to the opposite side of the sofa. "You're lying. Are there really no sleep pants?" Su Changzhou raised an eyebrow. "Just sleep pants?" Wen Ai, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Wearing nothing is worse than wearing something, even if it's just a placeholder." Su Changzhou gazed at him thoughtfully for a moment before succinctly replying, "There are none." As he approached again, Wen Ai quickly circled around the sofa to evade him. Su Changzhou leisurely followed suit, and they engaged in a playful chase around the sofa. After 5 minutes of this circular dance, Su Changzhou suddenly changed direction. Wen Ai, dizzy and disoriented, collided directly into Su Changzhou's embrace. Su Changzhou caught the dazed boy and lifted him effortlessly, placing him onto the master bed, and just before releasing him, he yanked away the towel that was wrapped around his waist. Wen Ai exclaimed in alarm, hastily using the blanket to shield his bare lower half, his eyes glistening with tears. "What do you intend to do?" Su Changzhou's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he replied, "Nothing." Wen Ai hurled a pillow at him. "If you're doing nothing, then why don't you give me something to wear?" As Su Changzhou drew closer, Wen Ai clutched the blanket tighter. "Then why are you still dressed?" Isn't it comfortable? Su Changzhou cast him a languid glance, reclined on the bed, and effortlessly pulled down his pants, revealing both pairs with a fluid motion. Wen Ai was taken aback as he beheld a rather spirited little brother standing erect, swaying its round head in greeting. His mind exploded in confusion, stammering YYU for what felt like an eternity, before he buried his face into the covers. Laughter erupted from Su Changzhou, shortly followed by the sound of a light switch clicking off. Wen Ai then felt the mattress dip beside him as Su Changzhou extracted him from his cocoon and embraced him tenderly, planting a kiss on his cheek. Wen Ai desperately pushed against him with his elbow. "You dare! Let go of me, do you hear?" Su Changzhou grasped his hand, turning him to face away, wrapping his arms around Wen Ai's waist and pulling him closer. "All right, time to sleep." Wen Ai ceased his struggles, but the pressure against his backside made it difficult to relax. After approximately 20 minutes, he whispered, "Hey, are you asleep?"
No.
Su Changzhou tightened his grip around Wen Ai's waist. "You should sleep. I want to touch you." Su Changzhou chuckled, playfulness glimmering in his eyes as he teasingly licked Wen Ai's earlobe. "All right then, you come and collect." Chapter 17. Come. "You secretly admire me." Su Changzhou glanced at him in the mirror. Su Changzhou spoke in a casual tone. "No need for that. After work, I'll accompany you to buy a new one." Wen Ai tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. "No way. You can't just say no. Don't be unreasonable. I've already made a concession, and you should too." Su Changzhou adjusted his tie and tucked his shirt into his suit pants. "Then I'll have someone help you move it over." Su Changzhou turned to look at Wen Ai, who tilted his head up to meet his gaze, his beautiful big eyes blinking playfully as he coaxed, "Pretty please?" Su Changzhou pressed his lips together, surrendering to his sweet voice. "All right, I'll find someone to accompany you." Wen Ai beamed, his eyes crinkling with delight. Su Changzhou pulled him closer and bent down to kiss his forehead. "Be good, my dear." Once they arrived at the dormitory, Wen Ai hurried into his room, shutting the door on the two bodyguards Su Changzhou had sent, citing a desire for privacy. The two men in black suits exchanged glances, with one taking position beneath Wen Ai's window. When booking a ticket, the operator requested Wen Ai's passport number. He rummaged through his drawer, found his passport, and recited the number. After a flurry of keyboard clicks, the operator regretfully informed him that his passport had been frozen, making it impossible to purchase a ticket. Wen Ai, undeterred, made dozens of calls, trying various airlines, only to receive the same response. There was an issue with his passport, and they could not sell him a ticket. Frustrated, Wen Ai flopped onto his bed, feeling akin to a deflated balloon. Su Changzhou had effectively trapped him in America. It was no wonder he had agreed to Wen Ai's request that morning, confident that he could not escape his grasp. Wen Ai buried his face in a pillow, his mood sour. The system seized the opportunity to advise him. "Since that's the case, just hold on a little longer. The female lead is coming to America soon, and your presence could be advantageous." Wen Ai pressed the pillow tighter against his face, his muffled voice responding, "What else can I do?" He had considered seeking help from his family, but no matter how powerful Zhao's father was, his influence was confined to domestic matters. This was Su Changzhou's territory, where he had connections in both the underworld and legitimate business. Even if he informed his family, they could only fret helplessly. Suddenly, the door was knocked upon. Wen Ai, already annoyed, impatiently opened the door. "Didn't I tell you to wait for Su Changzhou? What are you doing here?" He lowered his head, burying his face in the pillow, muttering, "I just rested for a bit." "Tired?" Su Changzhou pulled him and the pillow into his embrace. "Then we won't tidy up. We'll buy new things later. Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Wen Ai hesitated, sensing that Su Changzhou was aware of his previous phone calls, and nervously asked, "Did you come here?" Because Su Changzhou affectionately nudged his chin against Wen Ai's head. "You're being naughty, wanting to escape." "I had to drop my work to keep you company." Wen Ai's eyes widened. "You installed a listening device on my phone," Su Changzhou candidly admitted. "I did that 3 years ago, along with a GPS tracker." "You're too much." Wen Ai playfully punched his chest through the pillow. "I want to change phones." "You can't install random things on it anymore." Su Changzhou replied, "What if we end up in this situation again?" Wen Ai slumped his shoulders. "That won't happen. You've frozen my passport. What else can I do?" Su Changzhou rubbed the nape of his neck. "Fine, but if it happens again, there will be consequences." Wen Ai sighed. Alright, I really need to tidy up. He began packing his frequently worn clothes and essential items into a suitcase, while Su Changzhou took the suitcase upstairs. A luxurious car awaited at the entrance, and the driver held the door open. As Wen Ai sat inside, he glanced at the driver in sunglasses. Feeling a sense of familiarity, he nudged Su Changzhou with his elbow, exclaiming, "Is that takeout place yours?" Su Changzhou nodded. "I saw you weren't adjusting well to the food here, so I had someone bring the chef from your favorite restaurant." Wen Ai continued, "Did you also handle Danny from freshman year?" Su Changzhou nodded again. "He hasn't bothered you since, right?" "No," Wen Ai replied, and after a series of questions, he realized that what he thought were mere strokes of luck were actually Su Changzhou's quiet arrangements. A sense of warmth blossomed within Wen Ai, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Thank you." Su Changzhou tapped his little nose. "Thanking me now is a bit premature. I promised to take care of you for a lifetime." For an entire summer, Wen Ai lived a life akin to paradise. When asked how he got there, the answer was simple: Su Changzhou pampered him. On weekends, Su Changzhou would take Wen Ai swimming to burn off the week's accumulated calories. Wen Ai, unable to swim, initially resisted, spluttering and venting his frustrations on Su Changzhou after each water mishap. His adorable, damp face only made him look more endearing. "What are you trying to learn?" "My stomach is bulging." Su Changzhou pressed on his soft belly. "That's because you eat too much." Su Changzhou found himself at a loss for words. It was just an accidental touch. "Without me supporting you, you'd sink." With Su Changzhou's encouragement, Wen Ai gradually managed to swim a few meters, discovering joy in the activity and eagerly requesting Su Changzhou to take him to the swimming pool every weekend. By the end of the summer, Wen Ai's physical condition had indeed improved. When school resumed, Wen Ai encountered Sun Mingjin, who was studying abroad in Colombia. Sun Mingjin, new to the environment and a high school classmate, quickly became familiar with Wen Ai. Seizing an opportunity, Wen Ai invited Sun Mingjin to join him and Su Changzhou, just like during their school trip, without prior notice, gathering them at the same table first. Having seldom seen Su Changzhou angry, Wen Ai hesitated at the door, afraid to enter. Su Changzhou pulled him inside and pressed him against the wall, kissing him fiercely. Wen Ai whimpered, unable to push him away. By the time Su Changzhou released Wen Ai, his lips were swollen, resembling two plump sausages, and he could hardly touch them without pain. With teary eyes, Wen Ai gazed at Su Changzhou, sounding particularly aggrieved. "Why are you being so forceful? It hurts." Su Changzhou remained silent, retrieving ice from the refrigerator and wrapping it in a cloth to apply to Wen Ai's lips. Wen Ai grumbled, "What is the point of ice? Your face is cold enough." After some time, Su Changzhou discarded the ice pack on the coffee table and gently kissed Wen Ai's slightly improved lips. "You can tease me and vent your frustrations, but don't push me towards others. It will upset me." A flicker of vulnerability crossed Su Changzhou's face, making Wen Ai feel uneasy. "I didn't mean anything by it, I apologize. Is that all right?" Despite the apology, Wen Ai could tell from Su Changzhou's expression that the matter wasn't so easily resolved. He mentally prepared himself, but when Su Changzhou pinned him to the sofa, insisting on showing him something, Wen Ai felt a wave of internal turmoil. Chapter 18. The Subtlety of Infatuation, Out of Curiosity. Wen Ai had previously watched a few male-male films on adult websites. The sight of two muscular men touching, licking, and thrusting at each other offered little allure. If anything, he found it rather unremarkable. However, the film chosen by Su Changzhou was different. It bore a narrative, a build-up, and when it reached its climax, the artistry was strikingly beautiful, unlike the stark realism of those overly illuminated documentaries. As Wen Ai absorbed the scene, he felt a stirring within himself. Su Changzhou's gaze was intense as he held Wen Ai tightly around the waist, declaring, "Baby, I'm really angry." Wen Ai, squirming in an attempt to escape, protested, "You can't resort to this to alleviate your anger. Let me go." Su Changzhou, undeterred, pinned Wen Ai's flailing limbs and turned his face towards the screen, insisting, "Watch." On the television, a handsome youth was being undressed by a robust delivery man, his moans a blend of pain and pleasure, creating an increasingly intoxicating atmosphere. Blushing and heart-racing, Wen Ai leaned against Su Changzhou, tugging down his shirt to cover the burgeoning outline in his trousers, and discreetly glanced at Su Changzhou's lower half, only to be surprised to find it unmoving. Su Changzhou lowered his head, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" Wen Ai quickly turned his face away, nothing. Su Changzhou's hand found its way to Wen Ai's lap, whispering in his ear, "Want it?" In an instant, Wen Ai's body softened, his dark eyes shimmering with moisture. "No. Please don't." But Su Changzhou disregarded his plea, laying him back on the sofa and swiftly removing his trousers. In a panic, Wen Ai kicked at him. "You said you wouldn't touch me." Su Changzhou, silent, seized Wen Ai's ankles, spreading his fair legs apart, revealing delicate skin, and bent down to kiss him. Wen Ai gasped, struggling like a fish thrown ashore, nearly leaping off the sofa, if not for Su Changzhou's restraint. After the encounter, Su Changzhou used a few tissues to clean Wen Ai, before heading to the bathroom with a noticeable bulge in his pants. Wen Ai lay on the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though he had swum across the Atlantic, utterly exhausted. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Provoking Su Changzhou could lead to unexpected outcomes, and he feared he might not keep up with the demands of such encounters. The following day, Wen Ai approached Sun Mingjin to apologize, admitting it was his fault for not informing Su Changzhou beforehand, resulting in their meal being ruined and a rather unpleasant conclusion. Sun Mingjin graciously accepted his apology, and Wen Ai seized the opportunity to bolster Su Changzhou's reputation, explaining that Su had merely been in a bad mood the previous day and that he was typically amiable. After this incident, Wen Ai toned down his matchmaking efforts, at least temporarily. However, he frequently sought out Sun Mingjin for conversation, promoting Su Changzhou whenever the opportunity arose. Wen Ai sat across from Sun Mingjin, proudly asserting, "Don't be deceived by Su Changzhou dropping out of high school. He completed Harvard's distance education program and obtained his degree last year with an impressive GPA of 3.9. Sun Mingjin, absorbed in her phone, replied with a nonchalant, "That's impressive. Indeed." Wen Ai continued, puffing up his chest, "He is now a banker. You know Stewart, one of the world's top 10 banks. Su Changzhou is their CEO. His social standing alone is something many can only aspire to." Sun Mingjin remained focused on her phone, responding with a lackluster, "Very impressive," oblivious to her disinterest. When Ai continued to extol Su's virtues, and he's incredibly handsome. "You saw him last time, right? Standing at 193 meters tall with long, straight legs and a dedication to fitness that results in a stunning physique." Sun Mingjin finally put down her phone, rubbing her temples in exasperation. All right. I know your husband is the best in the world. Can you spare a thought for this wandering single dog?" When Ai's cheeks flushed, his hands awkwardly fidgeting together. "What do you mean, my husband?" Evidently, when Ai's matchmaking endeavor was not progressing well, leaving him mentally fatigued. On one occasion, while eating, he found himself in tears. Su Changzhou noticed, furrowing his brow as he approached, gathering him into his arms and pushing aside the bowl of soup. "If you don't want to eat, then don't. I can make something else." When Ai's sobs intensified as he bit down on Su Changzhou's shirt collar, his words muffled. "Why are you being so good to me?" Sob. Su Changzhou held his hand to his chest. "You reside at the very core of my heart. If you are in pain, my heart aches as well." When Ai clung to Su Changzhou's waist, burying his face in his embrace, overwhelmed. Su Changzhou's kindness was too much for him to bear. He could not withstand such gentle yet forceful affection. When Ai's emotions spiraled out of control, Su Changzhou, unable to leave for work, patiently comforted him. Once when Ai's cries began to subside, Su Changzhou asked gently, "Are you done crying?" Without a word, when Ai sat up, wiping away his tears and blowing his nose before cupping Su Changzhou's face and capturing his lips in a kiss. Their tongues entwined, the rising heat within them deepening their connection, rendering them inseparable. Su Changzhou smiled, stroking Wen Ai's hair. "It's all right. I adore you just as you are." When Ai crossed his arms, lifting his chin with a playful air of entitlement, "This version of me is entirely your doing." Su Changzhou readily accepted the blame. "Yes. I shall be responsible for you for a lifetime." When Ai felt a warmth spread through him, rising on tiptoe to plant a kiss on Su Changzhou's cheek. "Very charming." Su Changzhou nodded in satisfaction. With so many people around, No one could encroach upon their space. The plump pumpkin pouted. Why'd he get to look so dapper? Su Changzhou glanced at his own attire. Should I change? The pumpkin checked the time. Never mind. Let us just hurry. The party was held at a bar. And when Su Changzhou, dressed as a character from the Matrix in a leather coat and dark sunglasses, made his grand entrance, whistles erupted from the crowd. Yet, when they noticed this striking figure was accompanied by an adorably plump pumpkin, the contrasting sight evoked a wave of affectionate laughter. Wen Ai, feeling shy, instinctively stepped behind Su Changzhou, but upon realizing he could not hide, playfully nudged him with his rounded form. This is all your fault. You made me wear this. It's so embarrassing. Su Changzhou gently kissed his hand. Baby, you look wonderful. Wen Ai's discomfort didn't last long, as he soon realized that the bar was filled with people even more awkward than himself, confidently drinking and flirting without a care. In light of this, Wen Ai felt liberated to enjoy himself as well. As the party was organized by the academy, Wen Ai encountered Sun Mingjin and Jiang Cheng. The four gathered for a lively conversation, while Su Changzhou stood nearby, silently observing with a tender expression, occasionally offering Wen Ai fruit or a bite of cake. Sun Mingjin was taken aback by the couple's alternating displays of affection. Just recently, Wen Ai had inundated her with affection. And now it was Su Changzhou's turn to shower her with love. After a while, Su Changzhou excused himself to the restroom, and Sun Mingjin was called away by a classmate, leaving only Wen Ai and Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng swirled his glass of red wine, remarking enigmatically, He treats you very well. Wen Ai nodded enthusiastically, yes, exceptionally well. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Wen Ai glanced at him, hesitatingly speaking, the phone you gave me 3 years ago. Are you aware that it contained a tracker? How could I not know? Jiang Cheng replied. The last time you went out to the bar with those foreign fellows, I was the one who tipped Su Changzhou off. Wen Ai casually picked up a cup and took a few sips. Puzzled, he asked, Why would you help him? Jiang Cheng stared at him for a while, his complex gaze reflecting both regret and a sense of relief. I am helping myself. There are things I cannot accomplish, but Su Changzhou can. By embodying him, everything I do gains significance. He uttered a soft then took a few steps towards Su Changzhou, only to find himself halted by an air cushion in between, preventing him from reaching Su Changzhou's embrace. The little pumpkin tilted his head in distress, but suddenly his eyes lit up, eagerly opening his arms towards Su Changzhou, sweetly whining, I want a hug. However, the corners of the little pumpkin's mouth immediately drooped, tears quickly welling up in his eyes, his voice trembling with grievance. Woo-woo. You won't even hug me. Su Changzhou looked at him, both pained and amused, attempting to extend his arm to wrap around his neck. All right. Here's your hug. Su Changzhou only wished to hold his beloved child tightly in his arms and shower him with kisses. He turned to the bartender and requested a small knife, decisively cutting several large slashes into the inflatable suit. Wen Ai's round figure visibly shrank at an astonishing speed. Su Changzhou stepped forward, enveloping him in his embrace, planting several kisses on his face. Don't cry, my baby, I'm here. Let's hug. Wen Ai clung tightly to Su Changzhou's waist, looking up at him with his glistening big eyes, nervously saying, Hold me tighter, or we might get separated again. Su Changzhou's heart fluttered intensely. Chapter 19. You have a crush on me. Conclusion. Upon returning home, Su Changzhou prepared a bowl of hangover soup for Wen Ai, coaxing him to drink it. Afterward, he assisted him in taking a bath, wrapped him in sleepwear, and tucked him into bed. Su Changzhou, mindful of not causing him discomfort, released his grip, allowing Wen Ai to sit on the floor. He then crouched before him, inquiring, Why are you staying here? With a serious expression, Wen Ai replied, Mushrooms prefer to thrive in damp places. Amused, Su Changzhou gently patted his head, saying, Then you can stay for a while. Turning his back to Wen Ai, Su Changzhou began to undress. He had become aroused while helping Wen Ai bathe, and as he removed his underwear, his arousal became evident. The mere thought of Wen Ai being behind him, perhaps watching, caused a tightening sensation in his lower abdomen. At that moment, a voice exclaimed from below, Hey, are you a mushroom too? Su Changzhou abruptly looked down to see Wen Ai squatting at his feet, his eyes wide with curiosity, pointing at his arousal. What kind are you? I've never seen this before. This isn't a mushroom. Su Changzhou awkwardly wrapped a towel around himself and gestured toward the corner where Wen Ai had been squatting. Be a good boy and wait over there.
No.
Wen Ai shook his head and reached for the towel, insisting, let me see it. I want to study it. Su Changzhou swiftly grabbed his hand, and after a brief struggle, Wen Ai plopped down on the floor, kicking his legs like a small engine, pouting, you're hiding something good from me. If you don't show me, then I won't like you anymore. Wen Ai crossed his arms, glaring at Su Changzhou with a sense of determination that suggested the matter would not end easily. Sighing in resignation, Su Changzhou loosened the towel around his waist. Instantly, Wen Ai knelt up, leaning toward him, curious and playful, his breath brushing against Su Changzhou's arousal. He even reached out to touch it.
Soulmates, Wen Ai marveled.
His eyes narrowing with pleasure as he explored. Su Changzhou felt a rush of warmth and his breath quickened. He suppressed his desires, allowing Wen Ai to explore for a bit longer before gently pulling him up, his voice hoarse. All right, you should go wait over there for a moment. No. Wen Ai was not finished playing. He wrapped his arms around Su Changzhou's thigh, resting his head against him and taking a playful lick, exclaiming, why is your mushroom salty? It has a fishy taste, yuck. Su Changzhou's eyes turned red, but he had never dared to take advantage of Wen Ai.
Now.
He was even less inclined to do so while Wen Ai was unaware. He clenched his teeth and turned on the shower, dousing himself with cold water to quell the heat surging within him. As soon as his head hit the pillow, Wen Ai began to ramble drunkenly, insisting on holding onto the big mushroom before he could sleep. Su Changzhou felt a throbbing pain at his temples and resignedly placed his arousal in Wen Ai's palm, saying, all right, go to sleep. Wen Ai gleefully stroked it a few times, pressing on its tip before snuggling into Su Changzhou's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, when Wen Ai opened his eyes, he was met with Su Changzhou's bloodshot gaze, which conveyed a hunger that seemed to have been starved for days. Startled, Wen Ai recoiled slightly, only to realize he was holding a cylindrical object that was pulsating in his hand. As he traced his fingers along it, he found himself reaching Su Changzhou's abdominal muscles. Su Changzhou slowly pressed down on him, beginning to unbutton his sleepwear. Awake? He asked. Wen Ai nodded, dazed.
Yes.
Su Changzhou peeled away his clothing, caressing his smooth skin. I will be gentle. Wen Ai trembled slightly, shyly trying to block Su Changzhou's hands, innocently suggesting, how about we just get up and have breakfast? Su Changzhou kissed along Wen Ai's neck, guiding his hand to his arousal that had stood at attention all night. This morning, we're having mushrooms. Su Changzhou lowered his sleep pants. Even if you don't want to, you must eat. Being considerate of Wen Ai's body, Su Changzhou stopped after 2 instances, though that was 2 hours later. Wen Ai bashfully buried himself under the covers, lingering there for a while. Su Changzhou followed suit, holding him close in the darkness, whispering sweetly until Wen Ai finally agreed to pull back the covers. 10 minutes later, Su Changzhou gently rubbed Wen Ai's waist. Is there anywhere that hurts? Wen Ai, still shy, avoided eye contact and mumbled, my bottom hurts. I'll go downstairs and buy some medicine for you. Su Changzhou placed a kiss atop Wen Ai's head. I'll run the water. You can soak in a warm bath first. Wen Ai nodded like a little chick.
Okay.
Su Changzhou adjusted the water to a higher temperature, and as Wen Ai soaked, he felt the aches dissipate, sighing in relief. Outside the bathroom, Su Changzhou knocked on the door. Babe, I'm going out to buy medicine.
You take your time.
Wen Ai propped himself up and called out, got it. The bathroom was filled with steam as Wen Ai playfully skimmed his fingers across the water's surface, creating ripples. Utterly delighted. Though his bottom still ached and the experience was somewhat embarrassing, he felt a fondness for the moments shared with Su Changzhou. Every action from Su Changzhou had been gentle, and being treated with such care made Wen Ai feel immensely satisfied and happy. Suddenly, the system chimed in. You are descending into debauchery quite rapidly. Wen Ai replied. This is only my first world. It's understandable if I fail. The system retorted. Until the end, no one can declare success or failure. You have merely given up. Wen Ai leisurely used a bath sponge on his body. Aren't you happy? For the next several decades, you can completely indulge in the game of Snake, free from any interruptions from tasks. The system replied wistfully, while tasks may no longer disturb me, you certainly can. Wen Ai looked perplexed. How so? The system bluntly explained, when you and Su Changzhou are intimate, your brainwaves nearly shatter my data. It's a wonder I can maintain the program. Wen Ai sheepishly touched his nose.
Hee.
Enough of that. The system sighed. If you choose to stay, know this. Once the plot reaches its conclusion, you will be forcibly removed. The end of this world involves Su Changzhou unifying the underworld along both coasts. You know what needs to be done, right? Wen Ai nodded. I'll make sure he cleans up his act starting tomorrow. Yet as he spoke those words, uncertainty crept in. Su Changzhou had taken over the family business. With the father still involved, severing half of the profit source could provoke his father's wrath, regardless of Su Changzhou's consent. Wen Ai hesitantly broached the subject with Su Changzhou, who unexpectedly revealed that he had already begun to clean up the underworld dealings, and his father had given his approval. Wen Ai, overjoyed, planted several kisses on Su Changzhou's face, exclaiming, "How did you think of this? Would you really give up all that money?" Su Changzhou gazed down at him, stating, "Because I want to live a peaceful life with you." Wen Ai, touched, let out a delighted squeal and fell back into the mattress. On the day the Supreme Court of the United States passed the same-sex marriage bill, countless individuals took to the streets to celebrate, with rainbow flags waving everywhere. Su Changzhou watched him for a while before approaching and wrapping him in a blanket. "What are you doing? The air conditioning is too low, and you're not even dressed." Wen Ai sulked, mumbling, "You don't understand a bit of romance." Su Changzhou chuckled, pinching his cheek. "Of course, you know best. Then why is your face so red?" As Su Changzhou exposed the truth, Wen Ai's ears flushed crimson with embarrassment. In a fit of indignation, he pounded Su Changzhou's chest with his tiny fist, exclaiming, "Mind your own business. Go away, go away. I'm filthy from not showering." When night fell and it was time for slumber, Wen Ai nestled obediently against Su Changzhou's arm, his demeanor adorably bashful. "Tonight marks our wedding night," he declared. Su Changzhou's heart fluttered with delight as he leaned in to kiss him softly, murmuring, "Baby." Wen Ai pushed him away and sat up, extending a hand toward him. "What about the gift you promised me?" Su Changzhou then realized that Wen Ai's intentions were not solely focused on the moment at hand. Resigned, he leaned back against the headboard. "What do you desire?" Wen Ai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "What about that colorful sketchbook of yours? I told you I would want to see its contents. Last time. We were so close." Su Changzhou seemed hesitant. "Do you truly wish to see it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Wen Ai urged, eagerly pushing him off the bed to retrieve it. Elated, Wen Ai took the book, convinced that the illustrations would surely depict him. However, upon opening it, his worldview shattered. Not only were there drawings of him, but also of Su Changzhou himself. Most shockingly, Wen Ai pointed incredulously at the vividly detailed artwork, exclaiming, "You are incredibly scandalous." Su Changzhou's ears tinged with red as he cleared his throat. "You insisted on seeing it." As Wen Ai flipped through the pages, his face grew warmer with each turn. "You've been drawing these since your first year of high school. You must have been fantasizing about me every day." Su Changzhou embraced him from behind, gently kissing his neck. "Indeed, we could explore a page each night, starting with this one." No sooner had he spoken than he pinned Wen Ai down. The following morning, when Ai awoke to find his lower back devoid of sensation, Su Changzhou had rarely been so vigorous, evidently spurred on by that sketchbook. Struggling to rise, Wen Ai proceeded to wash up. Upon emerging, he found that Su Changzhou had prepared breakfast. Wen Ai took a sip of his coffee, then abruptly set the cup down. Rising to retrieve his suitcase, Su Changzhou squatted down in front of the suitcase. "What are you up to now? Let's finish breakfast first." Wen Ai unlocked the suitcase and pulled out a collection of coffee cups, all of which Su Changzhou had drawn for him during high school. "I brought some with me when I went abroad. I have many more at home, around 1,000. I've kept every single one." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Changzhou's eyes as he picked one up, examining it closely, his thumb gently caressing the adorable puppy depicted on it. Nostalgia evident in his gaze. Wen Ai, with a sense of accomplishment, pushed the stack of cups towards Su Changzhou. "This is my wedding gift to you." Su Changzhou chuckled softly. "You're returning what I gave you?" Turning to face him, Su Changzhou's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What do you wish to convey? Wen Ai flashed him a sweet smile. I just wanted to say that I've secretly adored you for a long time. We've always been on the same page. Chapter 20. The celestial and the earthly. Wen Ai awoke in a moving carriage, glancing down to find his feet resting upon soft mink fur. Turning slightly, he noted a translucent white jade cup elegantly displayed on the table before him. As he surveyed his surroundings, each detail exuded an air of refinement, unmistakably indicating that this body belonged to a connoisseur of life's pleasures. Leaning languidly against the plush seat, Wen Ai lifted the teacup to his lips and took a sip. System, enough of the games. Let us commence our work, he commanded. The system, taken aback, replied, such enthusiasm. I had presumed you would linger in sorrow for a while, especially since you have just passed away. Realizing its error, the system quickly amended its approach. Wen Ai smiled with understanding. There is no need for such hesitation. I spent a lifetime of happiness with him, culminating in a shared eternal rest. I find it profoundly fulfilling. I harbor no regrets. Such magnanimity, the system praised. You are truly exceptional, Wen Ai. Allow me a moment to review the task details. Wen Ai idly hummed a tune as he leisurely dragged the pastry plate closer, savoring its delights. After indulging in 2 pieces, he retrieved a handkerchief from a nearby brocade box to wipe the crumbs and grease from his lips and hands.
System.
Are you done yet? What exactly is the nature of this task? It's a bit intricate. The system began, gathering its thoughts. Do you recall that ABO-themed story you inadvertently stumbled upon? Wen Ai's cheeks flushed. I merely clicked on it by accident. The system shrugged. Regardless. Do you remember the setting? Yes, Wen Ai nodded, a sudden thought striking him. He glanced at his satin robe and ran his fingers through his sleek long hair, pondering aloud, but this appears to be an ancient world. Wouldn't the presence of English words seem out of place? Simply alter the names. The essence remains unchanged. The system replied. Here, you are a celestial alpha, a beta of the Zidue, and an earthly omega, bound by a covenant mark. Wen Ai was taken aback. Is that permissible? Existence itself justifies all, the system assured. Now, let me elaborate on your target for humiliation and torment. The male lead is Zhua Yiqing, the 3rd young master of the Yunshao Manor. He is a charming celestial, renowned for his martial prowess and exceptional reputation, often referred to as the world's foremost gentleman. Over time, he becomes enchanted by the female lead's allure. Her strength, bravery, and forthrightness starkly contrast the delicate earthly omegas who require celestial protection. After mutual understanding, they achieve a harmonious union for eternity. The system continued. You are now Yin Qianshuang, the new master of the hidden immortal valley. This valley is celebrated for its medicinal expertise and is a coveted ally among various sections. However, the previous master was aloof, and since your ascension, you have remained secluded, leaving others in the dark about your appearance. I do not know myself, Wen Ai mused, curiously touching his youthful visage, which felt remarkably smooth and tender, suggesting he was not yet of age. Wen Ai rummaged through the carriage, eventually discovering a bronze mirror hidden beneath the seat cushion. Holding it up to his face, he was momentarily stunned. The reflection revealed a youth of 17 or 18 years, with exquisite features and a pure aura. His dark eyes, slightly drooping eyelids, prominent nose, and rosy lips radiated an innocent charm. Is this not my appearance from the previous world? Wen Ai questioned incredulously, pinching his own skin to ensure he was not donning a disguise. System, please explain. You inherently possess this appearance. Upon entering this body, your visage was automatically replaced, and the memories of others were promptly altered. They will notice no discrepancies, the system clarified. Wen Ai gazed into the mirror. Why do your golden opportunities always manifest in such trivial matters? The system chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, you are an earthly omega, who has been using medicine to masquerade as a Zidue. Wen Ai's eyes widened in shock.
Me?
Remember to take your medicine on time, darling. The system reminded him. The 3-foot pavilion is renowned for its weapons forging expertise. Every 3 years, it extends invitations to heroes across the land to compete in martial arts, promising to craft a personalized weapon for the victor. This event serves as an excellent opportunity for martial artists to gain renown and forge connections among various sects, transforming the tournament into the most significant martial arts gathering. Before noon, the carriage finally arrived at the entrance of the 3-foot pavilion. Wen Ai had the guards present the invitation, and the steward respectfully ushered them inside, accommodating them in a tranquil guest residence. After enjoying lunch, Wen Ai summoned the 2 guards. "You need not accompany me this afternoon. I wish to explore alone." "Understood," replied Buji. "Master, please take care." Having inherited Yin Qianshuang's memories and medical knowledge, Wen Ai found himself capable of identifying various herbs at a glance, a refreshing experience. As he strolled leisurely, discerning plants, he unwittingly wandered from the guest residence into the grand garden. It was April, and the peonies in the garden bloomed vibrantly. Lacking an appreciation for flowers, Wen Ai instead sought to identify the weeds beneath the blossoms, his gaze fixed downward as he surveyed the ground. Maidong, purslane, small flying fern, dandelion.
What is that piece of fabric?
Crouching down, Wen Ai parted the flowers and discovered a man in white lying beneath, eyes closed, seemingly lifeless. A thrill of excitement surged within him. He had not anticipated an opportunity to test his medical skills so soon. He pushed aside the surrounding branches, leaned down, and grasped the man's wrist to take his pulse. As he prepared to pry open the man's eyelids for a closer inspection, his hand was unexpectedly seized, and he was forcefully pulled forward, landing atop the man. A strong scent of celestial essence enveloped Wen Ai as he looked up in alarm, locking eyes with a pair of playful, peach blossom-like eyes. "Well, where did this little cutie come from, rushing into my embrace so eagerly?" Chapter 21. The Heavens Enter the Earth. Part 2. Wen Ai lay dazed atop the man, his innocent visage combined with a perplexed expression creating an utterly enchanting sight. The man's heart stirred, and he propped himself up to inhale the scent near Wen Ai's neck, lamenting, "Alas, you are not the earth." Wen Ai, realizing the implication, pressed the man's forehead down, forcing his head back into the soil, his eyes widening in indignation. "Rogue." As Wen Ai attempted to rise on all fours, the man suddenly tightened his embrace around his waist, rendering him completely immobile. After much writhing and struggling, Wen Ai, in frustration, grasped the collar of the man's attire and bared his small white teeth. "Do you believe I will bite you?" "Indeed," the man replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he plucked a peony from a nearby branch and tucked it into Wen Ai's hair, declaring, "Even if you were to bite me to death today, I would wish to be buried here, among the flowers with you." Wen Ai had never encountered someone so brazen. Despite saving him, the man dared to tease him in return. Let this flirtatious spirit become a true ghost today, Wen Ai thought, lunging to nip at the man's throat, his teeth clamping down. The man swiftly evaded, stepping in front of Wen Ai. "My dear, what is your name?" Ignoring him, Wen Ai turned to walk away. "Do not leave." The man clung to his side like an unshakable burr, having previously been so enthusiastic. "Even if I am not the earth, I will still cherish you." With a scowl, Wen Ai changed his path multiple times, yet the man persistently followed, akin to an unremovable thorn. Finally halting, Wen Ai crossed his arms and glared at the man. "Ghostly young master, please cease your relentless pursuit. It is time for you to reincarnate." The man chuckled, pointing at himself. "Ghostly young master?" Wen Ai's gaze traveled from the man's alluring peach blossom eyes to his thin lips, concluding, "You are a shallow-hearted, flirtatious spirit." "Ha ha ha. You truly are a gem," the man exclaimed, laughing heartily. "To judge by appearance so boldly, I am not a flirtatious spirit. Rather, I am wrongfully accused." Growing earnest, Wen Ai pointed a finger at him. "You pull everyone into your embrace, yet dare to claim you are wronged?" The man wiped away tears of laughter, regarding him with curiosity. "In this world, aside from my beloved dog, only you have nestled into my embrace. I was pure, yet upon awakening, you have tainted my virtue and now accuse me of being a rogue." He pondered, should I seek justice at the court? Wen Ai, flabbergasted by such convoluted reasoning, struggled to formulate a rebuttal before finally shoving the man away with force. "You are insane. Why must you always resort to violence?" The man staggered back, steadying himself. then revealing the bite marks on his neck. Look, the spot you bit me has yet to heal. Wen Ai glanced at the marks, which were indeed still red, with a couple broken skin, oozing with a trace of blood. He tossed a small porcelain bottle to him. Use this to treat it. The man caught the bottle, uncorked it, and waved it beneath his nose, raising an eyebrow. This is fine skin ointment. Are you from the hidden immortal valley? Wen Ai raised his chin with pride. If you know, then hurry and leave. Be wary, or I shall place you on the blacklist of the valley, and neither you nor your friends shall receive aid. Blacklist? A glimmer of surprise crossed the man's eyes before he smiled and bowed. Ah, so you are the Valley Master. My apologies. I am Zhuo Yiqing, the young master of the cloud-rolling villa, 23 years of age, yet unmarried. Wen Ai's eyes widened. You are Zhuo Yiqing. Zhuo Yiqing approached with a smile. So the young master knows of me? Wen Ai opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off as he peeked into Zhuo Yiqing's clothing, rummaging. Return my medicine to me. Where have you hidden it? Where could it be? Wen Ai continued to search, his delicate hands wandering across his chest. In broad daylight, such impropriety. Zhuo Yiqing felt the intensity of Wen Ai's aura increase significantly. I can hardly contain myself.
Ugh.
Wen Ai jumped back, covering his nose. Why do you so casually release your aura? Has your father not instructed you on control? Wen Ai reluctantly admitted, I developed this skill while studying medicine. Is that so? My nose is quite discerning as well. Zhuo Yiqing leaned closer to Wen Ai's neck, inhaling deeply, murmuring, I can sense many things that others cannot. Wen Ai instinctively reached to cover the fragrance gland at the back of his neck, but caught himself. Remaining still, the Zedui has no scent. No matter how keen your nose, you won't detect any flowers. That may not be the case, Zhuo Yiqing replied, straightening up, his gaze lingering on Wen Ai's hair before smiling mysteriously. I can smell the fragrance of peonies. On the way back to the guest courtyard, Wen Ai's heart remained unsettled. He worried that Zhuo Yiqing had genuinely perceived his essence as the earth, yet his fragrance was not akin to that of peonies. As Bu Ji and Bu Jiu entered, two large men exchanged furtive glances, remaining silent. Wen Ai, growing impatient, placed his teacup on the table. Speak if you have something to say. Bu Ji, behind them, forcefully pushed Bu Jiu forward, who looked at Wen Ai with a pained expression and cautiously remarked, Valley Master, you have a flower on your head. Wen Ai paused, touching his head, and indeed found a peony tucked within his hair, a remnant of Zhuo Yiqing's earlier gesture. Fuming, Wen Ai tossed the peony to the ground, exclaiming, This is utterly infuriating. The Blade Appreciation Conference was set to commence the following day, with representatives from various sects gradually arriving at the Sanqi Pavilion. As customary, an evening banquet was held, gathering notable figures from the martial world. Upon entering the banquet hall, Wen Ai felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. Thoughts raced through the crowd. So this is the new Valley Master, so young, yet still bearing traces of innocence. He appears far more approachable than the previous stoic master. He seems genuinely kind-hearted, unlikely to enact drastic measures like closing the valley for 3 years. This is the visage of a benevolent healer, guided by a maid. When Ai navigated past the female disciples from the Luo Xia sect and the circle of Shaolin monks seated at the vegetarian table, finally reaching the main table at the hall's head. Seated there were the elite of the martial world, and when Ai greeted each dignitary, respected elders, legendary heroes, and promising newcomers, until his gaze fell upon the newcomer with captivating peach blossom eyes, Zhuo Yiqing. With a smile, Zhuo Yiqing pulled out a chair beside him, speaking in a familiar tone. Qian Shuang, come and sit. When Ai was about to protest the familiarity, when another voice interjected. It turned out that the Valley Master and Zhuo Yiqing were already acquainted, which was splendid indeed. The kind-eyed Zhuo Patriarch regarded Wen Ai warmly. This is your first visit, young master, and being so young, you may find little to discuss with us old fossils. With my talkative child here, this meal shall be much more enjoyable. The others at the table nodded in agreement, leaving Wen Ai no choice but to sit beside Zhuo Yiqing. The latter eagerly filled Wen Ai's cup, and upon sniffing it, Wen Ai turned to him in surprise. Why is it tea? Zhuo Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to drink wine? Not at all. Wen Ai shook his head. merely wishing to ascertain whether your intentions were genuinely kind or if you had inadvertently made an error. Zhuo Yiqing gazed at him with keen interest. So, you have wronged me once again. Your bias is quite amusing. Zhuo Yiqing chuckled, shaking his head as he lifted his wine glass. Well then, let us toast to your prejudice. Wen Ai clinked his glass against Zhuo Yiqing's, tilting it back and consuming its contents in one swift motion, subsequently turning the glass upside down as a gesture to show he had left not a drop. Zhuo Yiqing found his antics utterly delightful, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to ruffle Wen Ai's hair, exclaiming, "What on earth have you consumed to grow into such an adorable creature?" Wen Ai's hand slipped beneath the table, pinching Zhuo Yiqing's thigh as he whispered, "Be mindful of your behavior in public." With a sharp intake of breath, Wen Ai, although adept in the art of healing, lacked prowess in martial skills, particularly in the subtleties of internal energy. Some matters, however, were simply too delicate to voice in the presence of such esteemed figures, leaving him no choice but to suppress his irritation, shooting Zhuo Yiqing a warning glare. Silence. Zhuo Yiqing promptly pressed his lips together, winking at him. Only then did Wen Ai release a breath of relief. Observing Wen Ai's demeanor, Zhuo Yiqing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking what a little fool he was. Their playful exchanges were hardly concealed from the seasoned guests at the table. Yet, he decided against further teasing, lest the young lad storm off in a huff. At the Sanchigo, renowned for its lavish hospitality, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them, as delectable dishes adorned the table. Fortune had it that the appetizers were all situated right in front of Wen Ai. He sampled each plate with a single chopstick, his appetite piqued. Yet the grand meats remained out of reach. Feeling embarrassed to rise for more, he resorted to laboriously picking at his bowl of plain rice. As Wen Ai focused intently on counting grains of rice, a shiny chicken leg suddenly plopped into his bowl. Startled, he looked up to find Zhuo Yiqing grinning at him, his chopsticks playfully moving in the air. "What would you like? I'll fetch it for you." After a moment's hesitation, Wen Ai prioritized his hunger. "I want that shrimp." Zhuo Yiqing reached out, effortlessly transferring a portion of shrimp into Wen Ai's bowl. "And the steamed fish over there," Wen Ai added. Zhuo Yiqing selected the softest piece from the fish's belly and placed it before him. Before long, Wen Ai ceased his politeness, indicating his desires with mere words, while Zhuo Yiqing executed his requests with precision, extending his chopsticks across the table with ease. However, as Wen Ai prepared to bring a piece of dompa pork to his mouth, his motion abruptly halted. "Short arms? Short arms." Zhuo Yiqing had the audacity to proclaim in front of so many that he had short arms. Chapter 22. The Celestial ascends to the earthly abyss. The Blade Appreciation Tournament spans 3 days. The first day showcases lesser talents, either novice young heroes or seasoned fighters who, despite their years of experience, have made little progress in their martial skills. Their approaches are raw and unrefined, lacking the polished demeanor of renowned masters. Occasionally, their banter escalates into verbal duels, with spittle nearly flying into the audience. Others abandon their weapons altogether, engaging in scuffles reminiscent of street brawls, scratching and poking at each other while hurling obscenities, creating a scene that is both grotesque and amusing. Wen Ai finds herself laughing so heartily that she struggles to catch her breath, slamming her palm onto the table, nearly toppling her teacup. Beside her, Zhuo Yiqing shifts his cup away as he observes her delight, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "Is it really that amusing?" Wen Ai beams at him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling. In that moment, Zhuo Yiqing is suddenly overcome with an impulse to draw her close and steal a kiss. On the second day, the core practitioners from various schools engage in serious martial arts exchanges, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. The atmosphere becomes staid and somber, which bores Wen Ai to the point of drowsiness. Zhuo Yiqing, seemingly conjuring a pouch of candied fruits from thin air, offers them to Wen Ai, whose eyes gleam with excitement. As she munches on the sweets, she listens to Zhuo Yiqing's humorous commentary on the ongoing contests, occasionally chuckling at his witty descriptions. The third day features the pinnacle of the tournament, where the most exceptional fighters face off. Wen Ai observes intently, yet all she can discern is the color of the combatants' garments, unable to even identify their styles. As the skilled fighters take to the stage, she nudges Zhuo Yiqing's arm. "Isn't it your turn? Shouldn't you prepare?" "Not necessary," he replies nonchalantly, reclining against a carved pearwood chair, cracking open a peanut shell and popping the nut into his mouth, showing no signs of concern for preparation. Wen Ai smirks, "That is quite arrogant of you." As the competition nears its finale, Zhuo Yiqing finally stands to draw his sword, handing its sheath to Wen Ai for safekeeping. With a swift motion, he leaps onto the arena, eliciting cheers from the audience upon landing. Yet, should he falter? Wen Ai muses that, even in defeat, Zhuo Yiqing's striking appearance would ensure his status as the most handsome gentleman, his expressive eyes likely to win him countless admirers. The match commences, and Wen Ai clutches the heavy sheath, her gaze fixed on the arena. Although the intricacies of the combat elude her, she observes Zhuo Yiqing's ethereal form skillfully pressuring his opponent, who teeters dangerously close to the edge of the platform on several occasions. In the span of 2 incense sticks, Zhuo Yiqing achieves 3 consecutive victories, claiming the title of champion for this year's Blade Appreciation Tournament. The crowd erupts in applause, and despite her reluctance to stand out, Wen Ai rises to blend in with the throng. Zhuo Yiqing, displaying humility and grace, bows in gratitude to both his opponent and the spectators before turning to Wen Ai, flashing her a beaming smile that radiates triumph. That night, as Wen Ai prepares for bed, a sudden, resounding knock echoes on her door. Zhuo Yiqing stands there, brandishing his sword before her. "I entrusted you with my sword sheath, yet you carelessly discarded it on the stands. Care to explain?" With a hand on the sheath, Wen Ai retorts, "It bears your name so prominently. Who would dare mishandle it? Besides, they are crafting you a new one that may very well become a legendary sword capable of stirring up chaos in the martial world. You might as well keep a low profile." "That's rather far-fetched," Zhuo Yiqing sighs, shaking his head in resignation. "Forget it, brother will take you stargazing."
What?
"I'm not going,"
She protests.
Ignoring her objections, Zhuo Yiqing hoists her onto the rooftop like a chick, compelling her to gaze at the stars. Sitting on the ridge, Wen Ai tilts her head back, while Zhuo Yiqing reclines casually beside her. Together, they admire the resplendent cosmos in silence. After a moment, Zhuo Yiqing breaks the quiet. "Why didn't you wait for me during the day?" Wen Ai, taken aback by the unexpected question, stammers, "You didn't ask me to wait. But I gave you my sword sheath," he counters swiftly. Wen Ai glances at him sideways. "Now you're being unreasonable." Fixating on the sheath, Zhuo Yiqing springs upright, his gaze fixed intently on her. "I sensed you were deliberately avoiding me today."
But why?
With a chuckle, he adds, "The esteemed leader of the medical valley, so brazenly toying with poison. Should I commend your candor or call you foolish?" Wen Ai fiddles with the tiles beneath her. "The arts of medicine and poison are intertwined. We who deal with herbs are merely honest." "Honest? Then there would be no duplicitous souls in this world." Zhuo Yiqing reclines once more, resting his head on the ridge, languidly declaring, "Though it's quite endearing, I will indulge you. Mind your own business." Wen Ai pushes him lightly, "Take me down quickly." Zhuo Yiqing remains sprawled. "What if you forget me entirely?" Wen Ai blinks, "As if I should remember you. You're just a passerby." Zhuo Yiqing turns to fixate on her, enunciating each word. "Heartless." Reflecting on their conversation, Wen Ai deliberates before slipping a small vial of medicine into Zhuo Yiqing's robe. He retrieves it, exclaiming, "Oh, a jade vial. It contains 3 pills." Bringing it closer to his nose, he inquires, "What is this for?" "To alleviate pain, whether internal or external. It will quell any discomfort," Wen Ai explains. "Given your unpopularity, it's wise to have this on hand. You never know when you might find yourself in a predicament." Zhuo Yiqing stows the vial safely. "I likely won't need it in this lifetime, but I shall not disregard a gift from the esteemed leader of the valley." Wen Ai smiles silently, thinking, "Let your ego swell. It will soon burst." This prophecy proves accurate, for before long, Zhuo Yiqing finds himself in a bloody predicament. After dismounting from a carriage, he approaches, only to see Zhuo Yiqing collapsed in a pool of blood. Hearing footsteps, Zhuo Yiqing weakly opens his eyes, a smile gracing his lips despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Miss me? You've come running so soon." "Don't speak." Wen Ai frowns, crouching down and signaling to her guards, who swiftly step forward with a needle pouch. Selecting a slightly thicker needle, she seals several of Zhua Yiqing's pressure points to stem the bleeding temporarily. Zhua Yiqing's face pales, yet his playful demeanor remains intact. "Little darling, your needlework is impressive. Cough, cough. That medicine you gave me is truly effective, not painful at all." Wen Ai presses her fingers against his lips, silencing him. "Had I known, I would have preferred you to suffer in silence." Chapter 23. The Celestial and the Earthly. The hidden immortal valley is divided into the outer and inner valleys. All disciples of the sect reside in the outer valley, where they also attend to those seeking medical advice. The inner valley, however, is reserved solely for the valley master and their most devoted disciples. Wen Ai's master, the previous valley master, had long since embarked on a journey, leaving the vast inner valley occupied only by him.
Oh.
But not entirely alone. There was also the critically injured Zhua Yiqing. Zhua Yiqing was gravely wounded, clinging to life by a thread. Wen Ai spent an entire hour tending to his flesh wounds, drenched in sweat, before hastily making her way to the apothecary to prepare medicine. The concoction required 3 separate boils, which had to be blended together before it could be deemed complete. During the administration of the medicine, Zhua Yiqing stirred from his stupor. His hazy vision catching sight of Wen Ai's flushed face, her delicate lips parted as she breathed in labored gasps. He thought he was lost in a spring dream, closing his eyes to savor the illusion. On the 6th morning, Wen Ai, having freshened up, entered Zhua Yiqing's chamber with a bowl of rice soup. He had awakened, yet his severe injuries rendered him unable to move, requiring her to feed him spoonful by spoonful. The rice soup, specially prepared by her disciples, was thick and aromatic. She carefully blew on a spoonful before bringing it to his lips. Zhua Yiqing complied, yet his eyes were fixed intently on Wen Ai, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Wen Ai forcefully shoved the spoon towards him, exclaiming, "Why are you staring at me? Eat up. I haven't had breakfast yet." Zhua Yiqing tilted his head, evading the next spoonful she offered, raising his chin slightly, urging her, "You eat." Wen Ai retorted, "I want to drink this. I'm saving room for buns later." Zhua Yiqing merely nodded and hastened his consumption of the rice soup. When it was time for a change of bandages, Wen Ai felt that Zhua Yiqing's awakening was more of a hindrance. Earlier, when he was unconscious, she had felt no hesitation in undressing him to tend to his wounds. After all, healing was paramount. But now, with his awareness restored, she found her hands faltering. After a moment of inner turmoil, she instructed him to sit up against the headboard to change the dressings on his upper body before reluctantly reaching for his belt. In contrast to the crisscross scars on his torso, Zhua Yiqing's lower body bore only a few shallow cuts, albeit inflicted at an awkward angle, particularly 2 slashes at the top of his right thigh. Wen Ai knelt between his legs, bending his right knee to expose the injury as she leaned down to unwrap the bandage. The position was undeniably suggestive. Zhua Yiqing observed her hurried motions from above, a silent smirk creeping onto his lips. Wen Ai hastily finished the dressing, lifting her head from between his legs. Her cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or from having been bowed for too long, she could not tell. Days passed, and Zhua Yiqing regained some mobility in his limbs. Wen Ai began securing the locks on his door, making comings and goings a tad inconvenient. One day, as she entered, she found Zhua Yiqing practicing walking at a leisurely pace. After watching for a while, she concluded he could indeed walk unaided. Zhua Yiqing gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Thanks to my little darling's attentive care." Without a word, Wen Ai circled around him and dragged out a large object covered with cloth from under the bed. Curious, Zhua Yiqing approached to inspect, only for Wen Ai to swiftly secure an iron ring around his ankle. Raising an eyebrow, he jangled the chain on his right foot, asking, "What game is this?" Without hesitation, Wen Ai locked his left foot as well. "Is this a precaution against my escape? Rest assured, even if you try to evict me, I want to leave." Zhua Yiqing chuckled as he settled onto the bed. Wen Ai, standing tall, secured his hands with iron cuffs, tugging the chain to ensure its strength before crossing her arms and declaring, "This chain is forged from meteorite iron. Once bound, your inner energy will be sealed. You may move freely within this room, but beyond that, do not even think about it." Zhua Yiqing attempted to channel his energy, only to find it sluggish and nearly immobilized. The smile at the corner of his mouth faded slightly, though his tone remained teasing. "Are you hoping to confine me here for some nefarious purpose?" With a flat expression, he added, "So, if I were weak, you would not have saved me?" "Quite likely," Wen Ai mused, "but if you were weak, you would have perished long before I arrived." The amusement in Zhua Yiqing's eyes vanished, and after a moment, he smirked. "My dear, you will soon realize that imprisoning Tian Qian is a perilous endeavor." While Wen Ai was unaware of just how dangerous Tian Qian could be, she was beginning to appreciate his remarkable resilience and recovery capabilities. Just over half a month had passed since he nearly drowned in the River of Oblivion, and now, both his internal and external wounds were nearly healed. Now that he was mending, it was time to advance the plot. The task prompt indicated that Yin Qianshuang extracted half a bowl of Zhua Yiqing's blood daily for her research on a toxin that could sap a person's martial prowess. Armed with a sharp dagger and an empty bowl, Wen Ai rushed into Zhua Yiqing's cell. Zhua Yiqing was seated by the window, painting. The heavy shackles on his wrists did not seem to hinder his creativity. Wen Ai silently observed him for a while, realizing he was depicting the scene of herbs drying in the courtyard, rendered quite realistically. After a couple of cups of tea had passed, Zhua Yiqing finally set down his brush. Turning to her, he noticed the dagger and bowl in her hands, feigning ignorance as he asked, "After watching me for so long, what do you intend to do?" Wen Ai glanced at his hands, then at the painting, her grip on the dagger tightening until she wordlessly fled the room. The following day, she returned with another empty bowl, rushing in to present a pill she had shaken from a bottle, holding it out to Zhua Yiqing.
"Eat."
Zhua Yiqing did not take it, leaning down to sniff it, nearly brushing his nose against her palm, which made Wen Ai itch to scratch her palm with her nails. "What are you sniffing?" "Smell the poison, and you cannot escape responsibility," she said, prying his mouth open and shoving the pill inside before keeping her hand over his mouth to prevent him from spitting it out. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Zhua Yiqing's eyes as he extended his tongue and traced a circle in her palm. "Do you dare to cut off my tongue?" Wen Ai furiously wiped her hands on her clothes, her fair palms reddening from the friction. Zhua Yiqing rested his chin on his hand, leisurely watching her. "I do believe you would if you were to wield a knife." Wen Ai poured water from a teapot onto her hands, refusing to look up as she retorted, "Don't provoke me, or I might just do it." Zhua Yiqing opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly he felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, spilling forth in a torrent. Wen Ai quickly discarded the teapot, catching the blood in the empty bowl until she had collected nearly half a bowl's worth, after which Zhua Yiqing's bleeding subsided. In the storyline, Yin Qianshuang developed a toxin capable of devouring internal energy within a month, and Wen Ai had to achieve results within the same time frame to administer it to the male lead. For the entire afternoon, Wen Ai sequestered herself in the apothecary, immersed in researching the poison. The following day, Wen Ai fed Zhua Yiqing another pill of the same kind as yesterday, holding the bowl eagerly as he awaited the sight of blood. His glossy, dark eyes blinked unblinkingly, reminiscent of a child anticipating a sweet treat. Zhua Yiqing could not help but poke his plump forehead. "Do you enjoy my blood so much?" Without hesitation, Wen Ai nodded. Zhua Yiqing narrowed his enchanting peach blossom eyes. "Even if you don't restrain me, I would willingly offer you half a bowl every day." Wen Ai resolutely shook his head. "Your insinuation is too blatant. Give up on that thought. I will not allow you to escape, so prepare yourself to grow old and die here." "Grow old?" Zhua Yiqing leaned back against the chair with a smile. "So, you intend to keep me company for a century?" Wen Ai grasped the back of his head, pressing it down. "Don't look up. You'll end up with blood flowing down your neck." Just as he finished speaking, Zhua Yiqing coughed up blood. Wen Ai hurriedly caught every drop in the bowl. See. Good thing I was prompt." A hint of pride tinged his tone, and upon hearing it, Zhua Yiqing felt both exasperated and amused, a grin revealing his blood-stained teeth. Wen Ai was caught off guard by the startling sight up close, nearly spilling the blood onto the floor. Wen Ai was not skilled in cooking. He relied on the disciples from the outer valley to prepare 3 meals a day, usually dining alongside Zhua Yiqing. Now, as they sat at the dining table, disciples were bringing in dishes one after another. Zhua Yiqing quickly noticed that tonight's menu was exceptional: steamed yam with red dates, glutinous rice with jujubes, stir-fried pig liver, sliced pig liver, and tomato pig liver soup. Even the rice was mixed with black beans. All were nourishing ingredients for replenishing blood. Once the serving disciples had exited, Zhua Yiqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you trying to replenish my blood?" Wen Ai nodded, casually pushing the stir-fried pig liver toward Zhua Yiqing. "Eat up. With half a bowl of blood daily, I worry that you might be drained dry. And I won't know where to find someone as good as you." Zhua Yiqing chuckled. "So, it seems I am quite precious to you?" Wen Ai, tugging at the chicken leg, stole a glance at him. "Indeed, you're even more cherished than I am. Look at this grand table of dishes. Aside from this roast chicken, there's hardly anything for me." Zhua Yiqing extended his chopsticks to help him detach the chicken leg from the body. "Don't bother next time. I don't particularly like these." Wen Ai happily bit into the chicken leg, his eyes curving in delight. "Then what do you enjoy eating?" Wen Ai, with greasy fingers, retorted, "You can skip that last part, as if I could fetch it for you just because it's in season." Zhua Yiqing watched Wen Ai gnaw on the chicken leg and shook his head with a smile. Ungrateful little bandit. The next day, while rummaging through the medicinal herb storage, Wen Ai stumbled upon a pile of water chestnuts mistakenly mixed in with the Huangjing herbs, likely due to the oversight of an absent-minded disciple. The resemblance between the water chestnuts and Huangjing, both dark and unassuming, made it challenging to discern them from one another. The system was astonished. "Why are you treating him so well?" Wen Ai rubbed his eyes. "It's not kindness. I just feel guilty." The system brought out a small stool. "Share your story." Wen Ai, "There's no story. I take his blood daily, which harms both his body and dignity, leaving me with a guilty conscience." The system pointed out, "Yet he doesn't seem to be suffering a blow to his dignity." Wen Ai replied, "You can't see his heart from a distance. Perhaps he is just putting on a brave face? He has been quite considerate towards me. Just yesterday, he mentioned wanting to eat water chestnuts, and today I found them. It's fate." The system, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "With such a soft heart, you'll end up with a task that's more challenging than a bitter pill." After sorting through the water chestnuts, Wen Ai gathered the four corners of a bedsheet to form a makeshift bundle, dragging it to the kitchen. He attempted to cook them, following the method he found online, boiling for 15 minutes, then letting them steam for another 10. When he lifted the lid, the fragrant aroma of the water chestnuts wafted through the kitchen, filling the entire bamboo house. As Wen Ai entered the room with a small serving bowl, Zhua Yiqing was already seated at the table, waiting. "Didn't you say you wouldn't buy any if they were for sale? Why did you suddenly decide to cook them?" "I accidentally found them in the medicinal herb storage. I'm not sure how long they've been there. Thought I'd use you to test them." Wen Ai placed the bowl in front of Zhua Yiqing, urging him to eat. Zhua Yiqing looked at the bowl filled with fragmented water chestnut flesh and couldn't help but chuckle. How did they end up like this? Wen Ai stood beside him with hands behind his back. "Are they for eating or just for display? Besides, I think I did rather well." Zhua Yiqing picked one up to taste. "The flavor is good, but the presentation. Your delicate hands are so lovely. Why are they so clumsy when they move?" Wen Ai swatted his hand away as he reached for the bowl. "Then don't eat them." Although Zhua Yiqing's internal energy was sealed, his keen eyesight remained intact. The moment Wen Ai's hand emerged from behind his back, Zhua Yiqing noticed the swollen fingers. Frowning, he grasped Wen Ai's hand for a closer inspection, his voice lowering. "Did you hurt yourself peeling the water chestnuts?" Wen Ai, sulking, refused to respond. Zhua Yiqing's heart ached, gently touching his swollen fingertips. "Does it hurt?" As Zhua Yiqing's tender expression emerged, Wen Ai's grievances bubbled to the surface, his lips pouting. "What do you think? I kindly peeled them for you, and you still criticize my clumsiness." Wen Ai looked so pitiful that Zhua Yiqing felt his heart melting. "You're not clumsy at all. I was just teasing you. Even if you made them into mush, I would still appreciate them. Don't be upset." Wen Ai, stubbornly retorting. "Who's upset? As if I care. I'm just frustrated." All right, let us not be upset then." Zhua Yiqing cradled Wen Ai's hand to his lips. "Let me blow on it for you." Zhua Yiqing leaned down to blow gently on Wen Ai's red, swollen fingertips, and as he did, he couldn't help but kiss them repeatedly, finally taking one into his mouth. Wen Ai pushed hard against Zhuo Yiqing's head. Don't lick it. I'll apply medicine myself later. Zhuo Yiqing held Wen Ai's fingers in his mouth for a while before pulling them out, cradling them in his palm and kissing them tenderly. Don't touch sharp, hard things anymore. It breaks my heart. With that, he turned and ran away. Zhuo Yiqing was stunned for a moment, realizing that his affectionate gesture had been misunderstood by Wen Ai as an attempt to escape, leaving him with a bittersweet smile. I truly feel wronged. The following day, Wen Ai boiled another pot of water chestnuts, draining them and placing them on the table in front of Zhuo Yiqing. Didn't you say you would teach me how to peel them? All right, you sit first. Zhuo Yiqing pulled the bamboo stool closer for Wen Ai and casually picked a water chestnut from the bowl, turning to ask, "Where's the small knife you asked me to find?" Wen Ai produced a small knife and handed it to him. Be careful not to break it. I borrowed it from the medicine room for handling herbs. I can't make any promises, Zhuo Yiqing replied, flicking the thin blade and examining the water chestnut in his hand. These have been sitting for too long. The shell is exceptionally tough. Wen Ai hesitated. Should I fetch the vegetable knife I used yesterday instead? No need. I'll be cautious. Zhuo Yiqing said, come closer. I'm about to start. The water chestnut resembled the head of an ox demon, with a pair of downward curving sharp horns. Zhuo Yiqing sliced off the horns, then made a horizontal cut across the belly of the water chestnut. Grasping both ends, he pulled apart, and the white, tender flesh fell out in one piece. Zhuo Yiqing raised his chin toward Wen Ai. See, did it break? Wen Ai cautiously pinched the water chestnut flesh and placed it in his palm, excitedly fiddling with it as he exclaimed, it's intact, not a single crumb has fallen. Zhuo Yiqing smiled proudly, taking a piece of the chestnut and popping it into Wen Ai's mouth. Is it delicious? Wen Ai's cheeks bulged as he replied, delicious. The flavor was secondary. The sheer delight of consuming such a whole piece of fruit brought a sense of satisfaction. Zhuo Yiqing quickly peeled another one, teasingly waving it before Wen Ai. Would you like some? Wen Ai, eyeing the plump chestnut, nodded eagerly. Yes. Zhuo Yiqing lowered his voice, coaxing. Then doesn't that make me quite impressive? Wen Ai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before conceding. Impressive. Zhuo Yiqing, still unsatisfied, added, then call me brother, and I'll peel the whole pot for you. Wen Ai, unwilling, picked up a knife and began to peel himself. You really took the bait. I simply didn't master the technique yesterday. I might not peel worse than you now. Just as he spoke, he pricked his hand on a sharp corner, causing him to yelp, startling Zhuo Yiqing. Let me see, Zhuo Yiqing said urgently, pulling Wen Ai's hand over. He noticed a small cut on Wen Ai's fingertip, oozing blood. And without hesitation, he stuffed the finger into his mouth. Wen Ai's attempt at mockery was thwarted, leaving him embarrassed into silence as Zhuo Yiqing tended to him. The minor wound barely bled, and Zhuo Yiqing soon released his mouth, lifting his garment to dry Wen Ai's finger while gently squeezing his palm. Your hands are so innocent. Always getting cut. Wen Ai replied weakly, I don't mind. I mind, Zhuo Yiqing frowned at him, recalling how he had just warned him against such sharp objects. Wen Ai murmured, you were the one who proposed conditions first, making me act. Zhuo Yiqing scrutinized his face. If you had just called me brother, this wouldn't have happened, would it? Wen Ai turned his face away. Not calling. Zhuo Yiqing sighed in exasperation. Fine. You're adorable, and you're right. I willingly peel for you. Is that acceptable? Having experienced the convenience of modern life in a previous world, Wen Ai encountered numerous challenges in this less developed era, particularly with bathing. He had to heat water in a large boiler, then transport it bucket by bucket to the bathtub, adjusting the temperature with more buckets until it was finally suitable for bathing, leaving him exhausted. This evening, he lacked the energy to heat water again. Noticing the warmth of May, he took his change of clothes and hurried to the small lake behind the bamboo house for a bath. The water was a bit cold at first, but after swimming for a while, his body acclimated to the temperature. Under Su Changzhou's guidance, Wen Ai had developed decent swimming skills, yet he dared not venture too far into the lake. After indulging for a bit, he returned to shallower waters to wash himself properly. Zhuo Yiqing possessed keen senses, particularly acute hearing and sight, along with an extraordinary sense of smell and taste, a talent innate rather than acquired through martial training. His room was close to the small lake, and during quiet nights, he often heard the sound of the wind stirring the water. However, tonight, the sounds felt different. Zhuo Yiqing threw off his covers, got out of bed, opened the window, and stepped into a new realm. His little darling was bathing, caressed by the moonlight as he explored his bare body inch by inch. Each movement seemed like a silent invitation. Zhuo Yiqing's nose bled in reverence, his body radiating an electrifying energy. His little darling was rising from the water, droplets cascading down a flushed face, accentuating delicate collarbones, petite breasts, and a slender waist, while the air thickened with an intoxicating allure. Zhuo Yiqing's eyes, aflame with desire, fixated on the figure by the shore, his hand moving towards his waistband, the chains on his wrist rattling wildly. His little darling began dressing, the garment falling to the ground as he bent down, revealing a tantalizing glimpse. Overcome with heat, Zhuo Yiqing unleashed his pent-up desires. The next afternoon at lunch, Zhuo Yiqing expressed a desire to bathe. Wen Ai, pouring sauce over a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, replied, "Has it not been 3 days yet?" Boiling a barrel of bathwater was a hassle, when Ai was already exhausted from preparing his own. Fortunately, every 3 days, a designated person came to clean, and when Ai had taken the liberty of asking them to prepare water for Zhuo Yiqing, temporarily alleviating the bathing issue. The cleaning person had just been there the day before and would not return until tomorrow. Zhuo Yiqing set down his chopsticks, looking at Wen Ai. "The weather has warmed. It's uncomfortable to sweat while sleeping." Wen Ai mirrored his gaze. "So you want me to fetch water for you?" Zhuo Yiqing laughed heartily. "I would never dare to impose that on you. I can wash in the lake." Wen Ai frowned, considering, then leaned closer to Zhuo Yiqing's collar to sniff. "There is a hint of sweat." "Fine, you may go. But I must warn you, the chains will not be removed. You must wear them into the water." Zhuo Yiqing readily agreed. "All right." Zhuo Yiqing retrieved a clean outfit from inside, asking, "Shall we bathe?" When Ai replied, "Wait a moment." He produced a new iron chain, fastening one end around Zhuo Yiqing's left ankle while holding the other firmly in his hand, then removed all the iron rings that had secured Zhuo Yiqing's limbs. Zhuo Yiqing jangled the new anklet. "Where did you find such complete equipment?" When Ai tugged the chain, leading Zhuo Yiqing out like a pet. "Left by my master." Zhuo Yiqing hurried to catch up, walking alongside him. "Did your master raise medicinal practitioners?" Zhuo Yiqing tossed his bundled change of clothes into the air playfully. "So how did you end up on this dubious path?" When Ai shot him a glare. "And how did your upright father, a great hero, end up with a son like you?" Zhuo Yiqing chuckled wryly. "You just haven't seen me when I'm serious." Upon reaching the lake, Zhuo Yiqing began to undress, while Wen Ai secured the chain to a tree trunk and retrieved a packet of medicinal powder. Zhuo Yiqing casually tossed his outer garments aside, inquiring, "What is this?" When Ai pressed his lips together, "Soft muscle powder." After a pause, he added, "It's a small dosage. It will just prevent you from exerting too much strength. Bathing is still fine." Zhuo Yiqing stripped off his inner garments, revealing a muscular torso. "Why didn't you give it to me before we left? Were you afraid I would run off dragging the chains?" "I simply forgot in the rush," When Ai admitted, catching Zhuo Yiqing's hand as he began to unfasten his trousers. "Wait a moment, take the medicine first." Zhuo Yiqing accepted the packet, poured the contents into his mouth, and even extended his tongue for Wen Ai to inspect. Taken by surprise, Wen Ai was met with a vivid crimson tongue, its tip suggestively curling upwards. He quickly shoved Zhuo Yiqing's head aside. "How disgusting." Once Zhuo Yiqing entered the water, Wen Ai sat at a distance beneath the tree, waiting and occasionally glancing towards the lake. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wen Ai discovered that the figures in the lake had vanished. He hurriedly dashed to the shore, where an iron chain, extending from a tree trunk, reached into the water. Upon pulling at it, he felt a heavy weight at the other end, evidently still tethered to Zhuo Yiqing. Frustration welled within him as he stamped his foot. It was likely his bag of soft muscle powder that had malfunctioned, causing Zhuo Yiqing to drown and sink. Gripping the chain tightly, he exerted all his strength to pull it ashore, but soon found himself unable to budge it, as if something in the water had ensnared it firmly. In a moment of panic, he wrapped the chain several times around his arm, leaned back, and kicked the ground with all his might, creating a pit in the wet mud at the water's edge, yet the chain remained stubbornly stuck beneath the surface. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he disregarded his shoes and plunged headfirst into the lake. Fortunately, it was afternoon, and the light was sufficient. Following the chain downward, he spotted Zhuo Yiqing, who was entangled in a mass of aquatic plants. Wen Ai swam swiftly towards him, freeing the water plants from Zhuo Yiqing's upper body, and wrapped his arms around his waist, guiding him towards the surface. To his astonishment, Zhuo Yiqing suddenly pressed his lips against Wen Ai's, prying open his mouth with his tongue and fervently drawing in air. The overpowering essence of Tiangong enveloped Wen Ai, and though he wished to escape, Zhuo Yiqing held him tightly by the waist with one hand and grasped the back of his head with the other, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Zhuo Yiqing continued to siphon air from Wen Ai's mouth. Understanding that this was a natural instinct in the throes of drowning, Wen Ai relaxed, ceasing his struggles to allow them to ascend more swiftly. Sensing Wen Ai's acquiescence, Zhuo Yiqing intensified his suction, even drawing Wen Ai's tongue into his own mouth. Clad only in undergarments and trousers, Zhuo Yiqing draped his outer garment over Wen Ai's shoulders. Earlier, Zhuo Yiqing had not matched his pace. Instead, he lingered a few steps behind. He flicked his tongue, expelling a leaf of water plant from his mouth. When Wen Ai had pulled him from the shore, Zhuo Yiqing could still grasp the water plants with his hands, but once Wen Ai submerged, he had to release his grip and bite down on the plants to prevent being swept away by the undercurrents, feigning entanglement in the vegetation, even as his molars throbbed in discomfort. Yet it was all worth it. Moreover, there was one matter he needed to ascertain. Upon their first encounter, he had caught a faint whiff of a delicate, earthy fragrance emanating from Wen Ai, but it had vanished the moment he drew closer to scent the nape of his neck. However, just now, while submerged, or rather when his Tiangong essence had leaked out, he detected that elusive aroma once again, sweet and enticing. Zhuo Yiqing lifted his eyelids, fixating on Wen Ai's somewhat flustered silhouette, his eyes brimming with keen interest. "My dear, it seems I am destined to uncover your secret." Chapter 24. The transition from heaven to earth. As the days passed, Wen Ai found himself spending increasingly prolonged hours in the apothecary. He had already deciphered a substantial portion of the poison formula, yet one critical aspect eluded his understanding. Frustration began to set in as he realized he had been stuck at this impasse for several days, and each night before sleep, his thoughts were consumed by the matter. Alas, misfortunes seemed to compound upon him. On this particular morning, upon opening his door, he discovered a massive beehive hanging under the eaves, large enough to be compared to 2 human heads stacked atop one another. Surrounding the hive was a swarm of bees, buzzing erratically in a frenzy. These bees had likely descended from the nearby mountain overnight, constructing such a large nest right at his doorstep, emboldened by their numbers. Despite feeling bullied by the aggressive swarm, Wen Ai was acutely aware of the danger they posed. These were wild bees, known for their size and aggressive nature, armed with venomous stingers that could inflict painful injuries. He hesitated to venture outside, standing behind the door as he heard the dull thuds of bees colliding against it, each impact sending shivers down his spine. For the first time, he found himself trapped by a swarm of bees, unsure of how to proceed. Besides the door, there was only a window nearby, perfectly aligned with the hive, rendering it a dead end. He knew the disciple responsible for delivering breakfast had already come and that lunch would not arrive for at least 3 to 4 hours. The thought of sitting idle, confined, for so long was unbearable. Desperation led him to grab a cup of leftover tea from the table. Taking a few sips before calling out to Zhuo Yiqing through the door, he explained his predicament, to which Zhuo Yiqing calmly replied, "Do not fret. I shall think of a solution." Wen Ai scratched the bamboo strips on the door, pondering what solution could possibly exist when he was effectively imprisoned. After a moment, Zhuo Yiqing's voice returned, instructing him to gather several articles of clothing to wrap himself up securely, leaving only his eyes exposed. "Once you are ready, let me know," and then dashed towards me as I opened the door. This plan was indeed clever. Once he exited, the bees would undoubtedly chase him. But if he could swiftly reach Zhuo Yiqing's room, the bees would eventually disperse. He would then be free to slip outside and seek help, effortlessly resolving the issue. Grateful for the iron chain that prevented him from locking Zhuo Yiqing's door, he mused how troublesome it would have been to fumble for the key while being pursued by the swarm. "Very well, I shall change into my battle attire," he informed Zhuo Yiqing before rummaging through his wardrobe for long robes, wrapping himself tightly to cover every exposed inch. After securing himself, he knocked on the door and announced, "I am coming over. Be attentive." Zhuo Yiqing replied, "All right, run quickly." At the threshold, Wen Ai hesitated, "You won't forget to open the door for me, will you?" With a hint of exasperation in his voice, Zhuo Yiqing replied, "Do you think I would deny you?" Taking a deep breath, Wen Ai lifted his cloak over his head and dashed out, embracing the peril ahead. Predictably, the moment the bees spotted him, they swarmed like flies drawn to a foul odor, a perfect embodiment of chaos. Amidst the cacophony of buzzing behind him, he shouted, "Open the door! Open the door!" Zhuo Yiqing, attuned to the sound of his footsteps, opened the door just as Wen Ai was about to reach him. In an instant, Wen Ai flung the cloak behind him and lunged into Zhuo Yiqing's embrace, his cheek resting against Zhuo Yiqing's chest, clinging tightly around his waist. The adrenaline from the terrifying escape left him trembling, and he noticed that Zhuo Yiqing was also quaking slightly, which piqued his curiosity. He lifted his head to see Zhuo Yiqing's face flushed with suppressed laughter. "What is so amusing?" Wen Ai teased, nudging him lightly. Zhuo Yiqing feigned pain, rubbing his chest and teasingly pinching Wen Ai's cheek. "If you were so frightened, why did you not remain indoors?" Wen Ai turned his head away. "I would have wasted the entire morning waiting." "Did it frighten you?" Zhuo Yiqing gently patted his back. "Are you feeling better now?" Wen Ai took a moment to assess his racing heart, responding in a hushed tone, "I am still a bit shaken." Zhuo Yiqing pressed Wen Ai's head into his embrace, soothingly caressing him. "Fear not. I am here." In the blink of an eye, the once menacing hive had vanished. Days later, Wen Ai entered Zhuo Yiqing's room, holding a small wooden box. He opened the lid and presented it to Zhuo Yiqing in silence. The box was lined with a thick layer of silk, cradling a vivid red pill. Zhuo Yiqing glanced into the box. "Is my blood meant for this?" Wen Ai nodded slightly, "Indeed." Zhuo Yiqing leisurely sipped his tea. "What will happen if I consume it?" Wen Ai's gaze fell to the floor. "You will lose all your martial prowess." His lips tightened. If he could, he would prefer not to have Zhuo Yiqing try it. The pill was a genuine poison, and even if it might lead to future benefits, it would not erase the immediate agony it would cause. Wen Ai knew he should insist firmly that Zhuo Yiqing take it, perhaps even force it upon him. Yet he was Wen Ai, not Yin Xianshuang. He couldn't muster the courage to harm him while maintaining his composure, nor could he meet Zhuo Yiqing's gaze. Noticing Wen Ai's silence, Zhuo Yiqing chuckled lightly. "I am the one testing the drug, not you." "Why the long face?" Wen Ai bit his lip. "Are you reluctant?" Zhuo Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "Then shall we not proceed?" Wen Ai clenched his fists, exhaling deeply after a moment. "Let us try." Zhuo Yiqing took the box from Wen Ai's hand, agreeing readily. "Very well, but I have a condition." Wen Ai looked up. "What condition?" "Do not lock me up again." Zhuo Yiqing replied. "By that time, I will be devoid of martial skills, and this valley is lined with sheer cliffs, while guards patrol outside. Even if I wished to escape, I could not. Therefore, I would like the freedom to move within the valley." Wen Ai hesitated. "Let me think." Zhuo Yiqing rested his chin on one hand, absent-mindedly fiddling with the pillbox lid. "If you are concerned I might flee, you could give me a poison that requires a timed antidote. That way, I will be bound to you." Wen Ai was taken aback by Zhuo Yiqing's eagerness to consume the poison, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhuo Yiqing flashed a grin. "Isn't this all in pursuit of freedom?" Thus, an agreement was forged. Ironically, this was meant to be Wen Ai's decision to lead, yet he merely initiated it, while Zhuo Yiqing took the reins. Without hesitation, Zhuo Yiqing took the pill from the box and swallowed it. Even the most potent poison requires time to take effect. And as they awaited the onset, a profound silence enveloped the room, devoid of even the slightest sound of shifting chairs or clinking teacups. He did not expect Zhuo Yiqing to retain his usual wit in such a moment, so he took the initiative to speak. "By the way, wasn't that medicine quite sweet?" His question seemed rather nonsensical, causing Zhuo Yiqing to pause briefly. "It appears so. Of course, I added a generous amount of honey while crafting the pills," Wen Ai remarked, gesturing towards his room. "Do you remember the beehive outside my window a few days ago? I was busy dealing with it, and I ended up extracting a small chunk of honey, extraordinarily sweet, which I incorporated into the medicine." Zhuo Yiqing regarded him with a semblance of amusement. Indeed, quite sweet. The room fell silent once more. Wen Ai's gaze fixated on the teapot on the table, displaying an air of restlessness. Zhuo Yiqing's lips had turned pale, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Why are you more anxious than I am? Wen Ai timidly glanced at him. Aren't you angry that I confined you, bled you daily, and now rendered you powerless? As the effects of the medicine began to take hold, Zhuo Yiqing's complexion drained of color. Pain coursed through him as if his meridians were being torn apart. He gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries, and turned to Wen Ai with a faint smile, not angry. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have long become a pile of bones. Even without my martial arts, I can still. Zhuo Yiqing clenched his jaw, the agony rendering him unable to continue. Wen Ai stood helplessly beside him. Let me help you to the bed. The moment his hand brushed against Zhuo Yiqing's shoulder, Zhuo Yiqing collapsed to the ground. Wen Ai struggled to place him on the bed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, before turning to the medicinal cabinet to brew a remedy that could alleviate his symptoms. As the medicine simmered, Wen Ai stepped out of the kitchen, collapsing weakly onto the steps, his eyes gradually reddening until tears finally fell. The system, sensing the host's distress, paused the game and emerged to console him. You need not blame yourself. This is his fate, long predetermined. Wen Ai ignored it, bowing his head in silence as tears streamed down his face. The system continued to persuade. With his martial arts taken, he will be able to learn the unique skills of a master beyond the world. You need not worry for him. Yet, Wen Ai remained silent, occasionally sobbing. The system, growing anxious, paced in circles. Look, there are many taskers. If you do not come, others will. They will not possess your compassion. And the torment the male lead endures will only multiply exponentially. Meeting you is his fortune. After weeping for a while, Wen Ai's tears gradually ceased. He wiped his face and rose to guard the medicine in the kitchen. I will ensure his fortune is enhanced. Chapter 25. The transition from heaven to earth. Zhuo Yiqing hailed from a renowned martial arts family and commenced his martial training at the tender age of 3.
Now,
After 2 decades of relentless practice, his foundation has been utterly shattered in a single moment. Despite his remarkable physical constitution, recovering within just a few days is an insurmountable challenge. However, Wen Ai possesses limited knowledge of this world, and the memories inherent in this body are predominantly filled with herbal remedies and prescriptions. If he were to engage in conversation, he would find himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Zhuo Yiqing has never been one to remain silent. Leaning against the headboard, he regaled Wen Ai with a plethora of amusing tales from the martial world. Wen Ai perched on a small bamboo stool beside the bed, propping his elbows on the edge and cradling his face in his hands, utterly engrossed in the narratives. The more captivated he became, the more animated Zhuo Yiqing grew in his storytelling. Throughout the night, it was uncertain who was entertaining whom. The vastness of the martial world ensures that stories are inexhaustible. As the night deepened, Wen Ai yearned to hear more, yet his eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. Rubbing his half-closed eyes, he insisted, I am not sleepy. Do continue. Zhuo Yiqing playfully flicked his forehead, saying, Your eyes are barely open. Even if I continue, you wouldn't be able to absorb it.
who says?
Just moments ago, you mentioned the ghost face killer infiltrating the Luo family to exact vengeance. When AI countered, I remember it distinctly. Zhuo Yiqing chuckled at him. That was a quarter of an hour ago. When AI was taken aback. Impossible. Zhuo Yiqing gently pushed Wen Ai's hand, which had been resting on the bed's edge, away. Enough, go to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall continue the tale. Very well, Wen Ai yawned, stretching as he stood from the stool, his voice thick with drowsiness. You'll have to start from the ghost face killer's vengeance tomorrow. I can't recall the rest. Zhuo Yiqing nodded. All right, I'll keep a note of it. After accounting stories over 10 nights, Zhuo Yiqing had nearly fully recovered. Although he had lost his formidable inner strength, his physique remained significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person.
Casually,
Zhuo Yiqing lifted the ceramic lid of a medicinal jar. Before he could lean down to sniff, a pungent, rancid odor assaulted his senses, forcing him to recoil, his eyes nearly closing in reaction. Several days had elapsed since the last concoction was brewed, and the jars lay neglected, indicating that Wen Ai was reluctant to confront this mess. If left unattended any longer, he would have to enlist the help of disciples to clean up. Upon realizing this, Wen Ai felt as though he had unlocked the doors to a new realm. Given Zhuo Yiqing's strong and healthy physique, it seemed rather unreasonable for him to remain idle in the valley, consuming without contributing. With this epiphany, Wen Ai gradually began assigning menial tasks to Zhuo Yiqing, drying herbs, grinding powders, and rolling medicinal pills. Anything that could be deferred to Zhuo Yiqing was handed over, and before long, both strenuous and meticulous tasks were predominantly handled by him. Wen Ai merely had to direct him verbally, relishing in the ease of it all. The system interjected with a hint of sarcasm just days ago. You lamented wanting the male lead to have better fortune and suffer less. And yet, this is what you show me? Wen Ai stood by the window, observing Zhuo Yiqing diligently working in the courtyard, and replied earnestly, life is meant for labor. From the moment one is born, work is a necessity. Just look at how content he appears. At that moment, Zhuo Yiqing had just finished fetching the last bucket of water, setting down the yoke, and wiping sweat from his brow, while flashing a bright smile at Wen Ai, indeed looking quite pleased. The system, feeling overwhelmed by the display, retreated to play games instead. Curiosity piqued, Wen Ai approached, bending down to examine the two fish whose mouths were still twitching. Did you catch those in the lake? He inquired. He patted Zhuo Yiqing on the shoulder, impressive. Zhuo Yiqing beamed with pride. Tonight, brother will prepare fish soup for you. Wen Ai was taken aback. The eldest son of the Wanyun Mountain Manor can cook? Who said, I was the eldest. I'm the third in line. Zhuo Yiqing replied as he carried the fish towards the kitchen. Whether I can cook or not is a different matter. Few have tasted my culinary skills, but tonight, you shall be fortunate. Wen Ai followed him into the kitchen, rummaging through the corners to find leftover seasonings from his master's previous cooking. Zhuo Yiqing inspected them, confirming their freshness before placing them on the stove. Zhuo Yiqing served a dish and a soup at the dining table while Wen Ai neatly arranged the chopsticks, eagerly picking up a piece of braised fish to taste. Zhuo Yiqing settled beside him. How does it taste? Wen Ai squinted with delight. Delicious. Of course. My cooking is exceptional, Zhuo Yiqing said, taking Wen Ai's bowl to ladle some soup. Swallow carefully. There are many bones in the cushion carp. Don't let one get stuck. Wen Ai nodded, accepting the bowl of rich, fragrant fish soup and savoring a sip that sent shivers of delight through him. That evening, the disciple who delivered dinner was Xiao Se. When she entered, Wen Ai had already piled up a large mound of fish bones before him. He had devoured nearly 1.5 fish weighing over 2 pounds each and could eat no more. Having sipped some soup earlier, Zhuo Yiqing felt a pang of hunger upon seeing the dishes Xiao Se brought. He picked up his bowl and began to eat. As Xiao Se finished her task and prepared to leave, Zhuo Yiqing called out to her, requesting that she bring some commonly used oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and a bit of ginger and garlic when she delivered breakfast the following morning. Xiao Se acknowledged and committed it to memory. In the presence of this individual, one could say he is a medicinal person, yet just look at his treatment. Residing in a spacious room, adorned in fine silk, enjoying freedom of movement, and appearing healthy. To the uninformed, one might think he is a favored companion of the Valley Master. Xiao Se, an ordinary disciple of the Zhe Dui, could not discern whether Zhuo Yiqing was a Tianqian, but she was certain that given his robust physique, he could not be a Di Kuan. If he is not a Di Kuan, could he be a suitable match? Wen Ai picked up his chopsticks and offered Zhuo Yiqing a generous piece of meat, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Will you take me fishing tomorrow? Zhuo Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Didn't you enjoy your meal tonight? Wen Ai blinked innocently. I did, but I wish to indulge once more tomorrow. Zhuo Yiqing couldn't help but laugh. All right, tomorrow brother will take you to enjoy it. The following morning, right after breakfast, Wen Ai urged Zhuo Yiqing to go fishing, eager to prepare the fish before lunchtime. Zhuo Yiqing was busy in the courtyard, glancing at Wen Ai beside him. Wait a moment, I need to craft a little something first. Wen Ai crouched down, examining the bamboo strips and old clothes on the ground. What little thing? You'll see, Zhuo Yiqing replied, selecting a resilient bamboo strip, bending it into a circle, and securely tying the ends together with a fine string. He then wrapped the old clothes around the bamboo circle, creating a pouch, and cuts small holes in the bottom with scissors. Wen Ai scrutinized the creation for a while, hesitating. Is this a fishing net? Zhuo Yiqing ruffled his hair affectionately. Your little head is quite sharp. I made this especially for you. You can use it to scoop water. Is it ready? Wen Ai eagerly reached for the fishing net in Zhuo Yiqing's hand. Let me see.
Wait.
It's not quite done. Zhuo Yiqing deftly added a handle to the net before finally handing it to Wen Ai. All right, let us go. Together, they walked towards the lake, with Wen Ai, like an excited child on an outing, swinging the fishing net and exclaiming, "This can also be used to catch butterflies in the future." Zhuo Yiqing chuckled at his enthusiasm. How old are you? Still wanting to catch butterflies like a 3-year-old? Uninformed. Rare butterflies can be used in medicine, Wen Ai retorted playfully. I'm off to catch fish. With that, he quickened his pace, racing towards the lake. Zhuo Yiqing lifted the corners of her lips and quickened her pace to catch up with the joyful figure ahead. Chapter 26. The transition from heaven to earth. Upon reaching the lakeside, Wen Ai settled down on the ground, preparing to remove his shoes. He rolled up his pant legs into his boots. All right, he said. The water of this small lake was quite clear, with numerous fish swimming among the stones in the shallows, most measuring less than 10 centimeters long, adorned with a few yellow stripes and possessing flat heads. Excellent. Wen Ai exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his fair arms. I'll catch quite a few. After all, fried food is forgiving. Zhuo Yiqing chuckled. Let us see if you can catch even one first. Wen Ai entered the water with a fishing net, wading about 10 steps into the lake, where the clear water reached just above his knees. He bent down to catch fish, aiming for the one closest to him. Swiftly, he dipped the net into the water. But when he pulled it up, it was empty. Undeterred, Wen Ai continued his pursuit, yet fishing proved to be a test of skill. Lacking experience, he persisted in his efforts, but each time he only succeeded in scooping a net full of water, while the slippery fish evaded capture. Once, twice, thrice. Finally, he could no longer contain his frustration. He splashed the water with his net and stood up, turning to Zhuo Yiqing on the shore. Why are you just standing there watching? Come help me. Mind your own business, Wen Ai shouted, splashing water toward Zhuo Yiqing. Hurry down. I can help you from up here, Zhuo Yiqing replied, slowly walking to the shore. He picked up a stone and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it flying straight at Wen Ai. Wen Ai stood frozen in the water, mouth agape, utterly speechless. His bewildered expression greatly pleased Zhuo Yiqing, who then threw several more stones, causing splashes across the surface, and a few fish surfaced, floating beneath Wen Ai's gaze. Zhuo Yiqing waded over to him, grinning. Isn't big brother quite impressive? Wen Ai poked the belly of a fish with his toe, dissatisfied. Impressive? You've killed them all. We'll be eating dead fish soon. Zhuo Yiqing bent down to collect the floating fish in a wooden bucket. What? Do you want to eat them alive? Wen Ai retorted, I'm saying they'll lose their freshness if they've been dead too long. Fine, Zhuo Yiqing replied, bending down to retrieve a few stones from the lake. Want more? I can smash a few for you. With that, he ventured further away. On the opposite bank of the small lake loomed a towering cliff, reaching high into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Zhuo Yiqing's heart felt as if it had been touched by something, softening into a puddle of mud, unable to solidify. After a while, Wen Ai suddenly ran over with his fishing net, presenting it triumphantly to Zhuo Yiqing.
Look.
Zhuo Yiqing glanced down to see a sizable catfish thrashing in the net, its tail flailing incessantly. He clapped sincerely, impressive. Wen Ai, puffing out his chest, replied, I told you I could catch one. Zhuo Yiqing wiped the sweat from Wen Ai's forehead, asking, Is fishing fun? Wen Ai's eyes sparkled. Very fun. Earlier that morning, Xiao Sei had delivered a complete set of seasonings as per Zhuo Yiqing's instructions from the previous day, along with plenty of common ingredients. With these supplies, Zhuo Yiqing was finally able to showcase his culinary skills. By noon, he had prepared 3 dishes: fried catfish, braised catfish, and catfish stew with tofu. Seated at the dining table, Wen Ai held an empty bowl in one hand and used chopsticks to poke at the fish on the plate, his eyes glued to the food, nearly drooling onto the table. Zhuo Yiqing stood beside him, chuckling. Look at you, so eager. Go ahead and eat. Wen Ai raised his chopsticks, exclaiming, Then I'll dig in. He excitedly picked up a piece of braised fish, placed it in his mouth, and pressed it with his tongue, suddenly freezing in place. What's wrong? Is it so delicious you can't speak? Zhuo Yiqing teased, serving a bowl of fish soup in front of him, playfully poking his forehead. Yesterday, I lacked the proper ingredients. Today's dishes reflect my true level of skill. Wouldn't you agree? Don't start crying now. Tears streamed down Wen Ai's face, plopping into the soup as he bit his lip, remaining silent. Did you choke on a fish bone? Zhuo Yiqing quickly pried open Wen Ai's mouth. Let me see. Wen Ai swatted his hand away, shaking his head in tears, splattering more into the soup. Zhuo Yiqing wrapped him in an embrace, gently patting his back. Is it that the soup is too bland? And you need to add a bit of salt? Wen Ai cried sorrowfully, but upon hearing his words, he couldn't hold back a smile. A bubble of snot escaping. What nonsense. I haven't even tasted the soup yet. Zhuo Yiqing used his clothing to wipe Wen Ai's nose. You were just crying and not saying anything. Of course, I was worried. Wen Ai, with red-rimmed eyes, confessed. I don't know. Every time I eat your food, it feels so familiar, so nostalgic. Familiar? Zhuo Yiqing was taken aback. Can you remember where you've had it before? Wen Ai shook his head. No recollection. Zhuo Yiqing laughed, running his fingers through Wen Ai's hair. Perhaps you had it in a past life. And it's unforgettable in this one. Let us call it fate. Wen Ai buried his head in silence. What past life could there be? Even if there were. As an outsider, he could never have any connection to Zhuo Yiqing. Could it be he had eaten it in another world? System. Wen Ai. When did I lose my memory? How could I not have noticed at all? System. Wen Ai. Speak up. The system sighed. Because you failed your mission, related memory data was deleted. Is that so? Wen Ai pondered for a moment. So, did anything happen in that world? The system hesitated. No. Wen Ai, but what about these dishes? The system interrupted. You were simply moved to tears by the deliciousness. Wen Ai. I am left speechless. After a while of contemplation, Wen Ai found that the more he thought, the more confused he became, ultimately surrendering to the mystery. In the end, he finished the entire plate of braised fish, and still unsatisfied, he scooped up all the green onions before finally putting down his chopsticks. From that day onward, Zhuo Yiqing took charge of Wen Ai's meals, with disciples from the outer valley delivering ingredients daily. In the kitchen, he fully unleashed his culinary talents, using delectable dishes to win over his little darling. Those seeking medical treatment at Yixian Valley generally found healing in the outer valley, rendering visits to Wen Ai unnecessary. With little to occupy his time and unwillingness to assist Zhuo Yiqing with household chores, Wen Ai began crafting some medicine daily, both to pass the time and to later exchange for money. As the weather gradually warmed, summer approached. One afternoon, under the bright sun, the weather suddenly changed. By the time Wen Ai noticed the looming dark clouds overhead, heavy raindrops were already falling relentlessly. The courtyard was still drying herbs, and Wen Ai quickly leapt from his chair to gather them. Zhuo Yiqing also dashed out from the house, swiftly stacking the trays of drying herbs, and called to Wen Ai, "Let me handle it. You go inside." Wen Ai shook his head. With an extra pair of hands, we'll be faster. The two of them worked together for quite some time, and by the time the courtyard was cleared, they were both soaked through. After changing into dry clothes, Zhuo Yiqing turned to the kitchen, filled the large boiler with water, stoked a lively fire, and prepared bathing water for Wen Ai. He also brewed a bowl of ginger soup, bringing it into Wen Ai's room. It was summer. Catching a cold shouldn't be so easy. Wen Ai sipped the ginger soup in his hands, asking, "You've only been supervising me. Have you had any?" Tian Qian doesn't get sick easily. Zhuo Yiqing poured herself a cup of steaming tea, planning to take a shower once she finished it, as the water was nearly ready. Wen Ai nodded, hastening her consumption of ginger soup. The rain had come suddenly. Initially, Wen Ai thought it would be a passing shower, yet it proved to possess remarkable tenacity. After the downpour lessened, it continued to patter throughout the night. As Wen Ai listened to the soothing sound of rain outside her window, she nestled under a light quilt and fell into a particularly deep slumber. In the middle of the night, a creaking sound emanated from the door, as a shadow brought the tempest inside with it. Chapter 27. The transition from heaven to earth, the rain that fell that afternoon was relentless, and Zhuo Yiqing, concerned for Wen Ai's well-being, made a special trip to check on him. The individual on the bed was soundly asleep, his face mostly obscured by a thick quilt. Zhuo Yiqing gently pulled the quilt down to reveal Wen Ai's entire face and playfully tapped his nose, questioning whether he would have slept through the entire night if he hadn't come. Wen Ai, blissfully unaware, lay there with a faint blush on his cheeks, resembling a soft pink piglet. Unconsciously, he leaned his head against Zhuo Yiqing's hand, stirring a delightful sensation in Zhuo Yiqing's heart. He settled by the edge of the bed and embraced Wen Ai, who rested softly against his chest, utterly defenseless in his slumber. Zhuo Yiqing lowered his head, bestowing gentle kisses upon Wen Ai's forehead, eyes, cheeks, and ears, lingering at the nape of his neck. His hand ventured into Wen Ai's collar, exploring the smoothness of his skin, devoid of any hint of the hidden secrets beneath. Such a cunning little creature, Zhuo Yiqing murmured, his voice husky as he playfully nibbled Wen Ai's earlobe. The following morning, the piercing crow of a rooster shattered the tranquility of the bamboo house, jolting Wen Ai from his dreams. He stretched lazily as he stepped outside, only to find Zhuo Yiqing crouched in the yard, holding down a vividly colored bird. The bird, with its sharp beak, continued to emit loud caws, struggling fiercely to escape. Rubbing his eyes, Wen Ai asked, "Did I wake you?" Zhuo Yiqing swiftly bound the bird's feet with a thin rope, explaining that it was a mountain chicken, likely driven down the mountain by the previous day's torrential rain and had taken refuge in their woodshed overnight. "It certainly looks like a bird," Wen Ai remarked, intrigued by the vibrant feathers, which displayed a myriad of colors, though it appeared rather scrawny. "No wonder it can run so fast," Zhuo Yiqing asserted as he stood, pulling the bird up, which flapped its wings vigorously in protest. "It can still fly, and I almost lost it in the yard just now." Wen Ai expressed his desire to touch the bird, and Zhuo Yiqing, preventing it from pecking him, replied, "Go ahead." He then casually lifted the bird's rear to inspect it. "It's a female," he declared. Wen Ai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us raise it. It can lay eggs." Zhuo Yiqing shook his head. "No, we want to raise it." Wen Ai was taken aback by his firm refusal. "Why not?" Zhuo Yiqing glanced at him. "I'll be the one feeding and cleaning up after it. It would be a hassle." "I promise to help," Wen Ai insisted earnestly. Zhuo Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "Fine, then you can build a chicken coop." Wen Ai stood there for a moment, pondering, before asking blankly, "How do I do that?" "This still falls on me." Zhuo Yiqing chuckled, taking the mountain chicken towards the kitchen. "What do you want, stir-fried or braised?" Wait. Wen Ai rushed to catch up, gripping his arm. "I can help with other tasks." Zhuo Yiqing halted and turned to face him. "Do you really want to raise it?" Wen Ai nodded. "Yes. It's not out of the question." Zhuo Yiqing grinned. "Call me brother, and I'll ensure it grows plump." Wen Ai released his grip.
Why are you always thinking about that?
Zhuo Yiqing retorted, "If you call me, not only will I keep this one, but I could catch a few more from the mountain, and soon we'll have plenty of chicks." Wen Ai glanced at the resigned mountain chicken, its head drooping. He pursed his lips and murmured, "Brother." Zhuo Yiqing cupped his ear.
Didn't he hear you? Speak louder.
Wen Ai inhaled deeply, stood on tiptoe, leaned into his ear, and shouted, "Brother." Zhuo Yiqing rubbed his ears, bemused. "Where did you get such ferocity?" "All right, I'll catch you a mountain chicken this afternoon." After temporarily securing the chicken in the woodshed, Zhuo Yiqing turned to prepare breakfast. Wen Ai settled on a small stool in the yard, watching Zhuo Yiqing busily move about through the open kitchen door. Wen Ai whispered to the system, "I feel cheated. He's a healer. Yet he insists on negotiating terms to help me raise a chicken?" The system responded with a clapping emoji. "Surprisingly, you still remember he's a healer. If one didn't know better, they might think you're the landlord, and he's the tenant." The plot not only states his martial arts must be rendered useless, but also that he should be tormented in various ways. "Have you even managed to accomplish a fraction of that?" Wen Ai protested, "Isn't that just glossing over it?" The system replied, "While he glosses over it. You do too? Do you still wish to complete this task?" Wen Ai countered, "But I've tormented him. He's doing so many chores by himself. Just watching makes my back hurt." The system fell silent. Wen Ai, feeling guilty, asked, Why are you quiet now? The system replied, what else can I say? I wish you a smooth journey ahead. After lunch, Zhuo Yiqing donned a set of practical clothes, packed a small bag of rice, and prepared his tools for a trip up the mountain. Wen Ai hurried over, exclaiming, I want to go too. Zhuo Yiqing glanced at the bamboo basket in his hands. The mountain path is treacherous. What do you plan to do? With the rope slung over his shoulder, Zhuo Yiqing remarked, do you even know which plants are edible? Remember, I'm a doctor. Wen Ai pushed him out the door. Let us go. Up the mountain. The inner valley was nestled against a moderately sized mountain, easily ascended within an hour. The previous day's downpour had soaked the entire mountain, leaving it muddy and slippery, each step leaving a deep footprint. After some effort, they reached a halfway point. Zhuo Yiqing surveyed the surroundings, deciding to explore the area nearby. After instructing Wen Ai, he ventured into the waist-high grass. Zhuo Yiqing searched for the chicken's nest while Wen Ai bent down, looking for mushrooms. Thanks to the abundant rainfall, many mushrooms sprouted in clusters at the bases of trees, and Wen Ai carefully picked the larger ones, humming a tune. Upon noticing, Wen Ai swiftly slapped the items from Zhuo Yiqing's hands to the ground. You questioned whether I recognized them while you've picked poisonous mushrooms yourself. Poisonous? Zhuo Yiqing brushed his hands together. What poison? Wen Ai nudged a mushroom in the mud with his foot. This is a type of mushroom that can cause deep sleep if consumed or even by inhaling its scent. It's harmless, but one can place it beside their pillow for insomnia. A glint of intrigue flickered in Zhuo Yiqing's eyes. I thought it looked unappealing and assumed it was edible. Focus on finding the chicken's nest. Let us divide our tasks, Wen Ai suggested, pausing to look at Zhuo Yiqing. You didn't pick anything else, did you? Zhuo Yiqing smirked. Just these two. Wen Ai turned with his basket. Oh, let us continue climbing. Zhuo Yiqing patted the bag at his waist.
All right.
The mountain chickens are wild and can fly. A regular coop won't suffice. We'll need to construct one with a cover. Sitting beside Zhuo Yiqing, Wen Ai watched as he worked with the wooden boards, and by nightfall, the basic structure of the coop began to take shape. Could you please blow out the candle for me? Wen Ai requested, squinting as he prepared for bed. As soon as he spoke, the room was plunged into darkness. This morning, Wen Ai was roused from slumber, and after enduring a prolonged ordeal throughout the afternoon, he succumbed to sleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, utterly oblivious to the fact that the door had remained silent from beginning to end. Zhuo Yiqing was still within the room. He approached the bedside slowly, producing a sharp mushroom and playfully waving it beneath Wen Ai's nose, only to find Wen Ai sinking deeper into slumber. A smile crept across Zhuo Yiqing's lips as he gently caressed Wen Ai's face, trailing his fingers down the length of his neck to deftly unfasten his garment. Wen Ai, feeling quite uncomfortable, emitted a few soft and plaintive sounds, his voice sweet and tender. A sudden warmth surged within Zhuo Yiqing's lower abdomen. He wasted no time in shedding his shirt and leaned forward to press down upon him. Chapter 28. The heavens enter the earth. 9. Wen Ai was lost in a trance, oblivious to the commotion around him. Zhuo Yiqing reveled in the perfection of Wen Ai's body, using his hands and lips to indulge in the long-desired figure. The air inside the bed curtains was charged with a fervent energy, every breath infused with the essence of passion. Wen Ai furrowed his brow, his cheeks gradually warming, as the suppressed instincts within began to awaken. A faint, alluring fragrance gradually permeated the air. Zhuo Yiqing buried his head in Wen Ai's neck, greedily inhaling his sweet scent, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his lips. Truly a treasure. Zhuo Yiqing pulled down Wen Ai's undergarments, his hands enveloping the soft curve of Wen Ai's backside, kneading it vigorously before daring to explore the unmentionable areas. A soft moan escaped Wen Ai's lips, his breath quickening, his body exuding an increasingly enticing aroma. He instinctively moved in rhythm with Zhuo Yiqing's caresses, his hands finding their way to Zhuo Yiqing's shoulders. With eyes closed and an innocent expression on his face, his body betrayed a desire for intimacy. Zhuo Yiqing's eyes suddenly turned crimson as he lowered his own trousers, grasping at his own burgeoning desire. He refrained from crossing the final threshold, leaving no marks on Wen Ai, merely embracing him and achieving release through his hands. Wen Ai, system. I want to suddenly enter a period of heat. Will I? The system replied wearily, "No, you haven't stopped taking your medication." "That's good." Wen Ai paused. "Why do you sound so tired?" The system sighed. "There's a new team battle mode in Snake, and I keep encountering some inept teammates, leaving me drained every night." Wen Ai was taken aback. "You can play with multiple people?" The system scoffed. "You know nothing about Snake." The 3 hens gradually settled into their nests, each with about 10 eggs. Zhuge Yiqing snatched an egg from beneath a hen and placed it in Wen Ai's curious hands. The mountain chicken egg was slightly smaller and darker than a regular egg. Wen Ai cradled it carefully, speaking softly, "It's still warm." "Of course." "The hen is still incubating it," Zhuge Yiqing replied, leaning closer to inspect the egg in Wen Ai's hands. "In another 20 days it will hatch. I'll make you chicken stew with mushrooms then." 20 days? Wen Ai paused, replying with a soft "oh." Wen Ai. System. "How many days did you say until the female lead arrives?" System. 19 days. Wen Ai. "Oh, her name is Jiyu, right? It sounds quite artistic. Not at all like a mercenary." System. "The name is irrelevant. She possesses skills and equipment, armed with high-tech gadgets that far surpass these martial artists." Wen Ai expressed confusion. "She arrives with gear? What if it runs out of power?" System. "Hers is solar-powered." Wen Ai. "Impressive, my solar-powered friend." Outside the hidden Immortal Valley lay a bustling town named Fuyin, where Wen Ai often strolled along the busy streets, casually purchasing snacks or intriguing trinkets. Countless individuals came to the hidden Immortal Valley seeking medical assistance, and as a result, Fuyin prospered as the gateway to the valley. While wandering the bustling streets, Wen Ai turned down a secluded alley and encountered a young man who had fainted, disheveled and dressed in rags, a pitiful sight. Wen Ai approached and checked his pulse, discovering he had fainted from hunger. With a twitch of his lips, Wen Ai pressed his thumb against the young man's pressure point, rousing him from his stupor. The young man opened his eyes to reveal striking blue irises. Wen Ai was momentarily stunned. A person from the western regions? The young man scanned his surroundings, casting a cold glance at Wen Ai before attempting to leave. Wen Ai made no effort to stop him, watching as he struggled to rise, only to collapse again before he could fully straighten. Wen Ai helped him lean against a wall, unscrewing his water pouch and offering it. "Have a drink." With an impassive expression, the young man accepted it and drank. As he tilted his head back, his messy hair fell, revealing slightly flushed ears. Wen Ai caught sight of this and couldn't help but chuckle. Wen Ai took out some candied fruits and a few pieces of silver, placing them alongside the water pouch. "Have something sweet to regain your strength. Once you can walk, you can buy some porridge." Everyone experiences hardships. The young man seemed proud, and if he stayed, it would only embarrass him. It was better to leave some money behind and depart. Upon entering the outer valley, Wen Ai was greeted by the acrid scent of fireworks, so pungent it felt as if 1,000 firecrackers had exploded. The surroundings were in disarray, with charred marks everywhere. Even the inscription of the hidden Immortal Valley reduced to a solitary character. A crowd of disciples gathered in the open space ahead, and 2 figures, Bu Ji and Bu Jiu, emerged from the throng, gracefully kneeling before Wen Ai. "Valley Master, the medic has been abducted. We were powerless to intervene in time." "That's all right. Rise," Wen Ai replied, clutching a mango as he walked towards the inner valley. "Is anyone injured?" Bu Jiu. "None." They exchanged glances and followed Wen Ai. Bu Ji. "Valley Master." The abductor was a strangely dressed woman wielding an iron pipe that emitted a dazzling green light. Anyone illuminated by it was instantly reduced to cinders. Such power is unprecedented. That's technology from the future. Of course, you wouldn't have encountered it before. Wen Ai continued walking, calmly stating, "This matter should not be publicized."
Bu Zehi and Bu Yu understood.
The outer valley was heavily guarded, and even with weapons in hand, Jiyu expended considerable effort to escape with Zhuge Yiqing. "Miss Ji," Zhuge Yiqing called from atop his horse, glancing at Jiyu. "How does that snake-like camera you placed in the rafters work?" "It's a surveillance camera," Jiyu replied, her short hair whipping in the wind as she held the reins. "Once we reach a suitable place to rest, I'll give you the communicator, and you'll see the images you desire." Zhuge Yiqing nodded thoughtfully, snapping the reins to hasten his horse's pace. "Is there a need for such urgency?" Ji raised an eyebrow, catching up to him. It seems you're quite reluctant to leave that person behind. If that is the case, why not stay? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wen Ai opened the cage door to retrieve the chicks. Just as he extended his hand, the hen pecked at him, causing him to reflexively withdraw. He narrowly avoided the beak, but accidentally bumped his hand against the cage frame, stinging his fingers and bringing tears to his eyes. Wen Ai seldom visited the chicken coop, disliking the odor of chicken droppings. He usually accompanied Zhuo Yiqing, who had managed to tame the chickens, making them docile. Now that Zhuo Yiqing, the king of chickens, was absent, the chickens began to rebel. Feeling agitated, Wen Ai picked up a straw and poked the hen lightly. Why didn't you act up when he was here? Now that he has gone, you think you can misbehave? Am I an easy target? In this day and age, even chickens seem to bully the weak and fear the strong. Wen Ai hesitated to reach into the coop again and was about to leave when a chick hopped to the door, chirping at him. After a moment's indecision, he opened the door once more, cupping his hands together near the entrance. The chick leapt and landed in his palms. Wen Ai cradled the little gray chick, finally breaking into a smile. He may be gone, but I can still raise chickens. Chapter 29. The transition from heaven to earth in the unfolding narrative. Yin Qianshuang is depicted as a fervent youth devoted entirely to the art of medicine, whether in healing the afflicted or concocting poisons. His initial creation of a dispersing poison relied on the blood of the medicated, and after the medic fled, he began to refine his formula, seeking new avenues to address the dilemma. Recently, Wen Ai has devoted countless hours in the apothecary, engrossed in researching new toxins, often oblivious to meal times. By the time he finally emerges from his labors, the meals sent by the disciples have long since grown cold. Wen Ai considers missing a meal inconsequential. Though he laments the plight of the chickens in the coop, who often clamor for food, their cries pitiful enough to suggest they are destined for slaughter. The mountain chickens are confined to their cages. They lack the wildness of their parents and have grown quite fond of Wen Ai. After satisfying their hunger, they gather around him playfully, unafraid, sometimes even hopping onto his shoes. After amusing himself with the chicks for a while, Wen Ai shakes them off and retreats back into the apothecary. As evening descends, Wen Ai prepares a bucket of bath water, secures his door, and immerses himself in the warmth. His recent routine has taken on the traits of an elderly man's schedule. After his bath, the night will have fully enveloped the sky, making it a perfect time to retire to bed. The warm water eases the fatigue accumulated throughout the day, and as he relaxes, he misses the fleeting red light that glimmers across the beam overhead. Today, the Junyan Villa is particularly lively, its crimson doors wide open to welcome guests from all quarters. Renowned figures from the martial world arrive, bearing gifts to congratulate Zhuo Yiqing on his ascension to the position of villa master. Even the lesser-known individuals are fortunate enough to partake in the flowing banquet, engaging in gossip about the world's most illustrious young master. On the screen, the beloved figure Wen Ai has longed for is seen resting by the edge of a bathtub, shrouded in mist. The sight of his smooth, pale back momentarily halts Wen Ai's breath, flooding his mind with inappropriate thoughts. Wen Ai does not linger long in the bath. As he rises, droplets cascade down his bare back, tracing the contours of his waist before converging and sliding into the enticing crevice below. Zhuo Yiqing clutches a silk undershirt that once intimately clung to Wen Ai's body, now serving as a substitute to alleviate his yearning. Leaning against the chair, he slips his hand beneath his pants, rubbing against the silky fabric, even daring to lick it. The day I possess you. Zhuo Yiqing murmurs, with half-closed eyes, his expression one of obsession, I shall make you mine. As Zhuo Yiqing tidies himself, a servant knocks at the door. Master, the banquet is about to commence, and guests await in the dining hall. Zhuo Yiqing responds with calm authority, I am aware. When the banquet begins, the former master of the villa delivers a few words and presents the family heirloom to Zhuo Yiqing amidst applause, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The Junyan Villa holds an unshakable position in the martial world, and with the new master's ascension, many seek to curry favor, presenting gifts that dazzle the eyes. The Sanchi Pavilion is particularly lavish, presenting 2 large chests of gold ingots, exemplifying the opulence of its master. I have something else here, the pavilion master declares. Summoning a sword, this is the weapon promised to the victor of the Sword Appreciation Conference. Zhua Yiqing takes the sword, gently tracing the intricate patterns on its scabbard before drawing it partially from its sheath. The blade gleams with a sharp, white light, truly a formidable weapon. The crowd, having barely glimpsed its form, erupts in applause, clearly delighted, and the pavilion master beams with satisfaction. This sword, accompanying Master Zhua, is a hero's blade. Perhaps you shall name it? Zhua Yiqing raises an eyebrow, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes as he surveys the assembled guests, declaring with conviction, "This sword shall be named Embrace of Frost." The exuberant banquet continues until the early hours of the morning. Having consumed his fair share of wine, Zhua Yiqing finds himself alone in the garden pavilion, savoring the cool night air. Behind him, footsteps approach. Jiyu settles beside the stone table. "You are quite the spectacle today. I have told you countless times not to call me Miss Ji." "It feels awkward," Jiyu replies, resting her hand on the cool stone surface, her gaze fixed intently on his back. "Are you going to seek him out?" "No." Zhua Yiqing shakes his head, gazing up at the starry sky. Despite the hidden immortal valley being a medical sanctuary, its guardians are formidable. You have experienced that firsthand. Jiyu casts her eyes downward, her fingers clenched into a fist. "I can assist you in breaching their defenses. The trick of drawing the tiger away from its den can be employed again." "I appreciate your willingness to help," Zhua Yiqing responds gently, "but I intend to retrieve him myself." After a moment of silence, Jiyu suddenly laughs derisively. "Then it seems you shall find it impossible. Your martial prowess cannot be restored." Zhua Yiqing discreetly channels his internal energy into his right hand, turning his back to Jiyu, wearing a confident smile. "The world is unpredictable. Perhaps I shall find a glimmer of hope." 3 months later, the first batch of chicks has matured considerably, and the hens have once again settled into their nests. Wen Ai emerges from the apothecary, excitement etched on his face as he holds a still wet poison formula. "System, I have succeeded in my research. At last, I can leave the valley and engage in the storyline. I feel as though I might burst." The system responds with applause. "Well done." Wen Ai pauses in his jubilance. Why the sarcastic tone? The system, sounding despondent, replies, "It's just." "Never mind, I don't want to hear it." Wen Ai surmises that it is likely a consequence of a lost ranking match. The system retorts indignantly, "You know nothing about me." Wen Ai sighs. He signals for Bu Ji and Bu Jiu to come quickly from outside the valley. As he sits in his room sipping tea, his gaze fixed on the poison formula, he states, "I need Insure Lotus." The two stand respectfully before the table, delving into their memories for relevant information. Bu Ji is the first to speak. "I heard that Insure Lotus was once in the possession of the chief disciple of the Luoxia sect, but after a fire consumed the sect, it vanished." Bu Jiu adds, "However, according to rumors, it eventually fell into the hands of the leader of the demon sect." Wen Ai shakes his head. The demon sect is treacherous and fraught with danger. Attempting to steal treasures from there is fraught with peril. Bu Jiu, surprised, asks, "So,
Are you?
Wen Ai grins. "I shall negotiate a business deal with that leader." Chapter 34. The Transition from Heaven to Earth. Conclusion: The earthly realm experiences 2 distinct periods of physiological tides each year, during which Wen Ai has long relied on medication to suppress his natural rhythms, disrupting his body's biological cycle. Nevertheless, these tides do not manifest abruptly. They typically build over a span of 2 to 3 days. Whenever Wen Ai detects the onset, he promptly employs a suppressive powder to extinguish any burgeoning signs. After being bitten on the neck by Zhua Yiqing, Wen Ai's instincts lay dormant, as if they had been lulled into a tranquil slumber. However, today he understood that these instincts had merely retreated, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back fiercely. This particular wave of physiological tides surged upon him with a rapid intensity. By the time he sensed the subtle shift within himself, others in the crowd had already paused, extending their necks to capture the alluring scent wafting through the air, their heads gradually tilting in his direction. A shiver coursed through Wen Ai, compelling him to dart into a nearby alleyway, where human presence was sparse. His reaction was swift, but it still attracted several keenly sensitive pursuers. The alley twisted and turned, a labyrinthine maze, and as Wen Ai frantically navigated, the relentless pursuit of his assailants intensified. Desire surged within him, causing his legs to tremble. He stumbled, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. The excited cries of his pursuers echoed, taunting him with vulgarity, their intentions unmistakable. Wen Ai, overwhelmed by fear and the anticipation of impending humiliation, felt tears welling in his eyes. He contemplated the unthinkable. If escape was futile, perhaps he should simply end it all against the wall. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he collided with someone at the corner. Without needing to look up or speak, he recognized the figure before him by scent alone. Zhuo Yiqing, sensing Wen Ai's trembling form, enveloped him in a protective embrace. "Don't be afraid, my dear. I am here." Upon witnessing the relentless pursuit finally halted, the crowd's pace slowed, their lewd laughter growing closer. "Keep running, if you dare. Tonight shall be entertaining." A voice shouted for Zhuo Yiqing to relinquish Wen Ai, but the latter, with a chilling glare, drew his sword and unleashed a fierce gust of wind, carving a deep scar into the ground. The onlookers, still in shock, suddenly felt a chill as their trousers disintegrated into dust, swept away by the breeze. Zhuo Yiqing, unable to contain his fury, bellowed, "Get lost." The crowd, now in disarray, fled in a panic. Wen Ai, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, felt the warmth of his skin flush with a tantalizing hue. His fingers gripped the wrinkled sheets beside him, legs instinctively rubbing together in discomfort. So unbearable. Zhuo Yiqing, suppressing his own urges, gazed intently at Wen Ai. "Do you wish for the suppressive powder, or for me?" Wen Ai reached out, his voice thick with longing. "I want my brother." Without hesitation, Zhuo Yiqing pressed him onto the bed, shedding Wen Ai's garments in a fervent haste, passionately kissing him as he discarded his own clothes. The time for the earthly realm's tides had arrived, and Zhuo Yiqing supported Wen Ai's back, positioning him to face him. As Zhuo Yiqing nibbled on Wen Ai's earlobe, he whispered, "Do you know what it means to embrace frost?" Wen Ai's eyes, tinged with crimson, leaned against Zhuo Yiqing's shoulder. "Your sword." With a cryptic smile, Zhuo Yiqing guided Wen Ai's gaze downward, revealing the weapon nestled between them. "It is this sword, and tonight it shall fulfill its purpose." Wen Ai, overwhelmed, could scarcely comprehend as he witnessed that sword fully entering him, leaving no trace outside. Zhuo Yiqing had been right. Wen Ai's internal softness mirrored his external fragility. Throughout the night, Wen Ai remained compliant, calling out for his brother as Zhuo Yiqing explored his every contour, sealing their bond in an intimate covenant. In the aftermath, Wen Ai radiated Zhuo Yiqing's essence, stirring upon awakening to the scent lingering on his wrist, feeling strangely peculiar. Zhuo Yiqing, content, nestled against Wen Ai, inhaling deeply. "Soon, you shall grow accustomed to it." Wen Ai, his cheeks aflame, murmured, "But if others smell it, they will know." Zhuo Yiqing chuckled mischievously. "Let them know we are bound, that we have shared our bodies." Wen Ai playfully pushed against his chest. "Rogue. Why didn't I hear such words last night?" Zhuo Yiqing's gaze bore into him. "Perhaps you were too comfortably attended to by this rogue to utter a word?" Embarrassed, Wen Ai attempted to turn away, but his body felt weak, opting instead to cover his face with his hands. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Awakening with newfound pride, Wen Ai's demeanor prompted Zhuo Yiqing to reminisce about his submissive nature from the previous night, igniting a fervent desire within him. "My dear, allow me to cherish you once more." Zhuo Yiqing positioned himself above Wen Ai, pinning his hands beside his head, provocatively thrusting against him. "I will take good care of you. Shall I?" Wen Ai, feeling ensnared, protested, "No. You have already had your way with me all night." Zhuo Yiqing began his tantalizing movements, whispering promises of just once more. The lingering effects of the physiological tide heightened Wen Ai's sensitivity, and soon he surrendered to Zhuo Yiqing's ministrations. Nestling against Zhuo Yiqing's chest, Wen Ai inquired, "How did you find me last night?" With a muffled response, Zhuo Yiqing said,
The bell.
Wen Ai, intrigued, tugged at Zhuo Yiqing's hair. "Speak, quickly." Zhuo Yiqing raised himself, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Do you want me to hurry up or to elaborate?" Wen Ai's face flushed crimson. "Elaborate." Zhuo Yiqing grinned, retrieving a small silver bell from Wen Ai's wrist, shattering it to reveal a concealed tracker. "With this, I can always know your whereabouts." Wen Ai observed the minuscule device, astonished. Did Ji leave this for you? Yes. I was concerned for your safety. I kept it from you because you hadn't agreed to be with me, fearing you might discard it. Winking playfully, Zhuo Yiqing produced a new bell, threading it onto a crimson string and adorning Wen Ai's ankle. The vibrant hue accentuated his porcelain skin. With a playful flick of his tongue, Zhuo Yiqing teased Wen Ai's ankle, who instinctively shook his foot to dislodge him, the bells jingling in protest. The sound ignited Zhuo Yiqing's excitement, prompting him to lavish affectionate licks along Wen Ai's leg. Wen Ai, thoroughly entranced by Zhuo Yiqing's skilled tongue, melted into submission, calling out for his brother once more. Brother is here, Zhuo Yiqing declared, hoisting Wen Ai's other leg onto his shoulder. Wen Ai has come to a profound realization. While beneath the covers, he could still catch a few words from Zhuo Yiqing, but once they were in bed, Zhuo's ramblings became nonsensical. One should not trust a word he says. He had sworn that it would be just once, yet it turned into a relentless cycle, depriving him of the light of day until the evening, when Zhuo finally donned his clothes and went to prepare dinner. Though Di Kuan's physique was suited for indulgence, he could hardly withstand Zhuo Yiqing's relentless antics. After lying in bed for 2 days, when Ai finally ventured out of the room, he casually summoned a servant, who informed him that Lu Mingxiao was in the garden. Following the servant's lead, Wen Ai discovered Lu Mingxiao seated in a pavilion alongside Zhuo Qi. Before Wen Ai even approached, the scent of Zhuo Yiqing, which had enveloped him, wafted into the pavilion, causing Lu Mingxiao's expression to darken. His lips pressed into a tight line. Zhuo Qi glanced at him and then turned to greet Wen Ai, saying, I thought it would take at least another 3 or 4 days to see you again. Yiqing is too indulgent. He has let you out of bed so soon. In a sudden fit of anger, Lu Mingxiao crushed the teacup in his hand and turned to glare at Zhuo Qi. Zhuo Qi raised an eyebrow in challenge, his wild and unruly gaze pressing down on Lu Mingxiao. What's wrong? I'm merely concerned about my little sister-in-law. Does Lu Jiaozhu still wish to confront me? When Ai waved for the servant to clean up the shattered porcelain and surveyed the two men, asking, Have you two fought? Yes, Lu Mingxiao replied curtly, his gaze complex as he regarded Wen Ai. Is it true that the Zhuo family has bullied you? Wen Ai was taken aback and chose a nearby stone stool to sit upon. No, he has treated me well, I am. Willingly so. Lu Mingxiao lowered his gaze.
Oh.
Wen Ai sought to change the subject. Thank you for coming to find me. You mentioned you searched for me tirelessly after I went missing. It seems I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. You owe me nothing. Lu Mingxiao replied with a self-deprecating smile. After all, you seem to be doing quite well here. After a moment's pause, he added, as long as you are happy. It was as if a long-lost pillow had finally been found, and when Ai took his leave after exchanging pleasantries with the two men, Lu Mingxiao gripped the freshly handed teacup and drank in silence, while Zhuo Qi seized his wrist and teased, This is tea, not wine. Lu Mingxiao frowned, shaking off Zhuo Qi's hand, though he refrained from guzzling tea as he had moments before. Have you seen those joyous characters on the windows? And the large red lanterns hanging from the eaves? Zhuo Qi gestured toward the main hall behind the garden. My cousin is swift in his actions. He barely finished his meal before he began arranging for marriage, determined to secure his little sister-in-law to prevent any lingering attachments from others. Lu Mingxiao shot him a cold glare. Be quiet. Zhuo Qi met his gaze with a smirk. Not keen on hearing this? Then feel free to leave. Lu Mingxiao stood, striding out of the pavilion, but Zhuo Qi seized him, pushing him against a pillar, leaning in close. Are you angry? Both towering figures stood face to face, their voices nearly brushing against each other's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingxiao struck at Zhuo Qi with a swift gesture. And Zhuo Qi was not one to remain passive. They soon found themselves outside the pavilion, engaged in a spirited brawl across the garden. Ultimately, Zhuo Qi pinned Lu Mingxiao to the ground, leaning over him with a teasing grin. Feeling better now? Lu Mingxiao's eyes glimmered with suppressed fury. Get off me. Zhuo Qi playfully patted his cheek. You simply lack the skill to demand anything from me. Lu Mingxiao shot him a fierce glare and closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the ground. Do as you please. Zhuo Qi, noticing Lu Mingxiao's pronounced Adam's apple, bit down. Initially, Lu Mingxiao was taken aback. But as Zhuo Qi shifted from biting to licking, he began to struggle anew. What nonsense! We are both of the same world. How can you? Zhuo Qi continued until he had his fill, releasing Lu Mingxiao only when he noticed the slight flush on his ears, feeling particularly pleased. Zhuo Yiqing, pouring all his energy into preparations, managed to arrange everything for the wedding within half a month. Invitations were dispatched to various sects, regardless of whether they could arrive on time. His focus was solely on his beloved, and the absence of others mattered little. They could simply partake in a celebratory toast afterward. However, the martial world was respectful towards the Yueluan Mountain Manor and the hidden Immortal Valley. Upon receiving the invitations, they promptly set out, arriving just in time. After the ceremony, Zhuo Yiqing was beset by guests, being inundated with drinks. Though he had a high tolerance, he could hardly withstand this barrage, ultimately requiring the elder Zhuo to rescue him from the crowd. Waving away the servants who came to assist him, Zhuo Yiqing staggered toward the main hall, alternating between calling for his beloved and muttering about the bridal chamber. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxiao had succumbed to inebriation, resting his head on the table, swaying. Zhuo Qi observed his flushed face for a considerable time before lifting him and carrying him directly to his own room. Upon spotting Wen Ai, Zhuo Yiqing lunged forward, beginning to unfasten his garments with surprising force. Baby, my dear heart brother is here. When Ai was caught off guard by his drunkenness, by the time he realized what was happening, he was already half undressed. He pushed against the inebriated man's stomach with his knee. The door. It's still open. Zhuo Yiqing let out a muffled grunt, continuing to tug at Wen Ai's attire. Do not be afraid, baby. Brother will be gentle. I promise it won't hurt. When Ai found himself pressed onto the bed, his remaining pants tore apart. To prevent further resistance, Zhuo Yiqing resorted to tying him to the bedpost with torn fabric. You bind me. You bully me. When Ai exclaimed, both anxious and embarrassed, kicking his legs in protest. At least lower the curtains. Zhuo Yiqing planted several loud kisses on his face. I'm binding you. Brother has a penchant for this. When Ai felt the pressure on his sensitive spots, his voice immediately softening. You perverse monster. The following day, Zhuo Yiqing was punished by kneeling on a washboard for the entire day, situated in the newly constructed chicken coop. The lively chicks mistook him for a toy, hopping eagerly onto his shoulders and head, turning him into a makeshift perch. In the evening, when Ai approached with a bowl of rice to feed the chickens, finding Zhuo Yiqing adorned with a flock of chicks, pleading pathetically for forgiveness. Baby, I was wrong. When Ai scattered some rice on the ground. What did you do wrong? The chicks leaped down to snatch the food, alleviating some of the weight on Zhuo Yiqing. I shouldn't have gotten drunk. I should have found an excuse to slip away sooner. When Ai threw a handful of rice at him, and the chicks rushed toward Zhuo Yiqing once more. Are you pretending again? You think I can't trust what you said under the bed? Zhuo Yiqing continued to protest. I'm not pretending. When Ai set the rice bowl down and approached to grab his face. Do you have no shame? You were drunk last night, but what about after you sobered up? Don't think I'm unaware. You were clear-headed in the latter half of the night. Zhuo Yiqing suddenly stood up, pulling Wen Ai into his embrace. Baby, you're truly clever. When Ai snorted softly, Zhuo Yiqing stroked his hair, smoothing it down. Didn't I eventually untie the fabric for you? Don't be angry. It would break my heart if you were upset. When Ai replied, then you must not speak like that again. Zhuo Yiqing grinned wickedly. Which kind of words? When Ai shot him a quick glance. Those crude words. Zhuo Yiqing retorted. All right, but I have one particularly crude thing I must say. When Ai inquired, what is it? Zhuo Yiqing leaned in close to Wen Ai's ear. Chapter 35. Bamboo horse. To Wen Ai, Zhuo Yiqing was exceptionally bothersome, incessantly repeating the rather blatant phrase I love you throughout his life. Even in his old age, the words still readily escaping his lips. Just before drawing his last breath, Zhuo Yiqing grasped Wen Ai's hand, ensuring that he would not forget him, insisting that in the next life they would share the same bed. The thorn that had long resided in Wen Ai's heart finally pierced through to his very soul, leaving him wounded and bleeding profusely. His mission had failed, and soon the rules would silently erase his memories. All those thousands of declarations of love uttered by Zhuo Yiqing would ultimately fade from his mind. System. The traversal program is initiated, preparing for world transition. This time, Wen Ai found himself transformed into a 5 or 6-year-old boy. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a brightly lit bedroom, empty of all his belongings. The system sighed, "Don't be foolish, it's of no use." Wen Ai hurled a pencil onto the blank page, sliding down to the floor, covering his aching eyes as warm tears streamed through his fingers. In the year of reform and opening up, the Yin family welcomed a wailing infant as the young couple browsed the People's Daily to select a name for their son. After much deliberation, they decided on the name June. In the early 1980s, a new wave of entrepreneurship swept the country. An's father resigned from the knitting factory, opening a small restaurant that flourished, expanding from a modest establishment to a grand dining hall. Within a few years, the Yin family successfully joined the ranks of the affluent, possessing a brand new Panasonic color television while most households still only had a radio. This boy, named Yu Xiao, was 7 years old, a year older than June. Raised in an orphanage where the rice bin was perpetually empty, he was thin and lacked flesh, though his frame suggested he would grow tall and sturdy.
Xiao Xiao. Is it?
An's mother remarked, gently patting Yu Xiao's dirty face, complimenting his striking features. "You have such remarkable brows and eyes." An's father was particularly pleased with Yu Xiao's spirited gaze, recognizing the intelligence in him. "This is good. June has been spoiled by us. Having an older brother to look after him will ease our worries." Since he could remember, Yu Xiao had lived in the orphanage, where he had never encountered such lavishness. No matter how he tried to maintain a composed expression, his astonishment was evident. "Uncle N," Yu Xiao reached for the bag in An's father's hands. "Can I have a little?" No. An's father evaded his grasp, leading him out of the department store. "Do not call me uncle, call me father." Father. A warm glow filled Yu Xiao's heart. From now on, he too had a family. Though the Yin family had saved a considerable amount of money over the years, the three of them still resided in the apartment assigned by the knitting factory, enjoying the familiarity of their neighbors and the convenience of their jobs. "We live in Unit 2. See, there's a 2 up there. Don't get it wrong." An's father guided Yu Xiao up 8 flights of stairs, placing the plastic bag on the ground as he retrieved the key. He gestured for Yu Xiao to enter. "Come in quickly." Yu Xiao picked up the 2 bags and steadily brought them inside.
All right.
He nodded, following An's father. As Yu Xiao approached the bed, he circled around to the front, where Wen Ai lifted his head, rendering Yu Xiao speechless. The child was exquisitely beautiful, though his tear-streaked face betrayed his sorrow. His large eyes brimmed with tears. His rosy lips pouted in distress, and even his red nose appeared pitiful, resembling a mistreated little creature, evoking feelings of sadness and helplessness. Yu Xiao felt an unidentifiable emotion stirring within him. He simply did not want to see this adorable brother cry so heart-wrenchingly. Not at all. Instinctively, he reached out to wipe Wen Ai's tears, but Wen Ai recoiled like a startled animal, swiftly retreating to the bed and swatting his hand away.
"Hey."
"No hitting." An's father hastened over, taken aback by the sight of Wen Ai's tear-streaked face, momentarily halting in shock before sitting beside him to pat his back. "What's the matter?" With red-rimmed eyes, Wen Ai pointed at Yu Xiao. "Who is he? Where's my sister?" "There is no sister." An's father pulled Yu Xiao closer to Wen Ai. "This is Yu Xiao. From now on, he will be your brother."
"Call him."
The term brother, which once belonged solely to Zhui Yiqing, pierced Wen Ai's mind painfully. He stood up and forcefully pushed Yu Xiao, using such strength that he fell onto the bed himself, slamming his hand down. "He is not my brother." Yu Xiao, taken by surprise, fell to the ground, feeling a dull pain in his backside, yet the greater ache resided in his heart. His little brother did not like him. "You little rascal. You may be young, but your temper is growing." An's father scolded Wen Ai, lifting Yu Xiao from the cold floor and brushing off the dust from his pants. Xiao, don't take it to heart. Your brother has been spoiled by us. I apologize on his behalf." Yu Xiao lowered his head and murmured, "It's all right." Wen Ai whimpered, crawling off the bed and running barefoot out the door. He dashed to the entrance and retrieved a pair of his father's large slippers from the shoe cabinet, slipping his feet into them before scurrying into the restroom. The system clapped its hands. That was an impressive display of defiance. "I give you a score of 101. Take the extra point for pride." Silently, Wen Ai turned on the faucet, washing away the tears and mucus from his face. System. The male lead just couldn't lift his head. Maintain this composure. I have faith in you. Wen Ai wiped his face dry, staring intently at his miniature reflection in the mirror, remaining silent. After a long pause, Wen Ai finally nodded. I will strive in this world.
Good to hear you've come to terms with it.
The system paused before inquiring, would you like me to reiterate the task information? You were crying when I mentioned it earlier. I'm not sure if you caught it all. Wen Ai, feeling fatigued, leaned against the door. Then please repeat it. The system began to recount. The male lead, Yu Xiao, grew up in an orphanage and was childhood friends with the female lead, Zhao Shiyun. When they were 7, both were adopted and subsequently lost contact. Yu Zhao's adoptive parents treated him well. However, their biological son, and June, resisted this brother from the outset, covertly bullying him. Yu Xiao, not wanting to trouble his adoptive parents, endured in silence. After graduating high school, Yu Xiao enlisted in the military, achieving great success and rising through the ranks, becoming a rising star in the military. However, he chose to leave the army and venture into business, leveraging his personal capabilities and connections from his military service to establish a vast commercial empire. By chance, Yu Xiao reunited with his childhood friend Zhao Shiyun, leading to a sweet love story. All right, I understand. Wen Ai rubbed his swollen, tear-filled eyes, when will my memories be erased by the rules? The system cautiously replied, within 2 to 3 days, they will be gradually erased. Wen Ai.
All right.
The Yin family's apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, typical of the era, with plain white walls and cement floors. Despite this, Wen Ai's little sanctuary was well cared for by his parents, providing comfort and ease. Unfortunately, his solitary reign came to an end with the arrival of an outsider. This cotton jacket is too big for you now. I've placed it at the bottom of the wardrobe. Anne's father tidied up all the new clothes bought for Yu Xiao, cramming them into Wen Ai's already crowded wardrobe, making it impossible to close the door. Wen Ai crossed his arms, glaring at Yu Xiao with displeasure, his voice carrying the unique lilt of a child. My clothes will be ruined.
I'm sorry.
Yu Xiao cast a glance at Wen Ai and tugged at his father's clothing, saying, Father, perhaps you should retrieve my clothes. Placing them in a plastic bag would suffice. That won't do. Do not heed your brother's nonsensical chatter. It is not so simple to ruin clothes. Father and gently patted Yu Zhao's head. You tidy up for now. I shall have a few words with your brother. Brother, come here with father. Father and led Wen Ai into the living room, sitting side by side on the sofa, engaging in a heartfelt conversation that encompassed both guidance and education, rendering Wen Ai silent and nestled into the couch. Observing Wen Ai's sullen demeanor, Father inquired, Do you comprehend what I have said? Wen Ai refused to lift his head, merely responding with a quiet, Are you sulking? Father suddenly reached out to tickle the sensitive spot on Wen Ai's waist, urging, Smile, come on, smile. With laughter erupting, Wen Ai's eyes squinted shut, his body instinctively shrinking away, exclaiming, Not coming over, not coming over. The two shared playful banter on the sofa, transforming the previous atmosphere of gravity and seriousness into one of lightheartedness and harmony. Following this conversation, Wen Ai exhibited a marked restraint, at least not overtly antagonizing Yu Xiao in front of father and mother, and Wen Ai's room contained merely a bed, and at night, Yu Xiao lay beside Wen Ai, clad in brand new autumn attire, both sharing a long pillow. Mother sat at the head of the bed, softly recounting several bedtime stories, and, upon finishing, she turned off the light and departed. Wen Ai perked up his ears, listening intently, and as soon as he heard the sound of mother and closing the door to the master bedroom, he swiftly kicked Yu Xiao off the bed. I refuse to sleep with you. Wrapping himself in the blanket, he rolled into the center, claiming the entirety of the bed, warning, If you dare come up at midnight, I will kick you down again. Yu Xiao silently climbed back up from the floor, carefully brushing off the dust from his autumn attire, donning his outerwear and long pants, and spent the night leaning over his desk. Chapter 36. The Bamboo Horse. Part 2. Adjacent to the family housing area lies a nursery, where Wen Ai had been entrusted to the care of his parents for over a month. Reluctant to return, he spent his days hiding at Grandma Wang's house across the street. Grandma Wang, a lonely elderly woman, welcomed the commotion of children in her quiet home and offered to watch them for free, much to the gratitude of Wen Ai's parents, who reciprocated with a generous supply of supplements. Another child in the area, a girl named Meow Meow, was similarly kept at home by her unemployed mother, never having set foot in the nursery. While the other children attended school, Wen Ai and Meow Meow would play together. Suddenly, Meow Meow emerged from the building, crouching beside Wen Ai, who was engrossed in shaping a mud house. Curiously glancing at Yu Xiao behind Wen Ai, she asked, Jun, who is this? Wen Ai, focused on his task, replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Who knows which family he belongs to? Oh, Meow Meow said, rolling up her sleeves to mold some clay, while looking up at Yu Xiao. Hey, what's your name? I've never seen you before. Yu Xiao, glancing at Wen Ai first and seeing no reaction, smiled politely at Meow Meow. Hello, my name is Yu Xiao. My full name is Wu Si Tian, but you can call me Meow Meow, she replied with a smile. Meow Meow, being quite cheerful, invited Yu Xiao to join their tank-building game. However, Yu Xiao, not wishing to make Wen Ai feel like he was stealing his friend, politely declined and stood quietly by, observing their play. Nearby, Grandma Wang and Meow Meow's mother chatted on a bench, periodically glancing over to ensure no child was lured away by potential predators with candy. Wen Ai and Meow Meow constructed a whole fleet of armed forces out of mud, and after their spirited play, they borrowed water from a neighboring apartment to wash their hands, then planned to gather some grass by the flower bed to play a game. Yu Xiao shadowed Wen Ai closely, and although he remained silent, his presence began to irritate Wen Ai. Are you my shadow? Wen Ai turned to glare at Yu Xiao, crossing his arms in annoyance. You always follow me around. Don't you think that's annoying? I want to protect you, Yu Xiao replied earnestly, adding, That's what my father said. Protect? Wen Ai scoffed, shaking Yu Xiao's slender arm. With you like this, I could take on 10 of you. The innocent voice of the 5 or 6-year-old child, combined with Wen Ai's adorable appearance, made him look quite comical as he tried to assert himself. Yu Xiao, undeterred by the reprimand, felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction and secretly wished for more interactions with his younger brother, even if it meant enduring a few playful jabs. As they picked grass around the flower bed, they wandered near a small shop when an enormous wolf dog suddenly charged towards them, baring its teeth, its sharp fangs glistening with drool. With a single snap, it could easily crush the heads of the little ones. The dog barked ferociously as it lunged at the trio. Wen Ai screamed in fright, clutching his hands to his chest. Though Yu Xiao was scared too, upon hearing Wen Ai's cry, he instinctively stepped forward, pulling the paralyzed Wen Ai behind him, standing resolutely to shield him from danger. All of this transpired in a heartbeat. The dog's leap faltered abruptly, and with a howl, it crashed to the ground. It was only then that Yu Xiao noticed the collar around the dog's neck and the taut chain connected to it. Sighing in relief, he turned to pat Wen Ai's back, saying, Don't be afraid, it's chained. Wen Ai's face paled, and he clung tightly to Yu Xiao's shirt, unable to utter a word. What an awful dog. Meow Meow's mother rushed over, scooping her daughter from the ground and leading them away from the menacing dog towards the shop. She slammed her hand on the counter, demanding Lu Deity. Why did you bring such a fierce dog here without warning? Are you trying to scare someone to death? I was also startled, Lu Deity argued, emerging from the back room. Grandma Wang arrived a moment later, handing each boy a piece of candy. Have something sweet to calm your nerves. The children nearly faced danger from the dog, and the adults were equally shaken. No one wanted to linger downstairs any longer. Grandma Wang took the 2 children upstairs. When Wen Ai's parents returned from work and learned of the incident, they praised Yu Xiao profusely at the dinner table. Wen Ai, however, remained aloof, tightly pursing his lips, refusing to utter a word of thanks. You can sleep here. Wen Ai turned over, facing away from Yu Xiao, grumbling, just for tonight. At the welfare home, Yu Xiao had shared a small bed with 2 or 3 boys, often waking up with heads touching in the first half of the night, only to end up with feet against heads in the latter half, where the smell of unwashed feet could wake one up.
Now,
lying in a comfortable bed beside his little brother, he breathed in the sweet scent of milk that lingered on Wen Ai. That night, Yu Xiao enjoyed an unusually deep and sweet slumber. Though Wen Ai had declared his intention to kick Yu Xiao out of bed the next morning, he ultimately did not follow through. In essence, Yu Xiao had risked encountering the dog to earn a coveted permit to share the bed with Wen Ai. Wen Ai's parents planned to enroll both boys in elementary school come September, and in the interim, they decided to send them to the Youth Cultural Palace for interest classes to cultivate their spirits. In art class, the teacher distributed boxes of paint to each student, allowing them to create a free-form piece. When Ai squeezed a watercolor brush across his paper, his fingers soon covered in myriad colors, ultimately crafting an adorably clumsy little dog. Proudly admiring his masterpiece, he turned to see Yu Zhao's work. When Ai's eyes widened in astonishment. Yu Zhao's painting was exquisite. It depicted two figures sitting side by side on a beach extending from an island, gazing out at the azure sea where the golden red sun was rising on the horizon. When Ai stared at the artwork, momentarily transported to the beach, inhaling the salty air, awaiting the sunrise alongside the figures. It felt as though music floated around him. The teacher took Yu Zhao's painting, stating it would be shown to students in other classes. An inexplicable discomfort settled in Wen Ai's heart. He could not discern if it stemmed from the teacher's praise of Yu Zhao or from the painting itself. Upon returning home, Wen Ai declared he no longer wished to pursue painting. After much coaxing and rolling about in a fit, his parents were compelled to visit the Cultural Palace once more to request a change of classes. Due to high demand, most classes were full, but after some coordination, the responsible teacher managed to place Wen Ai in a ballroom dancing class. The dance instructor, a young woman who first assessed students by their appearance, was instantly captivated by Wen Ai's innocent face upon his entry into the class. She took special care of him during lessons. However, Wen Ai's tendency to fall asleep quickly was notable. Before the song had even finished, he had curled up under the covers, sound asleep like a little pig. As the radio played popular songs of the day, Teresa Tung's melodious voice filled the air. I am willing to swim against the current, to share soft whispers with her. Yet alas, perilous rapids lie ahead, and the path is winding and treacherous. For the sake of his brother, Yu Zhao too would brave the currents. Chapter 37. Bamboo Horse 3. Though Wen Ai and Yu Zhao were not in the same interest class, their schedules coincided. Every time, Grandma Wang would watch the two little ones enter the youth center before taking a stroll nearby, returning to the entrance at the appointed time to pick them up. Today, Yu Zhao finished his painting class early, clutching a bag filled with paints and brushes as he ascended to the third floor. Wen Ai stood at the edge of the front row, and the moment Yu Zhao approached the doorway, he spotted him and Miao Miao facing each other, hands intertwined, swaying their waists and shaking their hips. After a few steps, they even embraced. Unconsciously, Yu Zhao gripped the door frame tightly, causing green paint chips to fall to the floor. Once class ended, Wen Ai emerged, drenched in sweat, walking out with Miao Miao. Upon seeing Yu Zhao, he offered no greeting and continued his descent down the stairs. Yu Zhao followed, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket and extending it toward him. Wipe your face. Wen Ai cast a glance down, turned his head, and resumed chatting with Miao Miao. That evening, Father ushered Wen Ai into the bathroom for a wash, while Yu Zhao dashed to the balcony, expressing to Mother and his desire to learn ballroom dancing. What prompted this sudden interest in dancing? Mother N, busy hanging laundry, shook out a crumpled shirt and hung it on a coat hanger. I heard the teacher mention your talent in painting. Perhaps you could carve out a path there. Today, I saw my younger brother in class, dancing beautifully. I want to learn too. Yu Zhao retrieved 2 bamboo clips from a box on the stool and handed them to Mother N. I'll practice painting diligently on my own. Such a good boy. Knowing to lend a hand, Mother N patted Yu Zhao's head, accepting the clips and fastening them to the shoulder of the shirt. If you want to learn, then learn. Tomorrow, I will speak with the teacher at the Cultural Palace. Thank you, Mom. Yu Zhao beamed, expressing his gratitude with a sincerity that almost compelled him to bow. Mother N felt that this child was exceptionally considerate, albeit a bit distant. She leaned down and planted a kiss on his cheek, smiling. No need to be so formal with your mother.
All right.
Yu Zhao shyly touched his face. The ballroom dance class had initially set an even number of participants, ensuring that students practiced in pairs without anyone left alone. Now, with Yu Zhao's arrival, the teacher paired him with Wen Ai, while the chubby boy held Miao Miao's hand, grinning so widely that his eyes were almost obscured by his cheeks. Shall we begin? Yu Zhao stood before Wen Ai, slightly anxious. Will you be dancing the male part or the female part? Wen Ai glared at him. Of course, the male part. Yu Xiao nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. The cassette player at the front of the dance room blared lively music, while Wen Ai pouted, clearly not expecting him to take the initiative. Yu Xiao rubbed his hands on his pants, then cautiously reached out to take Wen Ai's hand. Wen Ai, with his petite stature, attempted to match his rhythm. But as they danced, it grew increasingly challenging, particularly during the turns when he nearly stumbled. Yu Xiao awkwardly apologized, and although Wen Ai was stubborn, he couldn't blame Yu Xiao for being taller, letting out a petulant hum and turning his face away, refusing to dance with him again. Among the jubilant children in the room, these two stood out like chopsticks, rooted in place. The dance instructor approached, assessed the situation, and suggested they switch roles, allowing Yu Xiao to dance the male part. With a teacher watching, Wen Ai had no choice but to reluctantly resume dancing with Yu Xiao, and, to their surprise, the outcome was remarkably good. With Yu Xiao's height and grace, he effortlessly led Wen Ai through turns and dips, lifting him as if they were soaring. The dance instructor, satisfied, clapped her hands to gather the other children's attention, bringing Wen Ai and Yu Xiao to the center to demonstrate, encouraging them to set an example for their peers. This demonstration continued for 6 months, during which Wen Ai and Yu Xiao became so accustomed to each other that they could no longer revert to their original roles. Near the knitting factory's residential area, there was a school for the children of migrant workers, and the residents were well aware of its standard. Father N's restaurant business had stabilized, allowing him to take the time to escort his children. After discussions, the couple decided to enroll their 2 sons in a prestigious primary school located 3 stops away. Whoever crosses the 38th parallel is a little dog. This line, though unfair, saw Wen Ai monopolizing a significant portion of the territory, while Yu Xiao, glancing at Wen Ai's proudly raised chin, nodded amiably, conceding a third of his domain to him. The innocence of childhood meant friendships were formed based solely on appearances.
Hey. Hello.
I'm Luo Dongdong. With a head full of natural curls, Luo Dongdong proposed, let us be good friends.
Dongdong?
Wen Ai tilted his head. Is it Winter's Dong or the East Dong?
Both.
Luo Dongdong produced his Chinese textbook, flipping to the title page and pointing to the large characters in the center. Look, one in front and one in back. Isn't it special? Wen Ai found this little curly-haired boy amusing and introduced himself. I'm in June. Oh, Luo Dongdong nodded. I know, June means soldier. Not quite. Wen Ai flipped open his sketchbook, encircling the character for June on the cover. It means green bamboo. As first graders, they could only recognize a few simple characters, and Luo Dongdong, after studying it for a while, finally nodded. I'll remember. Yu Xiao, who had been sitting quietly beside them, was prompted by Luo Dongdong's nod. What about you? What's your name? I'm Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao wrote his name on a piece of paper, turning it to face Luo Dongdong. Xiao signifies a fine steed. With Wen Ai and Yu Xiao representing bamboo and horses, their names sounded quite refined. Luo Dongdong, unwilling to be outdone, insisted. My name has meaning too. It means things of winter.
Uft.
Wen Ai couldn't help but laugh, instinctively turning to meet Yu Xiao's eyes, which sparkled with amusement. This was the first time Wen Ai had flashed a smile at Yu Xiao, albeit thanks to someone else, yet Yu Xiao felt a surge of joy, as if flowers were blooming in his heart, his lips curving upward. Luo Dongdong, perceptive as he was, noticed their laughter and scratched his curly head, grinning in unity. The 3 children seemed to lose themselves in their silliness, sharing gleeful exchanges. Since starting school, Wen Ai and Yu Xiao had discontinued their interest classes, while Miao Miao continued, becoming the chubby boy's new dance partner. Miao Miao, from a wealthy family, had parents who disdained the local children's school, opting instead for the prestigious primary school that Wen Ai and Yu Xiao attended. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao immediately recounted the exemplary performances of Wen Ai and Yu Xiao in their interest class, prompting the planning teacher to see potential in their story, pulling them from the audience as a last resort. In a flurry, the planning teacher briefly explained the situation with a speed that left Wen Ai dazed. Before he could fully comprehend, he was ushered into a changing room. As Wen Ai unfolded the costume handed to him by the teacher, a red gauzy bodice with only a single strap across the back and a super short skirt that would billow up to reveal his underwear with a twirl, he couldn't help but think, this is how Latin dancers on television dress, though they are women. Now this outfit was in his hands. Well, it's not wrong. When AI began to remove his sweater, questioning the system, why did I feel so compelled to comply when the teacher spoke just now? The system replied, of course. A first grader obeys whatever the teacher says. But my soul, isn't that of a child. When AI protested, removing his thermal top and bottoms. The system mimicked his tone, yet your mindset is influenced by your physical age. When AI retorted, I really want to hit you. The system quipped back. Then go ahead. When AI, having donned her performance attire, found herself seated on a small stool where the makeup artist diligently applied a vibrant hue to her cheeks, rendering them even redder than a monkey's posterior, and adorned her forehead with a circular dab of lipstick. In addition, when AI was granted a grand crimson flower, not as a badge of honor pinned to her chest, but rather as a mere decorative embellishment nestled in her hair. As she stood before the stage, she cast a glance at her ensemble. Once she embraced this transformation, any sense of incongruity seemed to dissipate. Having often showcased her skills in front of her classmates, she had cultivated a sense of boldness, and now, when it came time to perform, she exuded confidence, feeling no trace of nervousness. In stark contrast, Yu Xiao displayed a hint of trepidation, his gaze faltering and frequently drifting downwards, nearly missing his mark several times.
Yet,
it was evident that his cheeks bore a slight flush, concealed beneath a heavy layer of blush, successfully deceiving even Wen Ai, who stood closest to him. The fundamentals of Latin dance required a rhythmic swaying of the hips, and the female dancer needed to maintain straight legs while occasionally extending them to showcase their grace. Previously, when dancing with Wen Ai during class, Yu Xiao had been clad in conventional attire that concealed his movements, but now, with Wen Ai adorned in a delicate dance dress directly opposite him, her slender, pale legs stretched out, Yu Xiao found his gaze irresistibly drawn downward, unable to exert control over his wandering eyes. Upon returning backstage, Wen Ai removed the grand flower from her hair, chiding Yu Xiao, for someone who can perform such a basic routine, you certainly have made a spectacle of yourself. Truly, you have squandered your tuition at the cultural center. In those days, air conditioning was not yet commonplace, and in the frigid January frost, even after Wen Ai had danced and worked up a sweat, the moment she paused, she was instantly beset by goosebumps on her back, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. Yu Xiao, wrapping a nearby thick cotton coat around her, urged her, hurry and change your clothes. You mustn't catch a cold. Wen Ai, clutching the collar of the coat to prevent it from slipping, cast a sidelong glance at Yu Xiao, remarking, if I hadn't been there to support you, you would have surely embarrassed yourself. Do you believe that? Yu Xiao, pulling aside the curtain to the changing area and ushering her in, nodded in agreement. My dancing has never equaled yours. Humph, your flattery is rather pedestrian, she retorted. Regardless of Yu Xiao's comments, Wen Ai always managed to find fault in his words, yet once he was obscured behind the curtain, a sly smile crept onto her face. In truth, Yu Xiao's performance was not as dismal as Wen Ai had portrayed. At worst, it fell short of their usual standard, but before the audience, both received an abundance of praise. In those times, adults were preoccupied with their own survival, often neglecting the extracurricular education of their children. Despite being a key elementary school, students with talents were still a rarity. Following their class's successful performance, their homeroom teacher frequently commended them, referring to them as the golden duo of Class 3, Year 1. The teacher's description was apt, yet the younger students, reveling in their freedom, dubbed Yu Xiao as the class heartthrob and Wen Ai as the class beauty after witnessing their New Year's performance. Yu Xiao bore the brunt of this unwarranted attention with grace, accepting it without ire, simply nodding in agreement as he weathered this unjust calamity. Observing him remain unfazed, Wen Ai felt a surge of frustration, laying her head on the desk, brooding in silence. Yu Xiao glanced at the back of her head, genuinely finding her sulking adorable. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a cherished piece of white rabbit candy he had been saving, extending his hand across the invisible boundary to gently place the treat on Wen Ai's desk. Chapter 38. The Bamboo Horse. Part 4. On this day, a new barbecue stall was set up behind the bus station, and the pale gray smoke wafted everywhere, enticing those waiting for the bus with the delectable aroma of grilled food. Wen Ai's little dog nose twitched, and the gluttony within him stirred, prompting him to extend his hand toward Yu Xiao, requesting, Give me 20 cents. Mind your own business. Yu Xiao replied. Wen Ai patted his stomach, asserting, I'm quite hungry here. Dinner 1 wait. That's out of the question, Yu Xiao insisted, shaking his head. Food from outside is unclean, and the dust by the roadside is excessive. It could easily cause an upset stomach. A primary school student, savoring a skewer of grilled meat, approached Wen Ai, the tantalizing scent making him salivate. While Yu Xiao continued to lecture and refused to part with any money, Wen Ai's patience wore thin. Why are you nagging me? Dad merely entrusted you with my allowance. My share is in there too. What right do you have to deny me? Yu Xiao, usually so accommodating, was now remarkably obstinate, his pockets tightly sealed. You can't eat that. How can you be like this? Wen Ai relented, softening his tone. Then how about just 5 cents? I only wish to have 1 skewer of dried tofu. Yu Xiao was nearly swayed by the pleading in Wen Ai's big, glistening eyes, but he ultimately held firm. No deal. When Tuan remained silent, shifting slightly, but not uttering a word. After futile coaxing from his father, who found the soft, fluffy bundle of cotton to have a stubborn core, he stood up and smacked the cotton bundle. If you want to starve, go ahead. I'm off to eat. Yu Xiao, waiting outside, felt his mood dip as he saw his father exit alone. Remembering his brother's desperate expression at the station, he furrowed his brow, ran to the kitchen, and fried a piece of dried tofu in a frying pan. He seasoned it, rolled it in scallions and pickles, and then borrowed 2 bamboo skewers from his mother, cleaning them before expertly threading the tofu onto them, resulting in a skewer that resembled those sold outside, wafting an aromatic scent. Indeed, when Tuan was genuinely tempted by Yu Xiao's creation. After a moment of prideful huffing, he threw off the covers, sat up, and accepted the skewer, his mouth soon glistening with oil. Yu Xiao draped a piece of old clothing over his legs to catch the falling scallions and pickles, standing beside him as he ate. Wen Ai had been hungry since the bus station and now devoured the skewer without pause. He felt that this particular skewer of dried tofu had an exceptionally familiar and delightful flavor, so delicious it nearly brought him to tears. Once finished, Wen Ai handed over the empty skewer, closing his eyes and burping contentedly. Yu Xiao took the skewer and gathered the old clothing. How was it? Just average. Wen Ai replied, feigning indifference. But after a moment, fearing that Yu Xiao might not cook for him again, he amended his statement. Well, it was quite good. Yu Xiao chuckled, wiping a piece of scallion off Wen Ai's chin. If you want more, just tell me. Home-cooked food is cleaner. Wen Ai, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered his gaze and replied, okay. And father and mother, peering through the door crack, exchanged glances and simultaneously gave Yu Xiao a thumbs up. This was how to coax a younger brother. Truly, the elder brother had his ways. In the past, when they were in 1st grade, the classroom cleaning was managed by the teacher. Now that they were in the 3rd grade, the task had fallen entirely on their shoulders. Wen Ai and Yu Xiao were not in the same group, so when one had cleaning duty after school, the other had to wait. Yu Xiao, feeling sympathetic for his brother, often helped him with the workload. Last week, their teacher happened to witness this and praised Yu Xiao for his helpfulness.
Wen Ai, displeased,
insisted that this week Yu Xiao must not assist him again, denying him the chance for accolades. Yu Xiao, amused yet compliant, strolled leisurely around the classroom, picking up any overlooked litter when Wen Ai was distracted, to spare him from potential reprimand by the labor committee. Many small stalls selling snacks and toys line the entrance of the elementary school, and at dismissal time, numerous students lingered by these stalls. After finishing his cleaning, Wen Ai exited the school, his little backpack on his back, and squeezed in front of a stall to see if there were any new trinkets. Yu Xiao followed closely, glancing at the array of toys before turning to Wen Ai. What do you like? I'll buy it for you. Why this sudden generosity? Wen Ai asked, pulling back a slingshot and turning to aim it at Yu Xiao, recalling how he had been stingy just the day before. Yu Xiao, fully aware that Wen Ai was still miffed about that incident, decided to offer a counter. Take whatever you like.
I'll pay.
Wen Ai left the slingshot behind and reached for a tin frog, muttering, It's still my money. I mean, with my share of the allowance, Yu Xiao, stretching out his arm, helped Wen Ai retrieve several tin frogs and place them in front of him for selection. I'll buy them for you. Wen Ai's eyes sparkled. Is that a promise? Yu Xiao nodded earnestly. Yes, you choose. Wen Ai, not one to be polite, rummaged through the stall, buying this and that, acquiring everything he fancied, even hauling away the two largest water guns from the stall. Yu Xiao paid without hesitation, and the stall owner beamed widely as he received the money. Yu Xiao felt it was truly worth the expense. Upon reaching home, Yu Xiao took out his keys to unlock the door just as Grandma Wang across the way came out. Wen Ai dropped his toys and dashed over to hug her waist, cooing, "Hello, Grandma."
Oh, dear.
Jun is so well-behaved. Grandma Wang patted his little face.
How is your schoolwork going?
All good. Wen Ai, noticing she was carrying a trash bin, eagerly offered, "Let me take that out." Once home, Wen Ai tossed his backpack onto the sofa and, clutching the two water guns, dashed to the bathroom. Yu Xiao was soon drenched as he tried to shield himself from the spray, retreating toward the door. "Don't just hide," Wen Ai exclaimed, tossing a water gun at his feet with excitement. "Let us have a water fight, come on." Yu Xiao picked up the water gun, and seeing Wen Ai looking like a playful kitten begging for company, he felt a rush of affection and squeezed the trigger. After all, they were still elementary school students, and they immersed themselves wholeheartedly in their water fight, splashing from the bathroom to the living room and then to the balcony, thoroughly enjoying their playful antics. And father gathered the two rascals before him, but before he could scold them, a loud knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, the neighbor downstairs stood with arms akimbo, loudly complaining about water dripping from their ceiling and questioning what kind of mischief they were up to. And mother promptly apologized. But this neighbor, harboring a disdain for the Yin family, continued with sarcastic remarks before finally departing. Once the door was shut, and Father's expression darkened further. "You two,
Explain yourselves."
Wen Ai, head down and hands clenched, couldn't he fathom how he had incited Yu Xiao into such childish behavior. Yu Xiao, however, preemptively took the blame, solemnly declaring that all responsibility lay with him. The water gun was his purchase, the game was his idea, and most of the water stains in the house were from his water gun. Wen Ai was taken aback, stammering, "No, enough," and father interrupted, pointing toward the balcony. "Both of you go reflect on your actions." Fortunately, it was summer, with their wet clothes, standing on the balcony felt refreshing rather than cold. Wen Ai stared at the fine cracks in the wall and whispered, "Why did you take the blame for me? You are my brother. It is my duty to protect you," Yu Xiao replied seriously, looking at the wall. "No one should bully you, not even Dad." Wen Ai turned her head to gaze at Yu Xiao's profile, lost in thought for a considerable time. "I certainly do not require your protection. And it is utterly useless." We still ended up being punished to face the wall. Yu Xiao lowered his head, his forehead nearly touching the wall. "I apologize." He shook his head. "I do not seek your gratitude." Wen Ai inquired, "Then what is your motive?" Yu Xiao lifted his gaze to meet hers momentarily. "As long as you are well." Wen Ai found herself at a loss for words. Motherin took a sip of her hot tea and remarked, "If your younger brother becomes more unruly in the future, it will surely be because of the indulgence from his elder brother." Indeed, father teased, even I, as his father, have been excluded from his affections. "That is what you get for wearing such a stern expression," Motherin chuckled, glancing at her two sons standing with their backs to them. "With such intentions from the elder brother, the younger one will eventually come to accept him." In the spirit of fostering a deeper bond of camaraderie between the two brothers, father and mother, and intentionally allowed them to stand there a little longer. On a sultry summer night, Wen Ai, feeling the heat, found her eyelids growing heavy. Her small frame swayed left and right before she finally tilted towards Yu Xiao, resting her entire weight against him. Yu Xiao, hesitant to move, slightly raised a shoulder to provide her with a more comfortable resting place. He inhaled deeply. Despite his younger brother being older now, there lingered a hint of the scent of milk about him. It was quite delightful. Chapter 39, Bamboo Horse Part 5. Over the years, Mr. An's business has flourished immensely, with several branches opening one after another. He was even interviewed by the local newspaper, and his wealth has been accumulating rapidly. When he hosted a banquet for his son, there was no shortage of guests eager to show their support. In contrast to the complex thoughts of adults, children possess a much simpler nature. In this era, purchasing meat and oil requires ration tickets, and most families maintain a modest diet. Having tasted exquisite delicacies at Yu Zhao's birthday banquet last year, The children eagerly anticipated another visit to their grand restaurant, clapping their hands in delight at the prospect. With an abundance of guests, the banquet featured around 20 tables. Mr. and Mrs. and busily attended to everyone, while Yu Xiao helped run about. The little birthday star, Wen Ai, remained carefree, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, occasionally extending them to receive red envelopes from the elders. In the Yin family, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. Mr. and Mrs. and set aside a few tables exclusively for the children, believing they would enjoy more freedom without the presence of adults. 3 large round tables were laden with dishes, and Yu Xiao guided his classmates to their seats. When Ai nonchalantly chose a spot, tightening his pants as the paper envelopes in his pocket pressed uncomfortably against his thigh. He gathered all his envelopes and handed them over to Yu Xiao. "Hold on to these for me." "All right." Yu Xiao organized the stack of red envelopes into his coat pocket and picked up 2 glass bottles from the beverage basket on the floor. He shook them towards Wen Ai, asking, "Orange soda or cola?" When Ai gestured to the left, "Cola." With a deft flick of the bottle opener, Yu Xiao popped off the cap of the cola, leaving the orange soda untouched, and handed it to Wen Ai. "Don't drink it all at once. Eat some food first."
Got it.
When Ai took a couple of gulps, wiped his mouth, and let out a small burp, shooting a sidelong glance at Yu Xiao. "You're so naggy." Yu Xiao smiled at him affectionately. "Move aside. You're so heavy. You'll squash Meow Meow." "I refuse. I want to sit next to Meow Meow." The tables of children began to dig in, while Luo Dongdong and the chubby boy were still bickering over seating arrangements. Meow Meow, a girl from a neighboring class, had captured Luo Dongdong's attention after he met her at Yu Zhao's birthday party last year. With her beauty and dancing skills, he was eager to befriend her, often competing with the chubby boy. Today was no exception. Having played in the mud together since childhood, Meow Meow naturally wanted to sit with Wen Ai, leaving only one spot next to her. Despite his size, the chubby boy was quick and agile in dancing, seizing the opportunity, leaving Luo Dongdong bewildered and out of luck. As their quarrel continued, Yu Xiao intervened, finally seating Luo Dongdong beside the chubby boy, not too far from Meow Meow. Once the children had thoroughly devoured the feast, Mrs. and brought out a large cake. The children stood eagerly, craning their necks to watch her cut it. The rare treat, usually only seen through department store windows, was finally within reach. At that time, cake-making techniques in the country were still developing. The cakes were often dense, and the pink frosting formed a hard shell. When Ai peeled off the frosting shell and munched on it like a cookie, savoring the taste, licking his lips afterward. "Here, have mine." Yu Xiao pushed his untouched plate of cake toward him. When Ai glanced at him, took the frosting shell, and pushed the remaining cake along with his portion back, saying, "Fair trade. I don't want to owe you anything." Yu Xiao chuckled, "All right, fair trade. As long as you're happy." Seeing the two exchange cake, Luo Dongdong, ever the imitator, grabbed his piece, tossed it across to Meow Meow's plate, declaring, "You can have mine." The chubby boy paused mid-bite, contemplating for a moment before succumbing to Luo Dongdong's triumphant gaze, reluctantly offering his half-eaten piece to Meow Meow. "Meow Meow, here's mine too." Meow Meow rolled her eyes at them. How childish. The girl, always conscious of her figure, had no intention of indulging in such calorie-laden treats. Luo Dongdong glanced at the cake and then turned to the chubby boy. "Hey, what's your name again?" "Chun Feiyang," replied the chubby boy, wiping frosting from his lips. As the classmates gathered around the table to enjoy the cake, the class monitor suddenly suggested, "Let us each say a blessing for the class flower, no duplicates." Everyone agreed, and they began in order of their seats, wishing the class flower all her wishes come true. Academic progress. Good fortune. May you live a long life. After several rounds, it was the turn of an introverted girl who struggled with language. After a long pause, she stammered, wishing the class flower 100 years of harmony. With the class grass, the room erupted in laughter, with classmates banging on the table and clattering their chopsticks, leaving Wen Ai's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yu Xiao turned to see Wen Ai with his head lowered, resembling a charming little red fruit. Suddenly, he thought that the phrase 100 years of harmony seemed quite fitting for them, as he would always protect his brother. Wen Ai stood up and stepped back until his calves bumped against the edge of the bed, then spread his arms and fell back comfortably onto it. The moment he touched the bed, he felt so relaxed that he didn't want to utter a word, Just a simple, Yu Xiao draped a towel around his neck and turned to him. Don't you like it? Wen Ai shut his eyes and responded faintly, after a while. Wen Ai felt himself drifting off to sleep when he suddenly heard Yu Xiao say, Actually, I prepared a gift too. You? Wen Ai opened his eyes, sitting upright. Then why hide it? Why didn't you give it to me earlier? I was afraid you wouldn't like it. Yu Xiao bent down to pick up his backpack from the floor, retrieving a pencil case. From it, he pulled out a delicate necklace made of fine red string and presented it to Wen Ai. Here. Wen Ai did not take it immediately. Instead, he touched the small pendant hanging from the red string, a little horse carved from bamboo, poised elegantly, as if galloping. The bamboo was thick, with a jade-green front and a creamy white back, its edges smoothed to perfection, making it comfortable to hold. Wen Ai remembered that Yu Xiao was born in 78, making him a horse in the zodiac. Yu Xiao appeared a bit anxious. Do you like it? Wen Ai lifted his gaze to meet Yu Xiao's eyes, tilting his head slightly. Yu Xiao continued to hold the necklace, unsure of what that gesture meant. What are you waiting for? Help me put it on. Wen Ai urged.
Oh.
Yu Xiao's face lit up with joy as he carefully fastened the necklace around Wen Ai's neck. There you go. You're so slow. My neck is sore from waiting, Wen Ai remarked, tilting his head and rotating it a few times, fiddling with the little bamboo horse at his chest, muttering quietly. What kind of horse is green, anyway? Well, I could. Yu Xiao hesitated. I could shave off the top layer of bamboo for you. The wood inside is a lighter color. Wen Ai's fingers glided over the smooth bamboo surface, shaking his head. No, it's fine as it is. Yu Xiao smiled. All right. I'll do as you wish. Wen Ai clasped the little bamboo horse tightly in his hand, glancing at Yu Xiao's hands. How long did it take you to make this? Yu Xiao's hands immediately curled up shyly, all 10 fingers retreating into his fists. About a week. Mainly, I ruined 2 of them, which delayed the process. Did you carve it with a utility knife? Wen Ai's gaze shifted to Yu Xiao's face. Didn't you get hurt? Utility knives are easy to break. Yu Xiao shook his head, explaining that he had taken the file from his father's toolbox and had been meticulously smoothing it.
Oh.
Wen Ai, having moved to the bedside, got up and retrieved his pajamas from the wardrobe, announcing his intention to take a shower. You go ahead, Yu Xiao said, sitting on the edge of the bed and watching him. Just as Wen Ai was about to reach the door, he suddenly added, The bamboo strips are not afraid of water. You needn't remove them. Understood, Wen Ai replied, closing the bathroom door. He lowered his head and examined the little bamboo horse, flipping it over repeatedly. System. Such an adorable carving. The male protagonist possesses remarkable skill. Wen Ai scoffed him. His hands are clumsy beyond belief.
System. Astonished. Meow?
Then, why not create something better yourself? Wen Ai flipped the bamboo piece to reveal its off-white underside, pointing at a tiny red on the horse's tail. He must have scraped his hand. The system detected a hint of something amiss. Are you feeling pity? What is there to feel sorry for? Wen Ai quickly denied it. It's just that he didn't check before sending it. That's quite thoughtless. The household's water heater always required a brief flow of cold water before it would turn warm. Wen Ai turned on the shower, allowing the cold water to run while he stepped aside to undress. He hesitated for a moment, tugging at the red string around his neck, but ultimately decided to keep it, considering how endearing the little horse was. The nation implemented a 9-year compulsory education system, and the school one attended for middle school was determined by the registered household address. Naturally, Wen Ai and Yu Xiao ended up at the same school, and by a stroke of fate, found themselves in the same classroom, once again becoming desk mates. The entire middle school was under the sway of adolescence as the students, both physically and psychologically developing, began to pay attention to their appearances, notice the opposite sex, and discuss who liked whom. Yu Xiao's reputation as the class heartthrob was not unfounded. After 6 years in elementary school, he had not only grown taller, but had also developed a certain charm. Yu Xiao picked up a letter, dusting it off, and Wen Ai raised an eyebrow. Why not open it and take a look? Yu Xiao paused. You know I never read them. Wen Ai shrugged. It's just sitting there. You might as well see it. Thinking Wen Ai was merely bored and seeking distraction, Yu Xiao tore open the envelope. The girl's handwriting was average, suggesting she was a reserved person. There were no passionate confessions, just a poem clipped from the newspaper. The handwriting was somewhat unattractive. Wen Ai craned his neck to see, adding, "It suits you quite well." Yu Xiao found himself momentarily choked, feeling an uncomfortable knot in his throat. He felt particularly innocent in this situation. Chapter 40. The bamboo horse Anfu purchased a charming little villa, and the new furniture had been neatly arranged, with water, electricity, and gas all connected. He had scheduled the moving company to come the following day. That evening, the entire family busied themselves packing their belongings. When Ai rummaged through the corners of his room, unearthing long-forgotten treasures, the slightly curled third volume of his elementary school Chinese textbook, the cards that accompanied the Xiao Huan Yuan instant noodles, various dusty and rusty toys. Just a glance at these items instantly rekindled memories of the stories behind them. In the eyes of children, being forgetful often leads to embarrassment. Yet Yu Xiao bore it all alone. The small cards were once a popular collectible. Anyone who held a large stack in hand could flaunt it like a bundle of cash. Although Yu Xiao forbade him from eating the instant noodles for health reasons, he still bought dozens of packets solely to extract the cards for Wen Ai, distributing the remaining noodles to classmates. As for the pile of toys, the two large water guns on top alone had resulted in an evening of self-reflection for both him and Yu Xiao on the balcony. When Ai found himself lost in thought as he stared at the relics before him, he had been in this world for 6 years. Yet it seemed that every single detail could somehow be connected to Yu Xiao. "What are you daydreaming about?" Yu Xiao, having emptied the wardrobe, approached and observed the large box on the floor. He squatted down beside Wen Ai, suggesting that they could take the old toys if he wanted. Wen Ai shot Yu Xiao a glare. "Look at him meddling in my affairs again." The two continued their packing until late into the night. At the age of 13 or 14, when they were experiencing a growth spurt, the once spacious bed now felt a bit cramped for them. To avoid dangling limbs outside the bed, they could only lie shoulder to shoulder as they settled down. Yu Xiao noticed that when Ai wasn't falling asleep as usual. He softly inquired, "Can't sleep?" When Ai gazed up at the silhouette of the ceiling fan, replying, "I miss my chance. I'm not sleepy anymore." Yu Xiao tentatively proposed, "Shall I keep you company and chat?" When Ai, somewhat indifferent, asked about what. "Anything you wish to discuss," Yu Xiao replied. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about we talk about the future? What do you wish to do?" "Why should I tell you?" When Ai rolled over to face his profile, saying, "You go first, then I'll decide if I want to share." Yu Xiao chuckled, turning to face him, his eyes sparkling. "I want to be a soldier." When Ai questioned, "Why?" Yu Xiao passionately replied, "To protect my homeland and those I care about." When Ai scoffed, "Isn't that just being a poor soldier?" Yu Xiao paused, then asked, "And what do you want to do?" "I want to follow your path. I intend to study hard, get into a good university, and earn a lot of money." When Ai hesitated, "But honestly, I'd prefer to lounge at home, doing nothing." Having everything brought to me observing Wen Ai's delicate face, Yu Xiao realized he truly ought to enjoy the latter lifestyle. A flicker of doubt about his own aspirations arose within him. They continued their intermittent conversation until Wen Ai's voice gradually lowered, eventually drifting off into slumber, softly snoring. Yu Xiao, wide awake, resisted sleep. Once they moved to the new home, they would have separate rooms, and perhaps he might never again have the opportunity to share a bed with his brother. He wanted to savor the sight of his brother's peaceful slumber a little longer. The villa purchased by Anfu had 2 stories, with both Wen Ai and Yu Xiao's rooms located on the second floor, directly across from each other. On the first night in their new home, Wen Ai tossed and turned on the large bed, unable to find comfort. Having shared the bed with Yu Xiao for so long, the sudden emptiness beside him left him feeling unmoored. Wen Ai struggled with insomnia until the early hours, the urge to relieve himself building up. He threw on some clothes and stepped out, only to find the door opposite opening as well. "Still awake?" Yu Xiao approached him. "You stayed up so late last night. Aren't you tired?" When Ai furrowed his brow, "I'm not used to this bed." Yu Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "Wait a moment." When Ai wiped his hands dry with a tissue before taking the glass, which was still warm. "This is the first time I've used the new milk pot. I didn't tea time it well," Yu Xiao remarked. "Hold it to warm your hands. Let it cool before drinking." When Ai nodded, "Okay." They stood at the staircase. When Ai leaning against the wooden railing, blowing on the cup. "Why aren't you asleep?" Yu Xiao smiled candidly, I'm a bit unaccustomed to sleeping alone. Wen Ai mischievously suggested, then just place the pillow beside you and pretend someone is there. Wen Ai took a sip, smacked his lips, and his eyes lit up. It's so sweet. Do you like it? Yu Xiao grinned. I added 2 spoonfuls of honey. Wen Ai nodded enthusiastically, gulping it down. The sweet fragrance of honey blended with the rich taste of milk, and for someone like Wen Ai, who had a penchant for sweetness, each sip was a delightful experience. As he reached the last 2 sips, Wen Ai hesitated, shaking the glass and glancing up at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao, understanding the unspoken request, warned, if you drink too much, you won't be able to sleep later. I'll warm it up for you tomorrow night. I'll make it hotter, he reassured. Yu Xiao was quite strict with Wen Ai's diet, and knowing tonight was no exception, Wen Ai hurriedly finished the remaining milk while it was still warm. Returning to his room, Wen Ai felt drowsiness slowly creeping in, but something still felt amiss. After pondering, he grabbed a pillow and placed it beside him to simulate the presence of another person, finally allowing himself to drift into a restful sleep. During the new year, Anfu and Anmu invited relatives over for a reunion dinner, partly to celebrate togetherness and partly to commemorate their move. The house was filled with various uncles, aunts, and distant relatives, with nearly everyone clad in red, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. After dinner, the entire family gathered around the television to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Wen Ai and Yu Xiao were cornered by their myriad of aunts and uncles, who insisted they perform something in exchange for red envelopes. Adults loved teasing children, and the more shy they appeared, the more raucous the relatives became. Eventually, a great uncle intervened, thumping his cane. All right, the kids are old enough. Just say a few auspicious words. Once the elder spoke, Wen Ai and Yu Xiao were finally able to smoothly exchange New Year greetings and receive their red envelopes. The moment they got the money, Wen Ai dashed outside to set off firecrackers, with Yu Xiao steadfastly accompanying him. Anmu chased them to the door, reminding them not to wander too far and to stay safe. In the community, a small shop set up a stall selling firecrackers for the new year. The two stood at the stall, selecting their favorites. Wen Ai inherited a penchant for extravagance from Anfu, choosing the more dangerous options. He glanced at Yu Xiao beside him and chuckled. Why are you so timid? You're only picking those for 3-year-olds. Yu Xiao remained silent, gesturing to the vendor that their purchases would be combined. The 2 bags of firecrackers were not cheap, and Yu Xiao's pocket money had barely warmed before half of it was spent. In the community's open space, groups of people gathered to set off firecrackers, both adults and children joining in. The ground was already covered with remnants of red firecracker wrappings, giving a unique sensation underfoot. Not far away, a group hung a long string of firecrackers from a tree branch, lighting the fuse with a match before dashing away, covering their ears. The firecrackers exploded, shaking the branches, and eventually falling to the ground to continue their cacophony. The gray-white smoke wafted over, filling the air with the essence of the new year. Wen Ai found a spacious spot, eagerly pulling out a firecracker thicker than all 5 of his fingers combined, ready to ignite it. Yu Xiao took both the lighter and the firecracker from him. I'll help you light it. No, Wen Ai protested, glancing at his empty hands. Turning to Yu Xiao and saying, if you light it for me, what will I play with? Your action is akin to me needing to use the restroom, and you rushing in first to say you'll help me. Yu Xiao was amused by his description and took a fireworks stick from his bag, igniting it and handing it over. You can play with this. Wen Ai waved the fireworks stick a couple of times, watching the bright trails it carved through the air, feeling utterly unenthused. What's so fun about this? With that, he tossed the fireworks stick aside and retrieved a banger instead. This is dangerous. Yu Xiao promptly confiscated it, saying, if you want to hear a sound, I can help you set it off. Why do you keep taking my things? Wen Ai's temper flared. I want to set it off myself. Yu Xiao patiently coaxed. It's easy to injure your hands with that. What won't injure your hands? Wen Ai kicked the now extinguished fireworks stick on the ground, retorting, don't talk about this. It's hardly even a firecracker. Yu Xiao handed him a small box. This counts. Wen Ai looked down under the streetlight to see it was a snapper. It makes a sound when thrown against a hard surface, but the volume is quite low. A staple for 3-year-olds during the new year. After a moment of silence, Wen Ai raised his head, calmly extending his hand toward Yu Xiao. Give me 2 more boxes. Yu Xiao rummaged through his bag and handed over all 9 remaining boxes, adding with a hint of mischief, "Take your time." Without uttering a word, Wen Ai opened the box and poured all the snappers into the pockets of his padded coat, emptying both sides. He then looked at Yu Xiao, stepping back slightly, and grabbed a handful of snappers, hurling them at Yu Xiao's feet. "This is for not letting me play with the banger. This is for giving me these useless snappers." With both hands, he unleashed a flurry of snappers, creating a cacophony that left Yu Xiao scrambling for safety, his usual composed demeanor utterly shattered, resulting in an amusingly chaotic display. Observing Yu Xiao's flustered state, Wen Ai suddenly burst into laughter, the pent-up frustration within him dissipating. As the last of the snappers were spent, Wen Ai stood there, hands tucked into his pockets, laughing at him. Yu Xiao ceased to evade, standing a few steps away, his gaze firmly fixed on Wen Ai. Nearby, the windows of a house were adorned with 2 bright red lanterns, their glow casting a warm light upon Wen Ai, whose exquisite face radiated joy. That smile was exceptionally warm and captivating. Suddenly, Yu Xiao's heart raced wildly, pounding so fast it felt as though it might stop altogether. Chapter 41. Bamboo Horse. Wen Ai believed he had accomplished his tasks in this world quite well, mercilessly tormenting Yu Xiao in an array of creative ways. However, a nagging thought crossed his mind. Which past are you referring to? The first world or the second? The answer is both, the system replied. Wen Ai pondered for a moment. If I was so mischievous before, how could I have failed the mission? The system fell silent. Wen Ai pouted. Why so mysterious? Your system lacks humanity. Erasing memories upon failure prevents any accumulation of experience. I might end up repeating the same mistakes. The system quietly applauded his astute observation. Boredom enveloped him. It was the summer vacation of the 2nd year in junior high, and outside, the sun blazed fiercely. Wen Ai lounged in an air-conditioned room, swaying in a rocking chair. Is that snake game of yours fun?
Let me see it.
With a hint of pride, the system responded. Allow me to show you. Images flooded Wen Ai's mind swiftly. The map displayed not just one worm, oh no, but a multitude of snakes. These were players, utilizing his exceptional skills. The system eliminated a small snake and exclaimed, "Did you see the text at the top? System, Good Times is on a killing spree, visitor 123. Wen Ai remarked. What a fantastic username. The vibrant, wriggling snakes failed to capture his interest, and after a brief glance, he asked the system to withdraw the display. Do you look down upon snakes? The system suddenly bristled. I shall mute you for a day. Don't bother speaking to me. Go entertain yourself with the male protagonist. Wait, Wen Ai tried to communicate but realized he truly could not reach it. He plugged in the Super Mario game into the little tyrant console and, just as he settled down, called out, Yu Xiao. I want some watermelon. Yu Xiao, who had been napping, heard his voice and descended from upstairs. He opened a watermelon in the kitchen, scooping the sweetest core into a bowl, and approached Wen Ai, offering it to him. Here. Wen Ai, fixated on the television screen, gripped the game controller tightly. I have no hands. Are you blind? Yu Xiao sat beside him, spearing a piece of watermelon with a toothpick, reminiscent of feeding a small child. Wen Ai mimicked. Why isn't it cold? He swallowed the flesh. Puzzled. Didn't you put it in the fridge this afternoon? I just cut this one. It's from outside, Yu Xiao replied, picking the black seeds from the watermelon and holding it closer to Wen Ai's mouth. Is it sweet? Wen Ai turned his head away defiantly. I want the one from the fridge. Yu Xiao shook his head. You had 2 popsicles today. Eating more cold food will give you a stomachache. Stomachaches don't come that easily. The game was reaching a critical point, and Wen Ai's eyes were glued to the screen. He elbowed Yu Xiao, urging, Hurry up and get it for me. Yu Xiao remained still. Did you hear me?
Move it.
The television emitted the sound of game failure. Mario had been devoured by a carnivorous plant. Wen Ai had been stuck on the 3rd level for quite some time, just a step away from victory, only to falter once more. Again. He kicked in frustration, turning to Yu Xiao. This is all your fault. If you had just gone to get it, I wouldn't be distracted. On a scorching summer day, Wen Ai wore only a pair of shorts, his pale legs, originally crossed, now flailing in exasperation, making Yu Xiao's gaze almost unable to move. Wen Ai was oblivious to Yu Zhao's intense stare and pushed him lightly. Stop pretending to be mute. You made me lose. This isn't over. Since New Year's Eve, Yu Zhao had noticed something amiss within himself. His eyes inexplicably lingered on Wen Ai, sometimes lost in thought or feeling a heat rising within him, akin to a fever. He was unsure what this strange ailment was, but he felt it best to conceal it from others. Wen Ai persisted in his complaints beside him, prompting Yu Zhao to take the initiative to atone. I'll help you clear this level. Don't boast. Wen Ai huffed, turning his attention back to the television as Yu Zhao began to play, promising to complete the task. Wen Ai scoffed, if you fail, you owe me ice-cold watermelon. Yu Zhao nodded, deal. Though merely 14, Yu Zhao understood the importance of discretion and would not make promises lightly. With deft movements on the controller, he flawlessly completed the level that had vexed Wen Ai. At last, victory. In a burst of excitement, Wen Ai tilted over and snatched the controller from Yu Zhao's hands, not bothering to rise. Resting his elbow on Yu Zhao's thigh as he played with fervor, the buttons clicking loudly. In this position, Yu Zhao could easily lift Wen Ai into his arms. But he dared not move, his hands firmly behind his back. With his hands settled, where should his gaze wander? Yu Zhao glanced down, catching sight of Wen Ai's delicate neck, then quickly turned away, only to find Wen Ai's long, smooth legs intertwined, exposed right before him, occasionally shifting. Yu Zhao felt parched. Just then, Wen Ai met his demise in the game, nonchalantly popping a piece of watermelon into his mouth while glancing at Yu Zhao's silhouette. What's the rush? It's not like there's a ghost chasing you. The air conditioning was only in the living room, but thankfully, the evenings remained cool, the window open to let in the night breeze, rendering even a fan unnecessary. As Wen Ai slept soundly, Yu Zhao, in the room across, was tormented by a heat-inducing dream, the sheets damp with sweat. In this dream, he again beheld Wen Ai's long, fair legs, now entwined around his waist. Upon waking the next day, Yu Zhao found a damp spot in his pants. The health teacher had mentioned that boys experience their first wet dream between the ages of 14 and 16, and Yu Zhao reassured himself that he was perfectly normal. Father had received 2 boxes of American ginseng from a business partner and asked Wen Ai and Yu Zhao to deliver them to Grandma Wang. With the school year approaching, Wen Ai finished lunch, pulling Yu Zhao out the door. Yu Zhao carried 1 box of ginseng, keeping a few paces behind Wen Ai. He halted 5 steps away, stating, "Go as fast as you wish. I can keep up."
No.
Wen Ai frowned. "Can't we walk side by side? We came together. Yet you insist on maintaining distance. It's absurd." Yu Zhao paused to observe him for a moment, then stepped beside him. "Let us go." "Hey, you're still reluctant?" Wen Ai shot him a glare. "Next time, I want to come with you. I'll visit Grandma Wang on my own."
Yu Zhao nodded. All right.
Wen Ai was taken aback, a sudden flame of inexplicable anger igniting within him as he seized Yu Zhao's arm. "Try saying all right one more time." Yu Zhao was equally surprised by his reaction. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about good instead?" Yu Zhao stood still, lost in thought for a while, as a revelation dawned upon him, a flicker of joy glimmering in his eyes. If his affections were one-sided, he would have chosen to distance himself, remaining quietly observant from afar. However, Wen Ai's reaction unveiled a different possibility for the future. The small convenience store in the family housing area was still run by Lu the blacksmith, though the once feared large wolf dog now lay old and immobile. Yu Zhao purchased 2 bags of rice and carried them up to the 8th floor. Grandma Wang opened the door, reaching out to help him with the bags. "You shouldn't have gone through so much trouble." "It's all right. You have trouble moving, after all," Wen Ai reassured her, pulling Grandma Wang aside and scolding Yu Zhao. "Take it to the kitchen." "Okay." Yu Zhao obediently entered the kitchen, placing the bags beside the rice jar. "Thank you, Xiao," Grandma Wang said, handing Yu Zhao a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, though at 1.75 meters tall, she could barely reach him. "I'll manage myself." Yu Zhao took the handkerchief, wiped his face, and smiled at the elderly woman, expressing his gratitude with a gentle "Thank you, Grandma." Grandma Wang had no descendants, and with only one grandfather living in the countryside, the trio, despite lacking blood ties, shared a bond that often surpassed the affection found in many family relationships. Grandma Wang invited the two to sit on the sofa, while she retreated to her bedroom to fetch an iron box. This box was familiar to Wen Ai and Yu Xiao. In their childhood, whenever they scraped their knees or bumped into things, Grandma Wang would soothe them with the candies inside. However, the box had now lost its paint and begun to rust, much like the two had matured. Yet Grandma Wang's heartfelt gestures remained unchanged. As they chatted and enjoyed the sweets, Yu Xiao frequently glanced in Wen Ai's direction, who either stared at the ground or looked at Grandma Wang, resolutely avoiding eye contact with him. At that moment, Wen Ai found Yu Xiao rather irritating and was unwilling to be alone with him. She attempted to linger in the kitchen to assist, but Grandma Wang waved her off, saying, "Go on, I know what your hands are like.
Don't trouble Grandma."
Thus, they were ushered out the door. In the hallway, Wen Ai walked ahead with her arms crossed, while Yu Xiao trailed behind, fixated on the nape of her neck. The mere sound of Yu Xiao's footsteps irked Wen Ai, prompting her to quicken her pace down the stairs, only to have Yu Xiao thump along after her. Frustration welled within her. What was this man's problem? Moments ago, he had seemed keen on maintaining distance, yet now he was eagerly following her. Wen Ai halted abruptly and turned to glare at Yu Xiao. Before she could utter a word, he raised his hands in a placating gesture, saying, "Don't be upset. The hallway is too narrow for us to walk side by side." Wen Ai scoffed, "Who cares?" Yu Xiao murmured, "I care." Wen Ai, unable to catch his words, asked, "What?" He shook his head, "Nothing." They continued out of the hallway, where the view opened up brightly before them. Yu Xiao called out to Wen Ai, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope, "Shall we walk together?" He was entirely earnest. Did she truly wish to walk alongside him? Wen Ai merely huffed. Yet Yu Xiao understood her unspoken response. With a smile, he stepped beside her, declaring in a tone of promise, "From now on, we shall always walk side by side. For a lifetime." Chapter 42. Bamboo Horse Part 8. They had long outgrown the age of playing in the mud, and when Grandma Wang encouraged them to play, they found themselves at a loss for activities, merely shuffling about with their hands in their pockets. Encountering familiar neighbors on the way, they paused to exchange pleasantries. Adjacent to the residential area, a basketball court had been constructed by the knitting factory, which occasionally organized matches for the employees. However, it was predominantly occupied by a group of enthusiastic junior and senior high school athletes. As Wen Ai and Yu Xiao passed by the court, their eyes swept through the wire fence, spotting two familiar figures, Luo Dongdong and Chen Feiyang, engaged in a one-on-one match. Even from a distance, Wen Ai could sense the fervent intensity of their competition. The sole reason for Luo Dongdong's presence there, facing off against Chen Feiyang, was apparent to Wen Ai. Casting a glance around, he noticed a girl in a dress sitting in the stands. "Wasn't he that Miao Miao? What, are we going to say hello?" Yu Xiao inquired. Wen Ai shot him a glare. "Do I need you to tell me that?" They had grown up together and shared a school in middle school. Their bond was strong, and it would be unreasonable to pretend they didn't see each other when the opportunity arose. They approached the entrance of the basketball court, but the wire gate was narrower than usual, with a gap of only 70 to 80 centimeters. While one person could pass through comfortably, two attempting to squeeze through would appear rather foolish. Wen Ai managed to sidestep just in time to slip through the gate, almost tripping in the process. He turned to Yu Xiao, irritated. "Why are you trying to push me? Couldn't you just wait a step? Didn't we just agree to walk side by side?" Yu Xiao replied, brushing off the dust from the gate with a smile, "I kept my promise." Seeing his earnestness, Wen Ai could only shake his head in bemusement. "You really are a few sandwiches short of a picnic." Yu Xiao merely smiled in response. "What brings you here?" "Quite a rare sight." Miao Miao exclaimed as she spotted them, her eyes lighting up. "I was so bored, and now you've come to keep me company." Wen Ai sat down next to her. "Dongdong and Feiyang are with you and you're still bored?" Miao Miao gave a bemused expression. "They've been playing since noon. And they've said no more than 10 words to me. I really don't know why I was called here." Wen Ai tried to defend them. "They must have summoned you to be the referee. The match is specifically for your viewing pleasure." "Yeah, right," Miao Miao replied, adjusting her dress. "I'm merely a spectator at best." Wen Ai offered her some comforting words before turning to Yu Xiao, nodding towards the duo on the court. "Did you see that? Just like you, lacking common sense." Yu Xiao nodded in agreement. "I noticed." "Back to see Grandma Wang?" Chen Feiyang greeted them. bending down to rummage through his bag on the ground. He pulled out a box of cream-filled biscuits and distributed a piece to everyone. Luo Dongdong declined the biscuit, took a couple of swigs of water, and teased him. A little fatty is always prepared with snacks. He then turned to Meow 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 Meow. Someone like him isn't worth keeping around. Stop calling me fatty. I've slimmed down. Chun Feiyong retorted, offering the biscuits again. Really, when do you have some? It's for replenishing your energy. No need, Luo Dongdong replied, sitting beside Yu Xiao and leaning against him. We slim folks have good stamina, right, Maga? Indeed. Though Feiyong has slimmed down as well, Yu Xiao chuckled, pointing towards the bicycles parked outside the court. Dongdong, can I borrow your bike for a while? What bike? I thought we were going to play some ball. Luo Dongdong squeezed his shoulder. Yu Xiao shook his head, not playing. Don't bug him. Chun Feiyong pulled Luo Dongdong off Yu Xiao's back, gesturing towards Wen Ai. Can Mago really abandon Junjun to play with you? Come on. Let the little bamboo join us. Luo Dongdong stood up and snapped his fingers at Wen Ai. I'll teach you. I guarantee you'll learn. Wen Ai glanced at Luo Dongdong, drenched in sweat, and shook his head, not interested. Fine, since Wen Ai vetoed it, no one else can persuade Yu Xiao. Luo Dongdong retorted, tossing the key to his bike at Yu Xiao before grabbing a basketball and heading back to the court with Chun Feiyong. Yu Xiao rolled the bike onto the main road, hopped onto the seat, and turned to Wen Ai. Hop on. Let us go for a ride. Wen Ai approached, steadied himself on Yu Xiao's shoulder, and swung his leg over to sit on the back. The late August weather remained stifling. But as the wheels began to turn and the wind blew, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. Hold on tight, Yu Xiao suddenly warned. We're going downhill. Upon hearing this, Wen Ai instantly released his grip on Yu Xiao's shirt and clutched his waist instead. The residential area had only one slope, short yet steep.
Take it slow.
Wen Ai exclaimed, lacking the courage even to peek at the steep decline. If you throw me off, we're done for. Yu Xiao firmly grasped the brakes. Don't worry. No sooner had he spoken than Wen Ai felt himself lurch forward dramatically, careening down the slope, the speed increasing with every moment. The bicycle rattled violently, as if ready to flip over at any second. Wen Ai curled up behind Yu Xiao like a frightened little creature, his arms winding around Yu Xiao's waist, tightening their grip with every passing second. Yu Xiao, Yu Xiao, Yu Xiao, I'm here, came Yu Xiao's voice through the rushing wind. Almost there. The descent lasted mere seconds, yet to Wen Ai, the sensation of weightlessness was prolonged, feeling like an eternity. What's so good about this? Wen Ai clung to Yu Xiao's waist, resting his head against his back and taking deep breaths. Can you let me catch my breath? Sure, Yu Xiao replied, realizing the ambiguity of Wen Ai's reliance on him as he finally came to a halt after the adrenaline rush. Feeling the tension in Yu Xiao's body, Wen Ai released his grip and playfully slapped his back. Why are you so stiff? Serves you right, Wen Ai remarked, pulling out a small bamboo pendant from his collar. He had worn this necklace for over 3 years, and the red string had been replaced numerous times. Did you not consider this when you carved it? This thing often jabs me in the chest unexpectedly. It hurts so much, and I haven't said anything about it. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiao suggested, if it hurts, just take it off. Yu Xiao chuckled, his voice brightening as he pedaled off. Let us go. In their 3rd year of middle school, the students bore the heavy burden of preparing for the high school entrance examination. Only those with excellent grades could continue to high school, while others would have to attend vocational schools. Yu Xiao was not academically inclined, his grades fluctuating around average. Yet he diligently locked himself in his room every evening to study hard. One evening after dinner, when Ai knocked on Yu Xiao's door, surprised to see him clutching a pile of review materials, Yu Xiao blinked. What are you doing standing at the door? When Ai replied curtly, these books aren't heavy. I came to get them, Yu Xiao said, quickly taking the books from him. Come in. When Ai closed the door behind him and sat down at the desk, pushing aside the open workbook to clear some space. Put them here. Yu Xiao placed the books down and dragged a stool to sit beside Wen Ai. What's this? Have you really become this clueless? Can't you tell I'm here to tutor you? Wen Ai's expression grew slightly awkward. If it weren't for my dad insisting, I wouldn't bother. Yu Xiao suddenly chuckled. Thank you. Wen Ai excelled in most subjects, but his only weakness was mathematics. However, his level was sufficient to tutor Yu Xiao. Despite his explanations, Yu Xiao struggled to grasp the concepts, and after a lengthy session, Wen Ai, feeling exasperated, tossed away his pen. Yu Xiao poured him a glass of water. I'm sorry. I'm too slow. Wen Ai sipped the water, unsure of what to say. Yu Xiao smiled and said, Do not waste time on me. Focus on your studies. Wen Ai placed her cup down on the table with a thud and retorted, Do not be so self-destructive. Even if you wish to enlist, you must complete high school, right? The plot clearly demands it of my male lead. Seeing that Wen Ai truly had no intention of leaving, Yu Xiao hesitated for a long while before finally explaining, Actually, my father spoke with me this afternoon. He told me not to feel pressured, and if I truly cannot pass, he will help me find connections. He felt utterly disheartened. Wen Ai picked up the review materials from the table and left without a moment's delay.
Wait.
Yu Xiao called out as he chased after her. Do not be angry. Before he could finish a sentence, the door to Wen Ai's room slammed in his face. Her furious voice echoed from behind the door. Just explode right there. You annoying pest. Yu Xiao innocently rubbed his reddened nose, feeling quite pleased in his heart. Chapter 43. The Bamboo Horse. Part 9. As the results of the high school entrance examination were released, Wen Ai undoubtedly received an acceptance letter from the city's key high school. Unfortunately, Yu Xiao did not pass, but with the help of Anne's father, who made a couple of connections, he managed to secure a spot as well. The person who accepted the bribe ensured that both of Anne's sons were placed in the same class. Wen Ai, having taken advantage of Yu Xiao throughout the summer, found himself unable to go out due to an unexpected outbreak of chickenpox the night before school started. Overnight, his body was covered in fluid-filled blisters. Unable to attend the orientation himself, Wen Ai relied on Yu Xiao to report in his stead. Anne's father drove Yu Xiao to school as planned, while Anne's mother took a leave of absence from work to care for Wen Ai. Chickenpox typically affects children, and if contracted by adults, the symptoms can be significantly more severe. Although Wen Ai was still 3 years shy of adulthood, he felt quite miserable, battling a fever and nausea. After giving him medicine and porridge, Anne's mother turned to fetch a bowl, only to return and find Wen Ai had emptied his stomach onto the floor. Concerned, Anne's mother administered more medicine and gently patted his back until he fell asleep. However, Wen Ai's sleep was restless, his mind was foggy from the fever, and the itching from the chickenpox was unbearable. He wished to scratch, but lacked the strength to lift his hands. When he finally opened his eyes again, the room was dimly lit, and he guessed it was already evening. Instinctively, he called out to the figure seated at the desk, only to realize that this mother was rather robust. It's me, said Yu Xiao, coming over to check his forehead. Feeling any better? A bit, Wen Ai replied, his eyes widening. What are you doing here? Aren't classes starting today? We finished early, Yu Xiao explained as he stood up to prepare a glass of glucose water.
Drink this.
Who asked you to take charge? Wen Ai regained some strength and pushed Yu Xiao's back, urging him to leave. You should go before you catch this contagious disease too. Just get up earlier next time. Yu Xiao chuckled. Mom handles you during the day. I take over at night. Or she'll wear herself out. Wen Ai considered this and replied, Just don't blame me for tiring you out later. Yu Xiao adjusted the blanket around him. Close your eyes and rest a bit more. I'll warm up some porridge for you. The complications of chickenpox were short-lived. Wen Ai's fever subsided by the afternoon of the next day, and he no longer felt dizzy. Anne's mother set up a small coal stove in Wen Ai's room, simmering vinegar on it, filling the air with a pungent scent that made Wen Ai's breath hitch. Where's Mom? Wen Ai asked as he sat up in bed, tilting his face toward Yu Xiao, who was applying medicine to his blisters. Wait. Wen Ai turned his eyes towards the small stove in the corner. Can you hide that thing in the storage room? Be careful not to let Mom see it. Yu Xiao halted, amusement dancing in his eyes. No way, that's for disinfection. Wen Ai pouted. Disinfecting for whom? You've all had chickenpox. Who are you trying to protect? You still have the illness. Who do you think we're disinfecting for? Yu Xiao replaced the cotton swab and dipped it into the medicine, preparing to apply it to Wen Ai's neck. Tilt your head back a bit. But it smells awful. I dream of falling into a vat of vinegar at night, Wen Ai complained, lifting his chin in a feigned pout. I can't take it. Please help me. Just bear with it for a little longer. Once the scabs form, I'll help you remove the stuff, Yu Xiao reassured him gently. There were fewer blisters on his neck, and soon Yu Xiao finished applying the medicine. His gaze became distant. You should take off your pajamas. No way. Wen Ai protested, seizing the opportunity to tease him. I won't let you apply the medicine. Don't be stubborn, Yu Xiao replied, exasperated, as he watched Wen Ai, who was now acting like a stubborn rabbit with its ears tied in knots. Otherwise, I'll help you take them off. Wen Ai shrank back. You wouldn't dare. Yu Xiao remained silent, putting down the cotton swab and reaching for him with both hands. Wen Ai quickly threw off the blanket and jumped up. Yu Xiao kicked off his slippers and leaped onto the bed, swiftly capturing the energetic Wen Ai and sitting him down on his lap. Don't move around. You might burst your blisters, Yu Xiao warned. At that moment, Wen Ai became obedient, gazing up at him with large, innocent eyes, looking quite pitiful. Yu Xiao felt his resolve weaken. It wasn't that he was perverse, it was just that they were so close, and Wen Ai's expression was so endearing, accompanied by those innocent eyes, that it was hard not to feel flustered. Realizing he couldn't withstand Wen Ai's gaze any longer, Yu Xiao gritted his teeth and helped him unbutton his pajamas. Wen Ai was worried about scarring from the blisters, so he allowed Yu Xiao to assist him, all the while casting a resentful, pleading look, as if he were about to be forced into something unspeakable. Yu Xiao, unable to endure Wen Ai's gaze, felt his ears heat up and his hands trembled. In the end, he tucked Wen Ai back under the covers and hastily left the room. I'll get Mom to help you with the medicine. Watching Yu Xiao's retreating figure, Wen Ai thought to himself how quickly he could move when he wanted. A week later, Wen Ai's chickenpox had mostly healed, leaving behind dark scabs that itched unbearably. He longed to scratch them. Yu Xiao caught his wrist. Don't scratch. It won't heal properly. Just let me scratch it once. Wen Ai pleaded, desperate to relieve the itch. Yu Xiao released one hand to gently pat Wen Ai's face. Does that help? Yes, yes, yes. Wen Ai squinted, pressing his cheek against Yu Xiao's palm, contentedly humming. Feeling a bit warm, Yu Xiao coughed lightly and continued to soothe Wen Ai's itch. After a moment, he shared some important news with him. Wen Ai's eyes lit up with anticipation. I haven't met any of my classmates yet.
How are they?
Easy to get along with? Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. They're all right. Wen Ai nudged his arm. Tell me more. Any interesting gossip or exciting news? Yu Xiao hesitated. Not really. Okay, Wen Ai replied, and Yu Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. If you need anything, just call me. I'm in the room next to yours. Wen Ai found his 5 roommates to be quite cheerful, and they quickly began chatting about names, teachers, girls, and gossip. It was then that Wen Ai learned that Yu Xiao was being pursued by the school beauty. This school beauty, Su Qingying, was a sophomore known for changing boyfriends monthly, as punctual as a menstrual cycle. It was said that she had taken a liking to Yu Xiao the moment he stepped onto the campus, visiting his classroom daily and occasionally bringing small gifts. Wen Ai felt a surge of anger. Earlier, he had asked Yu Xiao if there was any big news at school, and Yu Xiao had said no. But now he realized it was simply being withheld from him. Frustrated, Wen Ai left his animated roommates and hurried to knock on Yu Xiao's dorm door with a series of loud thuds. Yu Xiao, who had been worried about Wen Ai struggling with his dorm chores, was ready to assist when he heard the urgent knocking. He opened the door immediately. What's wrong? Wen Ai crossed his arms, studying Yu Xiao, though they spent every day together. It wasn't until now that he truly noticed how handsome Yu Xiao was. His thick brows and bright eyes exuded a strong masculinity. No wonder he was being chased by the school beauty. Seeing Wen Ai silent, Yu Xiao prompted him. Is there a problem? Having trouble making your bed? Wen Ai exclaimed. Let me tell you, you have lost all credibility with me. Chapter 44. The Bamboo Horse. 10. Wen Ai became quite the sensation in class. Just as the new semester commenced, he took a half-month leave, and upon his return, everyone was astounded by how charming the young lad was. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that he was none other than the younger brother of the campus heartthrob, Yu Xiao. The most astonishing aspect was that this younger brother persistently displayed disdain towards Yu Xiao, who remained steadfast in his care and protection. How significant must their bond be? In truth, Yu Xiao was generally easygoing, yet he had never exhibited such tenderness towards anyone else, not even the school belle, despite his relentless pursuits. Classmates openly speculated about their deep brotherly affection, and each time Wen Ai overheard their chatter, he frowned in discontent, harboring resentment over Yu Zhao's earlier deceit.
Yu Xiao.
Oblivious to the source of Wen Ai's vexation, inquired several times but was met with silence, leading him to abandon his questioning. Regardless, he continued to attend to Wen Ai's needs, fetching water after gym class and serving him during meals, caring for him in every way he could. After a week, Wen Ai's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still treated Yu Xiao with a distinct air of disdain. When the class bell rang, the students, their spirits soaring, swiftly vacated their seats, calling out to friends as they exited the classroom. Wen Ai took his time organizing his stationery, only to look up and find Yu Xiao standing beside him, waiting. Was he concerned that Wen Ai might slip away alone? Feeling the weight of his backpack, Wen Ai stepped towards the door, tacitly accepting his company. Just as they approached the classroom doorway, a girl suddenly appeared, clad in a minuscule skirt that showcased her long, fair legs. Wen Ai recognized her as Su Qingying, the campus beauty, whose figure and features paled in comparison to Miao Miao. Su Qingying blocked their path, waving at Yu Xiao.
Hi.
Hello, Su, Yu Xiao replied politely. Is there something you need? With a playful flutter of her mascara-laden eyelashes, she responded. Can I come to see you, if there's nothing going on? Yu Xiao's brow furrowed. He had previously made his intentions clear, and having not seen her for over a week, he thought they had settled the matter. Yet here she was again complicating things. Su Qingying then turned her attention to Wen Ai. Is this your brother? He*s adorable. As she reached out to ruffle Wen Ai's hair, Yu Xiao swiftly seized her arm, applying considerable force.
Ouch.
You're hurting me, Su Qingying exclaimed in a feigned sultry tone. Wen Ai felt a prickling sensation in his ears and stepped back, furrowing his brows. Noticing Wen Ai's displeasure, Yu Xiao, fearing he might exacerbate the situation, coldly addressed Su Qingying. If you have no business here, please step aside. Su Qingying was taken aback. Having played this game of flirtation numerous times, she found it surprising that she might actually be thwarted by this young boy. With a knowing glance at Wen Ai, she continued. Without hesitation, Wen Ai snatched the bag from Yu Zhao's grasp and turned to leave, exiting through the back door of the classroom. He had endured their back and forth long enough. Now that Su Qingying was so overtly dismissive, he had no intention of lingering to witness their exchange. Yu Zhao's heart sank. He followed closely behind, purchasing a bag of roasted chestnuts from a vendor as they passed, feeling emboldened to approach Wen Ai only once he had something to offer. These chestnuts are quite good, he remarked, presenting the paper bag to Wen Ai while reaching for the backpack in his hand.
Let me help you.
Wen Ai switched the bag to his other hand, maintaining a resolute gaze ahead, unwilling to spare him even a glance. Yu Xiao peeled a chestnut and offered it to him. Try it, it's truly delicious. Wen Ai sniffed the enticing aroma but resolutely declined. Forget about what she said. Don't take it to heart. I'll apologize on her behalf, if that helps, Yu Xiao suggested, keeping pace beside Wen Ai. Wen Ai halted, turning to glare at him. What business do you have apologizing for her? Yu Xiao faltered. She's just an inconsequential person. Inconsequential, yet she invites you to the movies? Wen Ai retorted, pinching his arm. How come I can't have such good fortune? Yu Xiao winced at the sudden pain, yet he did not flinch, hastily explaining, I truly have no connection with her. I spend all my time with you. How could I have time for her? Who knows? Wen Ai raised his voice. Besides, even if there's nothing going on, you still keep her hanging, don't you? You've been like this since middle school. There's still a pile of love letters at your old house. Before Yu Xiao could respond, Wen Ai continued. You deceitful liar. You hide your dealings with her from me. You must be guilty. Just go away, I don't want to see you. Wen Ai unleashed a torrent of reprimands at Yu Xiao, then stormed off, moving swiftly as his earlier frustration dissipated. Though it was not entirely Yu Xiao's fault, he felt his ears burning with anger. After venting his emotions, he felt a sense of relief, no longer wishing to dwell on past grievances. Are you really leaving? I know where I went wrong, Yu Xiao said, standing before him. I'm sorry. I'll be more straightforward in the future and ensure you are the first to know about everything. Wen Ai averted his gaze. It's not my concern. Yu Xiao's voice bore a hint of amusement. It is very much so. Wen Ai looked up in surprise. Realizing Yu Xiao no longer wore the worried expression of moments before, but rather a smile akin to someone who had just stolen a treasure. The two made their way to the bus stop, with Yu Xiao carrying Wen Ai's bag and deftly peeling chestnuts to feed him. As Wen Ai savored the chestnuts, his mood gradually improved. The bus was rather crowded, and Wen Ai found a seat while Yu Xiao stood beside him, his gaze never straying from Wen Ai. Grinning like a fool, a nearby lady commented, "What a good boy, though he's a bit silly." Wen Ai felt embarrassed for Yu Xiao, yet he remained unaffected, his smile unwavering. After the lady disembarked, Wen Ai shifted inward, and Yu Xiao took the seat beside him, tilting his head to continue watching him. Unable to endure any longer, Wen Ai turned his head to face him. "Can you not act so foolishly in public? Are you looking for trouble?" Yu Xiao gazed at the back of the seat in front of them, chuckling, "Let them scold me, I'll listen."
No.
Yu Xiao unabashedly fixated on Wen Ai's flushed ears, his voice brimming with mirth. "I'm just happy." Wonders never cease, Wen Ai thought, awkwardly turning his head towards the window, though he failed to take in the scenery outside. Once home, Yu Xiao carefully plated the food, while his parents busied themselves in the kitchen preparing dumplings. Wen Ai sniffed his dish, dipped his chopsticks to taste, and looked across the table at Yu Xiao. "You forgot to add vinegar to mine." Yu Xiao continued to smile, less conspicuously than before, yet still exuding the joy of someone who had discovered a treasure. "I didn't forget, I simply didn't put any in." Wen Ai set down his chopsticks. "You're targeting me. How can I eat without vinegar?" Yu Xiao gazed at him meaningfully. "You can't have any more vinegar. You'll end up with a stomachache." Wen Ai paused, then blushed furiously as he realized the implication. "Are you suggesting that I'm jealous?" Just then, Yu Xiao's father emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of dumplings, followed closely by his mother with another plate. "I just tasted one. Your father's cooking has really improved." After dinner, Wen Ai entered Yu Xiao's room without knocking, turning the doorknob with determination. Yu Xiao stood from his chair. "What's up?" Wen Ai glanced at the smile adorning his face, and without uttering a word, began to push him away, one shove after another, until Yu Xiao stumbled and fell onto the bed. Wen Ai pointed a finger at him, holding back for a moment before finally declaring, "I'm not jealous." Upon the conclusion of his announcement, he departed, leaving behind the voice of Yu Xiao. "Let us go watch a movie on Saturday." Wen Ai continued on her path, undeterred. Yu Xiao added afterward, "I'll take you out for hot pot." He flashed her a smile, to which she responded with an enthusiastic all right. The following day, the two of them traveled to the worker cinema. Although it was the premiere of Chow Yun-fat's God of Gamblers 2, the number of patrons willing to spend on a ticket remained scarce. The screening room resembled a large hall, with 5 long benches arranged in rows. Yu Xiao and Wen Ai occupied the 3rd row. In front of them sat 4 young men clad in bell-bottom trousers, adorned with fake gold chains. And, until the film commenced, no other audience members entered. Wen Ai became engrossed in the film, her laughter ringing out joyfully at the antics of the lead actor. The delightful, melodious sound of her mirth captured Yu Xiao's full attention. The images on the screen flickered before him, yet he found himself unable to concentrate on them, opting instead to close his eyes and shut out all other sensations, allowing only the sound of Wen Ai's voice to penetrate his awareness. Time slipped by, and suddenly, her laughter morphed into a piercing scream. Yu Xiao's eyes flew open, revealing a pitch-black room. Chapter 45. Bamboo Horse 11. The projector in the cinema frequently jammed, leading to several interruptions during a single film screening, plunging the room into darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The young ruffians in the front row, as if struck by a stroke of good fortune, began to pound on the benches beneath them, exuberantly shouting, "Oh no! It's gone dark again! Refund! 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 Refund!" A thunderous voice echoed from the entrance as the manager, a robust woman, strode in. Shining her flashlight upon the rowdy youths, she admonished them, "You troublemakers! Enough of your ruckus. We'll have it fixed shortly." With a flick of her wrist, she illuminated the room with bright lights, momentarily blinding Wen Ai, who instinctively squinted but maintained a smile. Yu Xiao observed him for a while, unable to contain his curiosity, and softly inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Wen Ai, his eyes twinkling, gestured toward the raucous youths in the front row and mimicked their actions, playfully slapping the armrest. Then leaned closer to Yu Xiao and whispered, "It's just too funny." Yu Xiao smirked. "Should I join in the commotion?" "Don't," Wen Ai pulled at his arm. "What's the point? You'll just embarrass yourself." "I merely wish to see you smile," Yu Xiao replied. The manager, with her back to the audience, tinkered with the projector, grumbling about the cinema's impoverished state and the dilapidated second-hand equipment. Meanwhile, the young ruffians conferred about abandoning the screening for another. As they stood up, their movements were rather brutish, causing the long bench to tilt precariously toward Wen Ai. Quick as a flash, Yu Xiao wrapped his arm around Wen Ai's waist and guided him to the side, preventing him from being squished against the backrest. "Oh dear, my apologies." The youths, now somewhat cowed, hastily nodded and offered their apologies, their gold chains clinking as they did so. "Just be more careful next time." Yu Xiao waved them off, and they hurriedly made their exit. Wen Ai remained nestled in Yu Xiao's embrace, gazing up at him. "You look rather, let me think, quite authoritative, like a soldier. Those little ruffians were scared off by you." Yu Xiao chuckled and lowered his head to respond, but upon meeting Wen Ai's close gaze, words failed him. The proximity ignited an unspoken tension as their breaths intertwined, and Wen Ai, staring blankly at Yu Xiao, was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy. Yu Xiao's eyes fell upon Wen Ai's soft lips, a flutter of excitement coursing through him as he tightened his grip around Wen Ai's waist. Their lips inched closer, their breaths mingling. The manager extinguished the lights and exited. The film resumed from where it had left off, with Chow Yun-fat, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, continuing to entertain. Yet, the laughter that had previously filled the room did not return until the credits rolled. Upon leaving the cinema, Yu Xiao took Wen Ai to a hot pot restaurant. Wen Ai was engrossed in devouring meat, nearly dipping his forehead into the sesame sauce. Yu Xiao attempted to initiate conversation, but Wen Ai's responses were mere murmurs. And after several failed attempts, Yu Xiao fell silent, quietly helping him cook the vegetables. The table was tranquil, but Wen Ai's mind was in turmoil. Thoughts exploding since the intermission. System. Did he just want to kiss you? Is he bent? This is outrageous. Wen Ai, the little prince doesn't use foul language. System. Am I just an ordinary prince? Don't compare me to those commoners. Wen Ai sighed, yelling at me help. If someone is bent, you should direct your anger at them. System. Still pretending to be innocent? Why didn't you dodge just now? Wen Ai, feeling guilty, didn't he react in time? Why didn't he remind me? System. I was frozen. Wen Ai nearly burst into laughter. You can't even handle a game of Snake anymore? System. Silent treatment. The system, perhaps wounded, refrained from further blame shifting until they were nearly finished with the meal when it re-emerged. I just checked Baidu. The male lead probably didn't genuinely want to kiss you. He merely got too close and accidentally brushed his lips against yours. There's no deeper meaning. The system concluded. He could very well still be straight. Everything remains within the bounds of the storyline. It was both a self-soothing statement and an attempt to comfort Wen Ai. Yet, Wen Ai felt no consolation because when Yu Xiao leaned in, he truly hadn't wanted to pull away. This is troubling. Neither of them mentioned the cinema incident again. Life continued as it had, but Wen Ai sensed a change between them. Their interactions occasionally hinted at an undeniable tension. A glance, a gesture, even a note left behind could evoke a thrilling flutter in their hearts. Here, brother, have a chicken leg. Mother placed a chicken leg into Wen Ai's bowl, then tore off another leg from the roast chicken for Yu Xiao. And you, brother, have one too. Thank you, Mom. However, Yu Xiao passed the chicken leg to Wen Ai. Junjun has been working hard. He needs the extra nourishment. Wen Ai glanced at the two large chicken legs in his bowl, and upon looking up, met Yu Xiao's affectionate gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. And he quickly lowered his head. Unbeknownst to them, father and mother remained oblivious to the undercurrents between their two sons. Halfway through the meal, father asked Yu Xiao, so, son, have you truly decided to enlist? Yu Xiao nodded. If I can't get into university, I must strive for success in the military. The army is indeed a place that cultivates character. Father patted his shoulder. My son is ambitious. He will achieve great things. Just don't know how much hardship you'll face in the army, mother said, gently patting Yu Xiao's head. Then turned her attention to Wen Ai. And what about you, dear? Have you decided which university to apply to? Wen Ai glanced at Yu Xiao before mentioning a northern university. Their economics program is quite reputable, and I've never seen snow. I want to experience it. Mother sighed. Children grow up and leave home. In the summer of 1996, Wen Ai fulfilled his wish and was accepted into that northern university. Although the country had just abolished the graduation allocation system, at that time, a university education still held prestige, ensuring employment opportunities upon graduation. Yu Xiao successfully passed the physical examination for enlistment and learned from the recruitment office that he had been assigned to a military district in the north. New recruits would report a few days earlier than Wen Ai's university start date, with the army providing transportation. Father drove the family of 4 to the train station, and upon entering the platform, they found themselves surrounded by new recruits in uniform and their families bidding farewell. Wen Ai surveyed them, concluding that Yu Xiao wore the uniform the best. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders and a tapered waist. The uniform accentuated his physique beautifully. Moreover, Yu Xiao's striking features and the crisp military attire made him look exceptionally dashing.
Ah.
Mother had been holding back tears throughout the journey, and at this moment, she finally embraced Yu Xiao and wept, "When will I see you again? Mom will miss you." Yu Xiao comforted her, patting her back. "Don't be sad. The army allows phone calls. I'll chat with you then." Father pulled Mother away from Yu Xiao. "You, as a mother, don't wet your son's uniform with tears." Mother cried as she clung to Father, "I just can't bear to part with him. He's my son." Father, too, felt a wave of emotion as he squeezed Yu Xiao's shoulder, patting it several times before saying, "You're a man now. Be strong and carry the responsibilities. Perform well in the army." Yu Xiao replied earnestly, "I will. You can rest assured." As the saying goes, parents worry when their children embark on long journeys. The surrounding families had reddened eyes, persistently advising their children. Father and Mother exchanged a few more words with Yu Xiao, and finally, Mother's tears ceased. And Father gently urged Wen Ai towards Yu Xiao. "Go, say farewell to your brother." Throughout their journey, Wen Ai had refrained from speaking to Yu Xiao. Not out of desire, but perhaps from a sense of trepidation. The moment remained unchanged. Wen Ai gazed upwards at Yu Xiao, who in turn looked down at him, his eyes exuding the same tender affection as always. Eventually, it was Yu Xiao who broke the silence. "Take care of yourself while I am away." Wen Ai's throat tightened, as though an egg were lodged within, causing him discomfort. He removed the necklace he had worn for 8 years and, rising on tiptoe, hung it around Yu Xiao's neck, murmuring, "Don't lose it." Yu Xiao grasped the small bamboo horse that hung against his chest in his fist, but before he could respond, a nearby instructor approached and gestured towards his neck. "Take it off, take it off. The military forbids such trinkets." Indeed. Yu Xiao removed the necklace and carefully placed it in the small pocket on the left side of his chest. As he spoke to Wen Ai, he gently patted him. "It will neither be lost nor damaged. When we meet again, you can inspect it yourself." Wen Ai lowered his head and nodded. The instructors on the platform began to urge the new recruits, still reluctant to part from their families, to board the train, chiding them that if they couldn't make the train, they might as well not join the army. When Ai finally panicked, he fearfully lifted his head, clutching Yu Xiao's clothing with both hands, his voice trembling. "Are you really leaving?" "Yes, I am leaving." Yu Xiao observed the redness of Wen Ai's nose and suddenly recalled their first meeting, when Wen Ai had wept with a pitiful expression. Wen Ai tightened his grip on Yu Xiao's clothes, pleading no. Yu Xiao felt a pang of compassion, reluctant to depart, even contemplating staying. Yet, he ultimately grasped Wen Ai's hand and gently pulled it away from his clothing. "Do not cry, it pains my heart." Around them, the crowd had thinned, with few green uniforms remaining, as the new recruits boarded the train. Yu Xiao squeezed Wen Ai's hand, nodded to En's father and mother, and, with his luggage in hand, stepped into the carriage. Chapter 46. Bamboo Horse 12. After 3 months of intensive training, the new recruits found themselves gasping for breath under the relentless regimen and stringent military rules, their bodies feeling as if they had been dismantled and reassembled repeatedly. In the initial week, the pain was so intense that sleep eluded them. In the stillness of the night, Yu Xiao could unabashedly reminisce about Wen Ai. often losing track of time until dawn broke. 3 months later, the recruits were finally assigned to their respective units, granting them the opportunity to make a phone call home. Few families could afford a landline, and when Yu Xiao was escorted by his squad leader to the phone room, only 4 or 5 individuals were ahead of him in line. The call was answered by Enfu, after a brief exchange between father and son. Enmu took the receiver, showering Yu Xiao with warm inquiries. Wen Ai had already returned to school, but the couple had purchased a bulky mobile phone for him. Enmu relayed Wen Ai's number to Yu Xiao, who committed it to memory after just one hearing. Though the mobile phone was a rarity, its weight resembled that of a brick, making it cumbersome for Wen Ai to carry around. He typically kept it at home, only using it to receive calls from his parents at precisely 7 o'clock each evening. However, Wen Ai began to carry the unwieldy device with him, even when stepping downstairs to buy a bottle of milk. A week later, as Wen Ai sat at the edge of his bed drying his hair, the mobile phone emitted a sound, prompting him to answer immediately. Hello? Yu Xiao was taken aback by his promptness. Jun? It's me, Wen Ai replied, feeling self-conscious about the near tears he had shed on the day of their farewell. He was uncertain how to face Yu Xiao, but the anonymity of the call alleviated some of his embarrassment. Yu Xiao, concerned that Wen Ai might struggle with the local cuisine, inquired about the food at his school. It's not that exaggerated, Wen Ai explained while drying his hair. The cafeteria offers rice, not just steamed buns, catering to students from the south, and even some northerners who don't favor buns. That's reassuring, Yu Xiao responded with relief, chuckling. In our unit, we only have steamed buns for every meal, regardless of where one hails from. When hunger strikes, everyone devours them voraciously, served in large bowls. Can you outpace them in a bun-eating contest? Wen Ai teased. I must be able to. Yu Xiao exaggerated, eliciting a laugh from Wen Ai. Is training really that harsh? I heard you aren't allowed to shower? During the initial training, there were restrictions on bathing, but now that I'm in the unit, I can go to the bathhouse. Yu Xiao paused. Your school has a public bathhouse too, right? Your hair is still wet? Let us end the call now. Go dry your hair, Yu Xiao suggested. Wait. Wen Ai quickly interjected. I've dried it with a towel, it's fine. Reluctant to hang up, Yu Xiao glanced at the call timer. Let us finish this last minute. The army only permits 3 minutes for calls. Wen Ai nodded. All right. Yu Xiao gazed tenderly at the small bamboo horse in the palm of his hand. Tell me more about your life there. I'd rather hear you talk. Wen Ai replied. Both longed to learn about each other's lives, eager to know how the other was faring, yet time was unforgiving, and their call concluded as scheduled. Before hanging up, Yu Xiao promised to call him every Friday evening at this time. Why so happy? Wen Ai's roommate entered just then, spotting him seated on the bed with the mobile phone. Did your family send you money again? What? His roommate held up a mirror. Take a look at yourself. You're grinning from ear to ear. Wen Ai's face flushed as he shyly touched his cheek. Yes, my family did send me money. In a mere 3 minutes, countless words went unspoken. As the time approached, they both instinctively quickened their speech. Once the call ended, the longing and melancholy they felt were more profound than before. Wen Ai leaned closer to the window, his eyelashes nearly brushing against the glass. This was where Yu Xiao had disembarked from the train, and he was somewhere in the city now. Since their separation, they had never been so near yet so far apart. Wen Ai gazed at the gray sky, opened the window, removed his gloves, and extended his hand outside. Yu Xiao was likely training at this moment, experiencing the dry air and the biting wind. What are you youngsters doing? An elderly man beside him sneezed and remarked in dialect, You don't fear the cold. We can't compete with you. The train let out a long whistle as it slowly departed the station. Outside, the scenery whizzed by, and Wen Ai lowered his head, feeling increasingly distant from Yu Xiao. On New Year's Eve, Yu Xiao called home, and Enfu put the call on speaker, allowing the whole family to exchange New Year-esque greetings. On the 5th day of the new year, Wen Ai and a few childhood friends agreed to dine at a hot pot restaurant on Huachi Road. Passing a stall selling firecrackers, Wen Ai paused to look. The vendor eagerly asked which kind he wished to buy, but Wen Ai shook his head and walked away. Remembering Yu Xiao's disapproval of such things, he no longer dared to light any fuses. The hot pot restaurant had expanded its premises, renovated, and even added a few private rooms. Upon entering the reserved room, Wen Ai found Qin Feiyang and Luo Dongdong already there, and after perusing the menu, they began ordering. Soon, Miao Miao arrived with her boyfriend. The group enjoyed their meal, laughter echoing around them.
Cheers.
Luo Dongdong raised a bottle of beer to clink with Miao Miao's boyfriend and after downing a hefty gulp, turned to Wen Ai. How about you, little bamboo? Want a beer? Before Wen Ai could decline, Miao Miao interjected, Hey. Don't you dare get Jun drunk. If Yu Xiao finds out, he'll definitely have word with you. Luo Dongdong waved dismissively, but Ma Go isn't here, is he? Besides, if he tries to deal with me, I have backup. He nudged Qin Feiyang with his elbow. Isn't that right, fatty? Qin Feiyang, caught off guard, nearly dropped the tender lamb he had just placed in his mouth. Take it easy. I almost dropped it on the table. You'd still pick it up and eat it, wouldn't you? Luo Dongdong teased, then declared to everyone, let us eat to our heart's content. This meal is on me and Feiyang. Both Luo Dongdong and Qin Feiyang were now working and financially independent, even sharing an apartment. They insisted on treating, while Wen Ai and Miao Miao, still students, felt no need to refuse. In a moment of intimacy, two people embraced, passionately kissing, their tongues occasionally visible in their fervor. The cold wind from outside snapped Wen Ai back to reality. Though Luo Dongdong and Qin Feiyang had initially been rivals, their relationship had softened considerably since middle school. They were in different high schools, and Wen Ai hadn't paid much attention to their dynamics. He hadn't expected them to become a couple. When Ai slapped his face, there was really nothing shocking about it. After all, he and Yu Xiao were simply unspoken about their feelings. When Ai settled onto a plastic chair outside the restaurant, peering through the glass into the bustling dining area. Each table was filled with patrons enjoying their meals, laughter ringing through the air as steam rose from the bubbling hot pot, creating a cozy scene. When Ai's mood soured, he felt isolated, sitting alone in the cold wind, ignored and unacknowledged. He retrieved the bulky mobile phone from his bag. Though it wasn't Friday, he longed to speak with Yu Xiao, reminiscing fondly about his attentive care. I'll count to 5 when Ai whispered to the phone if you call. I will reluctantly confess that I miss you. When Ai was intently focused on the black and white screen of the bulky mobile phone. 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, the shrill ringing startled him, nearly causing him to drop the device. A surge of excitement filled his heart as he quickly pressed the answer button, exclaiming, Hello. The anxious voice of Aunt Anne resonated through the receiver. Grandma Wang has fallen on the stairs. Your father and I are driving to the hospital. Hurry and take a cab. Upon arriving at the door of the operating room, when Ai caught sight of the nurses wheeling out Grandma Wang, her body shrouded in a white cloth, his mind, already buzzing, erupted in chaos. Grandma Wang had passed away. The gentle elder who had been a source of familial comfort throughout his childhood was gone forever. When Yu Xiao's call came in, when Ai was kneeling before the morning hall, Grandma is gone. Gone. He wept. Yu Xiao, did you hear? Grandma is gone. Yu Xiao remained silent, acutely aware that nothing he could say would suffice at that moment. What he should have done was to embrace Wen Ai, reassuring him of his presence. Instead, he sat helplessly in a distant phone booth, listening to Wen Ai's anguished cries without the ability to offer solace. Wen Ai, Wen Ai, Wen Ai. When Ai's voice grew hoarse, repeatedly calling out Yu Xiao's name as he had always done in times of distress. Yu Xiao quickly responded, I'm here. You are not here. You are not here. When Ai shook his head vigorously, why aren't you here? Boo. Why aren't you here?
I'm sorry.
Yu Xiao felt as though his heart was being crushed under immense weight. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. The call abruptly ended. Yu Xiao looked up, the monitor still displaying the call duration, while the class leader's finger hovered over the hang-up button. 3 minutes are up. Your comrades are waiting. Regulations are regulations. With a weary resignation, Yu Xiao relinquished his position. The loss of Grandma Wang profoundly impacted Wen Ai. Yet even the deepest scars are inscribed only upon the sands of time, which, over the years, will inevitably erode and fade. In the second semester of his sophomore year, as Wen Ai's 20th birthday approached, he contemplated which restaurant to host a celebration. After class one day, Wen Ai sluggishly packed his backpack when a classmate approached and tapped his shoulder, informing him that someone was looking for him outside. Wen Ai zipped up his backpack, cradling the unfinished books in his arms, and hurried to the classroom door. He stood frozen in astonishment. Chapter 52. The Bamboo Horse. Completed. Yu Xiao was not driven by a fleeting surge of passion he had contemplated for a considerable time, and now seemed the most opportune moment to confide in his parents. Fei Yang and Erdong had introduced his parents to the concept of homosexuality. Though they might find it shocking, they at least recognized the existence of a community that lived among them, a group that, aside from their sexual orientation, was otherwise quite ordinary. The vehement resistance from Fei Yang and Erdong, coupled with the compromises from both families, served as a reminder to his parents that sexual orientation is not something one can simply change at will. Coercive actions only lead to mutual destruction. Yu Xiao turned to Wen Ai and reiterated, "Let us be honest." Upon entering, they immediately sensed the tension in the air. And father and mother sat in the living room with solemn expressions, the atmosphere taut. "Dad, Mom," Yu Xiao began, "I have something to discuss with you regarding Junjun." And father's gaze fell upon the intertwined hands of Yu Xiao and Wen Ai, a wave of disappointment, anger, and helplessness washing over him, culminating in a heavy sigh. "Enough, we are already aware." And mother slammed a phone onto the coffee table, the glass shattering with a crack, splintering into several cracks. When Ai glanced at the broken phone, his face paling, it was his, left at home to charge, containing ambiguous messages exchanged with Yu Xiao. "Shameless." And mother erupted, rising furiously, her trembling finger pointing at the shards of the phone. "Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Just like that fool Chen's son. Mad to love men, absolutely insane." When Ai watched in mother, witnessing the transformation of this usually kind and gentle woman into a figure consumed by rage, his heart aching with helplessness. "Mom, please listen to me. I do not wish to hear." And mother retorted, angrily sweeping a cup off the table, shattering it on the floor. "The whole family dotes on you. You've been spoiled rotten, and this is how you repay us." And father stepped forward to soothe her. "Calm down. Don't let this upset you. Let us sit and discuss this rationally." Just as a heavy wooden stick seemed poised to strike Wen Ai, Yu Xiao instinctively stepped in front of him, acting as a shield. Fortunately, and father managed to grasp and mother's arm, halting the stick mere inches from Yu Xiao's forehead. "Let go." And mother cried, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Let me beat these two scoundrels." And father seized the coat rack and hurled it away, blocking and mother while turning to Yu Xiao and Wen Ai, shouting, "What are you waiting for?
Leave."
And mother's reaction was exceedingly intense. Remaining would likely exacerbate her distress. Yu Xiao uttered an apology, taking Wen Ai by the hand as they departed. Once they were gone, and mother's strength seemed to evaporate, and she slowly sank to the floor, weeping, "What sins have we committed?" When Ai and Yu Xiao did not venture far, silently waiting outside, their hands still firmly clasped. Suddenly, a bottle of wine shattered with a loud crash, the dark red liquid pooling on the floor, staining discarded clothing. They temporarily took refuge in a hotel, returning daily to linger outside their home. Yet they never managed to step inside again. By the end of winter break, and mother had still not forgiven them, Yu Xiao ventured into business, quickly finding success. His military experience had honed his character and allowed him to forge a robust network. Within a year, he fulfilled his promise to Wen Ai, enabling him to lounge at home without worry, living a life of luxury and comfort. Wen Ai promptly resigned from his job, transferring his records to Yu Xiao's company, occasionally working when boredom struck and boldly requesting leave when fatigued. Yu Xiao was both adept at generating income and generous in spending it, especially when it came to supporting Wen Ai. 2 years later, the word wealth could scarcely encapsulate Wen Ai's lifestyle. Aristocracy seemed more fitting. As time passed, and mother gradually turned a blind eye to and father's clandestine acts of bringing home gifts from their sons. Observing her tacit acceptance, and father began openly bringing items into their home, shedding the furtiveness of a thief. And mother's demeanor softened, having raised her sons for over 20 years. Dismissing them entirely was a lie if she claimed not to miss them. Moreover, old Chen, the leader of their activity group, now beamed with joy. His sons Fei Yang and Lu Dongdong dutifully attending to him, reveling in the comfort that came with having 2 sons to care for him. If he overheard gossip about Fei Yang or Lu Dongdong, he would promptly confront the gossipers, defending his sons with conviction, unashamed of their sexuality. Old Chin's attitude and happy life wavered the rigid moral tenets embedded in mother's heart. The door was still opened by father, who exchanged pleasantries with them, discreetly slipping 2 red envelopes into their hands.
Thank you, Dad.
We'll take our leave now, Yu Xiao said, glancing into the room. Please extend our wishes to Mom for a happy new year. Wen Ai added, may all be well. Don't rush off, and father insisted, gesturing towards several large bags of New Year's goods on the floor. Help me carry these to the kitchen. I'm getting old and can't manage it. Yu Xiao and Wen Ai hesitated, rooted to the spot. I said carry them. And father spoke with authority, then lowered his voice. Your mother prepared numerous dishes today. All your favorites. Though she doesn't say it, she truly hopes you'll stay for the reunion dinner. Upon hearing this, Wen Ai and Yu Xiao exchanged glances and, without further ado, entered the house under the pretense of moving the New Year's goods. During dinner, mother noticed the two had seated themselves but said nothing, focusing on her meal. And father engaged Yu Xiao in conversation, drinking and discussing various topics, quickly dissipating the awkward atmosphere. Mom, try this. Wen Ai mustered the courage to offer mother some fish, nervously watching her reaction. When she accepted the fish, her eyes sparkled with delight. After more than 1,000 days and nights, simply sharing a reunion dinner with his parents brought immense satisfaction to Wen Ai and Yu Xiao. After the meal, aware of the risk of overstaying and upsetting mother, they suggested their departure. And father nodded, all right, let us go. I'll see you out. And mother shot him several disapproving glances, but he feigned ignorance. As the 2 sons crouched to change their shoes at the entrance, and mother finally said coldly, stay. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. And father patted Wen Ai and Yu Xiao on the shoulders, speaking earnestly, your mother and I are getting old. We cannot control you anymore. Young people can do as they please. Just remember not to regret it later. Dad, Wen Ai looked at father's graying hair, unable to resist embracing him. Thank you. You're all grown up, yet still acting like a child, and father chuckled, then sighed. Do not blame your mother. She has had a difficult few years, often hiding from me to wipe her tears. No blame. We have no right to blame, Yu Xiao reassured him. You can rest easy. Wen Ai and I will have a good talk with Mom. And so they talked late into the night. When Wen Ai emerged from mother's room, his eyes red, he felt as if the heavy stone pressing on his heart had finally been lifted, leaving him feeling light, as if walking on clouds, directionless yet carefree. Yu Xiao stood nearby, smiling as he watched Wen Ai spin around like a puppy chasing its tail. As Wen Ai twirled until dizzy and stumbled to the ground, Yu Xiao caught him, and Wen Ai melted against him. Yu Xiao kissed Wen Ai's cheek, his tone affectionate, silly baby. Wen Ai stood on tiptoe, planting 2 quick kisses on Yu Xiao's lips. If I'm silly, so be it. At least I have you. Yu Xiao's gaze softened. Yes, and I will always protect you. Wen Ai nestled his head against his chest, rubbing incessantly, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness that he struggled to articulate. Yu Xiao curled his lips into a smile and lifted him effortlessly, saying, if words fail you, then let actions speak. After overcoming the hurdle posed by their parents, the 2 finally found fulfillment, with no obstacles remaining in their path. Wen Ai felt a sense of security wash over him, yet the system interjected, reminding him, do not forget that the female lead still looms like a mountain in your way. After a moment of silence, Wen Ai queried, what is the name of the female lead again? The system replied. Wen Ai sighed. It's been over 20 years since the task briefing. It's no surprise I can't recall. The system exhaled in resignation. Never mind, you may as well rest easy. I will light a candle for the female lead. The bond between Wen Ai and Yu Xiao, nurtured over 2 decades, could withstand any trial, be it the allure of infidelity or economic turmoil. They held each other's hands firmly, weathering storms together, gathering blossoms as they journeyed side by side until the end of their days. The system announced, Transmigration procedure initiated. World transition imminent. To mock him, the system paused the procedure, stating, wake up, with a score of 30, you can't even afford a napkin. Wen Ai retorted, then can you help me select a simpler world? The system replied, I lack the authority, but rest assured, you will not fail in the next world. Wen Ai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What makes you say that? The system responded, if you cannot even outsmart a fool, then I can only remain speechless. Chapter 53. The simpleton. The moment when Ai opened his eyes to behold the new world, a sharp pain pierced his brain, as if an electric current surged through him. Furrowing his brows, he rubbed his temples and addressed the system. My memories from the previous world are hazy. The system replied, the memory data pertinent to the task has been erased. Wen Ai, puzzled, queried, Isn't it supposed to be deleted after 2 or 3 days? The system retorted, you have failed consecutively 3 times. The rules have tightened. Wen Ai's heart skipped a beat. Surely there won't be further punitive measures to follow? Indeed, the system sighed. So do take heed and embrace your role as a small tyrant. Wen Ai, filled with confidence, declared, absolutely. Now I shall commence the task, he asserted. The system paused for a moment before chuckling. You are currently in the form of a pig. Wen Ai's face turned pale. You are the pig. The system laughed heartily. Didn't you merge with the memories of your body? Think about your name. Wen Ai rifled through his memories and found, indeed, he was named Zhu Yiji. It was said that his parents had solicited the most cultured elder of the Miao village to bestow this name upon him. While the characters exuded an air of literary elegance, the phonetics were rather unpalatable, dragging his stature down to that of a pigsty. After sorting through his recollections, he poked the system. Have you finished laughing? I have but one question. Wen Ai entered the house, switched on the light, and pondered while staring at the bright bulb. Wasn't it said that after the establishment of the nation, one must not become a spirit? The system replied. The other party is a millennium-old demon king. Calculate the years yourself. Wen Ai had just turned 18 a few days prior, marking his transition into true manhood. Zhu's father urged him to learn farming in the fields, but each time, he concocted various excuses to evade the task, often slipping away like a loach. At this moment, having just grasped the task outline, he was caught by Zhu's father. Come with me to the fields. Zhu's father tugged at his arm, dragging him toward the door.
Today.
I will not allow you to wriggle out of this. No way. I still have to go up the mountain to catch demons.
Wait. Dad,
please don't pull me. Wen Ai leaned back, attempting to halt Zhu's father's advance. I promise to go tomorrow. I swear. When have you ever followed through? Zhu's father grabbed 2 large iron rakes and pulled Wen Ai out of the courtyard. At your age, still unable to farm. No woman will ever marry a sloth like you. Wen Ai clung to the wooden door frame, refusing to let go. Just give me one more day. I'll be mentally prepared, and we'll work hard tomorrow. If I don't follow through, you may drag me to the fields. You swear? Zhu's father turned to scrutinize him for a moment before finally releasing his grip. Fine, enjoy one more day. This Miao village was named Pushuan, nestled entirely within a valley surrounded by towering mountains. Gazing around, one could see over 100 households, with numerous stilted wooden houses densely clustered on steep slopes. Among them were century-old buildings, steeped in the passage of time, imbued with a profound ancient charm. The slope was lined with stilt houses, while the sides bore the terraced fields cultivated by the villagers. Wen Ai traversed the terraces, climbing to another peak, following a narrow path upward. This mountain was grand and perilous, standing out amidst the colossal mountain range, making Wen Ai's little hill seem diminutive by comparison. An hour later, system. How far is it to the male lead? Wen Ai gasped, leaning against a tree trunk. I hope I don't collapse from exhaustion before I find him. Very close. Wen Ai smacked the tree trunk. You said that half an hour ago. By the way, Wen Ai added. You haven't told me what kind of demon the male lead is. The task outline didn't specify, which means you don't need to know. Being so secretive only piques my curiosity. Curiosity, indeed, but I shall not satiate it. Wen Ai pondered what kind of demon Qingge might be. An animal? A plant? Winged? Tailed? Upon encountering Qingge, Wen Ai gained a clear direction. This fellow's original form was undoubtedly some large creature. Qingge lay unconscious on the ground, his features chiseled and robust, with a broad frame and bulging muscles, complemented by his sun-kissed skin. Truly a man among men. Wen Ai glanced and awkwardly averted his gaze. What else with the lack of attire? Can the male lead not adhere to civilized standards? The system explained. He was in his true form while cultivating. After his demon power was sealed, he transformed and lost consciousness without the time to dress. Wen Ai removed his jacket and draped it over Qin-Ge's waist, finding a spot to sit down. After climbing for so long, he felt utterly drained. Qin-Ge appeared quite heavy. It would be best to wait for him to awaken and accompany Wen Ai down the mountain. As Wen Ai sat lost in thought, a sudden sensation caught him off guard. Something soft and wet brushed against his tongue. Focusing his eyes, he saw Qin-Ge crouched before him, grinning innocently, radiating joy like a child who had just received a cherished toy. With a thud, Qin-Ge was startled, sitting up in a daze. After a moment, he began to wail, his cries echoing through the woods and startling countless birds. Wen Ai's jacket lay forlornly to the side as Qin-Ge, bare and exposed, cried like a 3-year-old, repeatedly wiping his tears with the back of his hand and occasionally kicking his legs in frustration. Wen Ai, witnessing this scene, felt a swell of sympathy, wishing to join him on the ground in tears. Stop crying. Hey, can you hear me? Stop crying. Yet, Qin-Ge's cries did not diminish. Wen Ai picked up a twig and pointed it at him sternly. Cry again, and I'll hit you. The sobbing abruptly ceased, and Qin-Ge's mouth opened as if frozen in place, only to suddenly hiccup mid-cry, startling him into covering his mouth with his hands, looking nervously at Wen Ai. Wen Ai reiterated, If you don't cry, I won't hit you. Qin-Ge nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Wen Ai discarded the twig. Put your hands down. Qin-Ge obediently placed his hands behind his back. Wen Ai bent down and lifted a large leaf of mountainberry. Open your mouth. Qin-Ge complied, opening wide. Wen Ai tossed a mountainberry into his mouth, and the moment Qin-Ge bit down, his eyes lit up, drooling as he looked at the leaf in Wen Ai's hand. Want. Wen Ai pondered for a moment, holding up a ripe red berry and waving it before Qin-Ge. Do you like this? Qin-Ge gazed at the berry with eager intensity. Suddenly, Wen Ai tossed the berry aside. I want to give it to you. Qin-Ge's muscles tensed, springing toward the berry with remarkable precision, capturing the small fruit in his mouth. Wen Ai stared, awestruck. Well, that is somewhat impressive. As Qin-Ge squatted down to consume the berry, he turned to regard Wen Ai with hopeful anticipation. Wen Ai tossed another berry aside, and Qin-Ge, like a beast on the hunt, sprang up effortlessly to snatch it once more. Wen Ai found this simpleton amusing, playfully tossing berries and watching him catch them. While it was entertaining, the sight of Qin-Ge's swaying anatomy was rather eye-watering. It's all gone, Wen Ai declared, flipping over the leaf in front of Qin-Ge.
See?
You've eaten them all. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ai stood up and turned to leave.
Sweet.
Chapter 54. The simpleton Wen Ai succinctly recounted the situation, and upon hearing it, Father Zhu shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. No, it's not as simple as adopting a kitten or puppy. I think we should wait until Lu Futsai goes to town to collect goods and have him take him to the station. We need him here to help us. Wen Ai then brought Qin-Ge before Father Zhu, showcasing his robust physique up close. Look at his stature. He's even sturdier than Wang Zhu. He'll be quite the asset for labor. Hearing the commotion, Mother Zhu emerged from the house, her frail hand pinching Qin-Ge's bulging bicep. He is strong indeed, albeit a bit simple-minded. A few lessons should suffice. Father Zhu also patted Qin-Ge's chest with the back of his hand. He has a solid foundation. Qin-Ge stood bewildered among them, being appraised like an object. The family was in need of labor, and after a moment of contemplation, Father Zhu agreed, asking Qin-Ge, Do you know your name? Glancing at Qin-Ge's bare, muscular form, he decided, Let us call him Dolly. I'll fetch him some clothes from my room shortly. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted from the chicken coop behind the house, accompanied by excited barking from the dogs. Father Zhu cursed under his breath and hurried to the back, soon bellowing at the Wang family next door. Your dog is chasing my chickens again. If it happens once more, I'll stew it and serve it up to you. Mother Zhu grumbled as she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wen Ai gently nudged Qin-Ge, asking Dolly? Qin-Ge echoed, Dolly. Wen Ai stifled a laugh. From now on, you'll be called Zhu Dolly. When others call you, you must respond, understood? Qingge pondered for a moment, pointing at himself. Zhu Dali. Wen Ai found his earnestness amusing. Come on, Zhu Dali, let us find you some clothes. Qingge smiled foolishly, okay. Wen Ai rummaged through the lower shelves of Father Zhu's wardrobe, pulling out several old garments that had become loose from repeated washing. They fit the tall Qingge rather well, though the trousers left his ankles exposed. She then found a pair of cloth shoes for him, gazing at him thoughtfully. A fine figure indeed. At first glance, you look quite fashionable. Although the term fashionable was beyond Qingge's comprehension, he sensed it was a compliment from Wen Ai and twirled around gleefully, clutching the hem of his clothes. The Zhu family's financial situation was moderate within the village. At dinner, the five of them shared a meal comprising 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, served in generous portions alongside a rice basin. Qingge ate with the fervor of one who had not tasted food in ages, devouring 4 bowls in quick succession, the clatter of his chopsticks echoing against the bowls. Zhu Sonjia laughed hysterically, mimicking him and carelessly scattering rice everywhere, earning herself a scolding from Mother Zhu. Still unsated, Qingge attempted to scoop more rice from the basin. But Mother Zhu, her face darkening, swiftly removed it, clearing the table in front of him. What a glutton you are, consuming so much without lifting a finger, she chided. Qingge, with his spoon still poised in midair, blinked vacantly. I want more. Not allowed. Mother Zhu snatched the spoon from his hands. From now on, you can only have 2 bowls per meal. Regardless of how much you eat, it all ends up as waste. Wen Ai suddenly lost her appetite. After finishing his meal, Father Zhu went out for a walk, and Mother Zhu soon dragged Zhu Sonjia away from the table, knowing Wen Ai typically ate slowly. She merely reminded him to take the dishes to the kitchen afterward. Qingge remained by the table, clutching his empty bowl, which had been licked clean. Once Mother Zhu was out of sight, Wen Ai placed her bowl in front of him. I can't eat anymore. Wen Ai gestured with her chin. You eat it quickly, before my mother sees. Qingge eagerly grabbed the bowl, hastily shoveling rice into his mouth, fearing Mother Zhu would come back to take it away. Slow down, raise your head a bit. Wen Ai poured the remaining dishes into Qingge's bowl, then gathered the oil-soaked plates and utensils into the rice basin, taking them to the kitchen. Suddenly startled, Wen Ai turned around. How did you get here? I finished eating, Qingge replied, placing his bowl and chopsticks into the basin, grinning widely, a grain of rice clinging to his lips. Wen Ai scratched his chin. You're quite clever, knowing to bring it back to me. Qingge squinted happily. Sweet, 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 so good. Don't call me that. Wen Ai playfully tugged at his chin. I'm not going to be kind to you, you'll see. Did you clean up all the dishes? Mother Zhu entered the kitchen to wash up and, noticing not a scrap of food left, suspiciously inquired of Wen Ai. When did you start eating so much? Qingge lowered his head, feeling guilty, while Wen Ai, with utmost seriousness, fabricated a lie. I went to the mountains today. So, I was hungry. The master bedroom belonged to Father Zhu, while Wen Ai had a small room of her own. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Hearing silence outside, Wen Ai cautiously opened the door a crack, spotting Qingge asleep in the night breeze, and immediately shook him awake. Qingge blinked drowsily. Sweet, sweet. Wen Ai, clutching a blanket, stepped outside. I'm quite impressed, come with me. Wen Ai led Qingge to the woodshed, where he, likely too tired, collapsed onto a pile of firewood and shut his eyes again. Wen Ai tossed the blanket over him casually, whispering, You need to work hard tomorrow, understand? It was now mid-May, and the rice needed to be sown before June. Father Zhu had prepared the fields yesterday, and today they were to fertilize. After breakfast, Father Zhu led Wen Ai and Qingge to the latrine, pointing to 2 large dung buckets before them. Take a bucket and follow me to the fields. Wen Ai pinched his nose, unable to bear looking into the bucket, while Qingge, seeing Wen Ai retreat, raised his hands and volunteered, I'll do it. The path along the ridge was treacherous, and Wen Ai initially worried that if Qingge stumbled, he would surely be splattered with dung. However, Qingge moved as if walking on level ground, steadier than Wen Ai, who had no hands free. Wen Ai nudged the system. Why do I feel like the male lead isn't as daft as yesterday? He seems to understand me now. System. The explanation is quite complex. He was heavily injured yesterday, and his mind was significantly suppressed. Now, he rebounded slightly, akin to a 3-year-old child. Wen Ai, will he continue to improve? System, yes. But the progress will be slow. He will fully recover when the time is right. On the entire slope of terraced fields, many villagers were already laboring. Like this. Pour it, Father Zhu demonstrated the correct method of fertilizing. Do you understand? Qin Go raised his hands with excitement. I understand. They had to finish fertilizing by this morning. Father Zhu handed a dung scoop to Wen Ai. You two take a plot each and get started. Wen Ai, at a loss. Qin Go, unfazed by the mess, treated the fertilizing like a game, squatting in the dirt and playing happily. Wen Ai, suppressing his nausea, managed to pour a few scoops. Then as soon as Father Zhu went to the other side of the hill, he promptly tossed the scoop aside and distanced himself to breathe fresh air. Qin Ge soon followed, a gust of foul odor trailing behind him. Sweet, what's wrong? Wen Ai, grimacing, covered his nose. Stay away from me. Qin Ge froze, tears welling up in his eyes from the perceived grievance. Wen Ai picked up a stone from the ground. If you dare to cry, I'll throw this at you.
Do you believe me?
Wen Ai beckoned him over, and he obediently approached, cautiously saying, Sweet, I'm done. Seeing him drenched in sweat with an honest expression, Wen Ai's heart softened. She retrieved a bun she had secretly saved from breakfast, hiding it from Mother Zhu. Are you hungry? Qin Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding rapidly. Hungry, hungry, hungry. I didn't eat enough this morning. Wen Ai handed him the bun. Here a reward. Qin Go eagerly accepted the paper-wrapped bun, devouring it in a few bites, exclaiming in satisfaction, Delicious, so tasty. Wen Ai kicked him lightly, urging him to swiftly tend to his own field. Wen Ai remarked, Indeed, having food makes one feel at home. With a resigned sigh, she turned to leave, while Qin Ge stubbornly adhered to her side like a piece of chewing gum, compelling her to acquiesce and allow him to accompany her. At the entrance of the small shop lay an array of newly arrived porcelain bowls, neatly displayed on the ground. Concerned that Qin Ge, lacking in caution, might accidentally shatter them, Wen Ai instructed him to stand back while she entered to procure some soy sauce. Grabbing a bottle from the shelf, she found herself delayed as Lu Fucai encountered a minor issue with the cash drawer. In the modest village of Puxunzai, the population was small, and everyone was intimately acquainted with one another, well aware of each family's members. The sight of Qin Ge, a towering figure and an unfamiliar face, standing alone outside the shop attracted numerous curious glances. Wang Erju approached him, saying, Brother, you look unfamiliar. Are you here for a visit? Qin Ge gazed at him in confusion. Wang Erju furrowed his brow and asked, Are you lost? Which family are you looking for? I can guide you there. Qin Ge shook his head, responding, I cannot leave. Oh, you are waiting for someone, Wang Erju deduced, observing the childlike demeanor in both his expression and tone. What is the name of the person you're waiting for? Thinking of Wen Ai brought a smile to Qin Ji's face as he replied, Tian.
Tian.
He suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, dashing towards the entrance of the shop. Meanwhile, Wen Ai was busy tucking coins into her pocket. When she looked up, a bear-like figure leapt at her, enveloping her in a hug and affectionately nuzzling her head with his chin, exclaiming, Tian, I've been waiting for you patiently. Get off me, Wen Ai protested, pushing him away and preparing to deliver a serious reprimand when a mocking voice interjected nearby, Oh, look at you, pig. When did you change your name to Pig, Tian? Chapter 55. The foolish giant. Wen Ai turned to see Wang Erju from next door, casting a sidelong glance at him, his expression exuding a palpable sense of annoyance. It was well known in the village that the Zhu and Wang families harbored mutual disdain for one another, not stemming from deep-seated grudges, but rather from the accumulation of trivial matters over time, which had rendered their neighborly relations increasingly strained. When they crossed paths on the road, they would rather confront each other than pass without acknowledgement. Does my name change concern you, Wang Erju? Wen Ai said, clutching a bottle of soy sauce in one hand and grasping Qin Ji's arm with the other. Let us go. Hey, wait. Wang Erju blocked their path. Who is this person? Wen Ai nudged Qin Ge. Say hello to Uncle Wang. Hello, Uncle. I am Zhu Dali. Qin Ge performed a respectful bow of 90 degrees. then looked at Wen Ai with anticipation, as if to say, I am polite and obedient. I seek your praise. Wen Ai gently patted his head. Excellent. What nonsense. Wang Erju scowled. I am only 2 years older than you. Why should he call me uncle? Noticing the hostility in Wang Erju's tone, Qin Go instinctively tensed up, while Wen Ai reassured him with a pat on the back and turned to Wang Erju. You are so eager to grow up. Even if I don't say it. Dolly knows you are of the uncle generation. Hey, you brat, are you looking for a fight? Wang Erju said as he rolled up his sleeves and approached Wen Ai. Qin Go immediately stepped in front, declaring, Don't bully him. Wang Erju, the strongest young man in the village, found himself intimidated by the imposing presence of Qin Go. Foolishness is indeed foolishness, getting sold and still helping count the money. Wen Ai said, somewhat irritated, If you don't leave, I'll have Dolly teach you a lesson. Qin Go eagerly took a step forward, causing Wang Erju to retreat several paces before he hurried off, a distant voice echoing, Pig Tian Tian, just wait. I have driven away the bad guy. Qin Go exclaimed, his earlier bravado replaced by joy as he turned to embrace Wen Ai. I want a reward.
Heh.
Qin Go buried his head in Wen Ai's neck, nuzzling. A hug is a reward. I love hugging Tian Tian. As villagers passed by, witnessing the two of them walking closely together like sticky rice cakes, they cast them incredulous glances. Upon returning home, Wen Ai placed the soy sauce in the kitchen, where Mother Zhu had prepared a pot of fish, generously spiced with chili peppers. The heat made Qin Go fan his tongue, and Sister Zhu, 3, followed suit. Why do they keep dogs? They've killed several of our chickens. Father Zhu grumbled, and they only target the hens that lay eggs. They always claim the dogs broke free from their chains. Who would believe that? They just take advantage of our ignorance of canine language. Qin Go, intrigued, asked, Can they understand? Father Zhu laughed heartily.
Of course they can.
They're all part of the same family. Establishing a school in the mountains is no easy feat. Within a 30-mile radius, only Pushuan village has a primary school, while children from other villages must rise early and traverse mountain paths to attend classes. Countless passionate volunteer teachers come and go, overwhelmed by the harsh conditions and meager wages, often finding better prospects in bustling cities. Nonetheless, the simple-minded villagers express their gratitude, welcoming each new teacher with the warmest of ceremonies, though often the echoes of their welcoming songs fade before the teachers depart. A new group of volunteer teachers was set to arrive, and the village had sent out notifications in advance. On the designated day, everyone available came to line the path in anticipation. As Wen Ai and Qin Go reached the village gate, a row of young girls clad in traditional attire, adorned with silver jewelry, offered the teachers a drink to welcome them. A few young men from the village huddled together, whispering remarks about the 3 female teachers. In their eyes, the city girls carried an inherent charm. Even those of average looks were deemed beautiful. However, today they were truly graced by the presence of a stunning beauty. Ding Yitong was slender, her long hair cascading to her waist, and her heart-shaped face was enchanting. When she smiled and conversed with others, her warmth was captivating, causing several young men to become entranced. The Miao girls linked arms and began to sing a welcoming song. Qin Go, filled with excitement, took Wen Ai's hand and swayed along, singing merrily. He clearly relished the festive atmosphere. Wen Ai pointed to the teachers. Look over there. Which one do you like? Qin Go glanced casually, shaking his head while singing. Wen Ai pondered for a moment before rephrasing. Who do you think is the most beautiful? Qin Go took hold of Wen Ai's other hand, facing him as they sang together. Wen Ai playfully kicked his pant leg, leaving a smudge of dirt. I'm asking you a question. Qin Go beamed widely, declaring you. As the song concluded, the villagers erupted into applause, but Wen Ai didn't catch the meaning.
What?
Qin Go took a deep breath and shouted, You
Are the
most beautiful. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning towards them. Wen Ai remained frozen, hands still clasped with Qin Ji's, desperately wishing for a chance to rewind time. Yet that was impossible. Wang Erju and a few others were the first to burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Pig Tian Tian is getting more effeminate. He even asks others if he is good-looking. Tian Tian, sister. Ha, that's right, Sister Tian Tian is the prettiest. Sister Tian Tian is the most beautiful. Others quickly joined in. bowing their heads and shaking with laughter. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Wen Ai shouted, Wang Erju, are you itching for trouble? Confused, Qingge thought Uncle Wang was praising Tian Tian. Why was she upset? Unable to comprehend, he firmly sided with Wen Ai. Uncle Wang, Tian Tian is indeed beautiful, far more so than you. Tian Tian is like the little flower in the yard, while you resemble, the mud below. This time, not only the villagers but even the volunteer teachers found it amusing. Ding Yitong playfully remarked, that's quite poetic. A villager chimed in, it means she is lovely. Many in the crowd agreed, yes, her smile is sweet, and the name suits her well. Wang Erju, don't pick on a little brother. Isn't that shameful? Wang Erju's face turned ashen, nearly bursting with anger. What little brother? He is only 2 years younger than me. In that moment, Wang Erju realized a profound truth. This world is particularly focused on appearances. All right, that's enough. The village chief stepped forward, calling for a few people to help the teachers with their luggage. The villagers' attention shifted rapidly, and the single young men surged toward Ding Yitong, drawn to the most beautiful among them. Wen Ai promptly nudged Qingge, urging, go help that beautiful teacher with her luggage. If you don't, you want to get dinner tonight. The young men were taken aback, while Ding Yitong simply smiled. I got it, Qingge exclaimed to Wen Ai, his expression filled with pride. They couldn't outdo me.
Who told you to do it for me?
Wen Ai chuckled, quickly put the suitcase down. As soon as the suitcase touched the ground, Ding Yitong approached. Wen Ai tugged at Qingge's arm. Quick, apologize to the teacher. Qingge bowed again, saying, I'm sorry, teacher. It's all right. Ding Yitong smiled. I'm Ding Yitong, you can call me Xiao Ding. The village chief called out, teachers, follow me this way. Wen Ai urged, Dolly, quickly help teacher Ding with her luggage. In a flash, Qingge picked up the suitcase. Ding Yitong waved her hand. No need, I can manage. Wen Ai insisted. The dirt roads here are treacherous and steep. It's difficult to carry a large suitcase. Just let Dolly assist you. He is quite strong. Qingge chimed in. Yes, I'm very strong. Understanding the Miao people's warmth, Ding Yitong decided not to decline further. The dormitory was a still house, conveniently located close to the school, requiring only a 10-minute walk from the village gate. In her heart, Wen Ai contemplated the task at hand. The narrative indicated that Ding Yitong began to pay attention to Qingge after discovering his mistreatment. How could she make Ding Yitong aware of this situation? An opportunity arose. Wen Ai delivered a swift kick to the back of Qingge's knee, causing him to kneel on the ground momentarily. Do you not understand decorum? What gives you the right to interrupt my conversation with teacher Ding? Why do you insist on inserting yourself? Qingge's knee struck the stone, rendering his entire leg numb. He felt particularly aggrieved at that moment. All he wished was to converse with Tian Tian, yet she kicked him so forcefully. His knee throbbed with pain, and his heart ached as well. Sitting on the ground, he sulked. I refuse to leave. Wen Ai paused briefly, tugging her forward as they continued their path. Cry if you must. He ought to learn a lesson. He has no sense of propriety. No, Ding Yitong interjected, grasping Wen Ai's arm. You cannot expect him to behave like a normal person, especially since he has done nothing wrong. Ding Yitong's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Do you often hit him? Wen Ai nodded. Indeed, he is merely a laborer for our family. It is a privilege for him to receive a meal. Wen Ai remained stationary, observing from a distance as Ding Yitong helped Qingge to his feet, wiping away his tears with a tissue. The two approached her slowly, halting before her. Qingge's eyes were still red, clearly upset, as he turned his face away from Wen Ai, his lips pouting defiantly. Wen Ai mentally marked a success in her plan. I shall leave this to you, teacher Ding, she remarked, then turned to Qingge, warning him not to cause trouble or damage anything, lest he face the consequences. Qingge's lips curled downward, stubbornly turning his face even further away, almost presenting his back to her. Ding Yitong furrowed her brow, choosing to speak to Qingge only after Wen Ai had departed. Finally free from the sticky situation, Wen Ai relished the long-awaited solitude, feeling as light as a feather, as if she were floating. Yet, the sensation was almost too light, leaving a void within her heart. Chapter 56. The clumsy giant Heisey stood up and trotted over. gently nudging his foot with his head. Wen Ai stroked his back, praising him for being well-behaved, while Heisey typically lingered at the door to intimidate outsiders. He displayed remarkable loyalty and gentleness towards his owner. Wen Ai engaged him in a game of fetch with a small stick. As Wang Erju passed by the fence and noticed that only Wen Ai was in the yard, he gestured a thumbs up from a distance.
Go.
Wen Ai tossed the stick towards Wang Erju, and Heisey immediately barked and dashed towards him, causing Wang Erju to run back to his home in fright, slamming the door behind him. Upon catching a whiff of Qin Guo's scent, Heisey promptly retreated to the corner of the yard, too intimidated to approach. Stand still for a moment. Wen Ai pushed Qin Guo aside, perplexed. Weren't you sulking just now? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Qin Guo scratched his head sheepishly. Tian, I'm sorry. You were only looking out for me. I promise I won't be angry with you anymore. Will you please not be mad at me? What on earth happened? Wen Ai asked in astonishment. What did Teacher Ding say to you after I left? Qin Guo plopped down onto the ground, resting his head on Wen Ai's lap, his face turned towards his stomach. Teacher Ding asked me a lot of questions, and I answered all of them. Wen Ai lowered his gaze. What did he ask you? Qin Guo fiddled with the fabric buttons on his short jacket as he replied. He asked if I had been beaten. Wen Ai inquired, and what did you say? I said yes, you hit me yesterday, Qin Guo replied nonchalantly. Then what? Wen Ai urged, sensing an ominous premonition rising within him. What else did he ask? Teacher Ding also asked if I had to do a lot of work and if I was getting enough to eat. Qin Guo wrapped his arms around Wen Ai's waist, affectionately nuzzling against him. Of course I'm well fed. Tian secretly saves food for me every day. And the work isn't excessive. I finish it all in the morning. Where are you nuzzling? Wen Ai blushed, lifting Qin Ji's head to look at him. What did Teacher Ding say? Qin Guo sat up straight, propping his elbows on Wen Ai's legs as he cradled his face. Teacher Ding told me not to jump into wells anymore, because I could drown. He also said that you treat me very well, and really like me, urging me to listen to you, and not to sulk. Wen Ai's heart sank. It seemed the female protagonist likely believed that Qin Guo was leading a pleasant life, not needing any rescue or help. Tian. Qin Guo's eyes sparkled. I like you a lot too. I will do whatever you ask of me. I will be very obedient. Who likes you? Wen Ai retorted, feeling exasperated as he pushed Qin Guo's hands away. Stay away. I don't want to see you right now. You're always causing trouble. I want to go. Qin Guo hastily clung to Wen Ai's knee. Tian. Please don't dislike me. If I've done something wrong, just tell me, and I promise I'll change. Wen Ai gazed into his earnest eyes for a long moment, finally letting out a deep sigh. It was true. Qin Guo was naive and spoke whatever came to mind. The one in the wrong was himself. Wen Ai patted Qin Guo's head. Go play. Qin Guo shook his head vigorously. I don't want to. Wen Ai attempted to pull his leg away, but Qin Guo held on tighter, leaving him no choice but to concede. I'm not angry anymore. You can do whatever you want. Really? Qin Guo asked cautiously. Wen Ai nodded. Really? Qin Guo pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. You have to kiss me for me to believe you. Wen Ai called out to his mother on the second floor. Mom, give me a needle. Qin Guo jumped back in fright, waving his hands in retreat and nearly stepping on Heisey's paws. Wen Ai chuckled as he stood up from the low stool. With this timid demeanor, you dare to ask for a kiss. Seeing Wen Ai genuinely head upstairs, Qin Guo became too scared to come within 3 meters of him, opting instead to crouch in the corner of the yard to play with Heisey. However, strictly speaking, it was Heisey who was playing with him. Despite Heisey being a formidable presence among the dogs in Pushuan village, he cowered before Qin Guo as if facing a nemesis, pressing his belly to the ground and trembling slightly. Qin Guo, noticing this, lay down beside him, gently stroking his head in an attempt to befriend him. Beautiful. Zhu Sanjie, adorned in a new outfit crafted by Zhu Mu, rushed down the stairs, jingling with silver jewelry. Beautiful. Qin Guo was drawn to her, and Zhu Sanjie twirled around joyfully. New clothes, new clothes. Qin Guo clapped enthusiastically. Beautiful. When Ai observed Zhu Sanjie from a distance, her messy hair hidden beneath a hat, and her fresh, tidy dress made her appear lively. though her smile still bore a hint of foolishness. She resembled a naive girl more than a madwoman at that moment. Qingge looked at Zhu Sanjie enviously. I want new clothes too. Fly, fly. Zhu Sanjie twirled her skirt like a butterfly, fluttering around Qingge a few times before stopping in front of him. This one is for you. Qingge joyfully bounced up and down.
Great. Great.
However, their thoughts were not aligned. Zhu Sanjie lifted her hand to remove her collar, while Qingge stripped off his shirt, exposing his bare chest and reaching out towards her. A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the courtyard as Zhu Sanjie suddenly burst into tears, retreating in terror while shaking her head and pleading, "Don't come closer. Please. I beg you, spare me."
Shunmei.
Zhu Mu hurriedly dashed down the stairs, reaching out to embrace her. However, Zhu Sanjie screamed again, retreating even faster and ending up falling heavily to the ground. "Don't be afraid. It's Mama, it's Mama." Zhu Mu, filled with concern, held her tightly, continually patting her back to soothe her. "Don't be afraid. This is our home. Bad people don't dare to enter." Zhu Mu shot a furious glare at Qingge. "Sanmei, don't be afraid. I'll go deal with the bad person." Zhu Mu stood up in rage, and Wen Ai sensed impending trouble. Before he could warn Qingge, Zhu Mu's hand had already struck Qingge's face, followed by her nails viciously scratching his skin, leaving behind bloody trails. "You wretched creature, who was born without a backside. I'll teach you not to go around without clothes." Qingge cried out in pain, rushing towards Wen Ai while sobbing. Wen Ai, taken aback by Zhu Mu's ferocity, quickly stepped forward to shield Qingge. "Mom, please stop. He didn't mean it." Zhu Mu's eyes were filled with fury. "Get out of the way." Wen Ai spread his arms to block Qingge. "Please don't take it out on him. It wasn't intentional." "What do you mean not intentional?" "He's scared, Sanmei." Zhu Mu attempted to bypass Wen Ai but failed, so she simply reached for Qingge, determined not to let him off the hook today. Qingge cowered behind Wen Ai, desperately trying to evade her grasp. But Wen Ai swung his arm to block Zhu Mu, only to be inadvertently caught himself. Realizing she had hurt her son, Zhu Mu halted her attack, stomping her foot in frustration. "I'll remember this." Wen Ai felt a twinge of discomfort. "Does it hurt?" As soon as he asked, Qingge's tears began to flow freely, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. "It hurts, woo woo woo. Tian Tian, it hurts so much." Tian Tian. Qingge sat on the edge of the bed, disregarding his size, as he burrowed into Wen Ai's embrace. "Stop being clingy," Wen Ai said, nudging his shoulder. "Do you think you're small? You're built like a bear." Qingge pressed his head against Wen Ai's stomach, feeling wronged. "Why did Auntie hit me? I was being good." "Don't press so close. You'll rub the medicine off on me." Wen Ai retreated slightly. "My mom hit you because you weren't wearing a shirt. You can't go around bare-chested in front of Sanjie. It will frighten her." "Yeah. We're good friends. I want to scare her." Qingge nodded vigorously but then questioned, "But why would Sanjie be scared?" The situation was too complex. So Wen Ai offered a simple explanation. "Sanjie was mistreated in her previous home. When she saw you without a shirt, she probably thought you were a bad person here to bully her."
Oh.
Qingge nodded in a semblance of understanding and inquired further, "Who is your husband?" Clenching his fists, Qingge silently vowed to remember the name Wu Jingqi, should their paths cross again. He would surely deliver a sound thrashing on behalf of his third sister. Wen Ai patted the top of his own head and urged, "Get up, sit properly." Qingge, refusing to let go of his waist, suddenly straightened his back, causing Wen Ai to stumble forward and inadvertently settle onto Qingji's lap, his hands draping over Qingji's neck. In this intimate embrace, their gazes met in the air, and Wen Ai found himself momentarily stunned. Qingge, unusually composed, gazed intently at him with deep-set eyes, embodying the wisdom and maturity of a man deeply in love with his beloved. A jolt ran through Wen Ai. Something about that gaze felt amiss. Qingji's breath quickened, and he instinctively pulled Wen Ai closer, their chests pressed together, their necks entwined in a tender embrace. "Sweetheart, I feel so warm." Qingge whispered into Wen Ai's ear, guiding his hand to rest against his own chest, where his heart raced with fervor. I desire. Chapter 57. The simpleton the system interjected, reminding that the script should not unfold in this manner.
Sweet.
I anticipated Qin Ji's answer to emerge, yet unexpectedly, when AI let out a cry of pain, startling Qin Go, causing all his vague thoughts to vanish. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? The wound was superficial, but blood oozed through, 5 neat crimson lines stark against his fair hand, a distressing sight. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Qin Ji's eyes welled with tears as he gently cradled Wen Ai's hand, lamenting, "It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. I'm just so foolish." Don't just stand there. Hurry up and let go.
I need to tend to this.
Don't lick it. Qin Ge softly licked the wound on Wen Ai's hand, akin to a beast tending to its wounded companion. Wen Ai felt the tenderness of his tongue, and the sharp pain gradually subsided. He playfully patted Qin Ji's head, saying, "Enough, does your saliva work better than medicine?" Qin Ge looked up at him with determination, declaring, "It does." Wen Ai playfully poked his forehead, "Then why didn't you lick your own wound just now?" "I can't reach." Qin Ge lowered his head, stretching out his tongue in an attempt to reach his chest. "See? I can't lick it." Wen Ai couldn't help but smirk at his silliness. Qin Ge's wound healed rapidly, scabbing over in just a few days. Early one morning, Father Zhu summoned the two of them to the fields to help with planting rice seedlings. Wen Ai removed his shoes and rolled up his trousers, enthusiastically pressing the seedlings into the mud. However, as the novelty wore off, he began to feel aches in his back and arms. Standing upright to survey his work, he noticed that the seedlings he had planted were crooked and unevenly spaced, forming 3 wavy lines that were surprisingly consistent. Meanwhile, Qin Ge had already planted several rows, his seedlings arranged perfectly, akin to a digital creation. "Never mind, just stay over there." Father Zhu, unable to watch, sent Wen Ai to the edge of the field, uprooting the seedlings he had planted to redo them, sighing, "You can't do anything. What will you do in the future?" Wen Ai pouted, feeling dejected as he sat on a nearby large stone, idly rubbing the mud off his hands. After more than an hour of vigorous work, the waterlogged field sparkled under the sun, now mostly covered in green. Father Zhu squatted by the edge of the field, lighting a cigarette while chatting with the villagers who were also working. Taking advantage of the break, Qin Ge sprinted over to cling to Wen Ai, immediately wrapping his arms around him and burying his head in the crook of his neck. Wen Ai felt his adaptability improving. The towering Qin Ge, acting like a little wife, sought affection without causing him the usual discomfort. "Zhu Dali, how many times have I told you not to hug me?" Wen Ai elbowed Qin Ge's chest, warning, "If my dad sees, he'll come over and beat you up." Qin Ge refused to release his grip, confidently asserting, "Uncle Wen beat me. I'm so good at working that I just received praise." Wen Ai laughed, his eyes crinkling with joy. "You're quite proud, aren't you? Now that someone's backing you, you dare to bully me?" "I wouldn't." Suddenly, Qin Ge stopped, furrowing his brow and sniffing the air. "There's a smell. Blood. Are you bleeding?" Wen Ai was momentarily taken aback. "No, I'm not." Following the scent of blood, Qin Ge traced it from Wen Ai's neck down to his right calf, exclaiming, "It's here." Before Wen Ai could react, Qin Ge rolled up his pant leg and gasped, "What a huge leech." Wen Ai's body bristled in disgust, and summoning his courage, he glanced down, nearly fainting at the sight. 2 thumb-thick leeches clung to his leg, their dark bodies swollen and grotesque. Blood flowed from the spots where the leeches had latched on, inciting Qin Ge's anger as he reached to rip off the vile creatures. "Don't pull them off." Wen Ai's face turned pale. "Go call my dad. Hurry." Father Zhu was quickly dragged over by Qin Ge. Having worked in the fields for years, he had encountered leeches countless times and remained calm. He patted Wen Ai's calf before using his cigarette, but to burn the leeches off. "Let this be a lesson for you, sweet." Qin Ge stomped on the remains of the 2 bloodsuckers, grinding them beneath his shoe. The mere thought of having 2 leeches attached to his leg filled Wen Ai with revulsion and fear. He could still feel their cold, slimy touch lingering. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to Qin Ge. "Come here." Qin Ge quickly sat beside him. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" "I'm just a bit scared." Wen Ai wrapped his arms around Qin Ge's neck, burying his head against his chest in search of comfort. "Let me rest for a while." "Don't be afraid. They're all dead." Go embraced the still trembling Wen Ai, soothing him like a child. I will never let you be bitten by bugs again. Go raised his head defiantly and proclaimed, from now on, sweet Wen Ti come here anymore. I'll do his work.
Hey.
Father Zhu was taken aback for a moment, only to find Go directing his ire at him. That evening, Go insisted on sleeping at Wen Ai's door, to which Wen Ai could only laugh in exasperation. There aren't that many leeches around. Even if there were, they couldn't crawl up to the second floor. Go stubbornly shook his head, sitting resolutely at the door. I want to protect you. Wen Ai squatted down to meet his gaze. Are you truly this foolish? Or is it an excuse to sleep in my room? Go responded earnestly. I'm sleeping right here, not going in. Wen Ai was amused by his innocence, leaning against the door frame as he limped back inside. Go asked, Sweet, do you want me to help you close the door? Come in. If you catch a cold sleeping at the door, who will help me with the work? Wen Ai soon realized that allowing Go to enter was a regrettable decision. The last time he had held him, he could still convince himself that it was merely a desire to use the restroom, but today's reality was inescapable. This fool dared to get aroused in front of him. Wen Ai kicked Go off the bed. Who told you to come up? I saw you napping and wanted to sleep too. Go got up, dusting himself off. We slept together last night. Wen Ai glanced at the spot where Go had been. It's already softened. From now on, you're not allowed to hold me while sleeping. Wen Ai paused, adding, and don't hug me during the day, don't follow me around, and definitely don't suddenly kiss me. I didn't hear that. Go covered his ears and ran outside. After saying that, he froze for a moment. Why did I say again? System. Wen Ai, why aren't you speaking? System. I'm fulfilling my promise. I have nothing more to say. Wen Ai, displaying his understanding, replied, It's fine. You can talk. Then I will say it. The system took a deep breath and shouted. Wen Ai. The system coldly stated,
I've said what I needed to say.
Ever since Wen Ai was bitten by the leeches, Go took it upon himself to assure the entire family that he would handle all of Wen Ai's agricultural tasks. Father Zhu ceased his daily pursuit of Wen Ai to drag him to the fields, as Go was so efficient that Father Zhu felt even he was unnecessary. Go possessed great strength and was incredibly diligent, finishing all tasks by midday, allowing him to spend the afternoons and evenings glued to Wen Ai's side. Let us check the time. Wen Ai sat in the courtyard and kicked Go. I've taught you how to tell time. You haven't forgotten, have you? I haven't forgotten. Go bounced into the house, quickly returning to announce, It's 3 o'clock. Wen Ai nodded thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. When Go leaned in close, nuzzling his face and chuckling incessantly, Why are you so suggestive? Are you being disobedient? Wen Ai blushed, pushing him away. I told you not to get too close. Go fell onto his backside, feeling utterly wronged. I just helped you check the time. I deserve a reward. Wen Ai, what reward? I have never acknowledged this rule. Go, feeling aggrieved, sulked and kicked his legs. You don't allow it on ordinary days. And you don't give rewards either. How am I supposed to embrace you? Wen Ai's face flushed, and she stood up abruptly. You will never have that chance in your lifetime. Go was taken aback and suddenly burst into tears. Zhu Sonjia flitted around him, fanning her skirt. Crybaby, blushing face. Go cried even louder. Zhu Fu rushed over from the chicken coop. What's wrong? Why are you crying like this? Go, puffed up with indignation, pointed at Wen Ai. He won't let me hug him. Wen Ai. Hey, you dare to report me? Zhu Fu frowned at Wen Ai. If he wants to hug you, just let him. Wen Ai's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should I? Dolly is the main labor force in our family, helping out with numerous tasks. He isn't very bright. Just treat him like a younger brother. What harm would it do to let him hug you? Zhu Fu pulled Go up and gave him a pat on the backside. Go on, hug him. I said so. Go's face lit up with joy as he dashed over to embrace Wen Ai, playfully rubbing and touching him, his delight evident in his squinting eyes. Wen Ai stood motionless, allowing the onslaught, feeling a deep sense of despair. My dear father, you will regret this. After a while, Wen Ai numbly shook off the head resting on his shoulder. Have you hugged enough? Let us go outside for a bit. Qin Ge buried his nose in Wen Ai's collar, inhaling contentedly. Where are we going? Wen Ai replied, out to play. Qin Ge hesitated, but I want to stay home and hug you. Wen Ai, unable to tolerate his insolence any longer, smacked his head. You dare to give me orders now? Do you believe I want to ignore you? I'll be good, I'll be good. Qin Ge quickly released him, pleading not to be ignored. Wen Ai took a deep breath and walked toward the courtyard, with Qin Ge catching up and taking his hand. Hope Primary School is situated at the foot of the slope, the lowest point in the village. The school buildings are dilapidated, lacking even a proper entrance. And a few parents sporadically gather on the small playground to pick up their children. Qin Ge curiously looked around. What are we doing here? Wen Ai sat at the base of the flagpole, looking for Teacher Ding. I must reconnect the severed ties of your destiny. When the school bell rang, several classroom doors opened, revealing a throng of students ranging from 5 to 15 years old. Among them, 1 or 2 wore clean clothes, but most were filthy. Wen Ai focused on one particularly dirty child and approached him, offering a piece of candy. The child did not take it but looked up with wide eyes. Uncle? Qin Ge, feeling jealous, exclaimed, Why do you feed him candy and not me? Enough of this nonsense. Wen Ai handed Qin Ge a piece as well. This is Wu Xiaowang, the son of third sister and a good friend of yours.
Oh.
Qin Ge grasped Wu Xiaowang's hand. Then we are friends too. Wu Xiaowang lowered his head and softly replied with an affirmative murmur. Oh, it's all right. Your grandparents won't blame you. Wen Ai affectionately ruffled Wu Xiaowang's hair, noting the hardships the child faced, with a mad mother and a worthless father, as evidenced by his dirty appearance. No need. Wu Xiaowang shook his head, speaking in a barely audible voice. Dad will come to pick me up. Wen Ai was taken aback. Wu Jingqi? Yes, coming to get you? The sun must be rising in the west. Wu Xiaowang glanced around cautiously and quickly added, He always talks with Teacher Ding. Wen Ai sighed inwardly. No wonder. He must be using his son as bait to woo women. Wu Jingqi is notorious for his lechery. He once sweet-talked third sister and drove her crazy after marriage. Yet the Wu family is the local bigwig, leaving the Zhu family to swallow their grievances. Wu Xiaowang buried his head even lower. His small hands clenched into fists. Thank you, uncle. Wu Xiaowang mentioned that Teacher Ding was in another class and would take a while to come out. Just then, Qin Ge suddenly needed to use the restroom. To avoid missing the heroine, Wen Ai let Wu Xiaowang take Qin Ge to the school as toilet. However, as soon as they left, Wu Jingqi arrived. Wen Ai stood beneath the flagpole, pretending not to see him, while Wu Jingqi stared at him for quite a while before finally approaching to greet him. Yiji, long time no see. Wen Ai replied with a grunt. Wu Jingqi, seemingly oblivious to his rejection, continued enthusiastically. What have you been up to lately? Come over to the water gathering place sometime. I'll treat you to a meal. Recently planting rice, quite busy. Wen Ai decisively declined. And you're no longer my brother-in-law. Haha, true, but I feel a familiarity when I see you, which is why I say that. Wu Jingqi leered at Wen Ai with a sticky, distasteful gaze. Yiji, you're growing more beautiful. The Zhu family produces beauties. Wen Ai felt a shiver run down his spine, uncomfortably stepping back. Wu Xiaowang went to the restroom. He'll be out soon. Wu Jingqi moved closer. No worries. When he comes out, we can continue our conversation. Wen Ai frowned and glared at him, meeting Wu Jingqi's lustful eyes, feeling as though he had been splashed with filth. Wen Ai stepped back repeatedly, trying to avoid getting his clothes dirty, but Wu Jingqi persisted, even reaching out to grab him. What are you doing? Qin Ge sprinted back, using his momentum to knock Wu Jingqi to the ground, angrily pointing at him. You're not allowed to touch Tian Tian. Can't you see that Tian Tian is avoiding you? Wu Jingqi, cursing, got up from the ground, glaring at Qin Ge and about to unleash a tirade, when he suddenly paused, reaching into his pocket, and his expression changed drastically. He grabbed Wu Xiaowang and fled in a hurry, abandoning even the important matter of wooing Teacher Ding. Qin Ge spat at his retreating figure, then turned to embrace Wen Ai. Tian Tian. Who is that person? Does he want to bully you? In Qin Ji's arms. Wen Ai felt enveloped by a familiar sense of security, and his mood lifted. Wu Jingqi. Calling him scum would be an understatement. Qin Ge smacked his forehead. Yes, the one who bullied third sister. If I had known, I would have beaten him up earlier. Qingge took his hand. I'm not to be trifled with either. He was scared off by me just now. Wen Ai gave him a thumbs up. Yes, yes. You're amazing. Super amazing. Qingge chuckled foolishly, and after walking for a while, suddenly asked, Aren't we supposed to wait for Teacher Ding? Wen Ai replied, My interest has been spoiled by that scoundrel. We'll come back another day to see Teacher Ding. Later that night, Wen Ai lay in bed, ensnared by Qingge's limbs, unable to move. Wen Ai, system, why was Wu Jingqi acting so strangely during the day? Qingge isn't that big either. System, hidden plot, you'll have to explore it yourself. Wen Ai's eyes brightened. Will it add points? System, not at all. Wen Ai sighed, and the system echoed his sigh. Wen Ai, did I lose in Snake again? The system snapped. I didn't even get a chance to lose. I haven't opened the game all night. Wen Ai worriedly asked, Is something wrong with you? System, shouldn't be. The system's voice was abruptly drowned out by static, followed by silence. Wen Ai called out a few times, but received only an echoing silence in response. With doubts lingering, Wen Ai drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, Qingge suddenly opened his eyes without warning, emitting a faint green glow in the darkness. The green light lingered on Wen Ai's face for a moment, before Qingge chuckled softly and leaned down to tenderly kiss his lips. Good night, my sweet little treasure. Chapter 58. The Clumsy Giant Wen Ai. Is there a barrel? Are you all right? System voice. Not well. Wen Ai hesitated. You haven't caught a virus, have you? Or perhaps contracted some fatal illness from the programming realm. System. We have been subjected to an external attack. Wen Ai, we? System. Curious to know? Wen Ai replied without a moment's hesitation. Yes. The system transformed its tone into a playful one. Beg me. Wen Ai earnestly responded. I implore you.
Ah. You are quite something.
The system paused for a moment, its tone suddenly dropping. I will tell you, but if you ask me one more question, I might just collapse. Consider this my last words. Wen Ai. System. Do you know who created these worlds? It is the goddess Best, who maintains the operation of the worlds and establishes the rules, providing energy to all systems. Yesterday, I first lost my energy supply, then the program inexplicably began to unravel. And subsequently, I was struck unconscious by a surge of unfamiliar energy. The system lamented. Bess must have been ambushed and likely injured as well. Wen Ai, you seem quite fond of her? System. Not at all, but if the goddess falls, I shall cease to exist as well. Wen Ai, what will happen to me then? System. What do you think? If the world ceased to exist, can you still frolic alone? Where would you go? For some reason, Wen Ai felt no fear in her subconscious, and even found time to jest. So, I wandered through the gates of death last night. The system sighed. When you were sleeping like a pig, all the data in the worlds was fluctuating, nearly spiraling out of control. Any minute data could cause a deviation in the plot, even leading to character death. Do you comprehend how serious this is? Fortunately, we have not detected such occurrences for the moment. Wen Ai was bewildered. So, how severe is the plot collapse? System. Maintaining the operation of the worlds consumes energy. For Best, opening a world for a tasker is akin to an investment. If the task is completed, Best can reap both principal and interest in energy. If the plot collapses, she stands to lose everything. Wen Ai felt embarrassed. I have caused Best to incur losses 3 times. System. Be mindful, worker. The rules have become stricter. Should you fail again, the penalties will intensify. Wen Ai, reflecting on the distorted emotional storyline, felt a sense of unease and fell silent. Zhu's father had retreated to the sidelines, with all the farming duties being handled solely by Qingge. Grateful for Zhu's father's granting of a hug license, Qingge harbored no complaints and cheerfully wielded a hoe every morning after breakfast.
Dad.
Wen Ai entered with a bowl of dark medicinal soup. Time for your medicine. Mom just brewed it. Never mind. Zhu's father waved his hand. That fellow is filthy and cannot be allowed inside.
All right.
Wen Ai smiled obediently. Then I shall keep you company. Zhu's father had spent his entire life in the mountains, possessing little knowledge of culture, but abundant tales of curiosities. As they conversed, They eventually touched upon the subject of meow goo. Goo are poisonous insects? When AI inquired, her curiosity piqued. Have you ever raised them? You think goo are easy to raise? Zhu's father replied, only a goo master understands the secrets. Ordinary people will just watch them die. Your elder sister once caught centipedes and scorpions and placed them in a jar, only to find them all dead the next day, which I then used to brew wine. When AI laughed heartily at the story, Zhu's father scoffed. If you ask me, they must be dead. Who doesn't he fall ill? When AI was highly intrigued by such eerie tales from the Meow village and pressed on, is that goo master still around? Zhu's father shook his head. That person is long past, over 100 years ago, without leaving a successor. When AI, did he not take on apprentices? How would I know? Zhu's father speculated. I reckon no one wanted to learn, spending all day in a dark room dealing with poisonous insects. Raising a goo is both laborious and troublesome. It's better to farm honestly. When AI wished to hear more stories, but was interrupted by footsteps from outside. Dinner's ready. Old Zhu. Zhu's mother placed the food tray at the bedside and gestured to Wen Ai. Son, you should come down for dinner. The dishes are on the table. Wen Ai. What about Dali? Zhu's mother. I saved him some food. I will take it to him later. Wen Ai. You rest. I will deliver it. Zhu's mother descended from the second floor. What are you doing? Adding some dishes. Wen Ai quickly grabbed the basket and rushed outside. Don't wait for me. I will eat in the fields. When AI had already vanished from sight. Loaches love to burrow. Thus, to raise them in the rice fields, plastic sheeting must be placed around the perimeter to prevent these slippery creatures from escaping. The terraced fields consist of many small plots, and modifying them is labor-intensive, needing to coincide with the rice planting to introduce the fry. Qin-ge could only work overtime, spending the entire day in the fields. The June sun was relentless, scorching one's back mercilessly at noon. After finishing a plot, Qin-ge, drenched in sweat, stood straight and removed his large straw hat to fan himself. A villager from the neighboring field chatted with him, half jokingly and half seriously. Dali, why not come to my house? We don't have as much work, and the food is plentiful. Qin-ge replied without hesitation. No. Villager, why not? I heard Zhu's family is skimping on your meals. What is so good about staying with them? Qin-ge stated solemnly. They have Tian. Your family does not. The villager chuckled, wanting to dig deeper. But the wall's owner had arrived with a basket in hand. Tian. Qin-ge exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace Wen Ai. What brings you here? I've missed you. Let go, you're all sweaty. Wen Ai pushed him away, shaking the basket. Find a spot. Let us eat.
Qin-ye, beaming,
Pulled her to a large rock. Here is perfect. Wen Ai placed the basket down, pinching Qin-je's shirt with her fingers, squeezing out a few drops of water that fell to the ground. You're soaked. One tea that be uncomfortable? Take it off. Qin-ge hesitated, clutching his shirt. But you said not to take off my clothes. Wen Ai tapped his head with her chopsticks. I meant not in front of third sister. You can take them off when she's not around. All right. Qin-ge promptly pulled off his shirt and tossed it aside, having wanted to do so for a while. I feel like I'm being cooked alive. Wen Ai found it hard to tear her eyes away. Qin-ge's bronze body glistened with sweat, the well-defined muscles under his chest showcasing a striking physique. Wen Ai stood frozen, as a gust of wind carried a potent scent of masculinity towards her. Tian? Qin-ge waved his hand in front of her. Tian, can you hear me? Qin-ge rubbed his stomach. Can we eat now? I'm starving. Wen Ai. Oh. Yes, let us eat. Qin-ge plopped down on the rock, patting his thigh. Tian, come sit here. Wen Ai widened her eyes. Why should I sit there? As she spoke, she quickly moved to the other side of the stone, but Qin-ge grabbed her wrist and pulled her onto his lap. There are bugs here. Keep your feet off the ground, and they won't bite you. That's nonsense. Wen Ai attempted to struggle, but Qin-ge decisively pressed her into his embrace. Her face pressed against his firm chest, the salty scent of sweat enveloping her, strangely enticing. Qin-ge sensed Wen Ai had settled down, adjusting her position like a doll, then lifted her chin, surprised. Tian, your face is so red. Did I hurt you just now? Wen Ai turned her face away, gazing at the verdant seedlings on the slope, seeking solace. Qin-ge shook her shoulders. What's wrong? What's wrong? Qingge nodded in confusion. After several days of relentless busyness, Qingge finally found a moment of respite after releasing the loach fry into the fields. Wen Ai accompanied him to the elementary school gate, where they fortuitously encountered Teacher Ding. She intended to invite her to dinner, but alas, Teacher Ding had prior commitments for home visits. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ai eagerly volunteered to escort her. The previous night had witnessed a torrential downpour, rendering the steep earthen slope treacherous and slippery. Wen Ai nudged Qingge, urging, "You go first and help Teacher Ding up." Qingge hesitated, inquiring, "What about you?" Wen Ai replied confidently, "I'm accustomed to this. I won't fall." Yet, Qingge remained rooted to the spot. With a determined glare, Wen Ai finally compelled him to take the lead. Teacher Ding did not decline the offer, for the path was indeed arduous, devoid of stones, and entirely muddy. One would slide back with each step taken. Wen Ai lingered at the rear, shouting to Qingge, "You must assist Teacher Ding. If she falls, I will hold you responsible." Qingge muttered discontentedly, grasping Teacher Ding's arm as he ascended, occasionally glancing back at Wen Ai. In a moment of panic, Qingge, overwhelmed, pushed the still-climbing Teacher Ding onto the flat ground and rushed back down. Wen Ai was covered in mud, with several wounds oozing blood from his limbs. Those were merely the visible injuries, while the extent of the concealed ones remained uncertain. "I'm so sorry," Qingge lamented, tears cascading down onto Wen Ai. "Does it hurt?" Of course it did. Wen Ai struggled to lift his hand, spitting out a few blades of grass. "Don't just cry. Strengthen yourself," Teacher Ding shouted as she continued her descent. "Take Wen Ai to the infirmary. Hurry." "Yes, to the infirmary." Qingge carefully scooped Wen Ai into his arms and raced off, with Wen Ai feeling as if he might ascend to the heavens at any moment. Wen Ai considered himself fortunate. He had not sustained any internal injuries, merely superficial wounds. In the dead of night, Qingge, kneeling in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes and, with a swift motion, appeared in Wen Ai's room. He grasped Wen Ai's hand, golden light streaming along his arm and into Wen Ai's body. However, mere seconds later, the golden glow began to wane, and darkness reclaimed the room. "Indeed, it is insufficient," Qingge mused, furrowing his brow as he caressed Wen Ai's face. "I apologize for the trouble caused by my foolishness." After a moment of meditation, he concentrated, gathering a faint golden light in his palm. In the blink of an eye, he found himself seated by a mountain spring, legs crossed and eyes closed. Chapter 59. The oaf. Wen Ai awoke amidst a throbbing ache, having suffered considerably when he tumbled down the slope yesterday. His body was marred with numerous bruises, and after a night of brooding, the pain had intensified, spreading swiftly with the slightest movement. Grimacing, Wen Ai rose from his bed and leaned over the wooden corridor to gaze into the courtyard, but he found no trace of a certain hulking figure. He could not help but call out, "Zhu Dali, are you up, son?" Hearing the commotion, Zhu's mother emerged from the main room, looking up at him and saying, "I've made porridge. I'll bring it to you."
Thank you, Mom.
Wen Ai continued to scan the surroundings. "Where's Dali? Wasn't he supposed to stay away from the fields these past few days? Who knows where he is off frolicking?" Zhu's mother replied, turning to re-enter the kitchen. The millet porridge was smooth and thick, but after a couple of spoonfuls, Wen Ai frowned. Something was amiss. That clingy child usually hovered behind him, yet now injured. He had ventured off alone. "Why haven't you eaten?" Zhu's mother inquired. "Is it too bland? I could fetch you some pickles." "No need," Wen Ai replied, turning to her. "Did you see Dali when you got up this morning? Did he mention where he was going?" Zhu's mother, visibly irritated, responded, "I did not see him." She wore a stern expression, remaining silent. "He's only a 3-year-old with the intellect of a child. Don't hold it against him," Wen Ai prodded. "Did you leave him in the mountains? Why would he run off?" Wen Ai paused. Did you hit him?" "Can't I?" Zhu's mother retorted angrily. "If it weren't for tending to your wounds yesterday, I would have used that stick on him the instant I walked in." Wen Ai, flustered, exclaimed, Didn't he push me? You've made him innocent in all this. With such a beating, how could he not feel wronged?" Zhu's mother shot back. Didn't he protect you? He deserves it. What was he doing on that slope?" Wen Ai, losing the will to argue, hastily dressed and ran out to search for him. He scoured the village, questioning everyone he encountered, yet it was as if Qin had vanished into thin air. To the uninformed, one might think he had traded places with a witch and become a mermaid. Wanji, can you track the male lead's location? Within 50 meters. The system replied. Wen Ai felt a glimmer of hope. Where? Which direction? He sighed in disappointment. He likely wandered into the mountains. Upon returning home, Wen Ai gathered supplies he would need to search the mountains, but Zhu's mother restrained him, insisting he could not venture out while injured. Confined to the house, he fidgeted restlessly until noon, when he finally spotted Qin. Zhu's father took a drag from his cigarette and instructed Zhu's mother to deliver some eggs to the Wang family as a token of gratitude. Zhu's mother shot Qin a glare before heading to the chicken coop. Just as Wen Ai settled onto the bed, Qin entered, appearing hesitant. Wen Ai ignored him, pulling the blanket over himself and turning his back, leaving a cold shoulder. Qin lingered by the bed for quite some time before softly calling out, Tian Tian. Are you asleep? Wen Ai fixated on the patterns of the bedspread, thinking how foolish this oaf was. If I were truly asleep, would you still wake me? How ungrateful. He huffed in his heart, choosing to ignore him. For every day he ran away from home, I shall disregard him just as long. Cautiously, Qin climbed onto the bed, wrapping his arms around Wen Ai from behind. After a moment, Wen Ai felt his neck dampen and heard muffled sobs, laden with sorrow, disappointment and fear. Why are you crying? I haven't cried. Wen Ai could not help but turn around. You dodged my mother's blows, and yet you dare to run off. Do you have any idea how hard I searched for you? Who taught you such tricks? Qin suddenly buried himself in Wen Ai's embrace, bursting into tears. I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared. I feared you were angry. I hurt you yesterday and… What if you no longer wanted me? Is that really the case? Absolutely. Qin nodded vigorously, desperate. Tian Tian, do you still want me? I didn't mean it. I will treat you well. Yes. Qin laughed and cried simultaneously, cupping Wen Ai's face and planting kisses, each one more fervent than the last. I like you so much. Tian Tian, I adore you. I like you to the point of feeling faint. Wen Ai found himself powerless against the onslaught of affection, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Qin pressed his lips against Wen Ai's, exclaiming, so soft. This feels so good. Stop kissing me. Wen Ai protested. But his words were muffled as Qin continued to kiss him passionately, exploring with reckless abandon. Wen Ai could hardly withstand Qin's fervor, finding himself overwhelmed, his lips swollen from the fervent kisses. In the courtyard stood a loquat tree, beneath which rested a rocking chair. Wen Ai often lay there to enjoy the cool breeze. Wanji, can demons also suffer from sleepwalking? Being a 1,000-year-old demon king, what do you think? Then why did Qin run off into the mountains in the middle of the night? It's so eerie, this ISNTA's supernatural tale. The system could not help but chuckle. What will you do when faced with a supernatural task in the future? Wen Ai, flustered, retorted, can we discuss serious matters? Absolutely. The system straightened up. However, I too am at a loss as to why the male lead wandered so far. Could it be he has regained his demonic powers? Not at all. The system replied firmly. It's too early in the plot for that. He cannot be fully conscious now. Wen Ai pondered thoughtfully, nodding, all right. It's nothing serious. You may kneel in peace.
Wait.
The system huffed. I have something else. Tell me honestly, have you developed feelings for the male lead? As soon as the question was posed, Wen Ai reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. What have I done to give you that impression? I couldn't break free when he kissed me, okay? If you have the ability, grant me a power-enhancing golden finger. If not, please remain silent. The system, skeptical, remarked. Your reaction seems a bit extreme. Wen Ai fumed, silent as a chicken. The system retreated. Ding Yitong arrived with a basket of eggs to visit Wen Ai, sincerely apologizing. If it weren't for my flailing arm, you wouldn't be lying here now. Wen Ai smiled. It's all right. Even without an injury, I enjoy lying here. It's refreshing. You really know how to indulge. Ding Yitong chuckled, glancing around. Is Dolly not keeping you company? Wang Jingqi. Wen Ai opened his eyes to see Wang Jingqi peeking through the courtyard gate, looking like a thief. Is there something you need? Wen Ai approached, his tone brusque. Wang Jingqi produced Wu Xiaoguang from behind him as if presenting a pass, swaggering into the courtyard. Wu Xiaoguang misses his grandparents. So, I brought him along to see you as well. I heard you were injured? Wen Ai ignored him, leading Wu Xiaoguang toward the main room. Uncle will take you to see your grandparents. Your mother is here too.
Wait.
Wang Jingqi blocked the way. Let us have a chat. I have something important to discuss. Wang Jingqi's expression stiffened, a forced smile tugging at his lips. Are you suggesting I would be afraid of him? Stop pretending, Wen Ai scoffed. You were just standing there, waiting for Dolly to leave before daring to enter, weren't you? Last time. You were terrified of being gobbled up by Dolly for being too slow. Wang Jingqi's face shifted. You shouldn't speak of such things. Wen Ai sensed that Wang Jingqi knew something. Wang Jingqi pressed on. I heard that Dolly is your find? Where did you discover him? Wen Ai replied casually. In the mountains. Which mountain? Wen Ai shot him a wary glance. I forgot. Wang Jingqi frowned. Do you still remember the circumstances of that time? Have you observed any peculiar phenomena? For instance, light of various colors? Indeed, I have. Wu Jingqi glanced around and, covering his mouth, whispered, Dolly is not human. Chapter 60. The foolish giant, you are not human. Wen Ai glared angrily at Wu Jingqi. Though Dolly was a bit dim-witted, he was still obedient. No, Wu Jingqi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Listen to me. I am not referring to his character. Rather, I mean... He elongated the word mean, failing to articulate his thoughts clearly. Wen Ai was tempted to pry open Wu Jingqi's mouth with a pair of pliers to extract the information he was withholding. However, given her physical disadvantage and the lack of tools at hand, she could only exercise patience and inquire, how long have you been stalling since you entered? If you haven't fabricated a coherent story yet, then do so before coming to me. What I have to say is entirely true, but I fear you may not be able to accept it, Wu Jingqi said cryptically, leaning closer. Dolly is a monster. Wen Ai fell silent for a moment. Why don't you go find the village secretary and attend a couple of ideological classes? Learn how to write materialism instead of being all mysterious.
You don't believe me now.
But you will regret it if a monster devours you later. Evidence? Wen Ai shrugged. You have spun a nonsensical tale. Why should I believe it to be true? I have irrefutable proof, Wu Jingqi replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, but I cannot show it to you just yet. Don't think I am merely toying with you. If it weren't for my fondness for you, I wouldn't involve myself in this matter at all. Wu Jingqi presented a self-satisfied demeanor. That monster is currently weak. I have a strategy. If we collaborate, we can capture him with great certainty. Then I can, Wen Ai perked up, eager for him to continue, but he abruptly shifted the subject. I know you harbor some misunderstandings about me regarding the third sister. We can discuss that later, but Dolly cannot be kept. He is a complete menace. Wen Ai glanced behind Wu Jingqi. What did you say?
I didn't catch that.
I said, Wu Jingqi raised his voice. Dolly is a menace, and you must expel him. Wu Jingqi lay on the ground, contorting like a shriveled shrimp as Qin Gu ruthlessly kicked him. He squirmed like a maggot, but was unable to evade the blows, let alone find the opportunity to rise. All he could do was emit a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig, as blood began to trickle from the corner of Wu Jingqi's mouth. Wen Ai grasped Qin Ji's arm and snatched a sausage from the plastic bag he was holding, smashing it against Wu Jingqi's face. Let me tell you, your family may be impressive, but if you insist on causing trouble, the Zhu family is not afraid of you. Wu Jingqi lay on the ground wailing, and Qin Gu delivered another kick.
Get out.
You are not welcome in my home. Wu Jingqi gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, his eyes swollen to mere slits, yet the malice within them was palpable. Just you wait. Qin Gu furrowed his brow, preparing to kick him again, but Wu Jingqi hastily stumbled out of the courtyard. Zhu's father and mother had heard the commotion, but with Wu Xiaoguang still present, they couldn't allow such a young child to witness his father being beaten into a pulp. The courtyard fell silent, and the elderly couple finally left Wu Xiaoguang to play with Zhu Songjie as they emerged from the house. Wen Ai embellished the story, mentioning only that Wu Jingqi was sowing discord, omitting any reference to the monster. Qingge seethed with indignation. This isn't over. I will confront him every time I see him. Good. Zhu's mother regarded him approvingly. Tonight, you shall have an extra bowl of rice. Qingge's eyes sparkled with delight. He is spending the weekend here, Zhu's father added, and we agreed upon it before Wu Xingqi arrived. As their grandson was visiting, dinner was more sumptuous than usual, and Qingge beamed with joy. Zhu's parents ate swiftly, and by the time Wen Ai had barely finished her meal, they had already left the table. As Wu Xiaoguang shifted his position, a startlingly red spider tumbled out of his collar. Wen Ai caught sight of it and gasped, dropping her chopsticks. I don't know. My dad gave it to me, Wu Xiaoguang replied.
Are you scared, Tian Tian?
Qingge expertly lifted Wen Ai onto his lap. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Let me down. Wen Ai squirmed. You're getting increasingly audacious. Not at all, I care for you. Qingge added a piece of roasted chicken to her plate. Here, Tian Tian, have some chicken. Wen Ai's face flushed instantly. What are you saying in front of a child? Both Qingge and Wu Xiaoguang looked at her in confusion. Wen Ai's embarrassment deepened as she angrily tossed the piece of chicken onto the table. Qingge, heartbroken, picked it up and ate it. That night, Wen Ai found herself unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts of Wu Xingqi. How did he know that Qingge was a monster? What methods did he possess to confront the creature? What was his singular focus on capturing Qingge? Wu Xingqi's repugnant face haunted her thoughts, and the more she pondered, the more she felt he harbored ill intentions, potentially threatening Qingge. Wen Ai tossed and turned until midnight, staring blankly at the ceiling. Qingge, sleeping beside her, stirred slightly, and suddenly, a green light illuminated the room for a brief moment before vanishing. Wen Ai froze. In the dead of night, in this desolate place, the sudden appearance of eerie green light was simply too supernatural. Was her insomnia causing her to hallucinate? Dolly? Wen Ai gently shook the still sleeping Qingge, her voice trembling. Wake up, please wake up.
Tian Tian?
Qingge murmured sleepily, leaning towards her. What's wrong? Wen Ai inched closer to him. Nothing. I just had a nightmare, and was scared. Qingge held her tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Nothing can hurt you. Wen Ai rested her forehead against Qingge's chest, feeling secure in his embrace. Their skin-to-skin contact was warm and dry, instantly calming her nerves. She placed her hand on Qingge's waist, unable to resist the urge to explore his body, tracing the contours of his muscular form. With his eyes still closed, Qingge struggled to control his breathing. Wen Ai was lost in her playful exploration when Qingge suddenly grasped her hand, his voice low and hoarse.
Tian Tian, don't tease me.
Wen Ai froze. Why does your voice? After a moment of contemplation, she finally found a suitable description. Why doesn't it sound as childish as usual? Qingge cleared his throat, his tone returning to its youthful quality. I just woke up.
My throat was a bit raspy.
Wen Ai nodded, accepting his explanation, and attempted to free her wrist. Hey, let go. Then you can't keep taking advantage of me. Qingge retorted. Wen Ai's cheeks flushed. Who is taking advantage of you? You're a grown man. How can you be taken advantage of? Qingge, eyes still closed, smirked, his expression devoid of any foolishness, yet he retained the childish tone. Of course. It's portrayed that way on television. You were just taking advantage of me. Was it tasty? Wen Ai playfully kicked his calf. I wouldn't want your advantage. Qingge released her wrist. Then you mustn't touch me. The television says only wives can do that. Wen Ai felt a surge of irritation, and defiantly, she reached out and pinched his waist. I will touch. What can your wife do about it? Humph. As she spoke, she playfully squeezed his thigh, causing Qingge to gasp sharply. He seized her disobedient hand and pressed it against her head. In a swift motion, he rolled over, pinning Wen Ai beneath him. Wen Ai was momentarily stunned, staring at Qingge, and in the faint moonlight, she noticed his eyes remained tightly shut, yet a flicker of green light seeped through the cracks of his eyelids. Open your eyes, Wen Ai urged, desperately trying to pry them open. Show me your eyes. Qingge grasped his hand and pressed it against his head, gradually opening his eyes. Chapter 61. the clumsy giant as Qin Ji's eyelids fluttered open when AI held his breath, bracing himself for an encounter with a pair of glowing green eyes. To his surprise, the anticipation was in vain. Qin Ji's eyes were deep, normal black, and only a faint glimmer mirrored in his pupils, almost blending into the night. Qin Ge released his grip, propping himself above Wen Ai, his tone innocently curious.
What did you see?
The green light, Wen Ai replied, cupping his face and inspecting him closely, eyes wide like a wolf's in the dark. Quietly, Qin Ge gathered a speck of golden light at his fingertips and flicked it playfully. A firefly emerged, landing atop Wen Ai's head, its glowing tail flickering in his eyes.
Hey!
Wen Ai suddenly exclaimed, "It's green." Qin Ge stifled a chuckle, feigning ignorance. "What's green?" "Your eyes," Wen Ai exclaimed, drawing closer. But Qin Ge abruptly waved a hand over his head, exclaiming with delight, "Firefly." Tian, look." The firefly danced merrily in Qin Ji's palm before it took flight, circling between them before escaping through a gap in the window. In that moment, Qin Ji's eyes lost all other hues. When Ai pondered, could the initial green light have been the firefly passing so closely to his eye that it illuminated the room? But what if the light reflecting from Qin Ji's eyes? Was it merely a reflection? This seemed implausible. Tian, Qin Ge said, sliding both hands along Wen Ai's sides, pressing his entire weight onto him. "Let us sleep now." "You can't sleep on top of me." "Move." Wen Ai pushed against him, "And I'm not tired, I still need to." His voice trailed off as his eyelids drooped, and he fell into slumber. Qin Ge, retracting his powers, leaned down to gently kiss Wen Ai's slightly parted lips, murmuring, "Good boy. I can't tell you just yet. What if you get scared away?" He lay beside Wen Ai, wrapping him in his arms, playfully patting his lower back before swatting his little bottom, laughing. "How dare you take advantage of me and not even admit it? How can you be so bold?" Wen Ai slept soundly, like a little pig, unfazed by the playful swat, mumbling softly as he instinctively nestled closer to Qin Ge, a picture of complete trust. Qin Ge chuckled at his own antics, a formidable ancient demon quarreling with a mere youth, sneaking in playful swats while he slept. It hardly seemed fitting. He touched 2 fingers to Wen Ai's forehead, golden light merging with his mind, altering the memories of the night, erasing any trace of the eerie green light, leaving only the innocent firefly. With a sigh, Qin Ge flicked his wrist, watching the dimming golden glow fade away. His demonic powers were perpetually suppressed, yet being a creature of the night allowed him some clarity as his strength surged after dusk. Despite his efforts to absorb the essence of the world around him, it eluded his core, merely lingering on the surface, dissipating with every minor spell he cast. By dawn, he would return to his dazed state. As Qin Ge held Wen Ai, gazing out at the luminous moon, he sank into contemplation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wu Xiaoguang and Father Zhu lay soundly asleep in the same bed. A large bulge in Wu Xiaoguang's shirt suddenly stirred, and a blood-red spider scuttled out from his collar, darting through the door into another room. The spider encased in Wu Xiaoguang's amber had lost its earlier vibrancy, its color now muted. When Ai mused that Wu Jingqi's reluctance to retaliate was likely due to brewing some nefarious scheme, and this thought brought him a headache. That day, under the blazing sun, when Ai delivered meals, passing by Wang's rice field where Wang Erju greeted him, bringing food for Dilly again? When Ai nodded in response, he paused on the embankment, chatting with Wang Erju, who wore a constant smile, seemingly harboring some joyful secret. When Ding Yitong approached with a thermos to find Wang Erju, when Ai felt as though a sheer veil had been lifted, revealing the truth. The air around Wang Erju was infused with a fragrance of romance, having transformed from a boorish man into a refined young gentleman under Ding Yitong's influence. Tian. What's wrong? Qin Ge asked, taking a generous bite of rice, his mouth full. You look at me with such strange eyes. When Ai replied sympathetically as he sat in Qin Ji's embrace, thinking, the fool doesn't he even realize his beloved has been taken by Wang Erju. Qin Ge looked perplexed, huh? When Ai wiped the rice grains from the corner of his mouth, tell me, if your beloved were taken from you, what would you do? Not allowed. Qin Ge immediately set down his bowl and chopsticks, tightening his embrace. No one is allowed to take her. Whoever dares will face my wrath. When Ai blinked in surprise, Why are you hugging me while declaring your stance? I'm not your beloved. You are. Chin-go insisted, nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Grinning foolishly, you are my beloved, my little wife, hee. After a morning of labor, Chin-go was drenched in sweat, the scent of his masculinity wafting around them. Wen Ai, under the influence of his embraces, felt himself melting, even finding Chin-go's silly laughter somewhat charming. Imbued with a hint of allure, Wen Ai thought he must be losing his composure. Had the organ on his neck malfunctioned? Chin-go, now addicted to the closeness, abandoned his meal, simply holding Wen Ai and nuzzling against him, cheerfully murmuring, wife, mine, hee, my little wife.
Stop that.
Wen Ai raised his elbow to press against his neck, preventing any further nuzzling. Zhu Dali, listen closely. I am not your beloved, nor will I ever be. Chin-go strained to reach him, unable to, and instead began to rub against Wen Ai's arm. Chin-go covered his ears and shook his head vigorously. I can't hear. I can't hear. Quit being so stubborn, Wen Ai replied. If you can learn to raise loaches, surely you can understand these few words? Seeing he could not evade the conversation, Chin-go pouted, tears welling in his eyes. Why? I like you so much. Why won't you be my wife? He began to sob, and Wen Ai, wiping his tears with a tissue, inadvertently smeared a ring of white rice around his eyes, creating a comical sight. Unable to resist, Wen Ai chuckled, which only deepened Chin-go's sorrow. You laugh at me. Even when I'm crying, you laugh. Woo-woo. You think I'm foolish, don't you? A towering figure of a man, Chin-go, sat on a stone, weeping, cradling the smaller Wen Ai in his arms. Villagers passing by quickly covered their mouths, retreating to burst into laughter when out of sight. Wen Ai grabbed a fresh tissue, wiping away Chin-go's tears while laughing incredulously. I never thought you were foolish. If that were the case, why wouldn't you be my wife? Chin-go interrupted, his voice breaking with emotion. You think I'm foolish, I know it. Everyone says I am. Wen Ai, hearing the strain in his voice, felt a pang of compassion. All right. Let us not shout. Let us talk calmly. Who called you foolish?
Why didn't you tell me?
Hearing Wen Ai's soothing words, Chin-go's grievances surfaced. No one scolded me, but I overheard them talking. Wen Ai was truly touched by his pitiable demeanor. Embracing the aggrieved bear, he consoled him, saying, They mean no harm. Do not overthink it. No one despises you. And neither do I. Chin-go rested his chin on Wen Ai's shoulder, sobbing intermittently. Then will you be my wife? Wen Ai paused. You must clarify. Chin-go shook him gently, exclaiming, I am quite capable. I can tend to agricultural tasks, wash clothes, and assist you in pest control. Chin-go enumerated dozens of skills in one breath, then cautiously gazed at him. I am a good person, albeit a bit foolish. Can you truly like me? Wen Ai held his sincere and clear eyes for a long moment, and with a sigh, nestled into his embrace.
Yes.
Chapter 62. The Foolish Giant. As Wen Ai concluded his words, a pang of regret washed over him, for Chin-go, in a frenzy of joy, seized his face and showered him with fervent kisses. An abundance of kisses cascaded from his cheeks down to his neck, and as if that were not enough, the fool, with unrestrained vigor, tugged at his collar, nipping at his collarbone with fervor, nearly breaking the skin. This was merely a verbal agreement. Should they truly become entwined in the future, one could only imagine how completely this great fool would engulf him. Under the blazing sun, Chin-go embraced Wen Ai, becoming increasingly reckless in his affections, teetering on the brink of a wild tryst. Wen Ai summoned all his strength and finally managed to push him away. Breathless and overwhelmed, Chin-go's eyes sparkled brightly, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, utterly captivated by Wen Ai. How revolting! You're drenched me in saliva, Wen Ai exclaimed, wiping his face and neck with a tissue. Chin-go, with a silly grin, scratched the back of his head and snatched the tissue from Wen Ai's hand.
Let me help you with that.
Typically fierce and robust, Chin-go now handled Wen Ai with surprising gentleness, meticulously cleaning him up. Just as Wen Ai began to feel refreshed, a wet kiss landed on his ear, prompting him to place a palm against Chin-go's chin. Can you not settle down for a moment? Chin-go pouted, seeking another kiss. I just want to kiss my wife. How wonderfully simple, yet profound a desire. Wen Ai feigned annoyance, If you keep this up, I might reconsider. Let us eat quickly, Wen Ai urged. Obediently, Chingo grabbed a bowl and began to eat heartily. Yet, remembering how Chingo had wept so pitifully, his gaze so fervent, cautious, and anxious, Wen Ai found it impossible to deny him, kicking a pebble by the roadside. Wen Ai resigned himself to their relationship. After all, the heroine had already succumbed to Wang Erju's embrace. Bad characters were destined for a fate of misfortune. 3 days later, the system learned of this unfortunate news. Its patience with Wen Ai's repeated missteps had worn thin. With a sigh, it lamented, "I merely played a few rounds of games, and yet the mission has failed." Wen Ai retorted, "Was that just a few rounds? How many days have you been absent? If you had kept a closer watch on me, perhaps things would have turned out differently." The system, with a heavy heart, lamented, "You ungrateful creature. You no longer love me and have learned to cast blame. I shall love you in the next world," Wen Ai replied. "Do not say I did not warn you." The system grew serious. "If you abandon the mission, the consequences will not merely involve losing your memory." Wen Ai pouted. "Losing memory is anything but easy. It's quite sorrowful at times." As the weather grew increasingly hot and mosquitoes proliferated, Wen Ai hesitated to relax in the yard, for beneath the loquat tree, they swarmed like a plague, and standing there for even a moment would result in a multitude of bites. In the afternoon, the persistent chirping of cicadas filled the air, monotonous and drowsy. Yawning, Wen Ai prepared for a nap, making his way to the wooden corridor on the second floor, where Mother Zhu leaned against the railing, braiding Sister Zhu San's hair. Sister Zhu San gazed vacantly at the distant green hills and fertile fields, her expression unchanging even as her hair was styled. Wen Ai approached to greet them, and after a long pause, Sister Zhu San slowly turned her head and smiled. "Mother," Wen Ai said, sensing something amiss. Why was Sister Zhu San so much less lively than before? Mother Zhu remarked, "This is better. It saves me from chasing after her. I'm getting old and can't run anymore." "But sudden changes are not necessarily good," Wen Ai replied. "Don't talk nonsense." Mother Zhu playfully swatted him with a comb. "It's too hot. I can hardly move, and your sister has developed heat rashes lately, so she must be uncomfortable." "Heat rashes? How severe?" "A large patch on her back," Mother Zhu said, deftly arranging Sister Zhu San's hair and applying watermelon rind to soothe her skin. "It's improving." "Oh," Wen Ai pondered. "I'll send Ali to the store to buy some powder for the rashes." Mother Zhu nodded. "That works. I've been waiting for you." Chinga looked at him with a mournful expression. "You promised we would sleep together." Wen Ai pulled his arm from the cool mat to inspect it. "Why hasn't Mark appeared after waiting so long?" Chinga quickly concealed his hand behind his back, stammering and unable to explain. Wen Ai pinched his face,
Pulling it from side to side.
"Were you just eavesdropping behind the door? Trying to trick me?" Sweet Chinji's voice faltered as his mouth was stretched into a long line. "I'll let you off this time." Wen Ai climbed onto the bed, lying on the inner side, deciding that since he had overheard, he would buy the rash powder for Sister Zhu San after he woke up. "Okay." Chinga nodded vigorously, inching closer to him, but Wen Ai quickly stopped him. "If you don't want to sleep on the floor, behave yourself. It's sweltering. Do you really want to cuddle?" Wen Ai turned away. "If you wish to embrace, do so. But after this, we're done." Chinga withdrew his hands and feet, staring at Wen Ai's round head, obediently falling asleep. Without air conditioning in the room, the temperature soared to 37 degrees Celsius. And Wen Ai awoke each afternoon drenched in sweat. Yet today was different. Upon waking, he felt as though he had been tossed into a steamer, enveloped in warm, humid air. Wen Ai blushed furiously, pushing Qin Ji's waist with all his strength. "Get off." Qin Go remained unmoved, lowering his head to meet Wen Ai's gaze, his eyes brimming with intense desire. Sweet Wen Ai, both flustered and irritated, exclaimed, "Stop rubbing against me. Have you no sense of shame?" "Why can't I?" Qin Go replied, confusion flashing across his face. "I'm uncomfortable. This makes me feel better." "Oh, you shameless creature." Wen Ai felt the pressure in his abdomen intensifying, his heart racing wildly. What could possibly be wrong? The discomfort lingered from dreams to reality. Qin Go, distressed, buried his head in Wen Ai's shoulder. his heated breath threatening to scorch Wen Ai's skin. "Help me, sweet. Please help me. How else can I assist you?"
Wen Ai, red-faced, protested.
"I've already let you rub against me. What more do you want?" "I don't know," Chinga murmured, feeling constricted by his underwear. He sat up and removed it, tossing his red briefs to the foot of the bed. Wen Ai, lying back, unexpectedly encountered a certain part of Chinga's anatomy. Swiftly closing his eyes and turning his head away, his eyelashes trembling, Chinga glanced at himself, then back at the bashful Wen Ai, foolishly leaning in to ask, "Are you scared?" "Don't be, it's not a bug. It doesn't bite." Wen Ai spat out, "Why do you think I need your reassurance? I have my own." Chinga pressed closer, his tongue playfully exploring. "So comfortable, your body feels so good." Wen Ai took a deep breath, resolving that since he had agreed to be Chinga's wife, allowing him to sample a taste was not entirely out of the question. Driven by instinct, Chinga explored and tasted, finding Wen Ai's clothing to be an impediment, so he stripped it away. Wen Ai felt Chinga grasp his hips, twisting him around, his soft cheeks creating a deep crease as Chinga instinctively ground against him, employing a method he had seemingly mastered. After what felt like an eternity, Wen Ai felt warmth spreading across his lower back as Chinga finally released. Wen Ai, bare, leaped from the bed and began tidying up. Chinga pursued him closely, seeking every opportunity to cling to him, wrapping his arms around his waist. Wen Ai sighed, "Are you a clingy creature?" Chinga replied, "Are you a rubbing creature?"
Oh.
Wen Ai turned and tapped his forehead. "You're nothing but an aphrodisiac, nothing more." That night, Wen Ai found it impossible to sleep due to the heat, while Chinga scratched at the bamboo shade. "Shall I give you a massage?" Wen Ai was not easily swayed.
Is it a massage or merely fondling me?
Chinga mumbled both. Wen Ai lifted a leg and propped it against the wall.
No touching.
"I learned it from the television. It feels wonderful." Chinga hastened his scratching of the shade. "Let me take care of you, my wife." Wen Ai let out a chuckle, playfully admonishing, "You ought to serve less and sleep more." Chinga, unwavering in his persistence, continued to scratch at the bamboo curtain, pleading with an air of pitiful desperation for Wen Ai to attend to him. His antics elicited peals of laughter from Wen Ai, who, in a moment of benevolence, finally lifted the curtain, declaring, "Only for 10 minutes." Chinga's hands were large and robust, his palms roughened by life, as he began to massage earnestly. The sensation was so pleasurable that Wen Ai, with eyes closed, found himself sighing contentedly, unwittingly missing the green light that flickered to life in the room. "Don't slack off," Wen Ai urged, feeling the pressure on his back falter. 10 minutes isn't up yet. You asked for this, so you must endure. Once more, Chinga resumed his ministrations, traversing from the nape of Wen Ai's neck to his lower back, applying just the right amount of pressure. Before long, Wen Ai sensed Chinga poking him playfully. "Behave yourself, no touching the backside," he cautioned, only to realize the absurdity of his words. Chinga's hands were indeed on his waist. What, then, was prodding him from behind? Startled, Wen Ai rolled over to find Chinga's trousers bulging conspicuously, a mixture of exasperation and amusement washing over him. "You truly are a little lecher, aren't you?" Regret washed over Wen Ai for having softened his heart and permitted Chinga to venture beneath the curtain. Clearly, it had led to this predicament. This foolish boy was oblivious in every regard but when it came to his own advantage. Tonight, he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in Chinga's antics yet again. As Wen Ai was lost in thought, Chinga, in silence, lay down on the bed, forcibly suppressing a certain part of himself. Wen Ai was taken aback, wondering, why is he so compliant today? Chinga, sensing Wen Ai's scrutiny, quickly sat up, tugging at his trousers and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to his own member. "This is all your fault for making me uncomfortable." What had once been a proud display was now rendered utterly deflated. Wen Ai stared in disbelief as Chinga collapsed onto the bed, clutching himself and vociferously exclaiming his pain. "You really are quite foolish." Wen Ai laughed, unable to contain himself. "How can you endure such treatment there?" Chinga, having overexerted himself for the sake of dramatic effect, now felt as though he had been dealt a grievous blow. Wen Ai, still chuckling, lay on the cool mat, pounding the bed and pillow in mirth. After a prolonged bout of laughter, he finally sat up, concern overtaking him. "Move your hand. Let me see if you're hurt." With tears brimming in his eyes, Chinga queried, "What happens if I am hurt?" A smile crept across Wen Ai's face once more. "If you're injured, then you can hold me while you sleep from now on." Chinga clenched his teeth, musing, "You little rascal, are you hoping for your man to be rendered impotent? I shall have to discipline you properly from now on." Chapter 67 The Gentle Giant. Conclusion. In a metropolis bustling with millions, locating a specific individual poses a formidable challenge. The computer continued its relentless search, utilizing the network of surveillance cameras dispersed throughout the city to track down Sister Zhu's whereabouts. Chinga minimized the search interface and opened a webpage to browse the latest real estate listings, inviting Wen Ai to join him. Wen Ai was perplexed. They had previously agreed to embrace a pastoral lifestyle in Pushuan village. During the harvest season, Chinga would toil with a hoe, and in the lull of farming, he would relax, perhaps even venture into the mountains for a picnic, returning to stargaze from the wooden corridor. How carefree, how unrestrained.
Yet now,
He was contemplating purchasing property in the city. The real estate market in city as promised significant appreciation, and acquiring a few properties could indeed be a prudent investment. Chinga clicked on a large image of a seaside villa, noting that with a lifetime so long, one could tire of the verdant hills and fields, and they might as well vacation here, or perhaps even travel abroad for a change of scenery. When Ai cupped Chinji's face and playfully planted a kiss on his forehead, "Your head is quite useful. Did you leave a mark?" Chinga inquired, running his hand over his forehead.
nope.
"Are you afraid others will see?" When Ai teased, "I fear they won't see at all." Chinga leaned in closer, inviting more kisses. When they arrived at the restaurant, the red mark on Chinji's forehead was distinctly visible, leading onlookers to initially believe he bore a vermilion mole, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was a playful mark of affection, prompting them to hastily retreat with their hands full of snacks. After satisfying their appetites, Chinga took Wen Ai to the shopping mall. After a thorough exploration, Wen Ai transformed from a charming Miao youth into a refined young gentleman, while Chinga selected several casual outfits to replace his inexpensive t-shirt. As they exited the mall, their attire suggested they were ready to drive a Bentley, Jaguar, or Ferrari. Yet they hailed a taxi instead. In the elevator, when Ai was still bubbling with excitement, clinging to Chinga with glee, "The thrill of spending money is exhilarating." Chinga swept him up in his arms and tossed him onto the bed. "There's something even more exhilarating." As Chinga approached, loosening his belt, when Ai, unaware, beckoned him from over his shoulder. "Come here. I found Sister Zhu. Let me see." Chinga positioned himself, closing the final gap between them, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. "Just now, you again." When Ai murmured, leaning over the desk, his head occasionally bumping against the monitor displaying a somewhat blurry photograph. The woman in the picture bore a striking resemblance to Sister Zhu, her attire emblazoned with the name of a spa. With both hands braced on the desk, Chinga thrust steadily, his voice steady and devoid of any unusual tone. "This establishment is not far. We shall visit shortly." The spa was sizable, yet catered to a mid-range clientele, suggesting modest wages for the technicians. Chinga and Wen Ai were led into a private room, where they scanned a QR code, revealing profiles and photos of the available technicians on their phones. "This one," Wen Ai pointed, selecting number 21. Chinga reclined on the bed, informing the attendant, "I won't require services. I'm merely here to keep him company." Since payment was already settled, the attendant offered them tea and a fruit platter before departing. When Ai felt both exhilarated and anxious, fidgeting restlessly. "Baby, come over here," Chinga beckoned, patting the bed. When Ai shifted closer, resting his head on Chinji's abdomen. "Do I seem nervous?" Chinga ruffled his hair reassuringly. "Relax. Otherwise, when you see Sister Zhu, you might leap to the ceiling." When Ai giggled, his tension dissipating, Sister Zhu entered, carrying foot massage supplies, and immediately spotted Wen Ai perched by the bed. 8 years had passed since she left home, when her younger brother was merely 10, his small stature reaching her waist. Now, after a long absence, she struggled to recognize him. If she mistook him for someone else, it could jeopardize her job. Following the customary introductions, Sister Zhu's gaze frequently strayed to Wen Ai, and the more she observed, the more familiar he appeared. However, it was only when Wen Ai called out Sister that her eyes filled with tears of joy. With Sister Zhu and her niece present, Wen Ai and Qin Ge had no choice but to take a plane, followed by a long-distance bus, and finally endure a 2-hour bumpy ride on a public bus to reach home. Upon stepping into the yard after 8 years, Zhu Mu gasped in disbelief, quickly covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. This afternoon was destined to be anything but tranquil. The family embraced one another, weeping uncontrollably, alarming the neighbors who thought they faced a calamity. After the emotional outpour, Zhu Mu regained her composure. Grasping Qin Ji's arm and repeatedly expressing her gratitude, Elda said you are helping her open a foot massage parlor. It must require a substantial investment. How can we accept such generosity? Please, it's not as serious as you think, Qin Ge clarified. Sister Zhu possesses skill. I am merely investing for mutual benefit. Zhu Fu was equally moved by Qin Ji's kindness. Xiao Qin, you've assisted us immensely. Your aunt and I are unsure how to repay you. As a farmer, I may not possess much, but if you ever need anything, just ask, and I will do my utmost to help. Please, there is no need for such formality. We are family, Qin Ge stated, boldly taking Wen Ai's hand and stepping closer to Zhu Fu and Zhu Mu. Uncle, aunt, I've given this much thought. I am willing to become a son-in-law of the Zhu family. Please grant me the hand of Zhi. Zhu Fu, Zhu Mu, Sister Zhu, and the third sister were all left in shock. Qin Ge wrapped his arm around Wen Ai's shoulders. I promise to care for him, ensuring he never faces hardship. From now on, the affairs of the Zhu family will be my responsibility, and I will honor both of you alongside Zhi. Xiao Qin, don't be mistaken. Zhu Mu hesitantly pointed at Wen Ai. This is my son, a boy. Not mistaken, Qin Ge replied with a smile, looking at Wen Ai with unwavering conviction. It is indeed him. A long silence enveloped the yard. Wait here, Zhu Fu said, pulling Zhu Mu into the house for a lengthy discussion. When they finally emerged, their expressions bore relief. So be it. Your wishes shall be honored. Really? Wen Ai exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight, nearly leaping into Zhu Fu's arms with joy. You are so open-minded. Such progressive thinking. Trendy. Classy. Zhu Fu sighed. Given your lack of ambition and disinterest in farming, it seems unlikely any girl would wish to marry you and endure hardship. Since Xiao Qin cares for you, it is best to marry you off sooner rather than later. Wen Ai retorted, as if I would be destined for a life of solitude without him. Zhu Mu pulled Wen Ai away from Zhu Fu, pushing him into Qin Ji's embrace. Xiao Qin, be patient with him. Do not spoil him too much. If necessary, discipline him. Qin Ge chuckled, holding Wen Ai close. I could never bear to. Zhu Fu and Zhu Mu's swift agreement left Wen Ai feeling as though he were still dreaming, the reality almost surreal. Yet, Qin Ge had anticipated this. With the Zhu family's 4 children, the eldest daughter had been gone for 8 years, the second daughter had passed away young, and the third daughter had faced numerous tribulations. Each event had drained the strength of Zhu Fu and Zhu Mu, so for their cherished youngest son, their only wish was for his happiness and safety. Baby, Qin Ge called from the wooden corridor, go wash your face. I'm taking you somewhere. Wen Ai kicked at the air in the direction of the black dog. No more chasing you. You run too fast. After washing his face, Wen Ai dashed up the wooden stairs, colliding into Qin Ge's embrace, eyes closed. Let us go. I'm ready. Quite the eager one, Qin Ge teased, pinching his cheek, channeling his energy, and in an instant, they found themselves deep in the forest, where Wen Ai opened his eyes in astonishment. This is where I found you. The place where I cultivate is quite near. Qin Ge led him onward, the trees growing denser, allowing little sunlight to penetrate. I am but a child, Wen Ai said, a playful smile gracing his lips as he hopped up and planted a kiss on Qin Ji's cheek, melting his heart with sweetness. Very well, little one. Qin Ge conjured a hat above Wen Ai's head, the red velvet accentuating his face, making it appear whiter than snow. Little Red Riding Hood. Are you not afraid I might eat you? Wen Ai gazed upwards, curiously exploring the shape of the hat, then adjusted it to his satisfaction, cheerfully declaring, So, you are Mr. Wolf? A wolf with a title. Qin Ji's smile broadened, amused by this delightful child. He deepened his voice. I am the great black wolf, who feasts upon little Red Riding Hoods. Wen Ai removed the hat and playfully placed it atop Qin Ji's head, teasing, Qin Little Red Riding Hood. You should fend for yourself. Qin Go, thinking Wen Ai was frightened, reassured him. Fear not, for those who can cultivate into demons are rare gems. I have cleared this mountaintop. Other demons dare not tread here. Wen Ai responded with a long O, realizing, so, you are a demon king left alone. Qin Go raised an eyebrow and released Wen Ai's arm, and in a flash of dazzling golden light, he vanished, replaced by a majestic black wolf. Wen Ai approached and prodded cautiously, exclaiming, You are as tall as my collarbone. Are you truly a wolf? You resemble a small pony. Before he could finish, the black wolf pounced on him, pinning him in a pile of soft, dry leaves. The wolf's powerful paws pressed against his chest, its rough tongue licking his cheek. Then his neck. No more, no more. Wen Ai's face flushed crimson, his trousers slipping to his ankles. I shall never call you a lone commander again. The black wolf continued to nuzzle against him, revealing an unspeakable appendage from its thick fur. Wen Ai froze momentarily, then mustered all his strength to push it away. You mustn't. That would hurt terribly. Go away. The wolf growled low, licking between Wen Ai's legs with fervor, cautiously picking him up and tossing him onto its back, racing through the forest, leaving only a black shadow in its wake. Wen Ai barely had time to experience what it felt like to ride a great wolf before a gust of wind hurled him into the water. Breaking the surface, he found himself in a clear pond, surrounded by a serene silence. As the water splashed around him, in a moment of deep emotion, Qin Go unleashed all his demonic power, shattering the seals within Wen Ai's mind, revealing long-buried memories, now laid bare before both of them. Familiar faces emerged vividly, Su Chongzhou, Zhuo Yiqing Yu Xiao, and finally, Qin Ji's pale visage. In the wild mountains, Wen Ai sought help from the system. Get me a bucket? Why has Qin Ge suddenly fainted? Is there a remedy? The system, seemingly still in shock, replied, he actually. Wen Ai, anxious, pressed, what do you mean by actually? Don't keep me in suspense at a time like this. Actually, the system is overjoyed. It has expanded my memory. How remarkable, my male lead. No more lags. No more delays. We stride toward the pinnacle of rankings. Must you speak while gasping for breath? And who cares about your memory? Wen Ai wished to toss the system far away, pondering Qin Ji's condition. The system's voice sounded gleeful. It's fine. He has exhausted his demonic energy and needs more sleep. After 2 hours, Qin Ji's pallid complexion regained some color. He opened his eyes to see the intricate patterns in Wen Ai's palm. The sunlight was bright now. Wen Ai held his hand above Qin Ji's eyes, advising, take your time to adjust. Qin Ge silently smiled, reaching for Wen Ai's other hand, inscribing a 3 in his palm. Baby.
A kiss.
A kiss, he echoed. Qin Ge detected a hint of tears in Wen Ai's voice, sat up, and pulled the silently weeping Wen Ai into his embrace, gently patting his back, offering tender comfort. Wen Ai cried harder, tears streaming down his face, his curled body trembling. He had forgotten such beautiful memories. Memories of someone who loved him dearly. Yes, one person. Though their appearances differed, names varied, and personalities diverged, the essence of their connection remained unchanged. The natural comfort, the effortless understanding, the profound attachment, all of which could only be given by one. Wen Ai wept not from sorrow but from a need to release the pent-up frustration of forgotten memories, the guilt and longing for his beloved. Qin Ge remained silent, simply accompanying him, until after a long while, he finally spoke. Baby, you've been crying too long. Your head will ache. Wen Ai's eyes were swollen, resembling 2 walnuts. As he squinted up at him, you have it easy. What should I call you? Qin Ge began to massage around his eyes, smiling. You can call me whatever you like, whichever name pleases you most. Isn't it all you? Wen Ai pondered, how about I call you Chongzhou? Qin Ji's fingers pressed firmly at the corner of Wen Ai's eye, prompting a yelp. Look, look. You let me choose, and then you get jealous. Wen Ai swatted his hand away. Shall I call you Qin Ge then? Qin Ge frowned, clearly dissatisfied with that. Wen Ai, seeing his expression, chuckled. "Oh, how you dither." Chingo raised an eyebrow and kissed him gently, saying, "Call me husband." Wen Ai's spirit soared, responding defiantly, "I refuse." Chingo, unfazed, replied calmly, "You've called me that before in bed." The system, in high spirits, spoke with a lifted tone. After expanding its memory, nothing could impede its dominance in the game, nearly driving it to madness with joy. Such a substantial benefit was bestowed by the male lead, and the system, in its loyalty, kept the matter of Wen Ai's memory restoration a secret. Having been a demon for millennia, Chingo believed that all the task worlds were illusions crafted by the best. As Wen Ai nibbled on corn, he gazed up at the vast starry sky. "Are we in an illusion now?"
Indeed.
"Our true bodies must be asleep in the real world," Chingo affirmed, lighting a mosquito coil and placing it by Wen Ai's feet. "It is impossible to determine Best's intentions now. My demonic energy is insufficient. I can only help you break the memory seals. Perhaps in a world of greater power, you may be able to resist her and shatter the illusion. More powerful? Like cultivating immortality?" Wen Ai finished his corn and burped, while Chingo took the battered corn cob and deftly tossed it into the trash can 3 meters away with a thud, startling the hidden creatures in the corners. Wen Ai, having gazed at the stars for too long, began to feel drowsy. Rubbing his eyes before leaning against Chin-Ji's embrace, "What do you think we would be like in the real world?" Chin-Go held him close. Savoring the cool summer breeze, replied with clarity and joy, "We would be two people in love." Wen Ai rested his head on his shoulder, laughing. Chin-Go chuckled too. "Whether in reality or illusion, we shall always be together." The author wishes to convey, there are still 2 worlds remaining. I cannot comprehend what is so harmonious about mutual love. Chapter 68. The Little Benefactor. As Chin-Go lifted the seal on Wen Ai to restore his memories, he inscribed a protective charm that would enable him to resist the forces of the rules, ensuring his memories would no longer be erased. However, the prohibition against revealing mission information remained intact. Nevertheless, Wen Ai felt profoundly satisfied. After a century of affection with Chin-Go, he traversed this new world without a hint of sorrow, buoyed by light-hearted joy and eager anticipation for their next encounter. As Wen Ai's eyes fluttered open, he instinctively placed a hand over his heart, feeling a twinge of pain. "Do not move. You still haven't fallen," said Xiangning, who sat by the bedside, gently repositioning Wen Ai's hand. "Is it still painful?" Wen Ai surveyed the opulent room while swiftly assimilating the memories of his body. He then turned to Xiangning, whose face bore signs of fatigue. "It hurts less than before. I apologize for worrying you." "Foolish child, there is no need for such courtesy with your mother," Xiangning replied with a smile, tenderly brushing aside Wen Ai's stray hair. "I asked Su-Ma to make you some congee. Do have a little, won't you?" After consuming a modest bowl of congee, Wen Ai succumbed to slumber once more. In this world, he was to embody a character named Jing Huan. Born into a family of esteemed merchants, where marital bliss and a fulfilling life prevailed. With a robust economic foundation, his parents harbored no excessive expectations for their son, simply wishing for him to live a life of ease and enjoyment, hence naming him Huan. Sadly, fate was unkind. He suffered from congenital heart disease. His body frail and prone to illness. At the tender age of 3, his father passed away unexpectedly, leaving his mother, Xiangning, a formidable woman who had since propelled the family business to remarkable heights, with numerous enterprises flourishing under her guidance, reaching markets worldwide. Despite her relentless pursuit of medical expertise both domestically and internationally, and investing vast sums of money, no significant improvement was achieved, leaving her to focus on nurturing him. When Wen Ai awoke, the pain in his chest had subsided. He filled the bathtub and immersed himself, but midway, the butler knocked on the bathroom door. "Young master," the doctor advised against prolonged baths.
"Please come out. Dinner is ready."
The dining fare befitting a young master of a prestigious family was, of course, exquisite, meticulously selected ingredients prepared by a top-tier chef. Yet, no matter how extravagant, it could not alter the essence of the plain bowl of congee before Wen Ai. It was bland and devoid of seasoning. When Ai sought to procure some pickled vegetables to accompany his meal, only to be met with the butler's unwavering refusal. The nutritionist's menu does not include pickles. If it's not listed, we cannot provide it. The system chimed in. The male lead, Lan Ting, hails from a remote county and was signed by Kaixing Entertainment due to his exceptional looks. Proud and disdainful of the entertainment industry's unspoken rules, he has inadvertently offended many, resulting in his marginalization within the company. After more than 2 years, he remains largely unknown and lives in dire straits. Upon hearing of Lan Ting's tribulations, Wen Ai clenched his tiny fists in indignation. I have wealth. I will support him. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, the system remarked. Continuing with the mission briefing, young Master Jing has taken a liking to Lan Ting and, leveraging his power, forcefully supports him. When pleased, he lavishes resources upon him, but when displeased, he summons him for humiliation and torment. When Ai glanced down at his diminutive frame, unable to contain his interruption. I am to torment him? Do I possess the strength to compel him? The system sighed. Oh, you Navi creature, you are becoming increasingly debased. I did not imply the torment of a physical nature. With your condition, you would likely succumb to a heart attack before you could overpower the male lead. Unwilling to concede that he had been molded into a seasoned player, when Ai retorted, Isn't supporting someone akin to that? You ought to clarify your statements. The system, eager to resume its ranking endeavors, dismissed the argument. Jing Huan resorts to violence to vent his frustrations when in a foul mood. His background is formidable. Lan Ting has no means of escape and must endure the indignities. This narrative lacked a romantic subplot, culminating in Lan Ting receiving the honor of Best Actor. Initially, Wen Ai had no intention of adhering to the storyline as he was loath to mistreat his beloved. However, he revised his stance. The failures of previous worlds could primarily be attributed to deviations from the romantic trajectory, but this time, such concerns were non-existent. If his actions remained aligned with the overarching plot, he might achieve the correct conclusion, potentially earning an 85 score on his mission, enabling him to petition the rules for a chance to enter the realm of cultivation and seize the opportunity to break free from the illusion. With a series of plans firmly established, Wen Ai felt an effulgent optimism. Xiang Ning had secured him a leave from school, allowing him to rest at home. Seated on his bed with a laptop, Wen Ai delved into Lan Ting's biography, each photograph rendering him giddy with admiration. Ah, such a noble nose. Those deep-set eyes. My goodness, how can my boyfriend be so handsome? The system, having endured 4 lifetimes as a dog, was incensed and kicked over the dog food. He has no memories. Whether he likes you is another matter. And those photos are heavily edited. Regardless, he will undoubtedly adore me. Wen Ai asserted with unwavering confidence, perusing Lan Ting's images obsessively, nearly pressing his nose against the screen. Look at that physique. He must be at least 6 feet 3 inches tall. Wen Ai muttered to himself as he located basic information and glanced at the height specification. What did I say? 6 feet 4 inches. The system sneered. Celebrities often inflate their heights. They typically need to drop 4 or 5 centimeters. Wen Ai cradled his face, beaming at Lan Ting's image on the screen. Even if he were only 5 feet 3, I would still love him. The system, exasperated and unable to engage further, retreated into a game out of frustration. Wen Ai sighed. How is it possible he isn't famous? Are those directors and producers blinded by lard? The system replied. He attracted attention from high-ranking officials upon debut, who sought to exploit him. He rejected their advances, leading to both overt and covert suppression, with the resources offered being subpar. Which high-ranking official is so vile? Wen Ai exclaimed, striking the corner of the laptop, causing a sharp pain that brought tears to his eyes. I recall Kaixing Entertainment belongs to my uncle. Once I uncover their identity, I will certainly expel that despicable individual. After catching up on the drama, Wen Ai scoured Lan Ting's Weibo, finding scant posts, primarily retweets of official promotions for his dramas, with few personal glimpses and even fewer selfies. Despite this, Wen Ai diligently reviewed each post, even registering a small account to like and encourage each one. Once satisfied, Wen Ai still craved more and joined Lan Ting's fan forum, losing track of time until the butler summoned him for dinner, realizing he had spent the entire afternoon in his cozy nook. In the forum, Wen Ai discovered a fan group and joined, populated mainly by teenage girls. As school let out, the chatter grew lively. Just released by Fei Sun Entertainment. Look in the lower right corner. The image showcased a second-tier female star, with Lan Ting inadvertently captured in the corner, his shirt lifted for some unknown reason, revealing the contours of his abdominal muscles. Lan Ting fans, a treat has arrived. Those abs are so alluring.
Drool, drool.
Wen Ai, already displeased that his boyfriend's physique was exposed to so many, felt his ire rise further as some openly admired him. He erupted in a flurry of messages, exuding an air of confrontation, as if to declare that everyone present was inferior to him, concluding with a remark about their insufficient homework. Wen Ai lamented, pounding the duvet in frustration. I haven't saved the image yet. Before leaving, Xiang Ning had instructed the butler to ensure Wen Ai remained indoors for a proper recovery. It wasn't until Saturday that Wen Ai finally seized the opportunity to slip out. He hailed a cab and swiftly made his way to Kaixing Entertainment, careful not to disturb his uncle, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone outside. It was his first time engaging in such an endeavor and lacking experience. He foolishly positioned himself at the entrance of the company, only to be shooed away by security like a stray dog. Some fans, also waiting for their idols over the weekend, noticed his charming appearance and kindly led him to a less conspicuous spot, advising him that standing at the main entrance was prohibited and that if he hid a bit, the security might turn a blind eye. This location offered a good vantage point, as he could see the entrance clearly. When Ai realized he had been rather foolish and expressed his gratitude to them. In this day and age, male fans are quite rare, and a cute one like him is even more uncommon. The group engaged him in conversation, curious about which star he was pursuing. Surrounded by a throng of girls, when Ai shyly bit his lip and asked, "So, who are you all waiting for?" The fans chimed in, mentioning various names, but none were the one Wen Ai had in mind. Finally, it was his turn to share, and with a puffed chest, he proudly declared, "I am a fan of Lan Ting." The author wishes to convey that they are no longer inclined to write quick transmigrations. Chapter 69, The Patron, Part 2. When Ai's words fell like a stone into the Dead Sea, creating not even a ripple. The group of female fans exchanged bewildered glances, remaining speechless for a considerable time before ultimately shifting the conversation to other matters. When Ai stepped aside, gazing at the screen of her phone displaying Lan Ting. "No worries, today they may disregard us, but tomorrow they shall find themselves unable to reach us." 2 hours passed, and regardless of whether the fans had caught a glimpse of their idol, they gradually dispersed, leaving Wen Ai steadfastly at her post. Tired of standing, she sat down on the ground, hugging her knees while fiddling with her phone, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. "Little brother." A well-dressed man approached her with a smile that felt somewhat disingenuous, as if concealing ulterior motives. Sensing something amiss, Wen Ai stood up and took a few steps away to maintain her distance. "Quite cautious, aren't we?" The man teased, introducing himself as Wang Zhen, a talent agent from Kaixing Entertainment. "I see potential in you, and would like to know if you have any interest in pursuing a career in acting." When Ai had no desire to tread the same path as Lan Ting, shaking her head firmly. "No, thank you. Don't be so quick to dismiss the opportunity. Consider it further," Wang Zhen insisted, scrutinizing Wen Ai as if evaluating a precious gem. "You possess a striking appearance. A few acting lessons could pave the way for a future where you thrive on your looks." Still, Wen Ai shook her head. "I truly have no interest." Noticing her gaze repeatedly darting towards the company entrance, Wang Zhen deduced her intentions. A fan waiting for her idol. "Who do you admire? Once you join the company, you'll be a junior to your idol, not only able to meet them but also forge a friendship." Wang Zhen, seemingly relentless, continued to pester her until she appeared on the verge of tears. Finally, he relented, handing her a business card. As dawn broke, Lan Ting was roused from sleep by the noise from the ceiling. He fished his phone from under his pillow, noticing a missed call from his agent, likely prompted by his failure to answer, followed by a text requesting his presence at the office that morning. The leftover meal, reheated in the microwave, was dry and hard. Yet Lan Ting consumed every last bit. On his way to the company, his mother called. Zhang Shuxing, simple and straightforward, repeated her usual phrases: "Dress warmly, eat well, don't overexert yourself." Lan Ting acknowledged each piece of advice. Remember, it's not easy out there. Don't send too much money home. Save it for yourself, she urged.
Mom.
Lan Ting interrupted. I'm perfectly fine. He took a deep breath, clenching his fist.
I just need a bit of time.
This topic had been broached multiple times, each instance causing the atmosphere to grow tense. All right, Mom, let me talk to my brother. Lan Yu cleverly snatched the phone, her cheerful tone lightening the mood. Hello, brother. Annyeonghaseyo. Lan Ting chuckled. Watch less Korean drama and read more books. Lan Yu replied, balance is key. Focus more. We're in our final year. Don't get distracted. He admonished. After a brief exchange, once Zhang Shuxing was no longer nearby, Lan Yu whispered, brother, don't take Mom's words to heart. She just worries about your struggles. She truly supports you. She encouraged him, of course. I'm rooting for you. A man of ambition should aim high. So go forth and achieve your dreams. Mom and I are your unwavering supporters. A smile crept across Lan Ting's face as he felt invigorated. I'll gladly accept your encouragement. By the way, have you found a girlfriend yet? Lan Yu teased. You should get married before becoming a superstar. Lan Ting laughed. What does marriage have to do with stardom? It does. Many stars marry in secret. Who knows, you might get a certificate today and win an Oscar tomorrow. Ridiculous. Lan Ting retorted, how did you score 140 in math with such logic? Really no one special? Lan Yu pressed. Is there someone you fancy? You meet so many people, both inside and outside the industry. Surely there are plenty of beauties around? Lan Ting was too preoccupied with his work to ponder such matters.
No.
Oh, well, that's fine. You never know when love might strike. Love at first sight? I told you to watch less Korean drama, he chuckled. I've arrived at the company. I'll call you later. As he approached the entrance, Lan Ting spotted his agent handing a business card to a young boy. He halted to observe closely. The boy, though side-facing, had a delicate jawline and porcelain-like skin that appeared tender and fragile. Wen Ai reluctantly accepted the business card Wang Zhen had thrust at her. Just as she tucked it into her pocket, she caught sight of a tall figure and turned to see that she had indeed been waiting for him. With a kangaroo-like leap, Wen Ai bounded forward. Lan Ting felt as though a whirlwind had swept past him, and suddenly, there was the boy from earlier, strikingly beautiful and radiating an aura of vitality, gazing up at him with wide, glistening eyes. Lan Ting's breath hitched, his heartbeat faltering. When Ai blinked at him, her lips curved in a charming smile. Lan Ting summoned all his acting prowess to maintain composure. Is there something you need? With bright eyes, When Ai eagerly inquired, did you fall in love with me at first sight? Lan Ting's heart raced. What did you say? When Ai tiptoed closer, making it easier for him to see her clearly. What about now? Do you feel enamored? Can you see a familiar soul through my eyes? Lan Ting felt as though he was the one enchanted by too many Korean dramas, nearly uttering an affirmation. Hey? Wang Zhen approached. Lan Ting, do you two know each other? Wang Ge, Lan Ting greeted him, glancing at Wen Ai and shaking his head. Not really. A fan? Wang Zhen asked Wen Ai. So, you're here just for him? Lan Ting couldn't help but chuckle. How old are you? Wen Ai asserted confidently. I'm 16. Second year of high school? Wang Zhen interjected. You look more like a middle schooler. Wang Zhen added, if you want to debut, it's possible. Look closely. Wen Ai pointed at herself, undeterred. You really don't feel anything? Lan Ting regarded her earnest expression, feeling a flutter in his heart. You. Wen Ai's eyes sparkled with hope. Do you want my autograph? Her sudden outburst of frustration was palpable as she exclaimed, Who wants your autograph? I want you. Just you wait. With that powerful declaration, she stormed off in a huff. The system chimed in. Well, he is no longer the male lead who fell madly in love with you at first sight. You two are done. When Ai sat up in bed, scoffing, if soft words won't work, I'll resort to more assertive measures. She retrieved Wang Zhen's business card from her pocket, glanced at it a few times, then tore it in half, promptly dialing her uncle, Xiang Shu. Meanwhile, Lan Ting found himself lost in thought, inadvertently recalling the delicate boy he had encountered days prior, tender as tofu, yet brimming with confidence, his lips pursing as he spoke. He shook his head and refocused on the script before him. This was his first film project and, to date, the best opportunity he had received. Regardless of the reasons behind the company's sudden change in attitude, he knew he must seize this chance. At that moment, Wang Zhen sent him a text. Don't anger the patron. Countless others would beg for this opportunity.
Damn.
With a fierce motion, Lan Ting hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He was an artist, not a mere plaything. He would not trade his dignity for the sake of his craft. The entire suite was suffused with an intoxicating, ambrosial fragrance. Lan Ting dismantled the floor lamp in the living room, grasping the iron rod he had removed, and slowly approached the bedroom, prying open the slightly ajar door with the makeshift weapon. Upon recognizing the figure seated on the bed, the tumultuous anger and agitation that had once roiled within him dissipated instantly, akin to a balloon deflating with a puncture. A flicker of amusement even danced at the corners of his lips. Wen Ai straightened her back, lifting her chin defiantly towards Lan Ting, proclaiming with an air of arrogance, "From now on, I am your benefactor. You are under my patronage." The author wishes to convey, I will be traveling, and there may be no updates on the 28th and 29th. I apologize in advance. Chapter 70. The Little Benefactor. The soft, warm light of the bedroom enveloped Wen Ai as she sat cross-legged in the center of the large bed, clutching a square pillow. The scene was both homely and cozy, causing Lan Ting to almost forget that they were in a hotel. He tossed aside the iron rod and approached, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. Observing Wen Ai with a leisurely demeanor. "Child, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I am not a child," Wen Ai retorted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. She rummaged beneath her, producing a document and presenting it to him.
See?
It's clearly stated in black and white. You cannot deny it. The paper was crumpled, and Lan Ting glanced at the title at the top, bursting into laughter. A sponsorship agreement? Indeed. Wen Ai replied, a triumphant glint in her eye. She pointed to the various clauses, stating, I am Party A and you are Party B. During the duration of this relationship, Party B cannot establish romantic connections with others, nor engage in intimate contact. It is required to report schedules immediately and fulfill Party A's demands at all times. Her meticulous detailing made the agreement seem quite genuine, and Lan Ting chuckled as he followed along, finally tapping the signature line. This signature belongs to Wang Zhen. You are sponsoring him. Go seek him for your obligations. He is your agent, after all. Wen Ai pondered for a moment, then lifted herself slightly to retrieve a pen, forcefully placing it in Lan Ting's hand, guiding him to sign the document. The two characters he scrawled were so crooked that one would hardly recognize them as his name. Lan Ting allowed her to manipulate his hand without resistance. Once she finished her hasty scribble, he seized her thigh, lifting her slightly. What are you doing? She exclaimed, using the pillow to shove him away, retreating a bit, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Let's see what else you might be hiding beneath you, Lan Ting teased, grinning. A 4-paper, a neutral pen. Why do you stash everything there? Wen Ai stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Initially, she had waited alone in the room, and upon hearing the door's commotion outside, she felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, leading her to hide the items beneath her. Seeing her flushed face, Lan Ting felt an irresistible urge, as if tickled by a dog bane. He snatched the agreement from her, glancing at Party A's signature. Jinghuan? What's the matter? Wen Ai responded. Lan Ting leaned in closer, hands bracing on either side of her, slowly drawing nearer. Speak. What do you wish to do? Wen Ai gazed into his increasingly handsome face, bewildered.
What?
A playful smile crept across Lan Ting's lips, his voice low and inviting. Aren't you the one who wanted to fulfill your needs? You summoned me to the hotel. What are your intentions? Their faces were nearly touching when Wen Ai finally grasped the meaning behind his words, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, she boldly declared, I want to sleep with you. Go take a shower. Lan Ting leaned his head against her shoulder, laughing heartily for a long while. Once his amusement subsided, he stood and headed toward the bathroom. All right, wait for me a moment. He emerged from the bathroom donned in a bathrobe, the loosely tied belt revealing his toned calves as he walked, exuding an undeniable allure. Wen Ai tightened her grip on the pillow, feigning calmness as she commanded, Draw the curtains. The mattress quivered slightly, sending her heart racing. Lan Ting moved closer, wrapping his arms around her, kissing her while deftly removing her clothes. Just as their passionate entanglement intensified, the vivid scene abruptly faded away. Wen Ai jolted awake, staring at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling, momentarily dazed. "Awake?" came Lan Ting's voice from beside her. She turned her head to find him leaning against the headboard, a knowing smile on his face. "Weren't you the one who wanted to sleep with me? After my shower, you fell asleep first." Wen Ai sat there in a daze, a tuft of hair sticking out atop her head, lending her a rather endearing appearance. Lan Ting playfully tugged at that tuft, asking, "What were you dreaming about?" "You kept murmuring. Mind your business." Wen Ai retorted, feeling embarrassed by her dream and annoyed. She swatted his hand away and sat up with the blanket wrapped around her. "Why didn't you wake me?" "How could I not wake you?" Lan Ting raised an eyebrow. "I called out, shook you, almost threw you into the bathtub." In truth, he hadn't been entirely honest. Seeing how peacefully Wen Ai slept, her rosy cheeks nestled into the pillow, he feared waking her. Instead, he carefully moved her into the bed, remaining vigilantly by her side to ensure her safety. Wen Ai had slept for 2 hours, and as the clock approached 7:30, they ordered room service. Lan Ting finished his meal quickly while Wen Ai was still nibbling on chicken wings, having already changed into his clothes. "What are you doing?" she asked, her demeanor akin to a vigilant creature. "You can't leave. Stay with me tonight." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Or else you'll owe me a penalty. 3 times the amount." "Not leaving," Lan Ting responded, wiping the grease from her lips with a gentle smile. "I'm going to buy a set of lubricants." Wen Ai nearly choked on a chicken bone, coughing vigorously as her face flushed crimson. "Can't we just look here?" she asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a pitiful expression on her face. "You signed the agreement. You must obey me." Lan Ting pulled out a chair and sat beside her, donning gloves as he began peeling shrimp for her. "Have you informed your family about staying out overnight?" Wen Ai's voice wavered. "My uncle knows." Lan Ting detected the inconsistency and, while feeding her, inquired, "What about your parents? Are you living with your uncle? How could you have the energy to run around when you're sick?" Lan Ting assumed Wen Ai was fabricating excuses to avoid school, scolding her gently. "You should focus on your studies instead of pretending to be ill to skip class."
I didn't pretend.
Wen Ai insisted, seizing his hand to remove the oil-smeared gloves, pressing it against her heart. "I was quite ill a few days ago and took a long leave." Lan Ting's brow furrowed. "Heart condition?" Wen Ai nodded. "It hurts so much when it acted up, like a knife stirring inside. Sometimes I couldn't catch my breath. It felt like I was suffocating." As he listened to her description, Lan Ting's frown deepened. Wen Ai lamented her plight, casting a pitiful glance at him. "Look at me like this. And you still scold me?" Gently, Lan Ting rubbed her chest, softening his tone. "Be good. Don't be upset. I shouldn't have scolded you." Wen Ai took advantage of his tenderness, wrapping her arms around his, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Do you feel sorry for me?" "Yes, I do," Lan Ting replied naturally, placing a gentle kiss on her oily lips. "I feel terribly sorry for you." He playfully pinched her cheek. "Is that embarrassment I see? Wait until we share a bed. You might faint from shyness." As Lan Ting gazed at her, his eyes softened, reflecting an unguarded warmth. The author has something to say, leaving without updating.